global stocktake is a stark reminder of the reality we face, a rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future for all.
COP28 is our chance to urgently change the direction of travel using the global stocktake as our roadmap. We need to bring the whole of society on this journey.
As first movers and leaders, we're working together to catalyze action towards the most impactful climate solutions.
But for us all to move faster, we need political leaders and policymakers to provide more policy incentives that implement zero emissions.
The future we are choosing is pollution-free and transforming all our systems that drive the real economy.
In fact, change is happening faster than we think.
We've seen exponential progress in clean energy technologies, and electric vehicles could account for 2/3 of car sales by 2030.
With over 12,500 members in the Race to Zero, businesses, investors, cities, regions, and others
are leading the way to halving emissions by 2030 and are already turning their climate pledges into plans.
We are on our way to actually deliver to the 6.5 billion euro investment goal into renewable energy.
The world will fail to achieve a just and green transition without sufficient, efficient, and fair flows of finance, particularly in developing countries.
And we must remember that in pursuit of a net zero resilient world, we should put people and nature first.
We, as business leaders, are aligning our advocacy with net zero goals.
And we're changing our business models. Of the world's largest 2,000 publicly listed companies, half have set 2050 net zero targets.
We as finance leaders are supporting governments to turbocharge the transition.
For example, sustainable bond issuance has totaled $109 billion so far in 2023, higher than full-year issuance in any other year on record.
私たちは都市や地域のリーダーとして地域の気候行動を実現する革新的な政策を実行しております。京都市は2030年民生部門
In my city, we have successfully adopted climate actions for almost 20 years. We have switched to 100% electricity from renewable sources for all of our operations.
We don't have time to wait. Later is too late.
We are ready to support ambitious policy incentives and work in collaboration with governments on national climate action plans due in 2025.
We are calling on you, political leaders,
for courageous leadership at COP28.
We haven't had these temperatures in 120,000 years.
Millions and millions of people need help when climate emergencies arise.
We have the solutions to solve these problems, but we have to do it together.
We're fighting, dark forces.
They are trying to kill us. It is not a joke.
What do you give your child when they can't breathe? You actually have to take action.
Action, not even ambition anymore.
Out of COP28, out of this next summit, we need governments to come forward, to work with each other.
Making sure that at COP we have a declaration on the full phase out of fossil energy. Because if we continue to burn fossil energy, we will not meet our goals.
Hello, and welcome to our 5th day of live broadcasts from the We Don't Have Time COP28 Climate Hub. We're almost halfway through our entire broadcast from Dubai and Stockholm, but there are still plenty of exciting sessions to tune in for. Today's focus is energy, industry, just transitions, and indigenous peoples' rights and roles in the climate crisis. A world without fossil fuels is still a world that needs to be powered, needs to be fed, protected, and preserved. So which gaps do we need to fill in this global demand that can help us reach a just and fair net zero world for all? We'll be finding out throughout today's sessions, and I am excited to hand over to my co-host Nick Nuttall in Dubai to start the broadcast.
Lovely, Katarina. Thanks very much. Great to see you there in Sweden, and I hope everything's going okay. Yeah, we do have some amazing guests here where we're going to talk about the policies, in a sense, to achieve this net zero world that we so desperately need. Our first guest is Helena Vinez Fiestas. She is the Commissioner of the Spanish Financial Markets Authority and Chair of the EU Platform on Sustainable Finance. She is also a member of the EIB's Climate and Environment Advisory Council and formerly of the UN Secretary General's High-Level Expert Group on Net Zero Pledges. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Thank you so much. You were all laughing, so I thought I got something wrong there. So, Helena, great to see you. Why are you here at COP28? What is your role here in this story of net zero and the policies, breakthrough policies we need?
Thank you. The main reason why I'm at COP28 is with my UN HLEC, as we call it, the acronym, member, because last year at COP27, we published a report called Integrity Matters. We hand over to the Secretary General a report that lay out the 9 recommendations for non-state actors, that includes cities, financial institutions, regions, and corporates, on how to make the transition plans and net zero pledges credible. But there was a 10th recommendation, and the 10th recommendation was looking at policy frameworks, because it acknowledged that none of those pledges and transition plans, will be 100% credible if they lack the right policy framework. So we did ask for the development of regulation and standards in those areas. And at the same time, we recommended the creation of a new task force on net zero policy that would convene international policymakers, regulators, and experts to work together toward net zero, and by doing so, foster collaboration and learning. And guess what? 2 days ago, at the UN Secretary General's event of 1 year later, I announced the launch of the task force on net zero policy.
Okay, and when is that going to finalize its recommendations?
Well, it's just going to start, and it has to start with a 3-year length. We hope, but we already have the mandate from the Secretary General to come back next year and set how much we have progressed. So how that would look like, you will have to interview me next year. But what I can tell you, is that the task force has an incredible board. We have the UN supported PRI, the UNTACT, the UNEP-FI, V20 and IFRS on board, and we are finalizing discussions because they expressed the real interest to join with the OECD, the Financial Stability Board, and the new greening of the financial system, and that will constitute the board.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Stay with us here, and we go to Sarah Goodenough, your head of policy climate at Policy Radar. As head of policy at Climate Policy Radar, Sarah directs the organization's policy priorities and opportunities for impact as part of the mission to map and analyze the global climate laws and policy landscape. Give us a little glimpse into how you're contributing to this topic.
So I'm here at COP28 to help everybody answer the questions that they ask every time they come to COP. Who is doing what? What's working? Where are the gaps, the barriers, the opportunities that we need to exploit to halve emissions by 2030? The origin of Climate Policy Radar actually started at a much colder climate summit in 2009 in Copenhagen, where parliamentarians first met on the fringes of the COP to try to understand what climate laws are actually on the books in different jurisdictions, and they discovered that they didn't actually know, and they often didn't know what climate laws and policies had been introduced in their own countries. So they commissioned the London School of Economics to do some research into this. This research first produced a pamphlet. The pamphlet then became a gigantic book, The Climate Change Laws of the World, but that's not very useful for us to really scale up the work that's needed. So it became an online database, but even that, with the pain of Control F, is really, really limiting. So 2 years ago, my CEO spun out of the LSE, having run this project for about 10 years. And now at Climate Policy Radar, we run the world's largest database of climate change laws and policies. We have over 6,000 of national climate laws and policies covering every jurisdiction, all UNFCCC submissions, and we're not going to stop there. Hopefully soon subnational policies, which we know are critical for understanding climate adaptation, and corporate disclosures as well, which we know is so important in the net zero transition. We make these fully discoverable. You can search through every single law and policy. We've translated everything into English, and we're starting to explore machine learning methods that enable us to much more sophisticatedly analyze who's using what policy instruments, who's talking about fossil fuel subsidies, who's talking about where finance is going for loss and damage, all the really detailed questions that people at COP need to be able to answer.
Wow. I'm actually blown away by that, actually. And also, it's probably quite handy for those that might want to hold governments and companies accountable through the legal system for what they are doing or not doing.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, because we actually have an MOU with the Sabin Centre on Climate Litigation, and we'll be soon including all climate litigation documents into our database as well.
That's University of Columbia, is it?
Indeed.
Yes. Okay, great. Stay with us. That's really super. So I also have with me, I'm delighted to have with me, Mardi McBrien. Mardi is the Chief of Strategic Affairs and Capacity Building at the IFRS Foundation. What does that stand for?
International Financial Reporting Standards.
Jolly good. And Mardi has spent over a decade leading the global ESG, which is environment and social governance, good standard setting, the Climate Disclosure Standards Board, and many other things with acronyms that I can't possibly pronounce. So I'm going to... So again, you're here at COP28, and what's your part in this story of breakthrough policy to hit net zero?
Thank you very much. So the IFRS, or the International Financial Reporting Standards Centre, 2 years ago at COP26 in Glasgow, announced it was going to set up the International Sustainability Standards Board. So we already have the International Accounting Standards Board, which is mandatory for accounting in 150-ish countries around the world. So it's harmonized, took over 25 years ago, took, if you like, the alphabet soup of financial reporting and turned it into something that was coherent, that allowed companies to be compared across the world, so investors could move money, and we understood what was happening. It's trust and transparency, make better decisions. They did that for financial reporting. And in 2020, COP26, 28, 26, 26, yep. the UK government hosted an event, and with the IFRS Foundation support, set up the International Sustainability Standards Board. Okay. So we now have a similar board for accounting standards around the world to harmonize the world, if you like, the acronym soup, a bit like you were talking about, of investor-focused climate reporting to start with, but wider sustainability reporting over time. Right. And so we set out, we had the climate as our initial mandate, create a global standard, a baseline, if you like, that we could roll out globally, hopefully to more than 145, 50 countries, to adopt the standards to create that level playing field for and cost-efficient reporting for companies, but also one consistent, comparable, decision-useful data set for the investors, so they can move money to those investments which will be much more sustainable in the long run and help finance that all-important transition.
So it strikes me what, in a sense, we're slightly talking about here on one level is that environment ministers and sometimes other kinds of ministers come to these UN Framework Convention on Climate Change conferences. They set targets, they set timetables, they hopefully do things like announce the phase out of fossil fuels and other great things like that. And then everybody goes home, and then there are all these other institutions that don't fully often, or maybe more frequently now, but in the past, never really interfaced with this process. And there's also areas like trade as well, and all these other aspects of it that need to be brought in if the world is going to have a fully joined up global response to climate change that actually delivers on the targets of halving emissions by 2030, hitting net zero by 2050. Is this slightly a glimpse into your world?
It is. We pay a small part, but it's a systems change we fundamentally need. And we pay that part, if you like, with the accounting standard setting world, but it will bring trust and transparency. I mean, reporting for reporting's sake, right? We don't believe in that. It's about how we're going to create more resilient businesses, companies looking at how they're going to create value in the short, medium and long term, and then reporting against that, if you like. So they should be telling us all the action they've done to get there in the first place. And we have a climate standard, which will talk you through, reporting your scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, your resilience, linking it back to your financials, your financial terms like current and anticipated effects. What's this going to look like on a balance sheet, right? Getting the numbers to it. And that's how we'll start to move the money, when the money starts coming into play. And if you like, it's a bit of a Trojan horse, because our standards don't come in through an environment department or a climate change department. They tend to come in through a treasury, but then in through the existing accounting standards that are in the country. So if you're in Kenya, it's the Kenyan regulator, accounting regulator. If you're in Australia, it's the Australian Accounting Standards Board with a mandate from Treasury. This is a different way. A part of changing that whole system we need to change. We're now changing that piece of infrastructure, if you like, to be future fit to tackle the challenges that we have ahead of us.
Helena?
Yes, that's precisely, what you just described is precisely what the task force aims to do, which is to convene the different type of policymakers around the table to really share their experience and to also create an effective and efficient ecosystem of policies for transition planning, looking from, global north, global south, taking into account the middle and low income, the most vulnerable countries, also taking into account the interaction between financial transition plans and financial regulation and real economy transition plans and regulations, but equally looking at the inconsistencies that we're now finding in policy frameworks, that actually act as a blocker, if you wish, or a barrier for private sector, for companies and financial institutions to continue to progress in the transition planning. For example, sometimes there are inconsistencies between the reporting standards and the procurement standards within a country. So that's the type of work that the task force is going to be doing.
It's because you have these decisions at this kind of high meta level, and then you get down into the nitty-gritty of the reality of the world. I remember in Britain once talking to a chap whose job it was to put renewable energy into schools, and found that you can put any in at all, because basically nobody wanted a wind turbine. The roofs of the schools were too weak to take solar panels, and they'd stopped cooking in schools or having sports in schools, so they didn't need solar water heaters. So he's basically out of a job. And little things about the nitty-gritty. That's a simple example, but I'm saying it starts up here and then it percolates down, and it's all different in different countries. We've got Kaya Axelsson that's just joined us, head of policy and partnerships at Oxford Net Zero. Kaya, we were just talking about policies, breakthrough policies needed to get us to net zero. What's your take on that?
So what we do at Oxford is track policies globally, and we're very encouraged. I think that amidst the noise of COP and some corporate accountability scandals, we may in fact be in a turning point on corporate climate accountability if you look at the regulations accelerating globally. So one of the things that we've tracked is disclosure, of course, which is really having a moment, but also, as Helena mentioned, transition plans, procurement, claims legislation. And what we're finding is that 50% of the global economy is covered now by some form of net zero regulation, which is remarkable considering net zero targets really only burst onto the scene a few years ago. And when we think about this, we track over 400 policy instruments across agencies across the world. It only underscores the point of the need for collaboration and coordination to ensure interoperability. We know that regulation can help streamline and reduce uncertainty, but we have to be coordinated.
Would you say that the G20 nations are broadly on board with this because they cover a huge chunk of emissions? Yeah, and where are there areas of the world where this isn't happening? Can you see this in the landscape? Yes, and so Sarah, you may have a comment on this as well. I don't know.
Our mapping is of the G20, and we find that every single G20 country has gotten started.
But there must be parts of Africa and things like that where it's still a little bit weak, and there needs to be help in terms of developing those policies.
I think part of the difficulty here is that all of the understanding of what countries are doing is massively siloed by lack of access to this data. It's one of the main reasons why Climate Policy Radar exists. You might not speak Portuguese or Spanish. You might not know that actually there's a fantastic Exclusive Treaty. I went to a fantastic event yesterday with the presidents of the Senate of Belize and Grenada, talking about the environmental democracy cross kind of Latin America treaty that they launched a couple of years ago. That's all about how you can improve civil society access to decision-making and to information on environmental issues. But again, if you don't speak Portuguese and you don't speak Spanish, you might be a legislator who's working in Europe who's got absolutely no idea that really innovative work is being done. And whilst we always look to the G20 because they cover, I think, something like 80% of global emissions, we may miss pioneering bits of work that are being done in, say, Francophone Africa, because again, we don't have access to that data.
Yeah, good point.
And if I may, like what we're starting to see with our standards is governments are starting to bring these in around the world. We're actually finding real interest from developing and emerging economies. We have countries like Bolivia, Nigeria, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Zambia, all coming out really early to say, hey, these standards would be really great for us, and starting to bring them in. And so again, this is one way to start driving, if you like, that climate disclosure through the corporate political landscape, really without climate policies being set from the top, already seeing that bottom up, if you like, reporting action that will no doubt impact the top down in due course.
Yes, and I would like to add two things. The first one is that precisely because many times the most vulnerable countries are not invited to the table. That's why it was very important to us to have the V20 there to be part of the discussions, so that the policies that are being developed and those exchanges, they also have their voice, right, in developing them. So it's not only about technical support, it's also about they sitting on the table and being part of that development. The second one is that you would be surprised how many countries are developing their own taxonomies. Sorry, taxonomies is for the definitions, like a dictionary that tells you which economic activities can be deemed sustainable and under which circumstances. Well, Rwanda, for example, is developing its taxonomy, and for them, the adaptation part is much more important. So they're really advanced in terms of the adaptation and the look. So we as Europeans, are looking at them and saying, okay, what can we learn from their adaptation taxonomy? So it is an exchange as well.
In the real world, right, absolutely what's needed is finance to start flowing from the old dirty economy, or from where much of it is still parked, rather not doing very much at all, into this new shiny green transformational future that we need. Are the kinds of things you're doing with these policy breakthroughs going to build the confidence of investors as well, that the door is now open to these cool investments that they need to back, not just in the rich countries but across the world?
So it's actually a pilot project that we've done recently with the Transition Pathways Initiative, assessing sovereign bonds and enabling companies to understand whether or not it's a suitable investment for them to be purchasing government bonds because of their approach to climate change. So they're trying to analyze corporate policies, government policies, to understand, are they actually taking climate risks seriously? It's an incredibly important thing for investors to be able to analyze. So as soon as that data is better available for these companies, absolutely, we should be able to see private finance flowing to where it's needed. So
they can stop picking and choosing who they wish to invest with.
Absolutely. I mean, previously it's incredibly time consuming and difficult to understand what's going on in the climate policy landscape. So you would just say, does this government have an adaptation strategy? Tick. No analysis as to actually how detailed, how comprehensive it is, the different measures and elements that it might need. Now you can start to dig into that in more detail. We can have much more effective action.
And when they find that nobody's investing in them, because they don't tick now all the boxes, then they might think, I better strengthen that plan, or else I'm going to lose out on investment.
Absolutely.
I have to say, I think it is just about so much more than box ticking. And of course, that's the policy level that we operate on. But what I'm seeing, which is really exciting, is that as you have companies developing transition plans, they're starting to rethink their business models. They're innovating in new ways. They're prioritizing climate solutions. And now suddenly you don't just have a corporate sustainability officer crunching some emissions accounting. You have a whole scale shift in organizations across the globe. And that's really what this is about. Corporate accountability is really corporate inspiration.
And that's where we fit in, I guess, because, well, just to say, that's what the standards do. I mean, our standards aren't there for fun. They're about driving, trust and transparency in markets and getting a balance sheet of a corporate out there that you can compare a global south with a global north company. An investor can actually discover that the global south is going to give them better returns and move the money. So it really is about having that like for like to be able to transfer it. And our standards go beyond climate. They cover all sustainability issues. So we can be dealing with the just transition as part of that and the people issues, but also the nature issues, the cyber issues, and all the other sustainability points with that. So we are truly going to get a sustainable transition right across the board.
Helena.
And I was mentioning before about the taxonomy, yes, this dictionary, but this dictionary, it's also what I call the 21st century metric system. Let me explain. Because not only defines what is sustainable and under which circumstances, but because in Europe, companies and financial market participants for the financial products are obliged to report their exposure to the taxonomy, then what we have in practice is the first 21st century metric system. It measures the degree of sustainability of companies' activities, of their investments, of our financial products. So basically how it works is that if you are promoting your product as low fat, the minimum that we can ask you is to say how much fat it has, and because the majority of us, we don't know if that's too much or too little, you need a reference point, right? Yeah. So the taxonomy is that reference point that gives you the assurance that that's actually green, whether we're talking about the activities of a company, an investment, a financial instrument, a financial product.
Yeah. I once saw a fridge in Britain some years ago that said, this fridge has not been tested on animals. And I thought, is that relevant to a fridge or not? But it seemed like a really bold claim, so...
It's slightly different, yeah.
So, will what you are doing in all this work mean that criticism last year of ESG, where The Economist had a field day with it, will it strengthen that? Because many companies are invested in ESG, environment, social governance. Will it strengthen the ability of that system to work and be more transparent and accountable? Will it raise all ships, right? Will it...
I would say, at least I can speak for Europe, that the framework that is being put in place, it actually closes the loophole for greenwashing, because we are basically defining all the different environmental objectives, we're defining the social standards, and we're defining what can be called sustainable and when. Yeah? And also, if I may say, that for me, this anti-ESG backlash, it's almost like when you take a fish out of the water and it gives you the last bumping before it dies. It is the reaction of the success, and is the reaction of the very fact that sustainable finance has made it into the mainstream finance.
I would argue that there are two reasons that the ESG backlash happened. I think on the one hand, it was the desperation of the final laggards saying, we really don't want to do this. But on the other hand, we did need to have a reckoning with the ESG standards and taxonomy landscape. It has been a confusing landscape. There has been sort of gray area. It has meant anything and everything. And what we're excited about is the tightening of those screws, the clarity that international standardization and regulation and coordination can bring to this landscape is, in fact, a credible response to what could be some credible criticism of the ESG landscape, although sometimes coming from the wrong place.
Will the work that you're all collectively doing and others deal with the trade issue? Because we have had some people on this week, particularly from developing countries, that find there are quite huge barriers, financial barriers as well, to them getting hold of things like clean energy and other things they need for their economies to become sustainable, climate friendly. Is trade in this debate? The policies of trade?
I mean, I could start here if you like. I think what's really important is as companies prepare their transition plans, right, and start to think about how they're going to take that journey, which you need to report as part of, at least think about your climate resilience strategy to report to my standards. You start to realize how you're going to take that journey to net zero or to align with the best available science. And if you do that, you quickly realize that you need renewable energy. You need some of these solutions. So at least it gives you an opening, a talking point to go back and ask for that policy certainty, all those interventions to be made. It also allows you to work with your sector groups to try and work out how you're going to to meet these gaps, if you like. So by thinking through how you're going to get to 2030, 2040, 2050, you can identify the challenges along the way, which means we can, through initiatives like this, you can start to then piece together what are the policies that need to change along the way or be put in place to support that transition. So unless you start and you look, but that will then support the broader trade piece, because it does, once you get the policies in place, it can support unlocking those and others can come in and support where it's needed.
Sorry.
I think that sometimes there's this view that regulation or policy could be anti-trade, but actually what we're trying to create is green trade corridors to accelerate the investments across borders and to ensure that these are developed by and for the countries that are going to be most impacted. That's why we need to use international standardization. That's why we're all here at COP. I think people question, why is everyone coming to one place? Well, because we need coordination.
And how do you then take all this work and make sure it goes beyond the COP? I mean, is there a whole calendar pouring out over the next 1, 2, 3 years for all you brilliant people and your colleagues in this area to go into those corridors and those halls of power in these different areas? Finance, financial regulation, banking guidelines, regulations, trade, blah, blah, blah. Is there a big strategy for this to familiarize those other areas of the world that need to be part of this transformation, that this is happening, get on board?
No, I was going to say that once again, that's part of the mission of the task force. And we hope to come back next year with a list of achievements, right? In that
yes,
respect.
you're coming on our show next year.
Okay,
you're already booked.
I was meaning COP29, but I take that. So, but the second thing I was going to say is that this is part of at least my daily job, right? I mean, my daily job is to continue to work and develop the sustainable finance regulatory framework in Europe and to support the creation of those frameworks elsewhere.
And from my perspective, I guess this is very much my day job as well. And I have a large part of my capacity building job that you mentioned earlier is actually going around the world and training different parts of the ecosystem on this approach. So I can be in a room with 30 regulators and I can be teaching them what climate risk is. And we have a card game and we read reports and we do all sorts of really interactive
card
things.
Game? Is there money involved in this card game?
No, unfortunately not, because if there was, I'd make it so much more fun. But your share, well, it kind of in a way, because your share price does go up and down depending on the decisions you make, which is not real money, but pretend money. But it's an important point. But it is, how do you bring this to life and make this real for everyone in their day-to-day jobs? And that's what we're doing as part of our capacity building program, working with preparers, working with investors, working with regulators, working with accountants. How do you upskill 125,000 chartered accountants in Africa? You know, that's my challenge at the moment. How are we going to get this built into business as usual for all these professions? So, you know, that's a challenge for me over the next 12 months. And hopefully I'll have something better to say than just I'm working on it next year.
Okay. We've got 1 minute. If anybody wants to say one last thing.
I was just to say, just to answer your question, what we're going to be doing over the next year to support all of this wonderful work. I mean, the reason why I'm here at COP28 is to try to understand what are the most impactful things that we need to be able to understand to drive the transition in the next couple of years. So we've had governments, about 118 governments declaring that they need to triple renewable energy capacity by 2030. We've got the new loss and damage fund. We've got commitments being made on methane and a number of different issues. Where is it that we need to find that regulation, that policy, that data that needs to be analysed? What type of work and elements of these documents do we need to be able to understand? So my mission is to take all of this, and this is why I love working for a non-profit, go convince my development team to put that in our pipeline for the next couple of years and enable that to be analysed by all the wonderful people here and to support your work as well. Great.
Well, look, thanks very much indeed. And it's also fantastic to have an all-female panel as well. We've had quite a few of those, but this is a particularly good one. I'm going to now hand you back to the studio, I believe in Stockholm. Back to you, Katarina.
Well, thank you very much, Nick. What a powerful panel on the power of money and how to shift focus on this financial sector and the streams here. It's really, really important to raise this topic again and again. So now we move on to another session. There is a lot of work ongoing to understand how companies should and can transform to reach net zero for their companies and their value chains. I will now hand it back over to the studio in Dubai, where we will have a discussion on transition plans and how to use them as a tool to support companies to do just that. We have speakers from Netflix, Skanska and Ericsson, so over to Louise Rebinder in Dubai.
Hi, and thank you, Katarina, and welcome to Dubai. And from so many directions, there is talk about transition plans. Companies need to do transition plans in order to describe their way towards net zero and their net zero targets. But in order to do such an exercise, we also, of course, need to think about net zero, the net zero future. What will it look like? What products do we need to have there? And that is also what this transition plan will make you think about. So my name is Louise Rebinder, and I'm director at Exponential Roadmap Initiative. My former experience is from working with sustainability and climate action in the telco sector. And I'm very happy to be hosting this session today called Transition Plans as a Tool for Companies to Reach Net Zero. And I want to introduce this fantastic panel that we have here today. We have Emily Olander, Climate Action Program Manager at Ericsson. Ericsson is within the telco sector, and Emma Stewart, Sustainability Officer at Netflix, Netflix being entertainment and streaming services. And we have Emilia Hagberg here from Skanska, Vice President, Sustainability Development, and that is within the construction sector. And I'm pointing these sectors out because I find it good to have the different type of sectors that is, they're different, but they're somehow also interlinked. So it's great to have you here in the studio. Very welcome to a very warm Dubai. I have a few questions that we will take today between us. And if you find that you want to build on someone else's answers or any questions, then just raise your hand and we'll take it like that. So we create a dynamic and interesting dialogue. So we'll take the first question, and I will start with you, Emilia. And that is, how are you working with transition plans today at Skanska, and how can they be a useful tool for transformation?
Thank you for having me here first, and good question. I think that we have come to the next step when it comes to net zero emissions. We started with targets, long-term targets, and now we are expected to go more into actions. So what we are doing now is to really look into what would be the most cost-efficient ways to reduce carbons, and what could be the measures to really introduce it into our business. So because we have to have the measures into the business to make sure that they are profitable, so the carbon reduction actions are not just a add-on. So that's one thing that we are really working on now. What would be most powerful and profitable?
All right, integrating it into the whole business, you can say.
Yes.
Yeah. And with you, Emma, the same question. How are you working with it, and how can it be used as a tool?
Well, first I have to apologize for my sunglasses. I promise I'm not trying to look Hollywood. It's simply my eyes don't fare well in very bright sun. I think of transition plans as a map. So I don't know about you, but I wouldn't travel to a foreign land without some sense of where I was going. I could just wing it and ask people along the way where I should go, but it would probably take me longer to get to where I wanted to be, and it would probably cost me quite a bit more. So a transition plan is simply a map for the company once it has set its targets in line with climate science as to how to get there at the fastest and cheapest way possible. It's really as simple as that. So our transition plan allows us to look out on an annual basis out through 2030, and we know along every lever of decarbonization where we need to be each year. We have 4 levers to reach our target, which is to have our emissions by 2030. Again, that's very much in line with
the global climate science and what it calls for. Those levers are largely technologies and business practices that exist today, which is the happy news. So one is energy efficiency. Obviously, this is the first fuel, as we like to call it, because you're simply wasting money and energy if you're not optimizing for efficiency. So optimizing is really that first step. Then looking to electrify transportation. We don't own any of the vehicles that we use in making film and television and games. We rent them. So this is really about engaging our vendor ecosystem and encouraging them to electrify the vehicles they rent to us, and doing so through providing charging infrastructure as an inducement. We also look to electrify the mobile power that we use in the shooting of film and television, which for decades has been diesel generators. They happen to be quite expensive, and they happen to be quite loud, which is not convenient when you're shooting film and television, but they are standard practice. And so I can talk more later about how we're looking to electrify those. And then the last one is to decarbonize. So you can't electrify everything right now. For example, aviation is a long way away from being electrified. So we look to buy sustainable aviation fuel, which aims to decarbonize by a minimum of 50% and a maximum of 90% the emissions associated with any given flight. So we really look to those 4 levers as our transition plan.
All right, thank you, Emma. And I take it with you too, Emily, how you are working with transition plans and how it can be used as a tool. And we can also say that Emily was in a session yesterday talking about transition plans for the telco sector, if you want to check that out too. But now to there was a really great session yesterday as well. But I think now we can go deep dive into some other sectors. And I think that's really good as well. I think for Ericsson, net zero transition plan, we know where we want to go. We have the same levers as you, like halving emissions by 2030 and going net zero by 2040. We also know how we can roughly achieve it in each of the different sub-levers, so how we work with our supply chain, reducing the carbon emission within materials itself, and there we have hotspots from aluminium, printed circuit boards, and integrated circuit boards. And then how we work with transportation, that is basically a bit more on energy efficiency, because I don't think, biofuel is not really there yet for the whole logistical sector. But then how we work with electrifying and all our fleet. But then the major of emissions actually comes downstream, and then it's actually our products in operation. And here the customers' renewable energy transition or fossil-free transition is really crucial, together with us delivering the highest energy performance within our product. Now 5G is the most energy efficient product we have on the market. So we need to push that, but also the customers to modernize in a good way. And I think using transition plans is a way of showing, firstly, what we want to achieve, how we want to achieve it, then also connecting it to the business and really the right people to be able to transform, because it's not the sustainability team, it's within the business itself. And then the cost of it and the finance. And I think there it's a bit of a long way to go, but we will work on that. Yeah. Just one thing that you all mentioned finance and cost, and that's of course very important. It's like the food for the organism. You need to have profits as a private or a company in the private sector. So this is a balance between there as well that you need to also tackle and handle. But Emilia.
Just a reflection when I listen to you, it's obvious that based on the different businesses, our challenges are totally different. Our emissions are very much in the materials that we use. It's concrete, it's steel, it's asphalt, and also in the downstream when it comes to the energy use in the products, in the buildings that we leave behind. So we have different challenges, but also that we all have to look into what's profitable.
Yeah, thank you. You could have made that point instead of me. But now going a little bit more philosophical here, and you don't have to talk about your own companies, but in general, what is your feeling here about how companies or your sectors or in general in the world, have we fully grasped the meaning of transitioning to net zero, and how so? I can start with you, Emma.
Sure. I mean, as one company in a global economy that historically has relied upon fossil fuels, which have now been shown scientifically to contribute 80% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions, we can't flip a switch and change even our own operations, believe it or not. So Netflix doesn't really own very much. We don't have data centers. We rent our studios with the exception of one. And we really rent all of the equipment, the trucks, the passenger vans, even those diesel generators I mentioned, to film, both on location and on set. Production makes up 60% of our total carbon footprint. And we chose to take responsibility for productions that we ourselves don't shoot, because many of them show up on the Netflix service with a nice N logo on them, because they are branded as Netflix. And we felt that it would be misleading to the consumer to suggest that those were not, therefore, our emissions. So what that means is we have a large portion of our footprint, including the 95% of it that is scope 3, which we have little control over. However, we take our influence very seriously. So that's where we lean in when it comes to something like fuel burned on site in scope 1. That's where some of this work to electrify diesel generators. And we've announced with Disney and Rocky Mountain Institute a new initiative called the Clean Mobile Power Initiative, which is aiming to rapidly and artificially scale up the speed and supply of medium-sized batteries and hydrogen power units that are mobile enough that they can be used in the studio environment. Happily, it turns out that those are also useful in construction, in live events, in sports, even in disaster relief. So we fully anticipate and are already talking to these other sectors about the positive knock-on effects of when we do it for the entertainment purpose, it has these positive co-benefits to other sectors. Similarly, when it comes to electricity, we often will have to work directly with the utility, even if we ourselves are not the landlord. And we have run into a number of issues there, including permitting for solar and storage that we ourselves are willing to pay for, which is one reason why we think permitting reform in the United States is critically and politically important. And then in scope 3, the majority of our emissions really come from purchased goods and services. So we've set a science-based target for scope 3. And that means that we have to go out to our vendors who are supplying those purchased goods and services and steadily, one by one, have some sometimes hard conversations about what's feasible. And then we model that into the transition plan. Some of those we call passive reductions, meaning they will naturally happen in the environment, like when Amazon's data centers are almost 100% powered by renewable energy. If they can attest to that sufficiently and our auditors approve it, we can subtract that from the footprint. But with other suppliers that are smaller businesses, there's still a lot of work to do.
Yeah. So clearly, it's well understood about the going to net zero and all the transformations it needs. The same question for you, Emily. Do you feel like industry has fully grasped what it means to go to net zero?
I think globally, probably not. I think for the big players who have set net zero targets, yes, for sure. I think we know we need to decarbonize 90%, from baseline emissions, and we probably had done a lot just before setting the baseline for net zero. So, but I think for the industry and such, and talking about the ICT industry, I think the major player here are our customers, the operators, have really grasped net zero. So we have around, I think I heard yesterday from Steven, 70 operators within the mobile operator community who have set net zero targets, and that's more than, I would say, 66% of the revenues within the whole industry there. And I think that helps us put pressure on ourselves, but also suppliers. And then you can really transform the industry. And I think it's important that we set the targets, like we have the ITU standard for net zero that we are following, and that the whole industry go to the same standard. to be verified against and work towards, because then you don't get that discrepancies, and then you can be transparent with your transition plan to show what you're thinking. Because I think a few companies still have some communication issues and probably, set net zero targets for own operation, but that they don't have a net zero for organizational emission. I don't think that's the right way of going forward. You have to be really transparent with your long-term ambition as well. And then you can really trickle down ambition across the value chain.
I'm really happy to to hear that you are saying that you think that the big players have understood it. And we also heard that from the session yesterday when there were telecom service providers or operators, but they were all then saying that the emissions, most of them were in the supply chain, and Emily was sitting here representing the equipment.
But our emissions is 90% or more downstream, so it's because you're global, right? So it's really different on where you are in the value chain as well, and that's the beauty of it in a way, right?
The beauty and the tricky part.
Yeah.
So Emilia, over to you. How do you think the world has grasped this?
I mean, if you look at all businesses and all sectors, I mean, we know that we are behind, of course. When it comes to our sector, it depends a lot on what market you are on. The Nordic and the UK and US is coming now. There is awareness of what we need to do. And I'm really happy that this COP, there has been a very much a focus on the built environment. And the sector is coming together in the value chain to push the market, make sure that we have, how can we transform the market? And there are some key areas, and one of them is that we really need standards. So what is, for instance, what is a net zero building? There are no standards now, so how that would drive the change very much. So now the sector is coming together, and that is so important. And if someone or some of the companies come together, that also means that others are coming after.
Thank you, Emilia. And Emma, I will go into a little bit of what Emilia said here, and that is what is needed to enable companies to make a necessary transition.
Well, I talked a little bit about some of the hindrances, and I can go into a bit more detail with an example, perhaps. So, if you look at the International Energy Agency's projections, to reach global net zero, you need essentially 80% of the world's energy coming through electricity. Okay, so that means building more electrical infrastructure than humankind has ever built in a very short amount of time, rebuilding it and expanding it. And what that means is then you can electrify the transportation sector, but in particular on road transportation, and have that flow through bidirectionally into the electrical grid. So you essentially have batteries moving around that happen to occasionally carry humans and other things. That is a pretty radical shift. And what we have encountered as a company is that the utility sector is not yet fully equipped to make even the most basic and incremental changes. To give you an example, the one studio that we currently own is in New Mexico, equally hot as Dubai. And there we have, as I mentioned, voluntarily decided to capitalize a solar plus storage facility as part of the expansion of that studio. We would really like that to be hooked up to the local grid, which itself is quite coal intensive still, unfortunately, despite the governor's best efforts. And the utility is struggling to satisfy all of the demand from companies like ours and those much smaller who are looking to decarbonize their electricity supply, can't do it through the local utility because they don't have the green electrons to offer, are willing to pay the money to put solar on their rooftops, or in our case, on the site, but cannot connect to the grid. We've been in a queue now for a year. There are 1,000 entities in that queue. And really what we want to do is benefit the grid by bringing solar power back to other ratepayers in that district. So these are the boring bureaucratic red tape issues that become very salient as companies are doing the hard work of decarbonization.
Yeah, we've heard a little bit about that. I think it was Nick here, another of the moderators, who were discussing in different countries how long time it took to connect to the grid. And it was quite a sad story.
Yeah, and it's not only connection, you also need the digital infrastructure for making it optimized as well when you have a lot of volatile energy coming into the market. So I think, and that is also not seen in a lot of countries. But now we're not talking about an event effect for our industry, but more on the net zero plans. But I think it's something that we see, and how you connect it also to the, national determined contribution, digitalization and other things are not, I think, it's often overlooked when you look into climate action and plans for that. So I think that definitely can be increased.
Something else, Emily, if you want to build on that also, things necessary to enable companies to make a transition.
Yeah, I think from us, of course, guidance on building a transition plan is good, but I think usually you're have a good knowledge about what the industry need. So for us, it's been really the push both from the customer side. So you see that the action you want to do, that it's worth it, and it's also needed for them, because it's so much easier to then push the requirements down in the organization when customers are standing behind it. But also then big, I would say, policy changes, and not only, I would say, bold actions, and also for them to make sure that we have the base, as you talked about here, Emma, on the need for renewables. And as a global company, we have offices in 180 countries and also customers. For us to be net zero, then we need them to run on renewables. And that is not always possible. And it's the biggest shift we need to do. And to give an example from the industry as such, the ICT industry, Ericsson Research did a study that if the whole industry switched to renewables, 80% of our emissions totally can be reduced. We stand for 1.4% of global emissions. So it's not, the biggest shift, but for us, it's huge within the industry. And then we're almost at net zero, right, for the whole industry as such. And I think, so that shows really the challenge and also the need, what we need for them.
Thank you, Emily. And it's not uncommon for companies to want to go to one place when it comes to reducing emissions. They want to go here, but they can only see the way forward to reducing this much. And there is a gap between what they want to do and what they see that they can do. So it's kind of an innovation gap. Things needs to happen for companies to go all the way to where they want in emission reductions. And how much of the answers do we already have for the transition plans, and how much do you think is coming? Do you wanna? You look ready here.
Sure, yeah. I mean, if you look at the International Energy Agency's roadmap to 2050, it's quite clear that actually this decade we have the majority of the technologies that we need to have emissions. And that happens to also be true for our company. So this is not rocket science. This is economics coupled with atmospheric science. If we want electric vehicles, we know precisely which ones we want. We can get them in some of the models we need. There's more than enough in terms of passenger vans. There's not enough in terms of medium duty and heavy duty trucks. So it's not a technology barrier, it's a supply barrier. Similarly with aviation, which is a minority, actually a small portion of our overall footprint, but one that we feel obligated to help solve. We know that sustainable aviation fuel works. We have it in some of our small jets that shuttle our employees back and forth between Los Angeles and Los Gatos, California. We are buying every drop of sustainable aviation fuel we can get our hands on. And we are paying a very nice premium for those drops, but we cannot find sufficient supply. So we helped found the Sustainable Aviation Buyers Alliance to grow the supply of SAF, which is on average 50 to 90% lower carbon across its life cycle. And then similarly, we can find renewable diesel as a bridge fuel for those diesel generators that are omnipresent in our industry in California and in the UK. And that's because there was a policy environment that incentivized them. We cannot find it in other parts of the United States. They don't have a low carbon fuel standard. So I want to just echo the points around a policy enabling environment is equivalent to the infrastructure enabling environment that we are relying upon. And we can put electric vehicle charging stations on our sites, but that doesn't help the range anxiety of a member of crew who is shuttling around town and can't charge because that city hasn't put in the infrastructure. So it's very much a codependency.
Emilia.
You are completely right that a lot of things we already have. We have it in place, and especially when it comes to energy efficiency, which is a focus for us, and also the shift of the fuels and also electrification. But from our business, there is also a need for innovation, and that is especially in the use of materials or the production of materials. One focus is, of course, to use the materials much more efficient. We can optimize a design, the way we use it. We can make use of hybrid materials. It could be steel and mass timber, but the way we produce concrete, as long as we have concrete to use or that we want to use that, there is need for innovation. But that has to start now, and we can do so much without using those innovations. And it's like, and then to make those innovations to come out in the market, that is really the challenge, and that is where we need to have the kind of push for the market. And there are, I mean, from our perspective, the public procurement could really be that push. We have 50% of our revenue is from public procurement. That means that if they put requirements on lower emissions for everyone, that means that the supply of low carbon concrete, for instance, that would really grow. So there is a lot of things to do to change the market.
Thank you, Emilia. And just with 2 minutes to go, I want you, Emily, also, you have 2 full minutes though, to talk about this, the answers for the transition, or what is needed there.
Yeah, I think if we talk about wider society, Exponential Roadmap that we released a few years ago actually showed that we have all the technologies to halve emissions by 2030, and that's the first step we need to make, and also for science and keep the 1.5 degree ambition alive. So I think we follow that as well. I think, but within a sector like ICT, who can electrify, and just by switching to renewables, we can definitely go beyond. So I think for looking for Ericsson own emissions of the value chain around, if I'm positive, 95% can be reduced for sure. It's just about timing and when. And then I think, the further, of course, innovation, circularity needs to come in to also try and also look at the natural resource part of the business. And I think the hardest one to really do anything about is the F gases. And it's not much in the value chain, but it's something that I don't really think we have any substitution for yet. So, of course, innovation there would be really needed, and also for our customers' sake, because they use a bit more in the operations than we do.
And I think that is actually it for today. Thank you so much. In the panel, we have Emily Olander from Ericsson, Emma Stewart from Netflix, and Emilia Hagberg from Skanska. And I think that someone owes me a beer now, because we were talking about these names were being very similar, so I would not be able to make it through, but I think I did. And by that, I hand over to Katarina in Stockholm.
Well, thank you very much, Louise. You definitely deserve a beer. It is not always easy to get all the names right. So this concludes the session on transition plans as a tool for companies to reach net zero. With global temperatures quickly climbing towards the 1.5 degree threshold and emissions still on the rise, the science is clear that the consequences will be disastrous. So why are we still not acting sufficiently? In this session, an eminent group of climate experts will talk about how to close the gap between scientific understanding and policy action to reverse this trend and to ensure a safe and manageable future for all. So over to our studio in Dubai and to Nick Nuttall.
Thank you very much indeed, Katarina, and greetings back to Stockholm. Yeah, we do have some very distinguished scientists with us here. We have three, we may be expecting a fourth, and we'll deal with that as it happens. But the three here are exceptional with their experience and knowledge. Thank you so much for being here. Let me first introduce Sir David King, the founder of the Climate Crisis Advisory Group. And Sir David was Chief Scientific Advisor to the UK government and head of the Government Office for Science from 2000 to 2007. And he returned to working with the UK government as a special representative for climate change to the Foreign Secretary from 2013 to 2017. And he was also chairman of the government's Future Cities Catapult from 2013 to 2016. We also have Arunabha. I think I've not said that quite right. You
said it perfect.
Oh, I did actually. I can't believe it. I've been doing quite well on that. Normally I mangle all these names and I have to go over to Anuruba Ghosh, who's founder and CEO of the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. He advises governments, industry, civil society and international organizations around the world. He was invited by France to advise on COP28 negotiations, and he was also active in conceptualizing, and this is very important, the International Solar Alliance. Professor Johan Rockström, Director, Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. Johan is a professor also at the Institute of Earth and Environmental Sciences at Potsdam University and professor in water systems and global sustainability at Stockholm University, and very well known, I think, around the world for the whole issue of planetary boundaries. And so it's fantastic to see you here. So a warm welcome. Sir David, just so we can clear this up for the audience that may not know, what exactly is the Climate Crisis Advisory Group and what is its purpose?
The Climate Crisis Advisory Group, CCAG, was established 2.5 years ago. I was the founder and the first chair of the organization, and we pulled together 15 or 16 global leaders in climate change from around the world. We have people from the north, we have people from the south, we have a good male-female balance as well, if I could say that. But the most important thing is every one of them is a recognized climate expert. We can respond to situations in the world much more quickly than the IPCC. So we're not an alternative body to the IPCC, but we can respond to situations as they occur. Extreme weather events that are occurring now, we have put out reports within a few weeks giving a full scientific explanation of what lay behind these extreme weather events.
Very interesting. So you can respond quickly. I mean, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, as you say, the IPCC, does these massive, fantastic assessments, bringing in scientists all around the world, but they are long in production, sometimes a little bit behind the curve in terms of time, but they are signed off by governments, aren't they? And I suppose this is coming to the meat of the topic here. How can it be that governments sign off scientific assessments and yet don't actually implement them in full in terms of their policy on climate change and their economies? Maybe hold that thought for a second. Well, I just go to Arunabha Ghosh again. So you're from India, and the same question to you in a sense. What is the gap in your perspective, emerging from that comment, on commitments versus knowledge?
I think when we think about the transition that India has made over the last little over a decade, our solar mission began in 2010. At that time, the expectation was that, say, coal power capacity by 2030 or so would be over 600 gigawatts. Right? When the solar mission kicked off, no one really thought it would, go very far. But India adopted, when you talk about science, it's science with good market design which resulted in a rapid decrease in solar prices from what the original benchmark price of 18 rupees to just 1.99 rupees per kilowatt hour. As a result, from 20 megawatts, it went to 62,000 megawatts solar, 185,000 megawatts of non-fossil electricity capacity, and coal capacity is now capped at about 205, 210 gigawatts. Still large, but a third of where we might have ended up. So it shows you how if you not just follow the science, but keep updating the science and follow the logic of how that would dictate market design, it works. The other dimension is actually, and that's the negative side, is actually rising climate risk. I mean, this is what David was referring to, that we are seeing these events happening. Some of the analysis that my organization has been doing in India shows that 75% of our districts are already hotspots for extreme climate events. Right? There has been a 3x increase in the number of cyclones between the 1980s and now. Most of the disaster events that have happened over the last 50 years have actually happened since 2005. So again, the science is becoming very clear. So then you have to start designing policy that's responsive to this very rapidly changing situation.
Professor Rockstrom, you also have a new report out that I think was launched just before COP28, governing our planetary emergency. What are the key findings and recommendations from this?
Yeah, well, we have released the 7th edition of the 10-year Insights in Climate Science, which is actually rising from a frustration. It was 7 COPs ago recognizing that the gap between the scientific information and the climate negotiators were so wide, a bit like the Climate Crisis Advisory Group. We wanted to create, an easy-to-read scientific update of what are the 10 most important advancements in science that every climate negotiator should know in order to be able to be an efficient negotiator to solve the problem. And the 7th edition this year, I would argue, is particularly relevant because the number one insight this year is that we're not making progress, we're running out of budget, we need to accelerate, and we're down to 250 gigatons of carbon dioxide to have a 50% chance of holding 1.5, which is not a target, it's a limit. Go beyond it and we risk triggering irreversible tipping points. And that this is the scientific message of the need for a phase out of all fossil fuels. And that, as you know, has already raised quite a lot of discussions here at COP. But that's the scientific effort of trying to really connect to the policymakers here.
Are there other forces at work in the world? I mean, I can imagine governments have a lot of things to think about, but as climate change becomes even more brutal, in a sense, in its impacts on our world and its people primarily, are there other forces at work in the world that delay the really transformational policies across economies to deal with climate change? Are there vested interests out there, perhaps people invested in the oil economy, lobbyists? I mean, there must be some reason why scientists why governments see the science, they sign off on the science, but the reaction is not so quick as we need. So, David, do you feel there's other forces at work in the world?
Yes, and we're very clear about that. The fossil fuel lobby, which originates in the United States, is one of the most powerful lobbies there's ever been. We all know about the gun lobby in the States, but there are many, many different lobbies, and they are very powerful. Senate and Congress is influenced very strongly in the United States by these. So if you want to know why we're in the current situation, my view is we haven't had the leadership from the United States that we needed in order to deliver on the wide range of actions needed to manage this climate crisis. And I'm not really going to just blame the United States because the fossil fuel lobby has been very powerful in other parts of the world. They are representing what you've called vested interests, but I would say these are misplaced vested interests. What these companies need to do, they have access to very large funds. They are the companies that can lead the way in the transition. And I'm always busy talking to fossil fuel companies to say, you missed a trick there. I mean, for example, in Britain, we had North Sea oil and gas, very productive until the 2000s. the marine engineers working for those oil and gas companies all went over to the offshore wind industry and have been extremely successful. So I then go to the oil companies, the CEOs, and say, why didn't you guys get into offshore wind? And they say, because it's not our core business. And then I explain to them, it was your core business. But these marine engineers are your guys who you're losing over to other companies. So I think the opportunity has to be to turn these companies into good players. As we move forward, every investment we make has to be fit for the future, fit for purpose.
We've got, if I can just raise this topic, because I think we just need to clear it out of the way, because it is one of the hot topics of discussion here. I mean, we are part of COP28, and what we say and do and think and discuss is closely connected with what is happening in the plenary and other places, and also in the media. So, as we know, there has been a bit of a row about fossil fuel phase out, which I think 100 countries want. And you've got the We Mean Business Coalition here with over $1 trillion in revenue of companies who are also backing that call. Obviously, many NGOs and so on and so forth. It's been suggested in some way by the COP28 president that fossil fuel phase out is scientifically not valid in some shape or form. I mean, I know there's a lot of discussion around this, but what is the science behind the phase out of fossil fuels versus the phase down? So we can just clear that one up.
Can I kick off on that? Because we've just finalized a letter from scientists gathered here in Dubai. It is made public probably just a few minutes ago. It will go out in New York Times. It will be sent out to all negotiators. It summarizes the IPCC latest assessment. And let me start at the end of that letter, which is that there's ultimately no other pathway than a full phase out of all fossil fuels, coal, oil, and gas. The reason why there is an opening for discussion around this is, what do we do until 2050? So to hold 1.5, we have 250 gigatons of carbon dioxide remaining. It requires full phase out. But by 2050, the IPCC assessments in its Science for Policymakers summary of the Working Group 3 report of the AR6 states the following. Between now and 2050, there has to be a full phase out of coal. That is undoubtedly the case. Secondly, it has to be a deep phase down of oil and gas following the carbon law. 50% reductions every decade, which means that there will be a residual remaining by 2050, which needs to be abated. This is where the abatement discussion arises with carbon dioxide removal technologies. It cannot be abated with nature, because nature is already factored into the models and need to suck up carbon factored into the models already. It has to be additional technologies to compensate for the residual remaining by 2050. And then the second half of this century, we need to move into a gigantic negative global economy, meaning negative emissions. And that is where we reach absolute zero. And this is what we need to do to have a chance of holding 1.5 by the end of the century, with a 50% chance of success, even with overshoot. And overshoot is a very dramatic risk we're taking, that we would go through 1.5 somewhere between 2030 and 2035, have 3-4 decades of overshoot up to 1.8. We know already 2023 what happens when you have 1.2 touching 1.5, with massive heat waves and water scarcity and food insecurity and major extreme events. We would go into a 30-40 year period with that as not only normality, but even worse than that, before we may come back by the end of the century. And the only way that can take us back is carbon dioxide removal technologies, plus coming back within the planetary boundaries on all the nature boundaries. That's the journey. That's what IPCC says. That's what we have in this letter. That's what we're now communicating to the negotiators.
So the negotiators will receive this wisdom, this information, all governments here, and they will have to digest it and hopefully understand the implications.
But because the negotiations talk only about 2050, there is a wiggle room here, of course.
Right. Anybody else want to comment on this science?
I think I just want to say the Climate Crisis Advisory Group has put forward a 4R planet strategy. The 4 R's are, first of all, deep and rapid emissions reduction. Today, we're emitting 40 plus billion tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, add methane, and it's over 50 billion tons. If we keep doing anything like that, frankly, there's no way forward. We have no way forward as a strategy for humanity. Let me then move on to the second R, which is to remove excess greenhouse gases, which has just been mentioned. I just go a little bit further, because what we've seen already is that the area around the North Pole, the Arctic Circle region, has already heated up at 4 times the rate of the average for the whole planet. Over the last 20 years, this has been happening. Before that, it was about the same. And this is because of the exposure of blue sea during the Arctic summer, and that sea soaks up sunshine, that area getting very warm for the 3 polar summer months. So the third R, we need to repair those parts of the climate system where tipping points are already looking pretty close to tipping. So the Greenland ice is already looking as if it's melting irreversibly. If it does melt irreversibly, there's enough to take us up to 7.5 meters sea level rise. And on the other hand, we've got enough methane in the permafrost in the land base around the North Pole region that temperatures could rise globally by 5 to 8 degrees centigrade if it was all emitted in a 2-decade period. Right, so we're looking already at a crisis on the horizon. So we need to try to keep the ice that is still formed in the winter over the Arctic Sea during the polar summer months. So a group of us, for example, are looking at how we can send white clouds over the whole of the Arctic Sea during those 3 summer months. The fourth R is resilience. Every part of the world, and this is really what we've been discussing for some time, every part of the world is already suffering from impacts on climate change. We saw even in British Columbia, Canada, temperatures of 49.6 degrees centigrade in Canada. So we're seeing extreme weather events, 5 to 10 degrees centigrade higher than previous recorded temperatures. So what we need is these 4 R's. And I'm not going to say, let's just do the first. We need all 4 R's in order to get a manageable future for humanity.
Are there any bright, I mean, you mentioned the solar developments, which, you know, solar's doubled, hasn't it, in capacity in the last 18 months?
Yeah.
I read something the other day that in China, it looks like they're at 50% renewable energy, and they may well have peaked and be in decline. Is 2030 the halving emissions out of the window right now, or can we still keep the window closed?
You asked earlier whether there are, interests out there who might, stall this progress that we are all seeking. I think the opportunity we have in developing countries and emerging markets is the leapfrog opportunity, right? Because this is where the energy system and the electricity system still is going to get built out, right? 88% of new electricity demand growth over the next 2 decades will come from emerging markets, which means that while there might be some established interests of fossil fuel infrastructure, the bulk of the energy system as it will exist in 2050 in these economies is yet to be built, which gives that massive opportunity to invest. So to Dave's 4 R's, and which is part of our CCAG approach, really the 5th R or the 1st R is renewables. The best way to phase down fossil fuels is to massively scale up renewables, because right now, when the emerging markets are growing at very fast paces of economic growth, you can't tell them shut down your factory. So what do you say? Do I have the renewables electron to power up that factory? Right? And this is where often the large institutional investors are not recognizing that opportunity. India alone is offering an investment opportunity of over $500 billion this decade, right? For renewables, electric mobility, for green hydrogen. And these are not grants, this is the investment opportunity. The G20 came out with a number about $5.9 trillion that would be needed to be invested. But the world has over $100 trillion of institutional capital. So while 5.9 seems large, it's actually 5% of what is there. So the struggle here is that we're not recognizing the opportunity we have to invest. Meanwhile, in the developed world, where energy demand curves tend to be flatter, there it's what is the substitution story. Now, how do I substitute clean fuel for dirty fuel? And then the entrenched interests become harder to kind of dislodge. But that's a different political economy.
It's an interesting point with the finance, isn't it? Because it has been for a long while now that trillions upon trillions of dollars have been, as it were, sitting as a little bit on the sidelines, a little bit nervous of risk in the world, quite conservatively not being spent, right? And how that is mobilized is pretty crucial to this story. We had some ladies on from Oxford University and a lady from the Financial Authority, I think it was, of Spain, and others who are working on the Secretary General's Net Zero Task Force. And they say that, of course, there are so many other factors out beyond these COPs, right? There's the trade regime, the financial standards, all these other areas that they're dealing with right now. And they're quite optimistic that they will liberate much more investment in a very short time. So I felt quite confident when they left the stage. I felt quite good that this is actually going to happen. But it's a very good point that you raise. What do we do with some of the more absurd policies that we have that have been long-standing? They seem absurd to me anyway. Maybe they're absurd to you. The fossil fuel subsidy regime, which seems to keep, going up rather than going down. I mean, for so long this has been planned that would be a decline in fossil fuel subsidies globally, but it hasn't happened. How can we short-circuit this? This seems to be really bizarre.
I can start perhaps, and just to in a way build on Sir David's point earlier, that I believe that we're making a huge mistake in allowing ourselves to continuously place the climate crisis in the environmental space, and moreover deal with it as a trade-off and competitor with all the other policy areas in society, which means that we get stuck in incrementality, and we get stuck in not only vested interest, but also current lock-ins in structure, which means that even us who have a full picture of the knowledge of the existential risks we're facing feel that there are limitations to what can we do. It's like when I talk to my academic colleagues, despite the fact that we do leading climate economics at the Potsdam Institute, nobody would suggest that we can have a global price on carbon, because it's kind of beyond any kind of realistic, even though they have academic theory behind it, that it would be the most efficient way of accelerating the pathway off coal, oil, and gas, it's perceived as being in the area of fantasy. I would argue that we are rapidly seeing a trend line away from fantasy. And the reason for this is that it's starting to hurt. And it's starting to hurt for real. And we're starting, just like Arunabha says, starting to see a 2-digit scalability of pathways towards alternative futures. For example, on renewable energy systems competing without subsidies. You don't need the $7 trillion of indirect and direct subsidies to compete anymore on electricity from renewables rather than from coal. So we are at this tipping point in terms of scalability of solutions. It's starting to hurt deep. We're running out of budget. And I think now is the time to be a little bit out of the box thinkers, just like during the COVID crisis, when we were able to, basically shut down the global economy, take drastic top-down decisions. WHO became some kind of global police institution, and we all collectively acted. And I think now is the time to think in the same way. A global price on carbon of $100 per ton of carbon dioxide can be implemented, can be operationalized, can generate massive income for state coffers to rechannelize for social welfare for the most vulnerable communities. And you could accelerate this and solve the problem in a very, very rapid time scheme. But it really requires that we simply step out of our comfort zone and start thinking in crisis mode.
So, I mean, this is a very good point. And we also know that the oil price has ricocheted up and down from $30 a barrel to $150 or $60 a barrel, certainly in my lifetime on many occasions. And the world didn't come to an end, did it? So David.
I just want to take you back to the question of coal and how, for example, and I'm using Britain as the example here because I was heavily involved in developing this. How did we manage, the country that began the Industrial Revolution on the back of coal that we were digging up in the UK, how did we manage to get to the point where we're no longer producing any electricity from coal? And that wasn't just happening, it was driven through by a regulatory system introduced by the Blair government, which required each of the utilities to put a certain percentage of electricity onto the grid from renewables, and that percentage was increased every 2 years. So they were required to do that as an obligation, and there was a penalty if they didn't. And the result of this is that we phased out coal. It wasn't done on the basis of economics. It was done on the basis of the commitment that Britain made to reduce its emissions by 80% by 2050. So that commitment developed a policy that was forced on us, if you like, to reach that ability to get down to 80% reduction by 2050. And I think this is a big lesson. When I was talking recently to a member of the Chinese Politburo about making the transition in China, he was saying, well, the intermittency of renewable energy is a problem. I said, well, of course it is. But when we made that 80% commitment, we didn't use that as an excuse. We knew that we had to find a way around it. And that is, I'm challenging the Chinese, that's what you need to do to make this transition much more quickly.
And we're living in a world right now where digitalization can deliver so many possibilities in terms of managing intermittency, and creativity of the human spirit is absolutely soaring right now in response to this climate crisis.
And each of these new opportunities is a massive opportunity for wealth creation.
Yeah.
Right. So what we are doing is switching away from an energy system that we're now saying is yesterday's energy system. And the opportunities are enormous, because it's not just how you produce electricity, it's how you use it, it's how you produce heating. It's a whole range of challenges, each of which is met by companies moving in and investing and then turning out to have made a really good investment. This is important.
Who would have thought that a vegan sausage would taste as good as the old-fashioned meat one? I mean, I'm totally into those in Germany these days. I don't even think about it now. Yes, you had a point to make.
I think just to pick up on that point, the future, of course, must be decarbonized, but it can also be decentralized and digitalized. And I think we've got to start, the biggest barrier actually is our lack of imagination, of envisioning a very different energy system. Just last week, my organization, CW, we published the rooftop solar potential for India. And that alone is 637 gigawatts of solar capacity. Right now, we are at 62 gigawatts. So 10x more can just come from rooftop. Now, that's not just rooftop solar. Then you have a massive push for electric vehicles. Now, electric vehicles, like all other vehicles, are actually stationary most of the time. So their batteries can serve as energy storage. Then you have cooling. We are in a hot country right now. I come from a hot country. Global cooling demand is going to go up. Today, a global cooling pledge will be announced at COP. So how do we have district cooling and not individual air conditioners that are far more energy efficient? Now, you have district cooling along with electric vehicle charging and battery optimization, along with rooftop solar. You then create a very different digitalized and decentralized market to trade those electrons. But that creates a completely new set of actors who are not generating power in one place, transmitting it through other places, and then delivering it. It's a very different ecosystem. This includes the jobs that you manage to create. Distributed energy creates 7 times more jobs per unit of power generated than even utility scale solar. And utility scale solar, of course, creates more jobs than utility scale fossil fuel. So when you have a system that is both delivering on efficiency, on bringing the energy transition closer to people, creating more jobs, you have a mantra of jobs growth and sustainability that is politically more salient to drive the sustainability agenda.
We're going to have to end it there. I've been given my marching orders, as they say in the United States. We've just hit the timeline, and there's another show coming up. But thank you very much indeed for your knowledge, your wisdom, and also your inspiration, because I think that the scientific voice is critical in this, because everything we do is based on science, or needs to be grounded in science. And congratulations on this letter. We look forward to seeing it in the New York Times, on your work as well with the group, and this great work you're doing in India. Thank you so much, everybody. And back to Stockholm.
The global stocktake is a stark reminder of the reality we face, a rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future for all.
COP28 is our chance to urgently change the direction of travel using the global stocktake as our roadmap. We need to bring the whole of society on this journey.
As first movers and leaders, we're working together to catalyze action towards the most impactful climate solutions.
But for us all to move faster, we need political leaders and policymakers to provide more policy incentives that implement zero emissions.
The future we are choosing is pollution-free and transforming all our systems that drive the real economy.
In fact, change is happening faster than we think.
We've seen exponential progress in clean energy technologies, and electric vehicles could account for 2/3 of car sales by 2030.
With over 12,500 members in the race to zero, businesses, investors, cities, regions, and others
are leading the way to halving emissions by 2030 and are already turning their climate pledges into plans.
We are on our way to actually deliver to the 6.5 billion euro investment goal into renewable energy.
The world will fail to achieve a just and green transition without sufficient, efficient, and fair flows of finance, particularly in developing countries.
And we must remember that in pursuit of a net zero resilient world, we should put people and nature first.
We, as business leaders, are aligning our advocacy with net zero goals.
And we're changing our business models. Of the world's largest 2,000 publicly listed companies, half have set 2050 net zero targets.
We as finance leaders are supporting governments to turbocharge the transition.
For example, sustainable bond issuance has totaled $109 billion so far in 2023, higher than full-year issuance in any other year on record.
私たちは都市や地域のリーダーとして地域の気候行動を実現する革新的な政策を実行しております。京都市は2030年陰性部門
In my city, we have successfully adopted climate actions for almost 20 years. We have switched to 100% electricity from renewable sources for all of our operations.
We don't have time to wait. Later is too late.
We are ready to support ambitious policy incentives and work in collaboration with governments on national climate action plans due in 2025.
We are calling on you, political leaders,
for courageous leadership at COP28.
Great. So we're back in Dubai here, and I'm delighted to have Professor Mariano Mazzucato
Mariana Mazzucato.
Mozzicato. I'll tell you why. Because my iPad has suddenly gone completely mad and has wandered all the way down to a completely different session. So I'll be there in 2 seconds. Yes, super. Okay, so you're the founding director of the UCL Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. Mariana advises policymakers around the world on innovation-led, inclusive and sustainable growth, and her highly acclaimed books include Mission Economy, A Moonshot Guide to Changing Capitalism. And your previous roles have included chair of the World Health Organization's Council on the Economics of Health for All, co-chair of the Global Commission on the Economics of Water, and co-chair of the Council on Urban Initiatives. Can we get a little reflection from you just initially on what we've actually been talking about before, which is that, you know, this wonderful, fantastic science comes forward, in the case of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, signed off by governments, but then the implementation of the findings tends to be maybe not at the speed and scale as some of us would like, and sometimes quite patchy. Why do you think that is?
Okay. So first of all, I think that is not by coincidence, but by design. So I don't believe in conspiracies, but the way that we actually think about economic theory and the way that we framed economic policy in the space of climate change, in the space really of any of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, is that the role of the policymakers, so governments, whether they be national or multilateral development organizations, including MDBs, is about fixing market failures. So by definition, you're always patching things up. By definition, you need a bandage. By definition, you're thinking about bad things like financial gaps, a hole that literally needs to be filled. A new framing, which is I think what we've been trying to do, for example, in the Global Commission on Economics of Water with Johan Rockström and others, is what would it look like in terms of policy, but also public-private partnerships, if this wasn't about fixing market failures, which is the economic speak, but actively shaping and co-creating an economy that delivers for people and planet. What does that look like for industrial strategy? For example, instead of just giving out money to different sectors, including, by the way, renewable energy, what does it mean for those sectors to work together in collaborative, outcomes-oriented ways? What does that mean for the design of procurement, of grants, of loans? What does it mean to put all the problems that we're interested in, including climate, which is a social and economic problem, it's not just technological, at the center of the design of an economy, instead of the periphery? Currently, how we think about health and climate is, oh, let's worry about that there and maybe about poor people there, but then let's talk about finance and venture capital and innovation here. We should actually be transforming all the Sustainable Development Goals into what I argue are moonshots that need strong direction for government, not micromanaging others, but providing a direction, getting as many different sectors involved. So climate change means changing what we eat, how we eat it, how we move, how we build, all the materials that are used for the built environment, where there's lots of carbon emissions from that. And what does that mean for actually catalyzing all the bottom-up innovation that's required in order to get there? So the sum is greater than the parts.
Good. Water, an interesting area altogether, right? You mentioned water just now. You're mentioning water. What can policy do in this area? Or how are we faring with water? Here we have desalination in the United Arab Emirates. I suppose it was renewable energy that powered it. Wouldn't be such a bad idea. What do we do with this in terms of the policy frameworks, in terms of the science?
I can begin, but I should hand over to the water expert, Johan. Okay, so just super quickly to connect it to what I've just said. First of all, water goes across all the Sustainable Development Goals. I can't think of one, whether it's gender parity, life below the oceans, poverty, hunger, that doesn't include water. So we need a systemic approach. Water also is required for all sectors. So it's not about the water as a sector, but water as a problem that all sectors need to work together on. And there's huge amounts of innovation, so we can transform the challenges, the negative, into an opportunity for investment and innovation. But let me hand over to our water expert.
Was it W.H. Auden in England who said many have lived without love, but none without water?
Which is absolutely correct. I mean, it's a scientific fact that water is the bloodstream of the whole planet, and therefore also the bloodstream of all life on Earth. What we also tend to underestimate now that we are here at the COP in Dubai trying to address the climate crisis, that victim number one of all climate impacts are water-related extremes. When you think of it, it's droughts, floods, reinforced hurricanes, typhoons, all food insecurity, all fires are as precursors. First, all the water is evaporated, and then things burn down. So this is a water-related crisis, but we also know that the water is behind every ton of carbon that is sequestered in the living biosphere. So when we all enthusiastically talk about nature climate solutions and afforestation and saving organic carbon in the soils and getting more ecological intensification to suck out carbon as a mitigation strategy, well, I can tell you behind that we need massive volumes of new water to have any chance of doing it, because fundamentally it's run by water. It's the photosynthesis, it's carbon dioxide sucked up plus water gives us sugar. That is what drives the whole Earth system. So that's a drama. But what we are showing in the Global Commission on the Economics of Water is that it goes even one step further, because as Mariana says, it integrates across the entire economy in a way that we've completely underestimated, because not only is it behind all the goods and services, it's also interconnecting nations. It is fundamentally through atmospheric rivers, through the provisioning of rainfall. We show, for example, that Argentina is entirely dependent on a stable Amazon rainforest because it provides up to 40% of the downwind rainfall. China is dependent on stable rainforests in Kazakhstan, and so on and so forth. So this is just proof that water is kind of connecting the economies, and that we have to have valuation of water as a global common good, which then has to be operationalized in economic policies. I mean, this is really challenging, but it's also a massive opportunity to recognize that it's time for the moonshot type governance of the economy, just as Mariana points out.
Can I just say, by the way, this is absolutely fascinating. The idea that China is dependent on the forests in Kazakhstan, that Argentina is dependent on the Amazon, must be parts of India that are dependent on somewhere else. The UK.
The moonshot has to be preserving the global hydrological cycle.
Yeah, so
the common good approach doesn't actually exist.
Because it always struck me in the past, with your microphone, always trying to hold it up, yeah. And I mean, it always struck me with climate change that health was something that kind of united everything. And that is also true, but suddenly you've just pointed that water is a unifying force to all our interests. Arabana, a microphone just up to the mouth.
Connect water, pun intended, flows through everything. But at the heart of the global water crisis is in part an ignorance of the science and a deliberate ignorance of the inequality that is embedded in our water systems. There's still, if we worry about SDG 7 on access to electricity or energy, about 700 million people still without it. There's well over 1 billion people without access to water, nearly 2 billion people without basic sanitation. You cannot think about the water crisis in its entirety without using inequality or reduction of inequality as a critical lever to solve for it. This means there is inequality intra-country, there's inequality between countries, and worst of all, there's inequality sort of designed into our economic systems, the kind of crops we grow, right? So as a result, you subsidize water for large farmers growing water-intensive crops, and you mess it up for small farmers reliant on groundwater recharge or more climate-resilient crops. So that means your pricing of food has to change. Your pricing of other products that embed water in it has to change. Your trade patterns have to change. Now, all of this then can get solved if you have an inequality filter. So it's not just the science, because again, we come back to the question, if the science was so obvious, why aren't we changing? It is because it's inconvenient, but it's not just the science that's inconvenient, inequality is inconvenient.
So David, do you have any reflections on this?
Well, I think the one issue that hasn't been raised so far is a critically important one, which is biodiversity. How do we also bring this into the common good and put a real value on this? You may know that our biodiverse system is seriously under threat now, whether we look at the oceans or on land. And we haven't yet found a mechanism for putting a value on the biodiverse system. Although we are totally dependent on our ecosystems, we are a part of the ecosystems. And I keep saying to people, we need to recognize we're not apart from them, we are a part of them. And yet our economy has disregarded this point. We have just been throwing stuff into the atmosphere, and we really have disregarded the importance of biodiversity. It's a difficult one, and I would challenge my colleagues, please put that on board.
There's a nexus here between water and biodiversity as well, isn't there? I mean, so maybe we could thread some needles here, for example. So what do we do about this issue of inequality with water, the fact that we need water? Is it right that water is neither created nor destroyed, but it just moves around, it goes to the wrong places? Or I don't know what happens to water in a climate changed world. Yeah.
I can just tick that one off very quickly, because it's really important to recognize that climate change and biodiversity loss is now at such a global scale, and it's such a deep impact that we're actually destabilizing the global hydrological cycle. We're pushing it out of balance. The latest estimates show that every 1 degree Celsius of global warming adds another 7% of moisture in the atmosphere. So we're powering up the hydrological cycle. Spontaneously, of course, you could say, isn't that quite good? More fresh water on planet Earth. In fact, what it means is just more extremes. So suddenly you get in temperate regions of the world, tropical downpours of 100 millimeters of rainfall, flooding regions in Germany in a way that has never been recorded before, while you get deep droughts in other parts of the world, because you just get a rising, unpredictable fluctuation of extremes in the water supply. And we know that for a stable society and a stable economy, you need stable hydrology. It's kind of these go together. And just as David points out, if you think of any biodiversity, if you want to have a stable forest system, some really good wetlands, some functioning peatlands or functioning agriculture, you need stable watersheds. You need good groundwater flows, river flows, aquatic ecosystems, and rainfall. So it does tie together. I call water a fundamental part of the mitigation strategy.
Right.
Can I just come in? Yeah, just on this. Well, first of all, we've just published with Johan a piece for Project Syndicate with Nick Stern, who ran the Climate Commission, Des Gupta, who ran the Biodiversity one, precisely making these links. And of course, one of our commissioners is one of the global experts on wetlands, because if the land is not absorbing the water, then literally you go from a drought to a flood, right? Because then you get the rain and the ground doesn't absorb it. But just coming back to something that Johan said before, the global hydrological cycle, right? These connections that there are between Brazil, Argentina, Kazakhstan, and China means that we need collective action. And what we saw, by the way, with the health pandemic is that a global pandemic did not actually then receive collective action. We ended up with vaccine nationalism. So the last thing we want is water nationalism, and to have the right partnerships, global partnerships, with solidarity at the center, but also even opportunistically, we should care about the global side because we get affected by it. We need new contracts. And you'll know that there's water contracts, water rights. And if you look at how they are governed, they are just as dysfunctional as intellectual property rights are, where we haven't governed them right. So we get a lot of privatization. We don't get symbiotic partnerships between the state and the private sector. We get parasitic ones. We get companies like in the UK, Thames Water, which is a company that has really just been driven by shareholder value, giving out money to shareholders, not reinvesting the profits into the infrastructure. And we end up with sewage in our rivers and seas. That is not a good partnership. And that's about corporate governance. We can change that. There's regulations, there's limited liability laws. So we really have to go to the center of business and the center of how we organize the economy to solve this problem.
Can I give an example of what Johan has been talking about? And that is in northeast Greece this summer, where they had an extremely hot summer. And it then gave a burnout to one of the biggest remaining natural forests in Europe. This was the biggest forest burnout disaster in Europe on record. What was that followed by? Floods. Floods which flooded out a big part of Greece's agricultural area. And it is exactly as Mariana's describing. When you have a dry period, the land becomes solidified and the water just runs off, and it causes massive disaster. So I think I just like to think in examples. There are so many examples of what has been happening just in the last 5 to 10 years.
So, I may just add one more dimension to this complex science. Today is World Soil Day, and soil retains far more carbon than the atmosphere. And when you're not looking at the water cycle, then you are also ensuring, as a result of dried out lands, repeated land degradation, but also that then compounds the climate crisis we have. So this is a triple challenge then we end up creating, which is why 30 years ago, we had 3 conventions, not one. We had a convention on climate change, we had a convention on land degradation and desertification, and we had a convention on biodiversity. At least if there has to be a pivot in 2023, it has to be that we need to have a common conversation across these 3, rather than parallel political negotiations.
It's clear that this then is a very important topic of the water, the biodiversity. Where is there a landing place on this in terms of policy? Are we thinking agriculture? Are we thinking that if we can somehow, move the needle towards more regenerative agricultural systems that absorb carbon, restore the health of the land, retain more water, that this could be one? I'm sure there are many, many other policies, but something that the audience here can understand, that this would be a step forward to cover those 3 dimensions that we've just been addressing.
Well, maybe just one way to sum it up in a slogan is water is everywhere, but nowhere. It's everywhere but nowhere in terms of policy. So by putting it at the center of the industrial strategies I talked about before, it would mean that we would have to catalyze innovation in storage systems, in leakages and water delivery systems, in agriculture, innovation in agriculture, including drought-resistant seeds, recycling industrial wastewater. 80% of industrial wastewater is not recycled, so it's a huge waste. By the way, desert regions, like where we are today, have had to innovate. It's very interesting that when there's huge problems, you have to innovate, but how do you scale those innovations? How do we build, move, eat through those innovations? That requires policy to really then use funnels that create markets instead of just patching them up, as I mentioned before, which fails by definition.
Anybody else want to comment?
No, I just like to, connect Mariana and Arnaba here, and David as well, because Arnaba reminded us that you have, 3 billion people undersupplied of water and sanitation. That is not a quantity challenge, it's a management failure. There's no excuse. With the right investments and the right policies, we can deliver. There's no quantity limitation there. But that has to be one center question. Then agriculture is one fundamental one, because it's the world's largest consumer of fresh water. But then water is also a fundamental part of keeping all the living ecosystems intact. So I think, actually, Nick, that you cannot kind of peg in water in one box. It's just like Mariana says, it has to be a fundamental integrator. And that's why, at least personally, I think that the water fits so well on the climate stage, because climate is also a unifying crisis that we're addressing at the global scale, and water is exactly the same. It filters down all the way down to the local community, but it's fundamentally determined at the planetary scale.
We have just a few more minutes left, and these are really the last minutes rather than just a break. Where do you go from here at COP? What are you looking for from an outcome from this conference? Is there something that you feel very passionate about that should happen? There have been some reasonable announcements. The loss and damage finally kicking off with some money. Obviously not enough, and we must make sure that the money is new rather than recycled. Nothing wrong with recycling in other cases, but not in the case of the loss and damage fund. The tripling of renewables, it seems a bit modest to me, that one, actually, because, I mean, it's already on exponential growth. I think it could have been a bit higher, but it's not a bad baseline. Doubling of energy efficiency. I think we need to go from billions to trillions, but in practical ways. We come to these conferences and, this money sounds like, in Italy we have Paperino Paperone, this Donald Duck that talks about money and the billions and trillions. We need to make it real. In other words, think of the multilateral development banks. They have 2.2 trillion. The national development banks, they have over 20 trillion. But currently, the money is just being dispersed. It's not, again, outcomes oriented. So having water problems that we talked about before that really go across the economy to help frame missions through these public entities. That's 24 trillion if they were actually working together. The other thing is our taxation system should be aligned towards these goals. If we had a 0.1% global financial transaction tax, not 1%, 0.1%, that would raise over 400 billion just in the US and Europe. And of course that should be used for climate and water related SDG problems, basically. But then we see what's coming out of these conferences, and it's a bit of 100 billion here, 100 million there. But if we
actually designed an outcomes-oriented economy, we really could turn the billions into trillions, but not just by talking, but walking the talk through the design of tax, of industrial strategy, MDB policy, and so forth.
This is surely about mainstreaming everything into whatever governments decide they're doing, whether it's on infrastructure or whatever. So, David.
So I'm going to just remind everybody that COP is a political process. And we had heads of governments here, we've got their advisors here. An agreement has to emerge. And in all of the time that I was negotiating, there were difficulties because the United States was not playing a leadership role. It was just the opposite, especially under George W. Bush. And yet they are the big hegemon. That is the country that everyone was looking to for leadership, as happened in 1985 with the banishment of CFCs to deal with the crisis in the stratosphere. So I think what I'm now looking at is how do we get around this problem? With 20,000 official negotiators trying to negotiate a deal, you need leadership. You can't do it without real leadership. So I'm just going to say the most encouraging thing for me was the discussion held by Xie Zhenhua, the climate envoy for China, and John Kerry, the climate envoy for the United States, for 5 days in California, just a couple of weeks ago, and they put out a publicly phrased report which has 29 points of agreement between those two countries. Now they need, I think, over the coming week to grasp the nettle and provide leadership to every other country. We need to manage a crisis. We need, of course, more than China and the United States. That would be a start. I believe the European Union would jump in behind them. I hope that India would also be there, a big, big player, 1.25 billion people, and then others will follow. I can see Lula coming in from Brazil. So I'm just looking at this as a political meeting, and what we mustn't forget is a political outcome, then it becomes a challenge to every country.
I'm not a negotiator, and I don't represent India. But as a citizen of the world, there's one thing I want from COP28 is the A word, accountability. We don't have an accountability mechanism in our climate negotiations. And you can't, I have a 11-year-old daughter. She can't go from grade 5 to grade 6 without crossing her final exam. But here we keep promising new targets without holding ourselves accountable for what we've not done. Right? The developed world has made promises of 36% reduction against what the IPCC says of 43% reduction, but are on track to only reduce emissions by 11%. And as a result, will swallow up 3.7 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent from the rest of the world. So unless we hold everyone, not just the developed world, but unless we hold everyone accountable, we are all grievously members of a mutual admiration society rather than members of a mutual accountability society.
I'm going to have to give, maybe I can give you the last word, Johan, because we are right on the edge, but please carry on.
I fully agree with all my fellow panelists here. I just want to say that there's so many challenges on the table, but I think this COP needs to make progress on a credible way of starting to phase out fossil fuels. It's really good, therefore, that Sultan Al Jaber has made clear that he put the loss and damage agenda off the table in the heads of state segment, because we cannot drown in the jungle of all the items on the table. We simply have to get serious on coal, oil, and gas and make progress there.
Good. Thank you very much indeed. It's been a long session, but hopefully you found it an interesting one. I think the audience will have found it absolutely fascinating. And thank you so much for being here, and best of luck for the next few days. And I hand the show back to Stockholm.
Well, thank you very much. Two fantastic panels. And I'd say when science spells it out so loud and clear, it actually becomes a bit emotional, which is good, of course. We have some strong responses here in the studio listening to the scientists here, especially in the first panel. And let's hope that the paper that went out for the delegates here at the COP that Professor Rockström talked about, that this will really have the same effect on the negotiators, that they really that it really hits home the urgency here of what we need to get in place. Renewable energy, especially solar and wind, this is what we'll be talking about shortly, but let's first have a little bit of a break with the bumper. So we'll be talking about renewable energy now. And renewable energy, especially solar and wind, has been doubling globally over the last 3.5 years. So this is really exponential growth, right? Fueling this growth are, of course, tumbling prices. Over the past decade, the cost of solar fell by 80%, which is massive. Onshore wind fell by 57% and offshore by 73%. And this is, of course, really good news. And growth and penetration is set to grow even further at COP28. Many governments and organizations are backing the tripling of renewables by 2030, alongside doubling of energy efficiency. So this is what we will be talking here about in this session, and I'm very delighted to have a guest with me here in the studio, Catharina Grönvall. You are Chief of Sustainability Communications and People Officer. That's quite a wonderful title, and you're at OX2.
I'm at OX2, yes.
So Catharina, welcome to the We Don't Have Time studio in Stockholm, the COP28 studio. Could you please tell us briefly why renewables and nature? Because this is what we're going to focus on when we talk together in this session.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And I'm so glad that you are addressing biodiversity, how biodiversity actually can contribute to attacking the climate crisis. So thank you for that. So just short on OX2, we develop, construct, and maintain solar and wind farms. And just recently, we decided that you could argue that just delivering renewable energy solutions is addressing sustainability, but we said that's not enough. We need to address how we do it, not only the what. So we, in the how, we now have addressed and said that by 2030, we should have biodiversity initiatives in all the solar and wind farms that we construct.
This is, of course, really interesting and crucial. Just to refer back to the conversation with the scientists, we talk about the various crises, and of course, the biodiversity crisis is interlinked with the climate crisis. So, by the way, I just want to point out that we benched the elephant for this session, so now we have a wind power plant mill on the table instead of the elephant in the room. It's still in the room, but right now it's on the bench. So. Why does OX2 want to highlight this topic?
Because sustainability is part of what we do. As I said, we deliver renewable energy solutions, but it's not enough just to do that. It's also how you do it. Of course, it's about your own operations in the kind of buildings that you, offices and so on, but also how can we actually address climate crisis in delivering our parks? So that was an easy decision. Sustainability is part of our business strategy, so it's interlinked, integrated.
Thank you very much, Catharina. And we'll be hearing from a colleague of yours shortly. This is, of course, a very interesting topic. And we have some people in Dubai who will dig deeper into this. So I'm handing it back to you, Nick, in Dubai. See if he's ready. I'm hearing reports that they are really struggling with the heat in the studio. It's outdoors, it's windy, but it's very warm. So let's see if we can turn it over to Nick.
Yes, thanks, Catharina. It gets warmer and warmer. It starts off in the morning quite chilly, and you feel a bit chilly, and then you start off in the afternoon, and you feel like a French fry in a fish and chip shop. But thank you very much indeed. So yes, we've got a fantastic lineup of guests here to see if the rollout of renewable energy infrastructure can actually solve the climate emergency, but also be positive for biodiversity. And with me here to set the scene on the growth of renewables and the urgency to raise ambition is Rana Adib. She's Executive Director of REN 21, Renewables Now. the only global renewable energy community of actors from science, governments, NGOs, and industry, headquartered at the UN Environment Programme in Paris, France. She is also the chair of SLOCAT, an international multi-stakeholder partnership enabling knowledge and action for sustainable low-carbon transport. Rana, you've got the floor. Let's hear what's happening about renewables and how they're going.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed, when we're looking at renewables, here at COP28, we basically have almost a historic moment, and we hope so, because we have over 120 countries asking for tripling up renewable energy capacities and doubling down energy efficiency. So this is a starting point. Now, when we really look at where we are today, the reality is we are burning more fossil fuel than ever. And to address climate change, it's very clear that we need to basically move away from fossil fuel to renewable energy and to energy efficiency, not only in energy system, but also in economy and society. And I think what is really important here is that this really means investment, massive investment and massive development of infrastructure, whether it is renewable energy capacities. So here we need, for instance, to increase the capacities by 3 times. PV is doubling, wind is 4 times almost, but also looking at other renewable energy technologies 10 times. And it's not enough to only look at the energy supply. We also need grid infrastructure, and grid infrastructure needs to double by 2050. I think a big message here is already we need massive infrastructure development, and this obviously has comes along with cost and potentially environmental, also societal impacts. But on the question is, does this also address more than climate change? Yes, it does address more than climate change. You hear it's a bit noisy here, but I think
this is live TV. There's some very noisy people in the studio next door.
Yeah,
they're now very quiet.
Thank you so much, because I thought like I started yelling into the TV, which I don't want to do, right? So infrastructure development means massive investment. It also is a massive opportunity to develop basically renewable energy industry and create jobs. So I think here we already see like a big opportunity for job creation, economic development. And I think one big difference here, if we compare it to fossil fuel, is actually the fact that renewable energy does exist everywhere in the world. So 65 countries have a share of renewables of more than 20%, which already shows that their total final energy consumption. This shows actually that this is being used everywhere. So that's one part. Now, I think on some challenges, we tend to look at the power sector. And that's really a focus. But the power sector is not all, and we really need to look at renewable energy heat and transport also, because this is 80% of the energy we're consuming globally. And what is really interesting here, I think it's showing some of the indications which we need to really address, some principle that we need to address if it is about really taking into account also the environmental impacts. Efficiency needs to go along with renewable energy. And this is important because it allows to reduce the necessary infrastructure we need to build. It allows to reduce cost. That is an area that is very much understood when you talk to the energy consumers, actually, and not only the energy suppliers, the energy consumers, whether it is transport operators, whether it is the industry in the building sector, they have really an understanding that integrating and coupling energy efficiency with renewables is a way to decrease system cost, reach renewable energy targets more quickly, but also reduce the impact. So using infrastructure is one possibility. Another aspect I would like to underline, however, we have indeed technological differences from one sector to the other, but also regional differences. And I think when we're speaking about environmental impacts and societal impacts, it's important to keep in mind that climate change is a global reality. Unfortunately, we're in a situation where especially the most vulnerable countries to climate change do attract the least investment. So if we look, for instance, at the African continent, only 1.6% of the renewable energy investment is going into this region. And that is clearly something where the global community here coming together at COP28 needs to take responsibility to address it and ensure that renewable can really happen everywhere and the transition and the benefits everywhere. Now, on this question of nature nature and the impact.
Positive, yeah.
Nature positive, exactly. Yeah. I think we clearly see that from Wrench on one side, we always say that the transition is not only a fuel switch. It is a transformation of the economy and of society. And what we clearly see is, even though there is a lot of opportunities from the renewable side and benefits, there is also a lot of misinformation. As a result, misinformation that is also being misused, I guess, and is affecting to some extent the societal acceptance. And when you look into the aspects about the societal acceptance, the impact on environment is really a big impact that is being brought up. I think the good news about this is when you compare, we have done basically analysis from Wrench on one side with a broad community of experts here to bring the evidence together about the impacts. All in all, it's very clear, any energy infrastructure does have an impact. But when you compare it to fossil fuel, renewables really allow us to not only address climate change, but ensure basically lower environmental impacts. That's one aspect. And when you're looking into the solution that exists, I think this is really a very important information to share. We see that the industry is actually not ignoring the impacts, but really building a lot of solutions to address those. When we're looking at hydropower, for instance, the International Hydropower Sustainability or the Hydropower Sustainability Council is working since over 10 years together with government, with industry and finance sector to basically create a standard and certification so that the impacts are being monitored and trust is built into those solutions. And that also the societies and often the vulnerable community that might be affected more by renewable energy products are benefiting of it. So I think this is really a big message. Solutions do exist, but they require multi-stakeholder collaboration, so multi-stakeholder between governments, industry, civil society, and to create trust, but also require governments to define basically the regulated frameworks and the standards so that the impacts are being mitigated.
Right. Good. Yeah. Well, that's a good assessment of where we are. And do you think there are some horizons coming up? Just briefly, I always think about ocean renewables. It's always my dream that they would take off massively. There's some indication it's starting to move a bit.
So I think this is indeed another. So I didn't want to go so much into technologies, but given this question, I'm going to give you some elements here. We see indeed that there is a technology concentration very much on solar photovoltaics and on wind. And when you're looking over the last year, solar photovoltaics in 2022 had an increase of 36%. It's the only technology that has really grown where we had a significant market growth. When we're looking in the other technologies, we clearly see that they are lagging behind. And what was really interesting, so we had just recently or 2 days ago here at COP, a breakfast together with 14 developing country representatives. And one of the aspects that really struck me is that a country like Bangladesh, for instance, or Dominican Republic, where you have space-constrained environment, are really looking into other technologies, whether it is concentrated solar photovoltaics, for instance, or ocean energy was also very much mentioned. So I think it's really listening also to other voices than the ones we normally hear.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point. Thanks so much for being with us. We are going to go to another guest in just a few seconds. But I think we may have a bumper coming, and that will allow a nice changeover. So, I've now welcomed on stage Manuel Pulgar Vidal, Global Lead of Climate and Energy at WWF. Manuel Pulgar Vidal is the Global Leader of Climate and Energy there and the Interim Chair of the IUCN Climate Crisis Commission. He has more than 35 years of experience in environmental law and policy. We met when you were the Minister of the Environment for Peru at COP20.
2014.
2014, right, the precursor to the Paris Agreement. That was quite something, wasn't it? Manuel is going to be talking about perhaps nature, the impact of nature when building renewable energy systems, how we can ensure that renewable energy growth is positive with nature and basically respects nature and biodiversity, because we need the nature as much as we need the renewable energy. So over to you, Manuel.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, let me share with you some reflections based in three main ideas. The first one, it is we don't have time. That's correct. That is the title. Because science has already pushed us to move an energy transition. And we have to fulfill that in this decisive decade. We are 6 years ahead of ending the decade, and we have to fulfill with the energy transition. But to be clear, what does it mean, the energy transition? What is that package? It is a package of 4 main topics. The first one, it is that we are pushing towards tripling renewable energies. That is a key element. Fortunately, in this COP28, seems that that could happen, but it is good. The second element, it is that we have to double energy efficiency. That is a key element. Also, that's connect not only with economic activities, but with cities. Cities, with people, with consumers. That is a key element, energy efficiency. That immediately moved me to the third one, probably what it is in the top of the priorities of COP28. We have to phase out fossil fuels. And there is always a debate, phase out, phase down, just call all the fossil fuels? No, it's phase out fossil fuels, as clear as that. And finally, all of this must be developed under a just transition approach. So that is the energy transition package. But there is a but. The point it is what it could be the effect of this new deployment of renewable energy facilities in nature. The principle it is we must not harm nature. We must not damage nature. So how can we do that? There are some elements that we have to continue pushing for a better development. One of those it is we have to develop rules for permitting and siting. Because if the deployment of renewable energy facilities will mean extension of land, that it could be well biodiverse land, we have to avoid that. We have to define clear rules to don't damage nature. And we have some experience in the past to develop permitting and siting rules for many economic activities. But now we have to focus on helping, supporting the deployment of that facilities under this new framework with clear permitting and siting rules. But Nick, that also moves us into the third element of the triangle. So the package, the permitting and siting, and the third one it is, we know that we have to continue developing mining activities for what it is called the critical minerals. So how can we manage those mining activities in a way in which we can avoid, we can limit any damage to nature by defining new rules? We have some experience with the no-go areas for mining. We have some experience by putting some biodiversity conditions for mining. But in my point of view, we have to go one step forward. We have to develop new rules for a new mining sector focusing on critical minerals. So that is the way in which we can do that. And probably many people could be wonder why. Why it is so urgent, the energy transition, why we should focus on not damaging, not harming nature. Because we have a clear vision, because of the Paris Agreement, we know that we would like to be net zero and resilient by the half of century as a way to don't raise temperature in more than 1.5. That is clear, that is our main star. But by now also we have a clear vision for nature, for biodiversity. The Kunming to Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework has already mentioned to us what is that kind of nature positive vision that we would like to achieve by 2030. We would like to halt nature loss. We have to bend that curve. We shouldn't continue losing species, ecosystems, and habitat. So if we have those two elements that are our main star, the point is how can we put all the actors in an accurate orbit in this main star? We do need to have some gravitational forces. And to do that, we do need to develop those kind of rules. Those kind of rules that means to follow the targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Those gravitational forces that means also to walk the transition suggested by science. We have to continue following the science. That is a key element. We have to promote a whole of society approach. We have to bring the non-state actors into the table. It is clear what we can see in this COP28, how much and how well this involvement of the non-state actors, it is supporting the process. It is moving things forward. And why? Also because this that used to be, Nick, and you remember that very well, used to be mainly and mostly a political process.
Yeah.
Now it's becoming an economic one. It is a social one, but also it is a moral one. So ethic, the moral approach, it is an imperative for the COPs. It is an imperative to tell to the decision makers, we have to make progress. We have in every COP to move one step towards achieving our objective. We cannot stop. We don't have time. Yeah. And that is the key element.
Okay. Thank you, Manuel. And so it's an interesting topic. And I must say, when we said we were going to have this topic on the show, there was a little bit of me that was pausing and thinking, is this really a big topic? But then when you pour into it, there is obviously legitimate concern that we must be sensitive with the development of renewable energy infrastructure. Otherwise, we could harm nature. And I hadn't really, I mean, I know the arguments about birds and wind turbines, and that's important. But I didn't realize, of course, we could end up kind of just carpeting the landscape in solar panels, for example. So you're part of not an organization, but an initiative, I think, with IUCN, I think, IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency, and others that are kind of looking at this, aren't you? How do you bring in, presumably, guidelines or maybe spotlight innovative examples of where renewable energy is blossoming and also benefiting nature rather than harming it? This is a new frontier in some ways.
It is, and it is true. We, with a group of partners, including UNDP, sorry, to be clear, UNDP, but I'm sure that UNEP could join. The UN, no? Plus some of the operators. We have created this community, this coalition, under the title of Clean Action. Clean Action altogether, that is the name. And we have started by defining principles. And the principles, it is exactly to what I've already mentioned or said. It is to continue promoting deployment of renewable energy by not affecting nature. And there are many, many principles in that sense. Because it is true, you can deploy a renewable energy facility in a place without biodiversity. Probably that won't damage any area, any species, or any ecosystem. But on the other hand, if you are, for example, in the tropics, you have to be very cautious on when exactly you can allow to develop these big areas for photovoltaic facilities or for wind facilities. So the idea it is to start by principles, but also to showcase that things are happening. This is an interesting process, Nick, because the COP is showing that things are happening. But we have to organize things around principle, criteria, conditions, pledges, and commitments. That is the way to continue progress in what we think must be the way to fulfill with the promise of Paris and now with the promise of the Global Biodiversity Framework. So Clean Action it is showing, on the other hand, how well is working an alliance in between NGOs, UN system, and operators, the business sector. And we hope that we can convene soon governments, because that could make a perfect equation to have all the actors working together towards a very well-developed objective.
Good. So, Manuel, thank you so much for being with us. I know you're one of the most in-demand speakers and people at these COPs, and pre-COPs as well, when we talked before. And to find the time to be with us, that's really appreciated, and I think the audience will appreciate that as well. So thank you so much for being with us, Manuel.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nick. And let me finish by encouraging decision makers, negotiators, to produce a strong global stocktake outcome that can give the guidance to the process, to continue developing and deploying renewable energy facilities, but with principles that consider nature also as a main objective for this planet. It is by connecting both that we can be sustainable and we can live in a better planet.
As well as phasing out fossil fuels.
For sure, that is a key priority.
For sure, okay. Thanks, Manuel. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
We're going to go back to Stockholm right now. Back to you, Katarina.
Well, thank you, Nick. Our next guest here is an expert on setting goals and on strategy for making renewables nature positive, both above and underwater. And we have with us Lotta Nummelin. She's permit manager at OX2, and Lotta is a marine biologist from Åland. And for those of you who are not familiar with this part of the world, Åland is a fairly small island in between, well, to be a little bit not so precise, in between Sweden and Finland. And Lotta has worked with the Baltic Sea issues within academia, public administration, NGOs, and also in foundations. And she now works in the private sector. And she has a passion for combining renewable energy production, increased biodiversity, and multi-use of energy production areas. So this is really spot on what we need to focus on in this session. So welcome, Lotta, and you have the floor, you have the Zoom for your keynote presentation here, and I know you also have some images you would like to share with us.
Thank you very much, Katarina. And meetings from a very snowy Åland, very different from Dubai, I can hear. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about our contributions to solving two of mankind's biggest crises, the climate crisis, of course, and the loss of biodiversity. And with the OX2, we have the ambition of nature positivity, as Katarina in the beginning said, which means that we aim to create higher natural values within our projects than we had done them before. And I know this is a really high ambition. And it's really exciting to go on this path. Could I have the next slide, please? I will mainly focus on offshore wind energy production, but of course the same also goes for other projects. Next slide, please. Within OX2, we use this mitigation hierarchy as the base of our thinking, where step one is to avoid harm, as we heard from WWF. So we avoid areas with high natural values. The step two is minimizing the environmental impact. We choose better methods. We, for example, do our work in different times of the year. And of course, this fast development of technical solutions, such as radars and others, gives us lots of new possibility to always also minimize the impact. We gather, of course, a lot of data. We conduct field surveys. We make models to predict changes in the environment in our permitting processes. And we hope that this knowledge also can be of benefit for both science and monitoring within society, and that we, through this, also can create a greater understanding for the complexity of our marine ecosystems. The next step in the hierarchy is restore, and here we have really, really interesting possibilities when it comes to offshore energy production and when you produce hydrogen in the production parks. When you produce hydrogen, you split the water molecule, which gives you a byproduct of oxygen. And we are looking into the possibilities to use this oxygen to oxygenate the depths of the Baltic Sea. The Baltic Sea is considered one of the most polluted seas in the world, and it suffers from oxygen depletion in large areas at the bottom. So if we could do that, we could have many beneficial impacts. We could restore, for example, cod spawning grounds that we have lost already, and we can stop the internal load of phosphorus to the sea. Could I have the next slide, please? Then we come to the really exciting part, which is the nature positive part. And in the offshore wind, we introduce a hard surface from the sea bottom up to the surface when you have the sunlight. So we create a totally new habitat in these offshore areas, so-called reef effects. And here at the Åland Islands, we have established a test lab, our project Björkskär, which I also have the island of Björkskär behind me here. And here we test different surfaces, different structures, different materials to find out what kind of foundations we could use and different artificial reef structures that really could fit our condition and that we could increase the biodiversity in our part of the world. So here are a few pictures from our tests. Could I have the next slide, please? Of course, and a really important part of this is also to finding methods to measure our success. Do these actions actually work? And these kinds of methods are developing also really fast, and we are collaborating with some initiatives, for example, the CLIMB project, which is together with EcoGain, where we are finding first for terrestrial ecosystems, how can you measure the increase of biodiversity? But I'm sure that the marine environment will come really soon after. And we also test how can we use these areas in other ways as well, for example, for food production, seaweed production, mussel cultivation. And we do this together with our excellent partners. So next slide, please. So to sum up, we live in incredibly interesting times. We have an interesting journey ahead of us. We are combating climate change. At the same time, we are making sure that we don't lose additional biodiversity, that we could even increase it, and it's really, really exciting. Thank you so much.
That was really, really interesting. A question here, in terms of goals and strategies, which would you say are key to getting this to be in place?
Well, we kind of need to understand what we mean by biodiversity, and usually we are talking at quite a high level about biodiversity, but when we come to projects like this, we really need to understand on a species level, for example, in our area, what does biodiversity actually mean, and how can we increase it? And that's really interesting to discuss, for example, with scientists to get a deeper understanding. Biodiversity has also always been a bit of a blurry, hard to understand concept, but now when we're really trying to deal with what does this mean in reality, it opens new understandings of what we mean by biodiversity. That's really exciting for me.
So Lotta, in the terms of processing and also getting the acceptance, not in my backyard perspective, that is of course very prevalent still, does these strategies, can you communicate these and might they even speed up these processes?
Well, we have seen that our project Björkskär has really gained a lot of interest, and we have a lot of visitors. And of course, the natural impact of these projects we are working on is of great importance to people around. And when they come to Björkskär and they see what kind of measures we do and that we actually in the long run could make them better for the environment, they are really, really excited about them as well. So we have seen that it's really opening up people's understanding about the Baltic Sea, about energy transformation and what we can do together, and really trying to combine these things.
Well, thank you. I'd like to ask you to elaborate a bit on the oxygenation of the seabeds, because as you stated, the Baltic is dead, and the bottom of the Baltic is dead in large parts of this huge inner ocean, inner sea. So how can this process really help?
As I said, we have bottoms, very big areas in the middle of the Baltic Sea where we don't have any oxygen. But of course, nothing can live that breathes oxygen. In order, different kinds of trials with aerating and oxygenating these bottoms has been done for many, many decades. But now the situation is a bit different when we have this energy production there, so we can use the energy we have, and since the oxygen is a byproduct, we don't need to put a lot of energy of actually trying to find the oxygen from somewhere else, and we can really efficiently use this oxygen to oxygenize these bottoms, which could have a really big impact on the Baltic Sea. So that's really exciting.
So, Lotta, how do you measure and how do you communicate success? Because it sounds like you're already gaining some momentum here, and they're good examples to share.
Well, first of all, by testing, by actually going out there and putting stuff out there and see what happens, because nature is kind of unpredictable. So you need to actually see what's going on. Of course, you can learn a lot from literature, but then you need to test. And you need to test them in the conditions when you're building the offshore park. That's one thing. The other thing is, I know it's a bit lame, but it's so important. That's collaboration. It's the buzzword for everybody, but it is so important that we combine the knowledge we have in science, the practical measures we have for people who live there. So just doing this together, and for us, for example, working together with our technical team and our biodiversity team to finding the right solutions is so crucial, because otherwise we can find out a lot of really exciting ideas which then won't work in real life. So it's really important that we do this together.
So how can this work be transferred into standards, I'd say for all renewables, not just for your company?
Well, I of course hope that, say, 5-10 years, this will be an industry standard, that in the permitting processes that we will have also this nature positive part. We have a few issues to solve before we are there, but I think it's kind of a lot of, there is a lot of ambition, so I don't think it will be impossible. So I hope that we could build the best energy production offshore here and learn from each other, and then of course pass on the knowledge we have from here.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for joining us here today, Lotta, and for sharing your insights. And I'm now handing it back to Nick.
Thanks, Katerina. Back here in Dubai, I've got 3 fabulous guests to actually discuss this in a little bit more detail. I've got Dean Cooper. He's the Global Energy Lead for WWF and currently managing WWF's Global Energy Strategy, which is called Faster, Greener, Fairer. He has 7 years with UNEP in Paris, the UN Environment Programme, on scale-up investment of sustainable clean energy tech worldwide. We're also delighted to have Rachel Asante-Owuzu. Pretty good, not bad?
Not bad.
I'm scoring points every time I pronounce tough names for me anyway. Yeah, but don't worry, the people mangle my name, Nuttall. I get Knuckle in America and Noodle in other parts of the world. She's Senior Program Coordinator at IUCN. Rachel is the Senior Program Coordinator for Climate Change at IUCN, a molecular biologist by training. Rachel has been with IUCN for over 12 years. Lastly, but not least, Antonella Battaglini. Okay, Battaglini? Okay, thanks. CEO of Renewables Grid Initiative, which she founded in 2009. And this is a unique collaboration of NGOs and the transmission industry from across Europe, promoting transparent, environmentally sensitive grid development to enable steady growth of renewables and fuel the energy transition. So I'm going to go to you first, Dean, because WWF's got a new report out, or it's it's basically a new report out on this issue of how do we manage renewable energy infrastructure development, which we desperately need for climate action, with the fact that we also need to look after our nature, and because we need that for climate as well, but also for a heck of a lot of other things. Yeah, what are the kind of findings you're broadly seeing?
Well, I think I should perhaps just go back to the origins of the report, because back earlier in the year,
one of the first outputs of our sort of coalition linking energy and nature for action, or the Clean Action Coalition, was a nature safe energy report. And that talked about how we can implement renewable energy with the least disruption to nature, because there's clearly going to be some disruption. But I felt then that we'd sort of looked at that issue. We've got recommendations to governments, we've got recommendations to installers, to financiers. But I was told by our US office that people are still saying, are renewables really better than fossil fuels? And I thought, oh goodness, well, I thought as energy people, we've known that for a long time. But no, cut a long story short, we did a report on nature positive energy transformation. And really looking at in some detail about, there were 30 different metrics to try to look at what was the impact. So looking at things like water quality, air quality, water use, mining was an issue, biodiversity impact, and trying to assess what was the implication of renewable energy activity on nature. Now, 27 out of those 30 metrics said very clearly that not business as usual with fossil fuels, but a rapid transition to renewable energy is going to be much, much better, 2 to 16 times better. But of course, then the first question that comes back on that is 27 out of 30, so what were the other 3? And in fact, there are issues with renewables. There are issues with any new energy source. And those 3 in particular, looking at land use, for example. If we want wind farms, we want solar power, it's going to be using land. We've got to think about what do people do with food production in some areas. Similarly, looking at the impact on water, I mean, free-flowing rivers as well. If we want hydropower, that's going to impact on the rivers. So there are issues that need to be managed. And I think that's the final message from that report is, look, we can do renewables well, and we can do renewables not so well. So let's make sure that we understand what the impacts are going to be, manage that appropriately, and we do 100% renewable energy as soon as possible. And that, going back to the document you mentioned, is the bottom line: 100% renewable energy, faster, greener, fairer.
Okay, super. Rachel, IUCN has also been working on this. I've seen several documents on the website there, which is how, in a sense, we found you. Does what you're finding sort of chime a bit with WWF, that we need renewable energy to deal with climate change, because if we don't deal with climate change, nature is going to be in trouble, but we need to do it in some more sensitive ways?
Well, yes, but I'm going to come back on you with one point. We need to tackle biodiversity, because if we don't tackle biodiversity, we can't solve the climate problem. We need functioning ecosystems so that we can have carbon mitigation actions, so we can have adaptation actions. So it's not about trying to solve both. You can't solve the climate crisis without solving the biodiversity crisis. You're right. We've done a number of guidance documents. We've got that guidance documents that are aimed at companies around how they can mitigate their impacts towards biodiversity. We are now looking at developing guidance documents for our state members, because at IUCN we're a global conservation union, which means we have NGO members, state members, and indigenous peoples members. So we've spoken to our state members, and we've asked them what are the challenges that they are facing. And one of the challenges is around spatial planning. Where are the go areas? Where can we put renewable energies in fast? The other challenge is the grids, but I'm going to leave it to your next guest to talk about that. But that's why IUCN is collaborating with RGI, because we have 75 years experience of developing guidance, developing tools, developing metrics around biodiversity restoration. But if we're going to solve the climate crisis, we're going to have collaborations with different specificities, different skills. And we'll bring our skills in. I'll leave it to Antonella to discuss what her skills are.
All right, let's go to that then, because you signed an agreement, Antonella, with IUCN on the grid aspect, but also on this whole nature positive, or how can we not harm nature with renewable energy development. What is the aim of this, and how does it fit into the grid story?
We call it Ginger.
Ginger?
Yes.
It's called
Ginger.
All right. I'm sure somebody will tell.
Global Initiative for Nature, Grid, and Renewables.
Okay, I thought it was a cat for a second. We used to have a cat called Ginger, but
no, well, it is also a tea, but no, it's something different. and actually, it's not just an agreement between IUCN and RGI. It is rather a joint effort to bring all the different stakeholders under one roof, the IUCN roof. We will bring our technical grid knowledge, which is unique and very niche. IUCN will bring the 75 years of biodiversity experience, and together with all the other stakeholders, we want to agree on a limited set of assessment criteria to evaluate the contribution towards nature positivity of grids and renewables, mainly wind and solar. So this is very new because up to now, everyone has been trying to invent its own assessment tool. And we say, forget about that. We don't want to compete on this. We want to collaborate. And this is why Ginger goes to the root of the problem and finds a common platform where we not only can standardize approaches, we can reduce greenwashing, but we also will provide technical assistance to implement this new methodology.
So basically, it's going to be, I hate the word checklist, but in other words, some kind of recommendations. If you are going to do renewable energy, these are the things that you have to watch to make sure that you also look after nature, in fact, nature positive, rather than just not doing harm, but actually enhancing nature, perhaps. And is that correct? There's some, yeah.
So it is renewables and grids, because if you do renewables without grids, you've done nothing.
Yeah.
Just to make it clear.
No, I understand that, yeah. But I mean, so it's the grids and also the renewable energy.
So there are two elements, and I leave it to Rachel to go more in depth. There is one, a procedural part, where it's a checklist.
Yeah.
But then there is a much more technical part, because we need to evaluate which measure really contribute to NatureNet.
We need to start agreeing on metrics. We need to start agreeing on what good practice looks like for the energy transition, and that's what Ginger's there for, and that's why it's got to be inclusive. It's not exclusive. It's inclusive. And we launched it just half an hour ago, and in the launch, one of the things I said is, for climate change, everybody's got to win. There's not one region that can run forward with renewable energy, do it brilliantly. It doesn't win the climate change challenge unless we're all there. And so more than a checklist, I look at it as an assurance measure. If it's there to help. It's there to remind you of how to do things and how to do things properly. And I'll just add that at IUCN, we don't have the technical expertise of the grid development, but what we do have are 16,000 scientists with skills and expertise in issues around species, in issues around forests, in issues around environmental law, and we'll also bring them to the table as part of Ginger as well.
So this is announced today. Wow, so we're actually breaking news here not just getting hot, but we're breaking news as well, which is hot news. That's really good news. So thank you. Dean, you've listened to these two wonderful ladies. How does this chime with your work? Does this sound like a good initiative? And should WWF be involved? I don't know.
No, Nick, it's a terrible initiative. I wouldn't go there. No, look, Amani, I've been in contact with both of these ladies over some time, but not enough contact. So I've been aware, and we've been talking about bringing together. And I think this is a critical element: is that we can't continue all doing our own activities separately. We're all trying to reach a common goal, and we can certainly get there much more effectively. And with much more efficient resourcing, if we can pool our resources so that we can work together on that. So certainly that word I've just mentioned now, together, I think all of us have said during the launch earlier today of Ginger, we felt that is the critical aspect. We have to try to work together with the private sector, policymakers, the financiers, the implementers, and the civil society arrangement. So it's a question of how can we do that most effectively. Now, I think as far as the impact on nature is concerned, that's also an issue which is becoming more critical. People are starting to recognize the issue that's involved. So my impression is that we don't have to talk about the climate crisis anymore in terms of raising awareness, because people are knowing about that, especially the people at this sort of event. The energy crisis wasn't really on the agenda until a couple of years ago, after the gas issues and the invasions. Now we've got the climate crisis and the energy crisis. We need to add to that the nature crisis. In my first week after joining WWF, I was told that we've lost 70% of biodiversity in the last 50 years. That made a big impact on me. 70% loss means we really should be doing something about it. So it's not a question of either climate or energy or nature. It's really the combination.
Yeah.
And it's important for us to have the nature-based organizations talking energy and energy-based organizations talking nature. So great to be with these.
I know we're running a bit short of time, but I wanted to ask, I mean, so it's not that we haven't just suddenly got nature and we haven't suddenly just got renewable energy. We had nature for a very long time, renewable energy a little bit more recently, and the grids as well a little bit more recently. But are there some examples that you can point to, anybody where, you know, a grid developer or renewable energy developer and nature has worked hand in hand? It's been positive. It's a pin-up, a poster child or something like that.
And then we have plenty of examples. At RGI, we have been collecting examples. We are giving an award. I'm going to name, for example, grid corridors. You have 1,000 kilometers of grids, and you can manage these corridors in an environmentally friendly way. You can design the corridor to become an enhancement to nature. You can do pollinator, you can do meadow, you can do so many different things. The only limit is our imagination. In the offshore, we are looking at fish hotels, coral reefs restorations, new meadows of oysters. This is a fundamental shift in the mindset also of the energy actors that now recognize that whenever they put infrastructure in place, they can do something good for nature.
So I just want to add that for me, part of Ginger's aim is also to be able to communicate these good practices, because, you know, for tens of millions of people around the world, the energy crisis never left. They don't have energy. And electrification is an opportunity for us not just to solve the biodiversity crisis, the climate crisis, but to put tens of millions of people who are not on the grid on the grid. Last year was the first year in decades where the number of people without electricity rose. We're now back to 2013 peaks. And most of those are in sub-Saharan Africa. So there are lots of crises going on, and there are good practices. And the aim of Ginger is to push those that are doing well further, but also to help those that are coming onto the transition pathway and to help them make the right decisions as well.
But it's a timely moment, isn't it? I mean, I know this tripling of renewable energy as an outcome at the COP and the doubling of energy efficiency is something that, you know, we can celebrate. I actually think it's quite modest, is the tripling of new renewable energy by 2030. I mean, other people say it's easily going to be 5 times the way things are going in terms of exponential growth. And I mean, solar power doubled its capacity, in the last 18 months. So, I mean, you know, there is a big surge. And if they get a phase out of fossil fuels, that's another impulse towards a cleaner energy future, which we desperately need. So it's an ideal moment that this issue that you are discussing right now is actually being discussed, and that there are ideas going to be coming forward on how this can benefit nature. Am I right? I think I am. Yes?
You're right.
Thank you. It's the first time in the entire time I've been at the COP that somebody said you were right.
No, but I think, Nick, I mean, just to emphasize what you're saying, I think, you know, there's this sort of verbal agreement, at least, to this tripling of renewable energy, and it really is not enough by a long, long way. But we do have to deal with the implications of that. So it's very easy to say, yes, we want lots more of something very quickly, But what does that actually mean? And I think this issue on the grid is a good case in point. It means we've got to have the infrastructure in place. It's not just a question of more wind and more solar, it's how do you deliver that? And therefore grid infrastructure is going to be a critical element. It's not just the grid. We've got to think about siting, planning, thinking about the critical minerals issue, which comes up. Renewable energy requires that. So it's really not just about fossil fuel phase out. That's clearly, we want a commitment, a real commitment in the agreement from this event to say that fossil fuels really have to go. But then how do we replace fossil fuels? How do we do that cost effectively? And as Rachel is saying, how do we think about those people that don't have energy supplies at the moment? Yes, so energy access is a critical element of this just energy transformation which we need to see.
Where do you go from here? Where does, from this launch today, this conversation here, which thank you very much indeed, there's millions of people watching this show, and then they probably never even thought about, like I hadn't really thought about this nexus here. Where do you take your plans?
In January, we start working. Up to now, it has been a crazy idea of two crazy women, you know, and now we are realizing.
Not so crazy.
And now we are realizing it. But yeah, it's not so crazy because we need it. And I would like to mention that tripling up is good. Phase out of fossil is better, and we cannot tripling up without nature. We cannot tripling up without people. And so that's why I think Ginger comes at the right moment.
Yep. Back to work in January. I think the aim is now to get as many people involved as possible. It's about being inclusive. It's about being global. And it's also about listening. We're not coming with prescribed solutions. We have examples, we have case studies, we have experience, but it's also listening to people, finding out what their challenges are, what their bottlenecks are, and working together.
Good. So we're just going to wrap up here, I think, but I wanted just to comment on one thing since we last saw each other, because we were together at New York Climate Week when we were broadcasting from there, and we were talking about the absurdity that the grids in Europe, UK as well, USA, people couldn't find interconnections to the grid for renewables, which seemed also totally absurd, right? And we were discussing that. Yeah. And then I know at least the UK has announced something on that just in the last week or so, that they want to deal with that issue. So that's quite positive.
Everyone is announcing something. Good. Everyone wants to deal with that. But announcement and implementation are two completely separate things.
Yes.
And implementation comes on the ground. It takes different skills than talking to a microphone.
Oh, I never thought about that. So if I have no skill sets at all.
We wouldn't say that. We wouldn't say that, Nick.
But no, I think just underlying that message, it's the words into action that we need to see. We've been talking for years, decades. I'm having meetings here, and I could have written the script 20 years ago. It's the same words. We need to translate that. And this sort of is a great example of how we can do that with this new initiative. So let's see more of that, and let's work together to achieve some real practical outcomes.
And let's be back on shore with some clear results.
Yes, we'll have you back for sure. Good. Well, we're going to have to wrap up there. I think 3 fantastic guests as part of some other fantastic guests on this very interesting and emerging topic. I'm glad that we were there, and thanks to OX2 for being with us as well in Stockholm. I think I have to hand this now back to Stockholm. So back to you, Katarina.
Well, thank you very much, Nick. Katarina Grönvall and I, Katarina von OX2, we've been listening in with great pleasure here on this session. So, Katarina, what are your key takeaways from listening to the panels here?
Yeah, thank you. I think it was a very interesting session. Obviously, lots of knowledgeable panel members there. We need to accelerate the access to renewable energy, but we also need to limit the damage when doing so. Biodiversity is absolutely one of the aspects that we need to address. And we should cooperate and collaborate and do it in partnerships. And I think that's the right way to go.
Excellent. It's very interesting with this ginger collaboration that's being brought out now during the COP. So let's hope it gets a lot of attention and that we keep on talking about this very important topic here. So just one last question for you, Katarina. What's happening now from your perspective from OX2 when it comes to biodiversity connected to the wind farms?
Yeah. So as we have taken this decision to address biodiversity, we've also increased, accelerated the initiatives and the knowledge in doing so. And as the company is sort of developing, moving into new markets, we're also learning from our new markets. But I think one key issue that which has been a good decision, is to treat sustainability questions as our business strategy, because then it gets done. So I think what is measured gets done. So I think that's key.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for joining us here today.
Thank you.
And this concludes this session on renewable energy and connected to biodiversity crisis. And let's move on to the next topic. Pacific Island nations are among the most at risk from the impacts of climate change, yet the least responsible for creating the problem. They were the first to call the world's attention to the very real present-day threats to people, places, and culture that the climate crisis presents. Throughout the decades since, they pushed for loss and damage funding. They pushed for ecocide to be treated as a crime by the International Criminal Court, and for the International Court of Justice to deliver an opinion on the state obligations and legal implications of climate change, which is currently taking place. These big ocean states were also the first to demand a phase out of fossil fuels, including most recently bringing the call for an official mandate to negotiate a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty to the UN, including here at COP28. So join us now for a discussion with Pacific Island civil society leaders about this journey and next steps to advanced action around a just transition. So back over to the Dubai studio, where Nick Nuttall has some very interesting guests lined up.
Thanks, Katarina. Yes, 3 more absolutely terrific guests from the Pacific Island region, and we're absolutely delighted to have them here with us. I'm joined on stage by Sharella Fruan. Sharelle, yes. Okay. Interesting spelling of that. Okay, it's always fun to play this game, right? Can Nick get it right or not? Sharelle, okay. Pacific Treaty Champion, Samoa, Aotearoa. Aotearoa. Okay. What does that mean, by the way?
New Zealand. It's the white cloud.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. You're from Samoa with ancestral ties to Tokelau and Tuvalu. As a Pacific climate warrior, you acknowledge the importance of amplifying the voices of youth and marginalized communities, weaving indigenous, racial, and gender justice into the climate narrative. We've got Gemma Nelson. That's a bit easier for me. Diplomatic advisor, Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, Samoa, New York. And Gemma is an early career ocean professional and Ocean Voices Fellow, experienced in providing legal advice and support for Pacific countries' engagement at the United Nations, in particular in negotiating treaties. And last but not least, wow, this is going to be a tough one. Okay, Tiana Hua Jacquelyn. Okay, Fossil Fuel Treaty Champion, Aotearoa, New Zealand, and a co-lead. Tiana has a background in leading indigenous grassroots climate advocacy. Thank you very much indeed for all three of you being here. So maybe we can kick off, Gemma, with you. What can you tell us about the origins of the movement and the diplomatic work that Pacific governments have undertaken so far, and how past climate leadership has led to these moments?
Thank you, Nick. So I think when we talk about the past leadership of Pacific leaders, we have to go back to the negotiation of the Paris Agreement and the securing of the 1.5 aspirational target, which it's still an aspirational target under Paris. Pacific leaders, political leaders at that time, recognized that in order for our islands to survive in this new era, we needed to cap emissions, cap warming at 1.5 degrees. As you know, in the Paris Agreement, the actual limit is 2 degrees with an aspirational target of 1.5. As time has gone on through our engagement at COPs, previous COPs, and also our engagement throughout the multilateral space, I think others are now recognizing that 2 degrees is not bearable, that 1.5 is the absolute limit. What we know now from the global stock take, as well as just science data reports that are coming out, 1.5, we're far off course for charting that. Not only the global stock take results is that we are behind on commitments that have been made, but we're also very far behind on the ambition that is needed to meet 1.5. Pacific leaders are now realizing this. We're seeing every year worse and worse storms, worse and worse cyclones. In fact, in Vanuatu this year, I think we had the earliest storm, tropical cyclone category 5 to hit Vanuatu. We're seeing those changing climate patterns having a real impact on our people and our planet. And so this is one of the reasons why Vanuatu, Tuvalu, we are the first countries to come forward and call for this global governance framework to really force or to really bring countries together to start negotiating a treaty that can phase out fossil fuels, which are the main driver of climate change. So building on the leadership that we've shown in the past in the climate space, as well as in general international law, a new treaty is the natural next step if we want to secure 1.5 for our islands to survive.
Thank you. Carol, from your experience, can you tell us how the work of Pacific grassroots campaigns contributes to the work your governments are doing? Could you also tell us a bit about your experience with grassroots movements in the Pacific?
Thank you, Nick. It's Sherelle, actually.
Sherelle.
Yes, you got it.
I'm going to try really hard with this. I'm sorry. We're just rolling with guests every 30 minutes.
No, of course.
And it's so hard to just keep one's brain focused on the pronunciation.
No, thank you so much, Nick. Yeah, I guess just touching on what Gemma has shared about the realities of what climate change looks like in the Pacific. I think growing up in Samoa, having climate change be a part of our daily realities, experiencing flash floods, experiencing an increase of tropical cyclones, experiencing sea level rise, it's hard not to become an activist. It's hard not to join a grassroots movement. My mother, she worked for SPREP for 15 years, which is the Secretary of the Pacific Regional Environment Program. They actually have a pavilion here at COP. It's the Moana Pavilion. It's B3, Building 29, if you'd like to visit. And so I very much feel like I've grown up in the movement. And I think that for a lot of Pacific and Indigenous young people, they're almost born into the movement, forced into this space, because what other choice do we have than to fight for our islands, our ancestral homes, our traditions, our survival? I think for a lot of Pacific grassroots movement, youth in general, youth in particular, we don't have a choice other than to innovate climate solutions to protect our lands from the destruction of climate change. We don't have choice than to advocate, than to demonstrate, than to take up space like in these international conferences such as COP, and to really give a face to the climate change story. I think in the Pacific climate space, we're also very fortunate that our Pacific leaders are complementing the work that we're doing at the grassroots movement. And that's evident in the fact that 8 Pacific Island countries have already endorsed the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. And I think it's a great example for others here at COP to follow.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And by the way, you're right. I mean, SPREP, the South Pacific Regional Environment program. I used to work for the UN Environment Program as the Director of Commons, and we used to work with SPREP, and they do really good work on limited budgets, right? I mean, they need more funding, and it's absolutely clear, but they do pretty good work. Tiana and Gemma, you both have extensive experience in the multilateral space, from climate change to the United Nations processes. What do you see as the potential pathway forward for this initiative, in other words, the treaty? And what is needed to turn these campaigns and agreements into real action? Yeah.
Well, okay, just to go first. So preface, my background is as a legal advisor, so I come very much from that technical point of view. In order to realize the ambition that Pacific countries and now others are also asking for at COP, one of the things that we need is we need stronger science, we need reports and the data to inform the decisions and to inform what this future instrument could look like. Where are the areas that it needs to target? How does it need to address those? And part of that how is also why. Why are we taking certain actions in certain areas? And it needs to be effective. So part of that, answering that why, is that we need a diversity of voices. I think we all understand and we all acknowledge the Pacific, as others have said, are the least responsible for the climate crisis. We are not here, we cannot solve it on our own. This is a movement that needs to be, that we need other voices in, from science, academia, indigenous peoples, vulnerable communities, but also other countries, those who are producers, those developing countries with interests. You know, this train is on the tracks. We already know from our people, our citizens on the ground, grassroots movements, this is a call that they want. This is going to happen whether or not they're there or not. So we need a diversity of voices, we need the science and the data to inform the decisions that that need to be made. And we also need that political push. So that political push is obviously coming from the 8 Pacific Island countries, but also Antigua and Barbuda, Timor-Leste, and now Colombia. Those last 2 are producer countries. They are providing that political push that we need to get to galvanize momentum around this instrument.
And cities too, by the way. I had the mayor of Bonn on the show this morning, and of course I think they were one of the first German cities to sign this new treaty. So,
yes.
What's your perception?
Yeah, just to build off what Gemma has said, I think in how we see this campaign successful is building off small momentum. So from cities all the way up to organizations and countries, and also aligning the political will with the needs and desires of the grassroots activism and momentum that's building. And that's how and where we've seen success so far.
Yeah, yeah. It's, so Tiana and Sherelle?
Yay.
Hooray! I've been sitting here thinking about that for the last 10 minutes. I'm thinking I'll probably mangle it when I do it again next time. I was thinking quite a lot of pressure there. While you are both engaging in the multilateral space, you are still working in your communities and for your regions. So what do you think needs to happen to realize the aspiration of a fossil-free Pacific? It's possible, isn't it? It's very possible.
Yes, I can start here. So in Aotearoa, we have not long launched our campaign. And while we have just had a new government come in, what we realize and what's most successful with this campaign is aligning the movements, grassroots movements, to meet the needs and moments of the communities that in the places that we serve. So in Aotearoa, our new government wants to repeal the offshore oil and gas ban, and should that be successful, then this campaign will not be successful. And so what we're doing in Aotearoa is aligning the support with the grassroots indigenous peoples there, because this transition is not successful if we continue to platform countries and people that continue to produce the problem.
Yeah, I guess just building off of what you said, Nick, it is possible for us to achieve a fossil fuel phase out. But like Gemma said, we can't do it alone. And our Pacific Island leaders have already shown the political backbone that it takes to endorse something like a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. And they've come out publicly and committed to this treaty. So I think now we need those most responsible for the climate crisis to follow suit and to show that same leadership.
You must have solar, you must have wind, I was talking to somebody earlier from one of the renewable energy organizations, and we were talking about my little dream, which is I'd love to see, ocean renewable energy really surging forward. And she was saying that she was starting to see some real interest growing, particularly among islands, because being surrounded by ocean. And so, I mean, the potential is absolutely huge. With the right investment, the small islands in the Pacific, but also the Indian Ocean as well, and the Caribbean, could be, fossil-free very fast with the right investment.
If I can just quickly mention then, I think that's a really great springing point for the work that the initiative has been doing. So we've commissioned a report, it's called the Kimua Report, and it details of the pathway for 100% renewable energy for 8 Pacific Island countries. Part of the reality of living in developing countries, but also small island nations, is the very limited capacity that we have to execute certain plans. It has been a dream of many countries. I think Samoa, actually 5 years ago, declared to be 100% renewable. So executing that, having the policy and the data that you need to make those decisions and to realize that plan is really important. So that was part of the work that was done under the Kimua Report. So the first volume is out. 8 countries are on it. I do believe that Samoa is one of them. I cannot name all of them off by heart, but I do believe Papua New Guinea is also on it. And then that's just the first step of this process. The next volume will include even more countries. And so, exactly as you say, there are opportunities out there: wind, renewable, wind, solar, even oceans. And this is a conversation we actually just had earlier, which is that in this reframing, in this new world that we are imagining, we need to be really careful not to reinvent colonialism or capitalism, that we need to really reframe how we as people interact with each other, with our environments, and how we develop.
Because, I mean, the solar technology is there. It's cheaper than chips these days, right? Wind is cheaper than coal. So, I mean, the economics of it versus having to import, diesel and things like that at really high prices, which is happening in the islands. I mean, it strikes me that you probably don't have the assessment. If there was a very good assessment rather quickly on how much investment was needed to do this, then this is something the COP should sign off on straight away. I mean,
I do have the rough figure.
I know we're going off script here.
I mean, what good conversation ever follows a script, right? So I do believe that the figures are, it would take, for all 8 countries, it would take 1/7 of what Australia invests in fossil fuels and fossil fuel subsidies to transition fully. 1/7.
Yeah, the fossil fuel subsidies, 1 trillion or 7 trillion, depending on the indirect. I mean, there is a bucket load of money that could, if it was removed and spent properly, could do a lot of good in the world, whilst also, powering up renewables everywhere, right? And leveling the playing field in those places where it might be a little bit more prohibitively expensive for all kinds of reasons, So I'm going back to the script now, which is, we've learned that Palau, Colombia, and Samoa have all very recently announced their support for the treaty. So what is needed next to happen to advance the just transition for a fossil-free Pacific and a fossil-free treaty globally? And I suppose there's an emphasis there on the just transition, because yes, people will have to have different jobs, won't they?
I think it's important to understand that the continued extraction of fossil fuels disproportionately affects Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities. We also need to acknowledge that the fossil fuel industry benefits from war, conflict, and the oppression of Indigenous peoples. We are seeing this in Palestine, we've seen this in West Papua, and so we need to ensure that a just transition to a fossil fuel treaty globally is just that, is centered in justice. Like Gemma mentioned before, a fossil fuel phase out means that no one gets left behind. So how are we ensuring that the most vulnerable are also being included in this plan?
Yeah, just to build off Sherelle as well, is that fossil fuel phase out is already occurring. It's just unregulated. So a pillar of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty is to ensure just transition, is to ensure that no one gets left behind, is to ensure that the livelihoods and justice of Indigenous peoples, of frontline communities, those workers who work in fossil fuels aren't left behind as well. And I think that's something, the livelihood and the humanity of it is something that the fossil fuel industry tends to forget.
Just, it's Palau, not Parua, so just Palau, yes. But I think there's nothing really more that I can add, but we hear from our grassroots communities, countries are already now coming on board. We're also hearing it from the private sector, CSO, academia, the World Health Organization. This movement is inevitable. Countries who want their interests secured, who want their voices heard, who have something to say, and particularly developing countries who for so long have been left behind in the multilateral process. This is our time. This is a process which you can have a say in. This is a process that actually really needs your voice on behalf of your people, and in particular our vulnerable communities. So get on board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, clearly in this fossil fuel phase out, it's absolutely clear that coal has to go now. So there are going to be mining jobs that are lost where the coal comes from. But at the same time, many of those coal mines are also not very healthy. They are risky and dangerous places to work. But people that work down mines often feel very proud of this job. So how you can ensure that you lift them out of the mines where they're probably having not very healthy lives and find those jobs. But I can surely see that as renewable energy is growing so fast, doubling every 3.5 years globally, right? Those job opportunities are clearly emerging as the mines go. And as you say, how you manage it, there has to be a period of time where you give people the kind of, it's going in 2 years, it's going in 3 years, whatever it is. But we have a plan for reskilling very quickly and giving people more decent green jobs. And so it's actually such a positive narrative if you've got the right kind of agencies and organizations on board to deliver that. But there are also loads and loads of jobs in nature which could be deployed in restoring habitats and protecting species. There's so many green jobs out there, right? If only they could be not just imagined, but the impulse is given for them to happen. Yeah. This COP itself, I think there's 100 countries now, maybe more. There are businesses led by the We Mean Business Coalition with $1 trillion of revenue, more than $1 trillion of revenue. There's many other organizations want this COP28 to finally sound the bell for the end of fossil fuels, so fossil fuel phase out. As we say, this is critical, but then the treaty would kick in after that in a sense, or kick in at the same time, or should do, yes, to start planning how this is going to happen in a sensible way.
My lawyer brain is very happy with these questions. So, we understand that the Paris and the UNFCCC framework is consensus decision making. As I already said about the Global Stocktake report, the commitments that have been made are far behind the ambition that we need to meet 1.5. And we're even behind on those commitments. So we need a new global framework that binds countries together, that helps them to move this process along. It has to be legally binding. It has to be negotiated by a diverse set of countries who are able to contribute to this conversation. Mm-hmm. You mentioned green jobs. You mentioned the taking into account the needs of those sectors of the community. Part of the 3 pillars of this movement are that it needs to be a just transition, it needs to be equitable, it needs to be people-centered, and then also that it has to finance and support are a key part of that. The GST has already come out, and the IPCC as well, and they've already come out and they said that the money that goes to fossil fuels, if you divert that to the renewable energy movement, it could fund it. The money exists, it's just not being channeled correctly. The finance, the technology, the support, and even the education and the scientific knowledge that we need to make this movement, it exists. We just now need to support it, and we need to divest funds from where they are causing harm and invest them in places where they can cause good.
And we also need to activate, there are trillions and trillions of dollars in the global economy just sitting in bank accounts all over the place, earning a bit of interest, because there are people wondering, where should I invest it, right? We need to give a clear signal from something like this COP that this is where you invest it, i.e. in the small islands or in other places that require that investment so urgently. But I suppose on the phase out of fossil fuels under the treaty, it would be wrong, for example, if the first country to phase out fossil fuels was Timor-Leste, for example. It would be better maybe if it was those people that have been enjoying the benefit of fossil fuels for, over 100 years, like one of the developed countries.
I believe it's the, sorry, I'm talking so much.
No, it's just we have a couple of more minutes, and it's just fun to explore those things.
I believe it's the International Energy Agency who've come out with their reports on like 100% renewables, I believe by 2050 or 2030, they have a roadmap, and that is exactly what they say. Those who have enjoyed the benefits of fossil fuel production and extraction for the past millennia, they should phase out 80 times more faster than developing countries. They have the responsibility for historical emissions. They have already the resources and the technology that they need. At that same time, this just transition piece is so key. They cannot leave the rest of us behind. We are all in this together. The transition to renewables needs to be one that leaves nobody, no individual, no sector, no community behind.
So lastly, as we just sort of start wrapping up here, anything else you've seen at the COP that you felt good about? Anything else at the COP you felt very, cheesed off about? Any highlights? How long have you been here, by the way, all of you?
I was on the first, I think.
We've been here since before it started.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. I mean, what did you think about loss and damage? Was that a nice signal, but not enough money, really? But it's a start.
Yeah, I was at a meeting the other day, and the SG had said that all of the loss and damage money that has been pledged thus far is the salaries equal to the salaries of the 9 highest football players in the UAE, which is a drop in the ocean. But I think what gives us hope is that Pacific Island countries, are leading the way, are showing up, are continuing to fight for our people and display what kind of ancestor we want to be for our future, that we're not giving up, that we're here, that we will keep going until our dying breath. Elder.
I love that. I think another concerning thing that we've just made known today about COP is that they released the number of fossil fuel lobbyists, which is almost around 2,500, a record number. And it's actually more than the entire Pacific Island delegations combined. So, I mean, on the one hand, it is concerning, but on the other hand, it almost shows that they're scared, right? Because they can see momentum building in the fossil fuel phase-out movement. And I think if we're able to continue on the momentum that we have been on, there is hope. Yeah.
And do you anything that you spotted that you thought was positive or needed addressing? I mean, the tripling of renewable energy, the doubling of energy efficiency is good. There's this new pledge, the global cooling pledge to deal with emissions from cooling, because that's obviously something that's growing right now. And that seems to have the backing of the United Arab Emirates. So I don't think anyone can complain about that. I mean, it's just a no-brainer, right? If you can reduce emissions from cooling systems by 60–80%, I think it is, by 2050. You were going to say something, I thought? Oh, no, you had your microphone there. So, okay, good. I think we need to wrap up there. Thank you very much for being here. Hopefully we can have you on again, and then I will have to go back to my Pacific Island language school and relearn all the names. But I'm going to test you afterwards on my last name when we get off the stage. We'll have a competition.
Thank you so
I will
much.
probably lose, I'm sure. Okay, so Let's go back to Stockholm and back to the wonderful Katarina there. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you, ladies, for showing such leadership. We talk a lot about the lack of leadership during these broadcasts, but what you're displaying is really, really strong leadership for this just transition. So thank you. So let's move on to the next session. During this COP, like at any other COP, a lot of climate pledges and commitments will be made. But how do we bridge the gap between what is talked about at these conferences and what action is actually being taken to accelerate climate solutions and cut emissions? At last year's COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, an initiative to shrink this gap was launched. It was named the Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation, Ambition and Implementation Work Program. It's a mouthful, but let's say it again, Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation, Ambition and Implementation Work Program. And this has led to global dialogues with input from various regions of the world, so it's really important. For this session, we will focus on how the Nordic region has taken on this task, and it's therefore my pleasure to welcome Simone Andersson. Simone is project manager at IVL, which is the Swedish Environmental Research Institute. And Simone, you have a keynote prepared for us, so the floor is yours.
Thank you
and
so
welcome.
much, Katarina. Thanks. Hello, everyone, and thanks for having me here. It's a pleasure to present for you what we've been doing in the Nordic dialogue during this fall on accelerating a just energy transition. So, together with We Don't Have Time, IVL, and the Nordic Cooperation and the Nordic Council of Ministries have been working on how to get the global negotiations and decisions into the local context and regional and vice versa. In this mitigation work program decided it is said that there will be at least 2 more global dialogues. So there was one in June on topic of just energy transition, energy systems, and one in October on transport systems. So we managed to have stakeholders to meet and engage and share insights from what we've been doing here in the Nordics. The target group for this platform has been very broad, so we've been dealing with everything from chambers of commerce to investment actors and industry, social society, etc. Many of us have been wondering, what is then a just energy transition for us in the Nordics, in the global perspective? Do we have a joint vision for this? And no, not really. We need a clearer definition and also clearer targets to work towards. So what we've seen is that at the UNDP, for instance, there is some core principles, but we also need to trickle them down to our society. The dimensions have been talked about a lot today, and which is wonderful, and it should be talked about every day. The monetary issues for industry, for private households, depending on where in the world we come from, how does this affect us, which age we have, and also taking into account the biodiversity, nature. But most of all, the future. How are we going to live on this earth together in a just way moving forward? And we had Boaz Paldi, the Chief Creative Officer at UNDP, join us at one of our workshops. And of course, for UNDP, this is a vital point of view. Doing a just transition will be a win-win, so that we don't leave anyone behind and instead reduce poverty and inequalities. But there are risks and opportunities for all the different stakeholders. And we need to work together. What we see is that infrastructural projects can impose on others land, etc. It's been discussed today as well. We also see that there is a lot of need of skills development. For instance, DREM, making heat pumps that are very energy efficient and apparently are not as common in other parts of the world as they are in the Nordics. They could accelerate if there was more of skills development done. And we also see that the gender issue is a large portion. So the bike garage you see in the image here will probably be touched upon somehow by Linda later on in the panel. She comes from the municipality of Umeå up in the north, so she knows all about that and how the gender issues need to be strategized upon to build a very good, solid city and society. We are comparing the previous technologies and solutions. Instead, we should look to new and holistic solutions for the transition. Linda Strindevall, climate manager at OX2. So we can't just go around looking at how we've been doing things, we need to think new. The same goes with the administrative processes. They are many times perceived as too slow. Of course, we should have safe and just processes so that we don't forget the environmental assessments, etc. But we also need to develop the skills of the people dealing with these permits, etc., so that they can actually evaluate what they have in front of them when there are new solutions and innovations emerging. Edward Murray, CEO at Green Iron, was one of them pointing to this. So to take the transition to a transformation, we need to divert from business as usual, think new. Everyone has said we're not moving fast enough, even though the stakeholders we've had input from are actually doing a lot. They also point at behavior change to be more emphasized. We have a lot of technology change, and apparently it's been a bit easier to find funding for such. But to work on the behavior change to actually make people utilize the technology needs to be a lot of focus on going forward. Leadership, leadership, leadership. Communication of shared positive visions. We're actually moving towards prosperity and something positive, so we need to build that vision together. Finance, politics, education, research, of course, being fundamentals. And then why not look at historical transitions where bold decisions were made and needed so that we can repeat and do the same now. Mikaela Entesami, communication strategist at Mobility Sweden, she said, a city is a social system, not a technical one. So it's important to remember that in urban planning. And in any kind of planning, I think we need to consider the human factor. So the key takeaways: inclusive and holistic planning, plus the technology, standards, imperative, so that we can compare, so that we can measure. Integrated sectors and public procurement can really push towards this, especially if you work in collaborative clusters. Include the perspective of biodiversity and ecosystems early on. And make sure we have a clear policy landscape and instruments that are long-term so that we can plan and get investments. More human-centered approach. Share successes and setbacks so that we can scale upon the good things and avoid the bad ones. Knowledge elevation within authorities and modernized policies. Role models, communication, public awareness, and eliminate fossil subsidies. Seems like a simple solution, but it hasn't been made yet. Lastly, what Johan Bruse at the forest industry said, we have a Nordic legacy of a social governance and a social system, societal system, which enables central systems integration, planning and business models. This social paradigm needs to be exported to help others accelerate the transition. And to do this, we need to do it together. That's why I'm so pleased that we're here today and to see what We Don't Have Time and all their partners are doing. We're doing something together, and that's the way forward. Thank you.
Excellent, Simone. Please take a seat.
Thanks.
And it's so fantastic that we actually have guests with us here in the studio. Magdalena Strayford, welcome to the studio. You're Senior Public Affairs Manager at Neste. And we also have with us on Zoom, Linda Gustafsson, Gender Equality Officer at Umeå Municipality in Sweden. For those that are not familiar with Swedish geography, it's quite high up north, a beautiful city in Sweden. And we saw the image here on Simone's slides from your bike garage. I actually visited that garage, and it's really, really beautiful and functional. And also with us we have Mikkel Vindeg. He is researcher at Cicero, which is Norway's leading institute for climate research. Very welcome, Mikkel, to this session. Wonderful to have you with us also. And we will introduce a few other guests in Dubai shortly, but let's start with you here. I'm going to turn to Linda first here, and I'd like for all of you to answer this question, actually. What opportunities and challenges do you see in a just transition? Because it's very important, of course, that we focus on the word just, to lower carbon emissions, especially in the transport and energy sector. I know you've worked quite a lot, especially with transport in Umeå. So would you please get us started?
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. Well, I think there are both, of course, opportunities and challenges in relation to a just transition. When I work on local level, as was mentioned, in a city in the north of Sweden, and that's worked for quite a long time with gender equality, and also the intersection between gender equality and reducing climate emissions. And one of the things that we always highlight is the importance of working with behavioral change in tandem with introducing new technology or new digital solution. And that one of the challenges, I think, in relation to a just transition is, of course, to be brave enough to both look at the data that exists and also be brave enough to challenge power and privilege and understand how identity, norms, gendered power structures is connected to our behavior. That is also the great opportunity, I think. There's a great opportunity to challenge norms and to change behavior, but what I would call for is a larger focus also on behavioral change and gathering knowledge and understanding how also difficult behavior change can be. Some of the things that we've done in Umeå is in relation to what you mentioned, mobility and transport, for example, targeting male-dominated workplaces in relation to change travel patterns, because we know already that women travel more sustainable than men. And if we would just get groups of men to travel sustainable to the extent that women already do today, we would reduce our emissions significantly from transport. So there are both challenges and opportunities.
Well, thank you very much, Linda. I'd like to turn to Magdalena. Neste produces biofuels. So on the note here of transportation and a just transition, what would you like to share with us?
Yes, thank you for having me here. And I think it's a super important topic, of course. And we can see now also the issue of phasing out fossil fuel is one of the most challenging, maybe, issues at this meeting. I do hope we get the decision of the phase out. With that said, Neste as a company, we already decided several years ago that we were going to phase out the fossil fuel production and instead just invest for renewable production. And I would say we could be able to do that thanks to bold politicians in especially Sweden, Norway, and Finland that took, this climate targets, especially for the transport sector, introducing bio-mandates, incentives for using high blends, and so on. And together with companies that want to be forerunners, airlines and public transportation, as Linda was talking about as well, want to have this transition to fossil-free transportation. And I think that's a great opportunity to create green jobs within the Nordic region, because Nest is not the only one. Actually, you have Preem and you have SD1 and Ørsted as well. With that said, the challenge is that the fossil fuel use is increasing. And the reasons for that, or one of them, of course, it's cheap to use fossil fuel. And price issue is so important today when we have this increased interest rates, we have a high inflation, and suddenly price becomes more important than fighting climate change and sustainability. And here, we need to change that. I think it's so important at this COP28 meeting to take a decision. We need to phase out fossil fuels. We need to make it more expensive. We need to make the sustainable solution, they are sustainable solution, more cheap, and we don't have to live in a cave for that.
Definitely not. Well, thank you very much, Magdalena. I'd like to turn now to Mikkel. The perspective that you bring in from Cicero on the just transition. Would you like to share that with you in terms of how we transition in a speedy manner, but also include everybody?
Sure, thank you. I'd like to say that in terms of my discipline, I'm a social anthropologist, which means it's not my field of expertise to look at the huge climate models. So I'll have to, you have to forgive me there if I don't talk too much about those. But in terms of from Cicero, I think what we as climate researchers on all levels see is how challenging actually managing a just transition can be. In terms of, well, keeping several thoughts and ideas in your head at the same time. To take one example that's been going on during the last few years in Norway, what we've seen is a fairly unprecedented rise in electricity prices, which has then led to a huge, fairly controversial debate in Norway. And you see, on the one hand, from a systems level, it is most definitely important, actually, to have higher electricity prices, because that can incentivize energy efficiency, which is very important in order to achieve a renewable transition. We can't just build out more and more and more renewable energy even to replace our current consumption. On the other hand, there are definitely people who already struggle to afford proper food, to pay their electricity bills in Norway, and they're hit much harder than a lot of other people. So we need to find ways that can help support them while also maintaining that principle of energy efficiency. We currently have a policy where there is a broad-based support for electricity prices for households, which is a fairly good measure in terms of not increasing the burden very quickly, one might say. But there are several things about that has unintended consequences. For instance, it helps people who have a higher consumption much more than it does those who already have a lower consumption. And those who have a lower consumption are usually the ones who don't have that much money to spend to begin with. So it very quickly gets very complicated. And then I think as it was sort of referred to here, I think what we might see in the years to come is that obviously there's more awareness. The politics, the climate policies will need to be sort of turned up in the years to come. I mean, obviously there's no doubt about that. And we will see more challenges in terms of resistance to those kinds of policies internally, which is going to be, or make it even more important that we maintain a justice perspective in this, and actually try to, I think, also start envisioning what is commonly sort of a fundamental principle in anthropology, which is that a different life is possible. And even though it's different, that doesn't mean it's less valuable or it's horrible in a sense. I mean, I think we also need more hopeful visions, perhaps, of how we might live our lives differently in less carbon-intensive ways.
Thank you very much, Mikkel. I completely agree that the storytelling aspect and the visions is so very often lacking. And of course, if we don't know where we're going, it's difficult to really pick up the pace, right? So I'd like to turn again to Sabina here. Sabina, in terms of policies here, which is always interesting to discuss, right, when it comes to energy transition and fossil fuels, what are you lacking on the table here from the Nordic perspective in terms of policies to really accelerate the transition? It's a big question, but like an overall reflection for your side, please.
Well, with the risk of repeating, I guess.
Go ahead.
But let's look at it in a bigger perspective then. A lot of policies need to turn to measurable targets. So on the public procurement, we see a lot of things happening where you can actually reduce very quickly when municipalities, the government start demanding from, and also working together. So that kind of policy to steer those, if we now...
It's like bus fuels, like you mentioned before, Magdalena, right?
Exactly. So they can ask for those things and also ask for different types of services. Instead of buying, maybe they buy a product as a service, so that we also create other types of jobs, if we talk about the vision. But why not have those kind of policies that steers towards circular economy, towards a more fossil-free in different ways, yeah? But also the policies and legislation that then enables those who cannot afford these kind of investments themselves to actually be part of it. If we talk about the tenants in the big building programs, maybe they can't invest themselves, but the property makers could if they were subsidized from the government so that they can make more energy saving efforts. So towards those things, I would say.
Of course, this also goes to public transportation again, because I think this is key in this.
Yeah, I mean, suggestions on cheaper public transportations. Equal, what we've also seen is if we could have an equal system across not only Sweden, where we are right now, but across the Nordics, that would be fantastic, so that people can actually travel. And what we see, we go to Stockholm, a very local where we are right now, we know that people from vulnerable communities, some of the youths, they need to, or they feel obliged to sort of plank and go for free on the subway maybe, with the risk of being caught and pay high fines, because they can't afford to pay the ticket, but they need to reach maybe for the soccer practice or even for the school sometimes. So those are issues that need to be addressed.
Thank you, Simone. I'd like to turn back to Linda now. You've been very successful in Umeå with your work with storytelling, and also in terms of engaging the public in this transition. So what would you say are the success factors in your work in Umeå municipality?
Well, I think that one success factor is letting the work be data-driven and trusting the data. Of course, this is also, we're now talking from a Swedish municipality and also with Swedish legislation that says that all data needs to be able to be gender segregated, for example. But looking at the data, we do quite a lot of surveys also, knowing that a lot of the inhabitants in Umeå, over 80% of inhabitants in Umeå are worried or very worried about climate change. Larger extent of women than men also feel like the work to combat climate change has barely started. So we know that there's also a support from inhabitants to work with this. But then also having politicians that are brave enough to take political decisions also on local level, and also going back to looking at the history. I think someone mentioned this before, but what are the decisions that have, also then talking about local level in a city, what are the decisions that have met resistance, but when you look at them sort of in the rearview mirror, you can see that they're seen as something natural or something part of an infrastructure of a city. We can talk about implementation of public daycare, for example, in Sweden, and resistance towards that. That's something that's now a part of our infrastructure. So also I think that when we talk about gender equality and in relation to also reducing climate emissions, to talk about also letting in some way the resistance lead the way, that if we need to be brave enough to be able to look at the things where it hurts and be able to work with that, and understanding that what I mentioned also earlier, that you need to look at the proposed solutions, the actions proposed, what problem will they solve? Whose problem will they solve? If we dare to look at groups of inhabitants and understanding life conditions in our city, and understanding that the life conditions in our city differ. So it's all about being brave enough to look at power and privilege, I think, and working that into the actions that you do.
Well, thank you very much. Power and privilege, that's really something to keep in mind, huh? So I have a final question. It goes to Mikkel and to Magdalena. I'd like to start with you, Magdalena. In terms of collaboration, you mentioned that early on in this panel here. Sometimes people are afraid of collaboration because there could be a conflict of interest in terms of maybe companies that want the same thing, really are competitors. So what advice can you give in this aspect?
Really good question. Thank you for that. And I think here, I mean, even though those companies, SD1, Preem, others I mentioned, are competitors, but here the fossil fuel is actually our enemy. So in this case, we actually work together. And here the industry is actually, have common grounds. We want to phase out fossil fuel. We want to make the green transition in the Nordic region. But what we want to do it together with the decision makers, because we have been going hand in hand, I think, in most of the countries, prior. But now it feels like we need to meet again and to try to find those policies needed to go forward. We have Fit for 55 package, ambitious program from the EU. I think it's super good. First step, I would say. Next step, there could be others as well. But here to implement that and working together, also with the NGOs, also with municipalities, for example, when it comes to public transportation. I think we could be much more better to do that. I'm glad the industry is united in this, but we need also others to work with. So the NGOs are pushing, so we are, true sustainable in a way of producing also biofuels.
Excellent. So a quick response from Mikkel before we move over to Dubai again. Success factors to make collaboration work from your researcher perspective, please.
Yeah, thank you. How to say this quickly? I think it's very important for researchers, just broadly speaking, to actually work with stakeholders sort of at local levels, like Linda, and I'm not trying to out anyone, but there is a tendency for researchers to actually want to be left alone with their research, right? So they can actually sort of at times view stakeholder involvement as an annoyance. But what we've seen, I think, is how valuable it actually can be if you just really bring them on board from an early starting point. I was, for example, at a meeting with also municipality just yesterday morning, where they presented their different activities from different departments and what they actually might need in order to facilitate transition and to sort of facilitate working together on research applications that can then create funding, and bringing them in at an early level, which allows them to properly be able to calibrate and come with their own suggestions for how to actually do the research is extremely important. So there's this, the importance, I think, is recognizing that research isn't actually done just in sort of the head of one brilliant researcher. We do need to reach out more in terms of just transition, I guess, also sort of properly inclusive manner.
Excellent, Mikkel. Excellent. This is key to progress, that we collaborate in a smoother and swifter way, of course. So we need to conclude this wonderful panel here in Stockholm and move over to Dubai. Thank you very much, Simone, Magdalena, Linda, and of course, Mikkel in Norway. So over to Dubai.
Thanks, Katarina. Thanks very much indeed, Katarina. That's really great. So we're in Dubai. We're in the United Arab Emirates. We're not in the Nordic region, but I have 3 people from the Nordic region. And often I do visit the Nordic region. So that's perfectly formed, isn't it? Let me first introduce these 3 wonderful guests. Emily Orlander. She's Climate Action Program Manager for Ericsson. Superb. Then we have Johanna Hielin, Arthur's daughter. Yeah. Who is Director for Environment at the National Power Company of Iceland. How do you say the National Company of Iceland, the National Power Company?
Landsvirkjun.
Ah, fantastic. All right. And then Marcus Lutterman, a dear colleague, editor and climate communicator at We Don't Have Time, who has been with We Don't Have Time's coordinator for this project. So first, really up is we heard quite a bit of the discussion that was happening in the studio in Stockholm. Did you pick anything up from this discussion that you wanted to share with the audience?
I can go first.
Yeah.
I really like the communication aspect. I think that's one of the reasons why things are not moving fast enough, is that people are unaware of the benefits that comes from a quick transition, rapid transition, and a just transition as well. So that's and of course all of these talk about radical collaboration. That's super important.
Johanna?
Yeah, I found interesting as well the points on behavioral changes and taking in what I've been hearing and discussing here in Dubai as well. It's quite interesting to look at the transition that we have ahead of us and the fact that it's about the whole supply chain of energy and from the utilities where we have the technology in many ways, and all the way to the end consumers. And all of this has to look at how to transform it in a just way. So that was one thing that I thought was interesting. And
yeah, I think to build on that, I think all countries in the world need to do the just transition, based on the experience that they have, and we can learn from each other. But I think it's also important to remember that all countries have the different challenges, and we can learn. We talked about that, what Iceland do, how you can learn other countries about geothermal heat and stuff. And I think it's important to share that experience, but also be humble about that each country actually have other type of challenges that we have.
I noticed something that I think perhaps viewers, from different parts of the world, they often think of the Nordic region as being a kind of slightly a paradise of environmental action, inclusion, social programs, and so on. But there was this very interesting sort of side conversation that was going on, and not side conversation, but it was there, which was that there still are marginalized communities in the Nordic region, in cities and towns. They mentioned young people having to jump on the public transportation system without paying for the ticket because they can't afford the ticket and risk the chance of getting a fine. So that's also part of the just transition, is to lift those people up that are socially excluded as we move to a low carbon economy. And I thought that was quite an interesting observation by some of the guests. Yeah. Johanna, why did you choose to be part of this Nordic dialogue? Why were you interested in this?
We, as the largest electricity generator in Iceland, with 70% of Iceland's electricity and fully renewable, we play a key role in the remaining energy transition in Iceland. All electricity is already renewable, all heating is already renewable, and we could go into how that was actually maybe a good example of a just transition. But we do believe that we play a key role in the remaining energy transition, and that needs to be just in so many ways. So we have a lot to learn, but we have as well quite a lot to share.
It's fantastic to hear that Iceland is so clean in its energy structure. I think I knew that sort of intuitively, but are there any parts of the economy that still need to be decarbonized, if I can put it that way? Because I always remember some years ago, there was some question of the fishing fleet, for example. There was some thought about putting fuel cells on the fishing boats. I don't know if that ever happened, but yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely something remaining. We're not there yet, but the Icelandic government have put quite high emphasis on the country becoming fossil fuel free by 2040, and we do believe that we have to go there definitely. So and fossil fuel consumption in Iceland completely, but we still have the fisheries, we have the vehicles on road, we have shipping, aviation, tourism. So yeah, we are today using fossil fuel, and that is there are opportunities there with hydrogen, with e-fuels, and so on. And like I said, with the supply chain, it's a kind of, and what we've been hearing here as well. Like the system, the energy system, when we look at those things, and it's designed for fossil fuels. So you kind of have to transform the whole system at the same time. And people have been talking here on the chicken and egg problem and so on. But in Iceland, it's I mean, the population is not really large, and we all have to combine and do this together. So I think that's a great task ahead of us.
Yes, yes. Emily, digitalization, very much part of all our lives now, a vital part of how many companies operate, but it's still often overlooked when talking about climate solutions. And I think we might have even talked about this before when you look at the national plans of nations and things like that. Sometimes digitalization is not mentioned, which is pretty bizarre. Why do you think this is? Why do people not sort of get this fact? I mean, they think digitalization is just for kids at home gaming or something, when it's actually a way of
Yeah, you can do that as well.
You can do that
Exactly.
as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's such a valid point, and I think that's why we also wanted to be part of that of this project as well. And it was my colleague Daniel Pasca who was part of it. I think it's overlooked because it's easy to forget what's going on behind until it's not working. You know, we want to eat our fruits, but you don't really realize that it is the pollinator who make it happen, right? Until the pollinators die, and then you see the problem. And it's the same with digitalization. So I think that's why it's really important that we realize the potential also in the national system, not only because operators sell data to consumers, they want to use it for the phones or gaming or whatever it is. It's also for industries. And I think that's why, you know, 4G was that revolution on the mobile app, but not with 5G. That's a revolution of industries and sectors. Because of the fastness of 5G, we can do much more. And you know, we know from Ericsson research that previous legacy ICT solution had a potential to enable 15% of global greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. With 5G, we've seen studies like just looking at Europe, up to 5% more. And we know we can do more if we choose to act responsibly. You have to deploy it in the correct way. So I think that's why it's important to talk about this, like how can we get it into the NDCs? How can we change the policy? So that's why we're also part of these type of projects.
Marcus, you've collaborated closely with Simone from the Swedish Environment Research Institute on this project. And you've also been here for the whole of COP.
Yep.
It feels like more than like just a week, doesn't it? Is there a lot of talk of a just transition in the ongoing talks here in Dubai, do you think?
There is. There's a lot of talk everywhere, and also within the UNFCCC. I mean, the which is organizing this whole COP. This mitigation work program started in Sharm el-Sheikh, and now the UNFCCC are hosting what they call Just Transition Pathways with more than 130 parties. And I know that within some organizations like the ILO, International Labour Organization, the just transition is one of the main priorities here. But there was a super good example yesterday. The South African president, Cyril Ramaphosa, was on stage talking about the phase out of coal. And of course, South Africa is still very coal dependent. And he said, we have a large number of coal plants that are now coming towards the end of their life cycle. And what do we do with this? Because they do create a lot of jobs in their local communities, so the local communities benefit from them. So they have decided to gather companies, scientists, universities, local communities to try and see can we use these enormous facilities and turn them into not coal-producing facilities, but renewables-producing facilities? And of course, that will be amazing, because otherwise you'll have these stranded assets for billions of dollars. So if you can do that and keep the local economy going, but get rid of the pollution for the kids and the elders, I mean, that would be amazing. So I think that's a very, very good example of what is happening now, and that people talk about the necessity not just of transitioning, but to get everyone on board, to make everyone benefit from it.
And that would be smart, because the grid presumably is already there running into the coal power station. So you already got your interconnector into the grid if you establish them as renewables. On the issue of Iceland, of course, with your geothermal electricity, your hydroelectricity, this is baseload electricity, isn't it? And also, there's a chance that what you're doing there is also good, because you've been exporting some of these skills to other countries where they have geothermal potential. I think Kenya, for example. So there is an export, in a sense, in what you've done in Iceland, beyond just the domestic benefits.
Yeah, that is. We have been, Iceland has been on the forefront of geothermal utilization for quite a long time. And that knowledge has been distributed. We want to share what we're doing, how we're doing it, and many nations are probably ahead of us in many ways today with this. But it's really important, and for geothermal, which is quite small, if you look at the renewables out there, it's a small source if we look at the usage worldwide. So I think it's valuable that we share knowledge and improvement and so on.
Good. All right. I think.
But sorry, Nick. Sorry.
Yes.
Is it more potential in geothermal, like worldwide, than is utilized?
I would say so. Yes, absolutely. There is
Massive. Indonesia.
Absolutely.
Huge potential there.
Yeah.
There's so many places where it's possible.
Both for cooling and heating purposes as well.
Yes, absolutely. No, I mean, and of course. What is even untapped yet is the potential that Iceland would have, and many islands as well would have, for ocean-based renewable energy, which is totally really untapped right now, but is something that I'm sure is inevitably coming. All right, so I'm going to look into the camera and I'm going to say, hi, Katarina. Can we hand this back to you? Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Nick. It's always nice to see you two on the other side here. And with me again, I have Magdalena Streifert and Simone Andersen. And with me on Zoom, we have Linda Gustafsson, Gender Equality Officer from Umeå Municipality, and from Norway, Mikkel Vindeg is still with us, researcher at Cicero, Norway's leading institute for climate research. And Magdalena is Senior Public Affairs Manager for Neste. So, Simone, you gave us a good overview initially on the Nordic approach for working with the just transition. So, an overarching question to all of you, how can we spread this approach, and how can we work together to benefit not just the Nordic region, but other regions in the world in this transition? So, let's start with you, Magdalena, on this one. You talked very well, eloquently on collaboration here, but spreading this approach, how do we facilitate this?
I think it's super important. I think the Nordic countries have done it before, showing that you don't have to be afraid of changes. You just have to do them in a just transition, where you both create new jobs, transform them to green jobs, at the same time have an economical growth, at the same time have a good welfare system. And I think we have shown that before. I think this is also something we can do again, to collaborate better together. The storytelling that we heard also here from Linda as well, and others, that we need to show the other regions as well. It's possible to do. You don't have, again, don't go back and not, live as you used to, but it's like you can, work and live in a sustainable way. It's just a different way of doing it. And I think, showing the visions and how to do it, I think I mean, as I said, the industry in the Nordic region, when it comes to transport, it's, we are collaborating, we see the potential, and I think just showing that, people will not lose jobs, we will not, we will still
gain jobs, we'll make more
jobs instead, exactly. And also that you still, if we do it in the right way, incentives for the sustainable solution, people don't have to be afraid also not getting food on the table and so on. So I think also here, of course, the decision makers have a really important role to play. So that this transition is not making it more expensive, especially for those who don't have that much in the beginning. So I would say.
Thank you, Magdalena. Yeah. Simone, how do we spread this fantastic approach that you've been researching in a manner that is just, of course?
Yeah, so thank you. Coming from the research part of the world, I think we should emphasize on that opportunity where we bring both research and innovation, but also business development strategies and work more together. It was said in one of all the stakeholder discussions also, the unfortunate parts of war and disruptive things happening across our world could at least turn into something positive when we all help each other to grow again and to rebuild societies.
From this. Yes.
So that's also where we can be sure to try and implement those solutions that we see that are functioning. And now with this mitigation work program where different regions are sharing both their challenges and opportunities, hopefully someone is coordinating, picking the right fruits of that to actually also say, why don't you work with this and why don't you? Well, maybe that's an utopia, but hopefully that's going to happen. But also that's what we're doing. I know a lot of people are working now in Ukraine, looking at how can we help them with their energy sector, how can we help them, etc. So that's where we also come in, spreading.
So the perspective of Mikkel, I'd like to get that now, please, on this question.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the Nordics and spreading knowledge, I think there is obviously, first of all, more opportunities to cooperate within the Nordic countries. We can do even more of that. We have some fundamental qualities that I think are broadly similar, which also sort of helps in that respect. And I guess beyond the Nordics as well, one thing in terms of research that has a lot of potential is to put it quite simply, is this sort of the strong level of basic trust between people and government, which you might say actually has already been rocked a bit during this the transition we've already seen, and it will not be any easier in the time to come, I think. But I think there's a good opportunity to show the benefits of it and how important it is, but also obviously the ways to maintain it. I think that would be very difficult. Not difficult. It will be difficult, but it will also be very, very important in terms of a just transition. And what I would also like to see, and sort of, I guess, if we're to challenge ourselves as a Nordic region as well, one thing we could do is, yes, we need to see the benefits we can sort of bring to the table and technology development that we can be leading in, and using the vast amounts of resources available to the Nordic countries, given the level of wealth we generally have. Thinking about my own home country of Norway here, our oil fund, obviously, for example. But another thing I would say is I'm often, I don't know if it's just puzzled or even just disappointed in, a basic sort of principle for a climate transition is sort of reduce, replace, refine. You start with reduce, right? So you reduce activities. You do less of the activities that require CO2 emissions to do. Second, you look at replacing the activities with a more environmentally friendly sort of alternative to doing it. And then you look at efficiency, refining the way in which a current technology is used. It seems strangely difficult to start with the reduce part. That seems to be the most difficult thing, to just actually do less. It seems that there's always, it's not less is more, it's more is generally more, which is, I think, will be a huge challenge for the Nordics. But it is something that we could show to the world. I mean, this is actually possible as well. We've sort of been able to, for lack of a better word, abstain from having or maintaining our high level of material consumption, for instance, which is very, very high. I think it's important to recognize that as well.
Well, thank you very much, Mikkel. I'd like Simon to comment on this one, and then it's Linda.
Thank you, Mikkel, for bringing that up. I don't know where to look so you see me, but anyway, because that is actually a huge key, and if we do have an elephant in this room.
It's a fossil elephant.
Yeah, but I would also say that's the reduction, or like abstain or refrain from doing things sometimes. It's always talked about, we need to expand, we need to have more energy, we need to expand the grids, we need to. But do we need to? Or do we just expect all the consumption to continue to increase? Or could we even go below? So I think also from communities where we see people not using as much energy as we are, or consuming at all. Why don't we relearn? Because we didn't used to have this kind of ways of living either. So why don't we learn from them as much as we can export also then energy efficient technology?
That's a very valid point. Of course, we'd have to take into account all the planetary boundaries, not that just climate is what we're talking about here, but it's all interconnected. So Linda, the final say goes to you from your vast experience of the local and the regional transition here. How could we sort of export this? But that's coming across as colonial besserwissers here. So what can we pick from the Nordic approach that is valid for sort of sharing with other regions?
Well, I think some of the things that were mentioned now earlier, the working on high levels of trust, and that the transition also needs trust, trust in each other, trust in organizations, for example, and how that is something that I think something that we work with, at least from the city of Umeå, but then just the integration between social, or different, like a holistic view on sustainability, I think, is something that we need to highlight, that it's about social sustainability, it's about ecological sustainability. How do we integrate those and don't make them into separate tracks with separate funding, with separate decision makers? And I'm now talking also just, I work on local level, and I think that's one more thing that I wanted to just highlight. Was also mentioned about cooperation. I mean, we have a lot of exchange and cooperation with other European cities and within the Arctic as well, and how that there are such great possibilities for learning and exchanging and talking about what is a good life in a climate neutral city.
Indeed.
Yeah, and knowing that we have different policies on national level, on local level, on global, like we have different things that we need to always, of course, relate to, but that we can have exchange and we can be humble, but we can also remain and have a critical eye. I think that's also equally important, that it's not just about agreeing all the time. I mean, also then talking about when we work on, for example, local level, that it's about that maintaining that critical eye. Indeed. Where I also think that, of course, research and academia is vital to the cooperation.
Well, thank you very much, Linda. And again, thanks to Simone and Magdalena and Mikkel. We now go back to Dubai.
Thank you very much indeed, Katarina, and your wonderful panel back there in Stockholm. We've still got our three great panelists here as well. can we talk a bit more about the possibilities of what the Nordic region is doing in terms of sustainability and what it could mean for other parts of the world? We touched a little bit on the geothermal and the expertise that you've been exporting to other countries, developing countries primarily. But is there a potential there for another great sector that moves all around the world, shipping, for example, from what you're doing in Iceland?
I think if we look at shipping and the remaining energy transition in Iceland, so by becoming fossil-free by end of 2040, the Icelandic nation wants to be among the first nations to become fossil fuel free, and that means that we can lead by an example and showcase how this is possible. And we are in a brilliant position to do that with population of only 400,000 people and vast amount of land with glaciers, with hydropower from glaciers and geothermal from volcanoes. So we have an opportunity there. But I think one thing as well regarding just transition and geothermal is the fact that we have so many women leading the way when it comes to geothermal, and the visibility of women in that sector is quite high, and I think that's also really important when we go out and take on the discussion on geothermal internationally.
Yeah, good point. Well, I was just also thinking that a lot of people are talking about the Baltic, for example, as being a hydrogen hub for shipping that moves through the region. Could that be potentially something in the future as well for Iceland, becoming a hub?
I'm not sure. Probably. Yeah. Maybe. We can take part in it. Yeah. Let's see.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Emily.
Yes.
Digitalization, just transition, other parts of the world. What can it bring?
Yeah, I think if we start with what it can bring, we have so many different use cases, and usually what I like to say is that what you don't really think about is digitalization in terms of, banked and bankable, like how we have a mobile wallet platform that is used in so many countries around the world that actually makes it accessible to have a bank account to pay to people that didn't have before. And those solutions, it can also be pay as you go, like solar electricity for people in like Africa. And I think those type of solution, you need digitalization for that. And we need to think about that is also needed in the just transition, not only the type of setting we live here in the Nordics. And I think we have such a good community in the Nordics and really good social security, but it's not always true in other parts of the world. But it also comes to ourselves. We need to ramp up. Like, we need more renewable energies, and not all Nordic countries or countries in the world has those centralized base power, as we talked about. And then we need digitalization when we need to increase the energy production by 100%, even in Sweden. We need the data to make it possible to know when the renewables come into the system, if it's volatile, and how you balance that. And then digitalization is the key for that.
And digitalization could be good for empowering women as well, not only with bank accounts when they have problems getting them in some countries, but also, working if they have children and they have to stay at home. Well, digitalization is an opportunity to do some business, right? To have a job that maybe
and knowledge about the world. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can enable so much.
Yeah.
Even for the children. Like, we have a lot of digital education around the world, and we see the imperative of both learning digital skills, but also getting access to them.
So we were just speculating on this. So is there a Nordic? Do you think there is a thread running through these wonderful countries up in the northwest of Europe?
I do, but that was one of the things that surprised me working with Simone on this, that when we asked the stakeholders, is there a Nordic narrative? For me, the obvious answer was yes, but some actually said no. But I do believe there is one, and I think that Linda touched a bit upon this when she talked about trust. We do have a history in this part of the world with collaboration between the private and public sector, at least historically, a fairly big trust in our authorities to build upon. And I know that some of the projects that are happening at the moment in the Nordic region would not have been possible without the cooperation between governments and the private sector, like the huge hybrid in northern Sweden, for example, one of the huge fossil-free steel projects that we're running. That's a big collaboration that would need the public financing to make the private sector able to do what it wants to do.
Yeah. Good. Well, we've come to the end of that session here from Dubai. I'm handing back to Katarina for some final thoughts, and then we'll wrap this up.
Well, thank you very much, Nick, and thank you for the insights in Dubai and your panel there. I'd like to turn to Simone for a final question, but you're still working on the report, and tell us more about the moving on with what's going to happen next.
Yes. So, yeah, this was the first part of the mitigation work program, the first year. It's supposedly to stretch until 2026, as it was said by COP last year, but hopefully it will continue. So the platform that we have now started on and built on with these stakeholders is supposed to be grown and utilized, of course, for the next year's theme, which we don't know exactly which one it will be. So maybe we will have some input from our stakeholders to be able to channel to the UNFCCC. But we will see what happens next year.
When will you know about the theme?
It should be before February next year, so that we are in good time for the next global dialogue and be able to call upon the stakeholders again. So if someone feels that they want to reach out, if they've been listening to this session or anything, so please just connect with me. Maybe on LinkedIn is the easiest way. I don't know if the technical team can put my name again, if it hasn't been caught up. But that's one way of doing it right now, and then we will put you into the roles of being further noticed when this platform is taken. Yeah.
On the note of collaboration.
On the note of collaboration, for sure. And I hope we can potentially work together again and meet here for the next COP and show progress.
Progress is key. Exactly. So thank you so much, Simone Andersen. Thank you, Magdalena Streifert. And thank you, Mikkel from Norway, and also Linda from Umeå joining us here in this panel. And of course, the team in Dubai. This concludes the section on accelerating a just energy transition, the Nordic perspective. And we move on to the next topic, which is a wrap-up of this day. Because, of course, before we wrap up this day, we have a final fantastic live session from Dubai. We'll end on a high note with a very special guest from the United Nations Development Programme. And I'd let Nick Nuttall introduce this guest.
Thank you very much, Katarina, and well done, Stockholm, for some super programs during the day. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome Abdallah Al-Dadari, super, the UN Assistant Secretary General and UNDP Assistant Administrator and Director of the UNDP Regional Bureau for Arab States. Before being appointed, Mr. Al-Dadari served as the UN Development Programme's resident representative in Afghanistan since 2019, when joining the World Bank, where he was a senior advisor. So this gentleman has been around, he's seen a lot of different things, and we're very delighted to have him with us here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to be here.
Abdallah, if I can call you Abdallah, the hosting of both the UN Climate Conference, COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and here now the COP28 UN Climate Conference in Dubai in the Arab region, has brought a lot of attention to this region from people all around the world. What are your priorities here as the United Nations Development Programme for COP28? And what are the key issues and actions you see for this region?
Well, having two COPs in the region in 2 consecutive years have proven to be a very strong galvanizer of thinking and public opinion, not just among policymakers, but also among the population, who were not fully aware of this, what is a COP after all. And the whole question of climate change, that seemed a little bit remote. The region has been suffering from climate change impact, but couldn't translate the reaction to this deterioration in resource management and in the environment into coherent policies. The governments have been working on that, but having those two COPs in the region have really, I mean, you could see the transformational impact of these two big events. So what is the region facing? The region is the poorest region in water in the world, even though, and it is the poorest region from a point of view of food security. It is the largest dependent region on food imports, but it uses 75% of its water resources for agriculture. So there is something that's not right there, right? So there is the question of water and all the existential questions that come with the challenge of water. There is the question of energy. The region has been addicted to cheap energy in many countries in the region, whether oil-producing countries or even not oil-producing countries whose social contracts dependent on heavily subsidized energy. And therefore, that was not tenable, that was not sustainable, and sooner or later, that addiction had to be kicked off. So water, food security, and energy transition are the three main themes, in addition to economic diversification, moving away from public sector dependent jobs to jobs that could satisfy the youth and their aspirations. So the question is, how do you link all of that? It's not enough to say we are dealing with water, energy, and food security alone. Those three are actually a nexus, and they have to be treated in an integrated way, from a policy point of view, from an institutional point of view, and from a finance point of view. And all of that should feed into a much more diversified economy for this region.
You are in many ways, it's difficult when we talk about regions, because it's a bit like when people say Africa.
Yes.
You know, as if it's just one thing. And it is a diverse region, is it not? And with countries at different levels of economic activity, some countries that have had some conflict issues as well, and then United Arab Emirates, where there's been this extraordinary growth and stuff like that. That's a challenge for somebody managing a job like you, with so many different perspectives in different countries. Yes. Three common threads, which is important to hold on to. Do you sense that nations in this region are recognizing, either because they're suffering impacts like everybody else in the world, that climate change has to be addressed?
Certainly, for a number of reasons. First of all, let's realize that even though this is a part of the world with tremendous history and cultural depth, it's still, the states here are actually new. And so there is this, we are carrying forward tremendous culture and history, while at the same time building modern societies in relatively short term, less than 100 years for the oldest modern state in this region. So that is a common thread between all of us. And the other three streams I told you about is another common thread, regardless whether you are a very rich country or a very poor country. Yeah. Now, there is a sense of international responsibility. So, first of all, the governments in the region and the private sector started to realize that the old social contract is untenable. So, change is a must, which is great. To realize that change is a must is extremely important to start reforming. So, again, whether you are in Saudi Arabia or in Djibouti, everyone realized that you cannot continue like this, and that a new social contract should emerge. One of the most unifying aspects of a new social contract in such a diverse region and such diverse countries within each country is the environment, is climate. It's a unifying force. So, in fact, governments and peoples finally found something that they can all attach to and they can work towards, and it becomes a public good that everyone would benefit. That's one. Secondly, countries in the region have realized also their international responsibility. We are probably the largest oil producer region in the world. We are the region with the largest number of countries in conflict in the world, and so on. So as part of taking our responsibility seriously, the global responsibility, this transition becomes a must and becomes another driving force to put our stamp on the global map, who we are and what we are. We bring our history again and culture into a positive contribution to the world in the future. So those two driving forces, I think, are actually shaping the way forward. And they are also unifying us in the region, whether you are in a conflict setting like Palestine or Syria or other countries and in a very downtrend economically, and you are a very stable, powerful, driving forward country like the UAE. The UAE knows that the future depends on safety and prosperity in those other countries, and vice versa.
Yeah, that's absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much for that insight. How are you going about it as the UN Development Programme in this fascinating region? How are you supporting the advancement of either climate policies or climate technologies, an action agenda? We know UNDP has a very strong relationship with helping countries with their nationally determined contributions, what ordinary people would say national climate action plans. Yeah, how are you going about that?
Well, UNDP has a tremendous advantage. The level of trust and confidence among the governments and the peoples of the region is unparalleled. I have worked in different institutions. They're all great, but I must say, this is the gem that UNDP owns, the trust and confidence of the governments and of the people. We are looked at very seriously. So how are we then building on this? We need to work, and we are already working at the policy level. It's very important that the governments feel that there is an honest advisor that can provide them with policy choices that make sense, that are economically feasible, that are politically sensible, and at the same time could be implemented. So that advice on, for example, how do you do energy transition? How do you move away from energy and water subsidy towards more efficient systems with all the political and social ramifications of these subsidy reforms? We are there and we are doing that in most countries. And then how do you build capacities? Fine, we give you an advice, and then what? So we are building the capacities through capacity building, training, institutional development on how to manage these reforms. A very sensitive issue as well.
Yes.
And then how do you implement them on the ground? All right, I told you to do subsidy reforms. You agreed. I built your institutions, and then what? This requires investments. This requires finance. This requires bridging of finance resources to national budgets and to local private sector. So we are working at those three levels in each country. And we are moving away from small fragmented projects to large portfolios that could make an impact. Last year we spent $1 billion in the Arab region. Now that's not a small amount of money. Actually, we are now revising whether the impact of that $1 billion is what we really desire and what the region desires, one. Secondly, whether we could have leveraged. So we spend $1 billion. Is this what we want? Or do we want to leverage $10 billion in private finance, in international public finance, in improved taxation system in the country so that more money goes to climate and development and the SDGs? So that's where we are going. And we are already showing some very interesting successes. Our work on renewable energy in Egypt, our work on renewable energy in the most difficult places. In Yemen, UNDP is the leader on renewable energy because there is no, conventional power plants at the moment, and so on and so forth. So UNDP probably is the only UN agency that can bring development, economic development, climate, and conflict under one umbrella and make them symbiotic, mutually beneficial.
Yes. because potentially this region is a gold mine for renewable energy, is it not? And yet the fossil fuel subsidies, they skew the playing field, don't they, or make the playing field less even than it should be. But even despite that, renewable energy is doubling every, people say every 3.5 years now globally, and this should be a region with its climatic conditions, its weather conditions, actually ideal for particularly solar.
Yes, I must say that in the past 10 years, the generated capacity of solar energy has increased by tenfold. So the investments are serious. I was talking to an Iraq panel today about transition there, and they have a 12,000 megawatt, not a plan in the future, an investment plan that's being funded and implementing as we speak. Fascinating. A few years ago, if you tell me Iraq is going to move away from absolute dependence on crude oil, unthinkable. Now it's very serious.
No, this is, as Achim Steiner, the UNDP administrator, was saying when he was on this show, we have to point out where things are going wrong, but we also need to celebrate when things are going right, because people need to be inspired by when positive change is occurring in countries that perhaps they know very little about either and have preconceived ideas, you know, of what these places are like, right? To show that it's actually happening in those countries too, happening all around the world, is absolutely our responsibility to illuminate that and in a sense to accelerate it. So that's really, I'm really interested in what you're saying. Water, food, energy nexus, you mentioned those as being at the heart of development. Water, food, how do you go about these two areas? We've mentioned energy, and I know that they're linked, but desalination here, for example, desalination is a good idea. It could be also renewable energy powered as well at some moment. What are you doing on the water and the food side of things?
I'll give you concrete examples. We are facing a serious water shortage in the south of Tunisia. It's been 3 years spell of drought, and thousands of farmers have lost their livelihoods. We are now working with Tunisia to use solar power for desalination and for recycling water, agricultural water discharges, so that we can use it again in agriculture, and also use it for municipal services such as education and health centers, just the municipal water, plus the renewable energy in those facilities. So that's a combined project that brings together all these challenges. It will bring agriculture back to those places. It will conserve the water. It will allow us to use new technology. And in fact, the solar power projects themselves are a value-added job creator for youth in those regions. Youth who maybe don't want to spend the rest of their lives just farming, and they want to move up the value chain. And then food processing using solar power, and so on and so forth. So this value chain thinking now will create greener jobs, more value-added jobs for aspiring youth for something different.
Very interesting. And of course, again, celebrating that and then communicating that to other parts of the region is also a way of, you know, well, if Tunisia is doing that, why aren't we doing it here, sort of thing? Because that's like the race to the top, isn't it? That people don't want to be left out. The British call it FOMO, fear of missing out. So FOMO. And food, you said it was a challenge in the region with food, a lot of imported food coming in. Does the country have the potential, or sorry, the region have the potential to be a bigger producer of agricultural crops?
Definitely. Don't forget that the region historically has been the grain basket for Europe, for Rome. I mean, the valleys of South Syria, North Jordan, and of Libya and Tunisia have been, this is where Rome got its wheat and its wine, for that matter, and its olives. So the region requires two things. Requires to really, as I said before, to move away from cheap or practically free water. Something that doesn't have a price, doesn't have a value. People need to know that this is the most valuable thing we have. That's one. Secondly, we need to move to a much higher productivity rate in agriculture. The yield is very low. I give you one example. Wheat production in the Levant. At the moment, the yield average is about 2.5 to 3 tons per hectare. This region can produce easily 8 tons per hectare, but the financial incentives are not there. The markets for food products are not functioning well. They are state-dominated, and they don't generate the right signals for the producers and the traders to move in effectively and amplify their production and productivity and invest in productivity. So if we fix these issues, and UNDP is helping, I am certain, and the studies show, not my opinion, that we can boost food production by at least 2 to 3 folds. But food security in the Arab states region can only happen with stronger regional integration. And what's been missing in the region is that region, the region investing in the region. So there have been a lot of investments from the region in other countries like Romania, Ukraine, and Ethiopia, where to plant food to be important to the region. And we see what's happening in the Ukraine and in Ethiopia. So food security in the Arab region first must come from the Arab region, from different parts, through regional integration. I am not saying we should not work with the rest of the world. We are in a globalized world today. Wherever we have an opportunity, let's grab it. But from a logistical point of view, from a cost point of view, from safety, security, and all these matters point of view, it's very important to integrate our food security planning. UNDP work, that's why UNDP is very important. It works at the country level, but it works at the regional level. So now we are launching a regional food security, water security, and energy transition program that would link those 3 streams across the region.
Right, how interesting. So have you launched it already, or you're about to launch it?
About to. I'm actually going to Jordan in the next few days, where we have a regional hub to put the final touches on that program.
Oh, super. Okay, that's something to look out for. Yes. Yeah, very interesting indeed. Finance, okay. I mean, that has to be the thing. I mean, it is quite extraordinary. We live in a world where many people think that somehow the world's poorer than it used to be, but it actually is fabulously rich as this world. Yes, I mean, there's some people who are even more fabulously rich than others, but there also is a huge amount of money, it seems to me, and from talking to other people on our programs, trillions and trillions of dollars just lying around in bank accounts all over the world, looking for the right investments, and maybe earning now a little bit more than it used to do in terms of interest rates, but not finding, as the UN system would call, bankable projects or whatever to invest in. So the money's out there. How do we take this money that could green investments, green flows, build development? What can UNDP contribute to the finance side of this story in this region?
UNDP, so first of all, we are fully aware that there's something we are facing. Is called, in banking terminology, they call it discrepancy of maturities. I have short-term deposits and I need long-term investments. So there is this discrepancy. It's an oversimplification of the situation we are facing. There's plenty of money. There's no shortage of money. There's plenty of good ideas, but they have not grown enough to be able to match the requirements of finance. And usually climate investments don't generate rapid returns. I give, and we just launched a report on climate change in Yemen. If we invest in climate change now, by 2060, we could add $900 billion to Yemen GDP. And we can bring 15 million Yemenis out of poverty. And that could lead to peace in Yemen. But at the moment, the financial system, whether international financial institutions or private banks and so on, are not fit for this discrepancy between by 2060, I will generate $600 or $900 billion and the requirements of finance today. Our duty as UNDP is to look at all these gaps and see where can we do de-risking, where can we do what we call viability gap funding to bridge between the return on investment in the right time and the actual needs of the project, and so on and so forth. we are building, as we speak, a green finance facility, which will be based in the UAE with centers across the Arab countries. These places, these centers will identify a project pipeline, will prepare those project pipelines to become bankable. We will bring them to the center here, and that center will bridge the financiers with these projects. And UNDP will step in, will chip in to bridge the viability gap, as we call it. We are optimistic about this. We already have hundreds of bankable projects lying up, and we have such an open arms and heart policy from our counterparts in Abu Dhabi.
That's very interesting as well. Very interesting indeed. Yes, you're right. Capital sometimes has to be a little patient and not so greedy. And has to wait a little bit for, but also at the same time, as you say, once you have those really positive bankable projects, there is money out there, and the de-risking, I think, is absolutely critical, as we both know. But it's funny, there's an interesting parallel here, because I had a Ukraine delegation on the show, including the Deputy Minister of Environment, and we learned that even despite the conflict in that region of the world, the Ukraine has been opening wind farms. So it's kind of like there's a kind of confidence about that that's so attractive, that even when things aren't going right in one region, they're still moving ahead with their plans. And people have to put a bet on countries like Yemen and say, you know, yes, okay, it may not be perfect conditions, but let's put a bet in it, let's de-risk it a bit, and let's give it a go. Because I think with climate change, we're beyond everything has to be absolutely perfect before we invest in renewable energy. We need to place a bet on these things.
Well, I must say that I worked for 4 years in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
The last 2 years under Taliban. And we managed to support 40,000 women-owned enterprises to do climate-friendly enterprises.
Right.
So it can be done using revolving funding and so on and so forth. So if we can do it in Afghanistan and in Yemen, we can do it in other countries in the region and other parts of the world.
Yes, absolutely. And I think choosing the UAE is a good idea, of course, naturally. I mean, with the learning and the knowledge they have from the Masdar city and the amazing work they've done there, I think UAE is about 14% renewable energy. I mean, in all this rowing over the oil, people forget that actually, you know, the UAE has 14% renewable energy. And so again, it's not starting from ground zero. So, well, look, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on We Don't Have Time TV. It's really been fascinating. You're a master of your brief as well. And the facts and figures you had were really astonishing. And I think that was a very refreshing interview for someone that is, myself, a bit distant from understanding this region in terms of sustainability and sustainable development, to hear directly from an expert like yourself about what's going on. So congratulations on your work, and I hope you have a really good COP.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
Take care.
Okay. So I think I am now handing back the show to Katarina in Stockholm. Hi, Katarina.
Hi, Nick. Well, it's time to sum this up. And with me in the studio, I have Åsa Sandberg and Ingmar Rentzhog. And Åsa, I'll turn first to you. You are the project leader of the Youth Hub. So please tell us what's been happening in the Youth Hub today.
Well, for those who don't know, the Youth Hub is an initiative for this year's COP, where we are gathering youth from all over the world to get a platform for expressing their voices and also listening to interesting topics and speakers that are addressing the youth issue. And it's been amazing today, again, actually. Today, we have had a filmmaker and photographer, Kasia Sikwa-Slavner, and she is from 1.5 Degrees of Peace. And she really spoke about the importance of finding a community that really grounds you, because it's a long and tiring fight. So basically connect and build friendship and understand how difficult this fight can be emotionally. And I think that's very, very important to remember. And then we also had the great pleasure of having Mauricio Suazua, who is actually the board director and head of sustainability at Kearney. And Maurizio, he actually spoke in the broadcast yesterday, but he thought it was so important to also join the youth dialogue. And he spoke about the importance of taking it one step at a time, put a big ambition down, and not to try it alone if you are just on the first steps of this journey. And we are continuing these dialogues. So tomorrow we're going to have an interesting schedule again in the Youth Hub. So if you haven't joined already, just go to We Don't Have Time and search for Future Voices and our Youth Hub there. And the program is going all day.
Excellent work, Åsa. And behind you, you don't see this now, but if you turn, you see your friends here.
Wow,
it's
look at
wonderful
that.
faces to see. Thank you so for your contribution and for your participation. It's wonderful to see your faces. We're counting on you and counting you in. So in this fight. So thank you.
They are from all over the world as well, which is amazing.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Great work. So Ingmar, we have some breaking news now to deliver at the end of this day.
Yes, we have, and we have kind of been part of the problem ourselves. What I'm going to talk about now. Earlier, 2 days ago, it was this breaking news, an article in The Guardian about the chair of the COP meeting, where they have come over what he said the week before. That upset me. It upset so many people. It became this bad story, and he has been heavily criticized, everything from the General Secretary to other influential voices. I mean, when I heard about it, I thought that he deserved it, of course. And for those that haven't seen this, I will read the quote why everyone was upset.
The quote that was sent out
quoted in The Guardian. That's triggered this, where the word story about it. So here's the quote. There is no science out there, no scenario out there that says that the phase out of fossil fuel is what is going to achieve 1.5 degrees. This was a quote from Sultan Al-Jaber, the chair of the COP meeting, that upset many, including me. But there's what was a second part of this, and to remember, this was in a Zoom call that was not an official meeting or anything that this was said. And I think most people are humans, we say things. And I don't agree with that quote, but there was a second part of this quote that was not in the Guardian article. And that says, 1.5 is my North Star, and a phase down and a phase out of fossil fuel is inevitable, it is essential.
It's inevitable and essential, yes. And he actually said both those things.
So here's a little thing. If you're a negative person that thinks that people are doing the wrong thing, it's very easy to just cut that quote in half and focus on the negative thing. But you could also cut the quote and focus on the positive thing. It's amazing to have an oil CEO in an oil country and a chair of a COP meeting saying that it's essential to phase out fossil fuel.
And that it's its North Star.
And it's a North Star. I don't often hear oil CEOs saying that. But in reality, I think it's human. It's someone thinking out loud, unscripted. So I think this is kind of a little bit mixed. And it's also a very interesting conversation going on between
please give the context when this conversation.
This was a conversation between Mary Robinson, the former president of Ireland, and the Sultan Al-Jaber. And he's answering quite difficult questions. I really love Mary Robinson for asking those questions.
She's a climate warrior.
For sure. And instead of us judging, I think we should hear this. So we have it on tape and we have transcribed it, and it's a lot of discussion in the app where people have different opinions about it. So instead of judging, let's play this recording and see for ourselves. What do you think of it?
Can I come in at this stage to say, Sultan, I'm really pleased that you did accept the invitation that I extended to you when we were together in Beijing with the Friends of the Paris Agreement to take part in this summit. I think one urgent message has come through in the entire day of the summit. I've heard it at every session, I think, and that is that we're in an absolute crisis that is hurting women more than anyone, women and children, the elderly, those with disability, etc., and those most vulnerable. And it's because we have not yet committed to phasing out fossil fuel. That is the one decision that COP28 can take under your presidency. And in many ways, because you're head of the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, you could actually take it with more credibility by saying, I now recognize we have to phase out fossil fuel with just transition for the workers and their communities and just transition into renewable, accessible, affordable, clean energy. It's not going to happen overnight, as you say. It will be orderly but urgent. I didn't hear the word urgent enough in your voice when you spoke earlier. That's why I kind of interrupted.
I said fast track. I'm not sure what urgent means. A fast track is not good enough.
Fast track is, it can be more of a managerial term. Urgency is crisis mode.
Yeah. We can always play with words here. You are a good politician and you know how to use words better than I do. I'm a businessman. I am centered around delivery and actions.
Well, will you lead on phasing out fossil fuel with just transition, as I've said?
You can take the lead. I'll make sure I put you as an item on the agenda and I'll adopt it. Someone has to take the lead. You are you come from a developed country. Developed countries, I'm sure, can take the lead like they always do and lead by example. You can lead by example. And like I said from the beginning, I accepted to come to this meeting to have a sober and a mature conversation. I'm not in any way signing up to any discussion that is alarmist. I am here factual and I respect the science. And there is no science out there or no scenario out there that says that the phase out of fossil fuel is what's going to achieve 1.5. 1.5 is my North Star. And a phase down and a phase out of fossil fuel, in my view, is inevitable. It is essential, but we need to be real, serious, and pragmatic about it.
But the real serious and pragmatic doesn't take into account that we are in. I mean, I respect that you've done a lot of hard work preparing for this COP and that you've listened to the science. The science is very acute now. We don't have any time. They say 6 or 7 years. We've got to peak by 2025. Latest in fossil fuel, fossil fuel, and your company is investing in a lot more new fossil fuel, and that's going to hurt women.
Ma'am, you've just accused me of something that is not correct. I'm sorry, I don't take it. Now I ask you to prove to me.
I read that your company is investing in a lot more fossil fuel in the future.
Yes, ma'am, you're reading your own media, which is biased and wrong. I am telling you, I am the man in charge, and it is wrong, ma'am. You need to listen to me, please.
I'm very pleased to hear it. I'm very pleased to hear it.
It is wrong. You guys write a lie, and you believe it. I'm sorry. I do not accept it.
What I see.
I am not accepting this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I respect you, and I do not accept any false accusations. I've been very clear about my position. This is wrong. And you're asking for a phase out of fossil fuel. Please help me, show me a roadmap for a phase out of fossil fuel that will allow for sustainable socio-economic development. Unless you want to take the world back into caves.
No.
Show me.
Yeah. I think we can.
We have 8 billion.
Women will be part of that.
Give me the solution. You talk about having women be involved. We, in this small country, have included women more than any other country in the world. 50% of our parliament is women. 33% of our cabinet is women. 77% of our Emirati women enroll in higher education after secondary school. Our women make up 64% of our university graduates. I'm sorry. Get your facts straight, ma'am.
No, I understand that. I know that about the UAE. But I am
sorry. I will not.
Are you Can I suggest? Are you actually saying you're not going to invest in the future in fossil fuel with your Abu Dhabi oil company?
Say it again.
Are you saying that I was mistaken in saying that you're going to invest in fossil fuel? Are you not going to invest in new fossil fuel? Because it's good to clarify. If that is untrue, I'll accept it from you.
Ma'am, what is not true is what you said, that we're doubling capacity. We're not doubling capacity. That's number one.
I didn't say double capacity. I didn't use those words.
Ma'am, hold on. Let me just explain. The world will continue to need energy sources. We are the only ones in the world today that have been decarbonizing their oil and gas resources. We have the lowest carbon intensity. We are 7 kilograms. I have not heard you talk to the Norwegians or others the way you talk to us. Time has come. Time has come. Mary, time has come for you to...
I don't accept that I'm selective. I talk to the Norwegians, I talk to the US, the elders talk to everybody across the board independently. But I'm glad that you're taking part in this discussion because you have such a role as president. If you can encourage that this
because I'm not a hypocrite, and I am not shying away from any facts. I am here talking to you just like I did in China.
Yeah.
And I told you exactly you need to get your facts straight.
Can I thank you for this exchange, for this robust and positive exchange. I think a clear invitation from His Excellency Jaber, Marie, to input into that roadmap, and Marie, for you to share the expectation associated to this roadmap. I thank you for this exchange, and I would like to bring Samar into this conversation. Samar, yes.
Sophie, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Mary interrupted me earlier. I'm going to have to come in now. I don't think Mary will be able to help solve the climate problem by pointing fingers or contributing to the polarization and the divide that is already happening in the world. What we need here is solutions. Show me the solutions. Stop pointing fingers. Show me solutions. Show me what you can do. Show me your own contributions. And I will salute you for it. Stop the pointing of fingers. Stop it.
This was a very interesting interview or discussion. It wasn't really an interview. It was a closed Zoom call that we were able to get the taping of. And of course, polarization is a word that we very often account for. I mean, we counter it in different discussions about how we continue the discussion in society. Seema, what is your take here on what happened here after the media picked out certain elements of this conversation and published it and not the entity of it?
First, I will say that this was a conversation hosted by an organization called She Changes Climate.
She Changes Climate, yes.
It's a partner to Real Time. They're doing an amazing job with empowering women and have them get them into the climate conversation that's needed, and they do a fantastic job. And I think this Mary did a great job of having a kind of driving this conversation that is needed.
Tough conversation, yeah.
And the Sultan, maybe it was not the most ordered conversation, but sometimes it's the way it is. That's life. That's when we discuss something difficult with different opinions. We need to listen to each other. If we stop listening to each other, we will not solve the climate crisis. We will not solve anything internationally. And we need that more than ever today. And that's why I think it's so unfortunate with media's role that it's just clickbait. So what's happening when this story broke out, it was a shitstorm. And it was all over everywhere. It was topping the conversation. And in one way, I'm happy for the outcome because it's really have kind of, the oil is top of the agenda now.
The elephant is even more in the room, yes.
It could also have very much backfired into that the chair of the COP meeting will have kind of resigned, And suddenly we will have a COP meeting with a new chair that we don't know who is. It could, I mean, unprepared, and I think that could really break things down. It could be really dangerous for the whole process. And it was not just this single article. It's the narrative. So I just got a mail from another source about another story. I think it was a week before COP.
Yeah.
And it was from BBC that have this new breaking news about that COP. The UAE was using COP to secretly talk oil with other countries. It's a long article in BBC. And there's a new journalist, very acknowledged journalist, that have digged into this story. It's 11 pages here. You will find it on We Don't Have Time. That is also finding a lot of facts that this story is maybe not as much truth in it as there's a lot of conclusions there.
Making a mountain out of a molehill, maybe.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm a climate activist myself, but we can't forget the truth. It's simple as that. We need to have a fact-based discussion. We climate people, we are always saying that listen to science. We also need to say listen to facts and listen to people that don't agree with you. And I'm very proud that We Don't Have Time are playing a role in this, because what you can do on We Don't Have Time, besides watching our great content or broadcast, is that you can have a conversation directly with leaders. And not just the leaders that are doing good stuff, but also the leaders that are not doing good stuff. And in fact, we have had all big oil, ExxonMobil, Shell, and all the others, have responded to criticism directly on the We Don't Have Time platform. Bolsonaro, the previous president in Brazil that is really unpopular, did respond on climate warnings on We Don't Have Time. Even if we don't like another person, we need to listen to their arguments and we need to talk directly with them without having someone interpreting what you say and tell you your opinion that you maybe are not agreeing to. That is super essential. So if you agree on that, go to wedon'thavetime.org, download the mobile app, and join the dialogue directly with the leaders. See the facts yourself. You have your own opinion about what you just listened to. And don't just read what someone else is interpreting into things. It's a lot of propaganda out there from both sides. We can't forget the truth. We need to get as close to the truth and to the source of information as possible. This is super important, especially today.
Well, thank you for clarifying the source of this and the bigger context. Ingmar, I know you have some more news to share on the screen here behind us.
Yes, I have. And I'm taking a lot of time, so we're running over time. So I can do this quite quick, actually. And if you have watched our shows the previous days, you will find we have a counter here about how many countries, cities, organizations, individuals, and companies that wants to phase out fossil fuel. And maybe we should have the chair of the COP here, or maybe not, because he kind of said both, right? So I think we don't put him there yet. But hopefully we will put him there when the COP is over. We will see. So if you want to join this, go to wecandoit.tech/endfossil and you can put your name on this yourself. And what you can more do is to join the discussion on wedon'thavetime.org. So go to wedon'thavetime.org, and what you find here is a lot of things that we have broadcasted during COP, interesting quotes. One I will certainly want to highlight is our interesting panel with the Climate Crisis Group this morning, where Johan Rockström put it out the way it is. It's the science, listen to science. There is ultimately no other pathway than a full phase out of all fossil fuels. That's how it is. But so if you agree on that, you can watch that, and you can also obviously watch me here right away. This is a little bit weird. Let's scroll. We also have this conversation we just played up And you can join the dialogue by commenting it and see what other things and discuss this. That's the whole point. And if you want to read this criticism to the BBC article, you can do that as well. You can follow our live blog. We do every day. Is very, very interesting content. And lastly, I want to show something we just had launched with our amazing tech platform. And I'm going to show you here. This is a climate lab to European Union, because they are committing to triple renewable energy at COP28 together with 180 countries. So I can read about this by clicking here. And if I think this is a good action, I can scroll down here and I could press agree. And I put my name into it, so it's more weight. But I could also do something else. This is a climate love to Ursula von der Leyen. And if I click on her profile here, she's a public figure, so you can actually send climate love and climate warnings to all public figures. So here you can see what people think of her action, and it's a little bit mixed. It's love, it's warning, and it's a mixed what people think of it. And what's completely new is that we are doing so many broadcasts from all over a lot of different climate meetings, and we have this new functionality where we automatically identify when someone are talking about Ursula on our shows. So if I want to see here what was said about Ursula, or maybe she is herself on our show, I can see that she's mentioned here at COP27. If I click on this, I automatically are getting up the result in the database with the help of AI. I could scroll to the exact moment where Ursula are on stage by clicking here. That's 27 minutes. Here is someone talking about Ursula, or maybe she shows up. Let's see. It's a little bit slow internet here. I don't see Ursula, but they are talking about her. You need to have some imagination if you don't have the sound on. So go to we.time.org and fact check. In fact, we have actually journalists that are using this platform to do their job properly, to go to the source. What are people saying directly? Don't listen to what other people say that you say. See what they say directly. That's the whole point with We Don't Have Time. That's what we are doing. So do that now.
Well, thank you very much, Ingmar, for this. This is really exciting news and important to talk about this, polarization and also fact-checking, of course. And thank you also for showing the Youth Hub work. And you'll be back, and your colleague Andreas, every day here and talk about the Youth Hub. So great. So we've come to the end of another great day of broadcasting from the Climate Hub here in Stockholm and from the summit in Dubai. The focus of the day tomorrow is going to be multi-level high action for the planet, as well as a focus on cities and on transportation. We know that cities need to be made sustainable, but with such high density population zones and with more than half of the world's population living in cities, how can we make this happen quickly and also efficiently and fairly? So we'll be finding out tomorrow, so I hope to see you then. But don't go anywhere just yet, as we have some pre-recorded interviews that we shot today, both from Stockholm and Dubai, including Xiaofang, Director Chemicals and Waste Hub, UNDP. We have Adam Gromis, Jacquelyn Francis, and Katja Dörner. So stay tuned and bye for now.
So I'm really delighted to have another guest here at COP28 here in Dubai. It's Jacquelyn Francis. She's the Executive Director of the Global Warming Mitigation Project. And before that, she was at the Aspen Science Centre. Jacquelyn, lovely to see you. Tell us about the Global Warming Mitigation Project and the Keeling Curve Prize.
So the Keeling Curve Prize was the first project of the Global Warming Mitigation Project, which I started 7 years ago. And we're now offering, we give prizes, 10 a year, to global warming solutions that reduce, remove, replace greenhouse gases. It's very science-focused. I have an analyst team of 12 that live around the world. And I'm based in Aspen, Colorado. And we also have other programs that we've developed that support the Keeling Curve Prize. One is called the Constellations Fellowship, and it's a career pathway that we provide interns for the finalists and the winners of the Keeling Curve Prize, which helps with capacity for organizations, and it's a career pathway for young people. And then we also have a new financial arm called the Conduit, and all the people who've applied for the Keeling Curve Prize have been vetted and have been qualified or on an online database, and I'm turning that into new financial mechanisms in order to speed up funding into the climate space.
So tell me, so it's been running for 7 years, the Keeling Curve Prize. You've got these new additional parts to it, which will help with capacity building, but also finance for winners of the projects. Are there one or two projects from the last 7 years that the world needs to hear more about?
You know, I love that question, and I get it a lot. And I say to people, you know, we have 60 winners to date, and I say, you're asking me to pick my favorite children.
Yeah, maybe not your people. It's like one of those machines where you twist it, a bit like a roulette table, and you don't know where it's going to stop.
We do have one winner from the first year who is a publicly traded company now, and that's been pretty amazing to see their trajectory. I consider the Keeling Curve Prize like a trampoline launching pad, where these companies apply for the prize and they win, and the success stories are truly off the charts. We've actually given out $1.75 million through the prize structure, and of that $1.75 million, the programs and projects, both nonprofit and for-profit, have gone on to create an additional $2 billion or more in value.
So I think that's the thing, isn't it? Because you elevate these projects up, you give them some finance, which they probably desperately need, but at that point when they've won, then the rest of the world can see, can't they? There's that. Let's have a look more closely at it, yeah? Is this something we want to invest in, yeah?
Absolutely. And they also look at them as like, you know, beacons for the future, and we give them the capacity building, and we support them in lots of ways. We put them on panels, and we connect with them in a very family-like way, where we're continually trying to uplift them, and it's a strategy that's really working. And I just love seeing it. And let me mention, when you ask about my favorites, that we have 5 categories. And so one of them is carbon sinks, and that's both nature-based and engineered. Another is finance, and we're trying to uplift financial mechanisms that are helping in the space. One of them is social and cultural pathways. That's behavior change. It's we have a nonpartisan lobbying group that has won a couple years ago. So that's a really important aspect of how we need to move forward. One is transport and mobility, and we have 2 companies that are working on different ways to make sustainable aviation fuel, and that's a really hot topic right now and a hard to decarbonize industry. And then the last one is energy, and that's mostly about energy access all over the world, which is another really important thing, because if we use high greenhouse gas emission energy sources, we're going to cook in the future, like undoubtedly.
I have a favourite that I'm still waiting for, because the British used to be very good at the R&D on this, and then a Conservative government in the mid-1990s axed our entire research programme of all renewable energies, which was a disaster. And that was wave machines and ocean energy. And it still seems to me that there's such potential out there. And I know there's a little bit happening, you know, but you just think, when is that going to really flow forward? And that's my
hang on to your hat, because our application period is open right now, and it closes February 12th, but we close it at 500 applicants. And I get to see behind the scenes, and I've actually seen some wave technology applicants apply this year. And I have a feeling that is going to be something that we look closely at.
Yeah, because some of the numbers are eye-watering. I mean, if you could actually harness the power of the oceans, you could just solve this energy problem overnight. I mean, it just seems so. I suppose it must be more difficult out in the ocean, and the engineering is more complex, and so forth.
And the ocean is very corrosive, so it's really hard on materials. But you know, I absolutely love offshore wind, and we're seeing that. That will scale up. I mean, I think the interest rate issue has been a little bit of a problem there, but I think that will scale up because, you know, most of our energy is needed on the coastlines. You know, that's where the biggest percentage of people live globally. So we are going to see these ocean solutions happening. And we do also look at, you know, underwater too, and how to, you know, preserve the biosphere, and how some solutions don't really take that into consideration. And that's a very important thing, that we don't do more damage with these new solutions.
Yes, absolutely. Interesting enough, we have a show on this afternoon on nature-positive renewable energy development, where we're looking at how you can actually make sure that all this new infrastructure that we desperately need to fight climate change also works positively with nature rather than against it. So I think it's a good point.
We have a couple solutions in the past that you know, really use traditional solutions of this is how we use our land, and this is how we you know, economize our land. This is how we have an economy making, you know, whatever trade you're making, and it preserves and allows, you know, the land people live on to be both their home and their economic survival mechanism. And that's something that we've also acknowledged, because it's been around for, you know, millennial. How people live with, you know, the value of their land, and we need to learn from those historic lessons.
Yes. Yes, you're right on that, because there are so many examples of things that have popped up in developing countries which were perfectly reasonable models for the richer countries, but don't work there. Like, you know, hydroelectric in parts of Africa, it's so hot, right, that the water just evaporates, and of course that doesn't matter if you're in a northern latitude, but you see on the buildings that you see popping up all over the developing world, which are classically good for New York or maybe London, you know, but just aren't the right, there's no passive cooling, there's nothing, it's just high air conditioning. And, you know, we sometimes underestimate how much the rich countries have exported to developing countries, as if that's the solution to what they need, when they have indigenous ideas that would work much better.
Yeah, and we often look at that too, when we give them money to the winners, we don't tell them this is what you have to do with it, because they already know.
Yeah. COP28, what are you looking for? Is there a big ticket item that you'd like to see happen here?
Well, of course. I mean, I'm in a hurry, so I'd like to see things happen. But I mean, what happens at the COPs is the pledges are made, and for the most part, the people who are working on the solutions already know the pathways. So, what I'd like to see at COP28 is the trust in the people who know how to design the pathways and move forward and deploy on the action can get the funding they need quickly, that it's not going to take 5, 10, 15 years for the funding to actually like get out the door and get into the places that are actually reducing, removing, and replacing greenhouse gases. And we can see actual progress being made.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you very much for your time. You're absolutely right with that last point. We need to shorten the distance between the idea and seeing that idea commercialized, materialized. Yeah, I think prizes like this are absolutely necessary. So thank you very much for your time. Thanks for being here, and hope you enjoy the COP.
Thank you so much for having me.
So I've got another wonderful guest with me here at COP28 in Dubai. That's Xiaofang Zhou, who is the director of the Chemicals and Waste Hub at the Bureau for Policy and Programme Support for the UN Development Programme. The UN Development Programme's Chemicals and Waste Hub is a network of partners that work alongside countries to support the transformation towards sound management of chemicals that underpin sustainable human development and shift to the circular economy. Xiaofang is with us to discuss the importance of cooling, something we know about here in Dubai, especially later in the day when it gets a lot hotter. But cooling is essential also to human health, food security, economic productivity. Cooling is becoming more important due to increasing global mean temperatures, accompanied by more extreme heat waves. So, Xiaofang, so nice to see you. Thank you for your time. Today, the Cooling Pledge is being highlighted at COP28, a pledge calling on countries to reduce cooling-related emissions. Can you explain a little bit more about this pledge and why actions in the cooling sector are important for tackling climate change?
Thank you very much first to invite me for this program to talk about cooling sector. Yes, the cooling pledge is something I think is important for this COP. This is the first time for the climate convention to bring the cooling at the center of the discussion. And the cooling pledge, as I know, that get a lot of support from country because country realize the importance of this sector is important for the development. For example, you already said it's essential for the health, for the well-being, for the food security and economic productivity, but also it's relevant to climate change because the direct emission and the indirect emission. Direct emission means as there are a lot of refrigerant in the cooling system, they have very high global warming potential, and they can emit during the operation of those cooling systems and units. And also because they consume a lot of electricity, it's actually currently cooling consume about 20% of electricity consumption, globally. But in this region, Middle East, even could be 7% of the total electricity consumption. That means also associated with a lot of indirect emission through the electricity consumption. So it's relevant. And if you look at all of the IPCC report, those emissions from the refrigerant now is kind of like 10% of total global emissions. That cannot be ignored. This is why this COP, the UAE presidency call for a cooling pledge.
Yes. And the cooling pledge, I read before the COP28 that the cooling pledge was it 58 or 68% cut? I can't remember what the pledge was by 2050 in emissions from cooling. Is that correct? Do you recall what the number is they're talking about?
Yeah, it's something like that level.
Yeah. So we've got the challenge that we have. Humanity needs to cool certain things, including ourselves, when it gets hot. We've got climate change with temperatures rising, so there's more cooling coming through, and this consumes electricity. But also the chemicals in the cooling systems themselves can be released as well, and they have high, as you say, global warming potential. Do you think that the fact there is a big challenge here with cooling is actually triggering creativity and innovation in terms of more efficient cooling systems as they're installed around the world?
Yes, there were a lot of innovation by the industry. This industry pay a lot of attention to how to decarbonize the cooling sector, including from one side is trying to use more climate-friendly technology and refrigerant, like natural refrigerant, like ammonia, CO2, hydrocarbon. Those do not have a lot of damage to our environment, both for the ozone layer and also for climate. And on another side, industry really invest in energy efficiency of the products and also the system. So there's a lot of potential to improve the energy efficiency, like those room air conditioner, refrigerator, and also some kind of even large system like district cooling. Can be deployed in many regions, so can really reduce a lot of the carbon footprint of the sector. So industry invests in the energy efficiency and invest in the transition of refrigerant both. So I think the issue is for us how we can accelerate this transition.
Yes.
This is the challenge we are facing now, because the high growth of the cooling. So I estimated those space cooling could be triple by 2050.
Right.
So
space cooling is the kind of refrigeration systems in buildings and also in shops and things like that.
Yes. And in our home.
Yes.
Yeah. But also we have the cold chain in developing countries still not developed, but we really need that to to reduce the food loss and for the vaccine, safely distribution of vaccines. So many things. That's also an area has a very high growth. So, but we need to manage that in a way to grow, sustainably.
The thing about the environment is that everything is connected, isn't it? So, for example, there is also an outcome that will come here of a tripling of renewable energy by 2030 and a doubling of energy efficiency. So, presumably, more clean, green energy is also important in this story to replace fossil fuels in the electricity supply, which will then have a beneficial side in terms of emissions from the cooling sector as well.
Yes, you are totally right. This is kind of direction we're trying to promote, because you want to reduce the cooling footprint. It's not only about the equipment itself. It's about the whole design, the building design. If you have the right design, you can reduce, 30% of the cooling load.
Yes. Yes.
And you have the right, insulation material, glass, doors. This we call it passive cooling. It's really, can save a lot of energy. And if you can, coupled with renewable energy, for example, in the supermarket, you can use a panel, solar panel, and to use for your cooling system. So that's something that's really interesting. I think that's we really want to promote the integrated design and for cooling in the future.
So I remember seeing a fantastic film which showed Chinese scientists and British scientists working together to basically model the wind that flowed through a Chinese city and to see whether there was some way of putting on the balconies of apartments, almost like deflectors that would deflect the wind into the apartments. I mean, a lot of creativity happening. There are so many possibilities in terms of how you plan a city, for example, to actually deal with both heating and cooling. Is that correct?
Yes, this is something, many cities are interested in the design stage and how to reduce those heat island effect. And in doing so, they can reduce the cooling load and improve energy efficiency. And by combining those heating and cooling systems together, to exchange the energy between them, you can save a lot of energy. So this is a really new area. Many, I think in the future, many city managers need to consider, and this industry also ready to provide a solution on that. For example, the district cooling, district heating, heat pump, those coupled with renewable energy like solar panel in the building. So this is something, it's really interesting, and we are very happy, excited to support the country to do so.
Yes. And of course, that leads to lower emissions, but also new economic possibilities for business and also perhaps jobs as well. So, there's a virtuous circle here. So thank you so much for the work you're doing. This is very important that we celebrate this cooling pledge. And best of luck with your work at UNDP on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me today. Thank you.
Hi, I'm here at our studios in Dubai at COP28 with Adam Gromis, the Global Sustainability Policy Lead at Uber. Hi, Adam.
Hi, Angela.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to be
And
here.
welcome here.
Thank you so much.
So let's dive straight into it. We're at COP28. What are you expecting to come out of this, and what have you seen so far?
It's such an honor to be here. This is the third annual COP that Uber has a delegation coming to, and this is our largest delegation so far, with a cross-functional team of leaders from around the company and around the world that are attending. You know, at Uber, we want to be the cleanest platform on the planet. And to do this, we've made a big commitment to reach net zero by 2040 without relying on carbon offset. So for us, this means 100% electrification on Uber. And we have even earlier dates in the United States, Canada, and Europe for our passenger mobility business of 2030. So we're here to find out what are the solutions that government leaders, that business leaders are discovering in real implementation and practice. What's working at scale? When we ask drivers all over the world, do you want to be in an EV? Half to two-thirds say yes. My next car, I would love to make an EV. And then we ask, well, what's it going to take? Number one challenge is, of course, affordability and availability. And second is charging.
Yeah.
So we're really keen to engage with those who are at the practice of EV uptake at great scale and understanding what's really working so that we can be aware of that. It's been so encouraging to see some of the progress so far, even at this COP. For instance, the loss and damage fund progress, very encouraging. And there's echoes of that in the EV space, as you well know. Both globally and locally, EVs are not evenly distributed across the population, with wealthier families having greater access to EVs and EV charging. So we're really keen to be engaged in those conversations to understand what can we do to play a role to see EV uptake by everybody at scale.
I like that. That's sort of the social impact side also connected to EV transformation. You don't always think about that. So you said this was the third year you guys are here with a delegation. So if we look at just like the past year, what has happened for Uber between COP27 and COP28?
You know, it's really exciting because in 2023, we are starting to see really encouraging results, even on our own platform, at significant scale. So, for instance, we regularly report online for electrification progress on Uber. And as of the third quarter of this year, more than 74,000 zero-emission vehicle drivers were active every month on Uber in North America and Europe. We're now running the largest zero-emission platform for on-demand mobility in the world outside of China. And those 74,000 active drivers did more than 38 million trips.
Sounds like a lot.
It is a lot over the course of the quarter. And so that's the equivalent of about 18,000 zero-emission vehicle trips every hour.
Wow.
Throughout the quarter. That's, from my perspective, that's 18,000 opportunities for local green economic transactions. It's 18,000 opportunities to engage consumers in the EV revolution and to get awareness and education happening at scale and real conversations going on in real cars around the world. So we're so encouraged by some of this early progress. Got a long way to go still. But if you think about it, even on a percentage basis, what we're seeing is that drivers on Uber are switching to zero-emission vehicles about 6 times faster than drivers in the general population. In the US, as of the third quarter, about 1 in every 15 miles completed on Uber's platform is in a zero-emission vehicle, battery EV generally. In Europe, it's about 1 in 10.
Wow. And
in some cities around the world with really outstanding EV policies and EV infrastructure, take London, for example, it's about 1 in every 5 miles on Uber. So we're really encouraged by this early progress. In addition to that, we have products for not just low and zero emission car rides, but also car-free trips on micromobility through transit partners.
It's gonna take all of us to heal this world. It's gonna take all of us.
That is by far the coolest car on the face of the planet. Guys, what is up? This is day 5 at COP28 and we've got an exciting show for you. So for today, we hear from Al Gore. We also speak to Barney Swan, a young environmentalist who's saving the oldest rainforest on this planet. We also check out the technology hub in the green zone and also get down to solving plastic pollution. As always, don't forget to send in your questions as it helps shape our show and we love hearing from you. The Daintree rainforest holds almost a complete record of plant life evolution than anywhere else in the world, including the Amazon jungle. Today we meet a young environmentalist who's trying his best to save the Daintree in Australia.
All right, good morning everyone. I'm here today with Barney Swan, founder and CEO of Climate Force. Nice to meet you, Barney.
Well, Tenny, it's great to be with you out here at COP28 in the UAE. It's been a very busy few days. And I'm representing far north Queensland, the top right-hand side of Australia. We're a biodiversity and climate tech accelerator, really making a unique model of how do we not only remediate damaged land, but not forget that we need to have the utility of supporting people to do that. So we're an off-grid farm, so we're dealing with energy, waste, water, all kinds of social aspects as we're planting tens of thousands of trees and fundamentally creating a model that can help support all kinds of places around the equatorial band of our beautiful planet.
Oh, that sounds very, very beautiful. I'm interested to know, for countries like Nigeria, you know, we have a lot of subsistent farmers, you know, farming forms about 28% of what we do in Nigeria. So how do you think we can adopt a model such as this, like you're proposing?
Well, Nigeria is a fascinating example. It's developing so quickly. There's 220 million people there currently. And I think it's 70% of your agricultural sector is smallholder farmers. So that means that they're managing land under 2 hectares. And I'm pretty sure that they are producing the majority of the food in the country. And yet mostly the government, international organizations really aren't looking after those smallholder farmers enough. So being a non-profit, private sector, globally, big conglomerates like COP28 really need to make sure that smallholder farmers are really at the forefront of the conversation. I think globally there's between 800 million and 1.2 billion smallholder farmers globally, and a lot of them are ripping themselves out of poverty, and yet they're not getting the support needed to really have options and diversification to really change up how they're doing things, whether that's switching from synthetic chemicals to organic chemicals. If you've only got yam, if you've only got livestock, there's an opportunity to diversify and have agroforestry or different crops to make sure that you're not reliant on just one food system, because if that fails, if you have a biosecurity issue or insects or locusts or whatever it is, fungi that comes in and damages that one crop, you lose everything. So I think when it comes to creating resilience for smallholder farmers, diversification is critical. And what we're doing in Australia, especially in an equatorial tropical environment, really is an integrated working model of both how do we have those diversification outcomes and the costing to achieve that, which I think often the specifics and granularity of the costing isn't discussed enough. And if you mistake that and you miss a 30% margin of the costing, potentially the whole farm is goes under. So really critical that we have very good costing models. So what we're doing in Australia, I hope, can support the likes of like Nigeria, Indonesia, all around that equatorial place in equatorial band around our planet. Huge need for diversification pathways, especially with smallholder farmers.
I really like what you're saying, but I have a question. You know, for the younger people who are watching, they are looking at, and they're probably wondering how they can get in on this conversation. They're looking at how they can be a part of this change. What you're doing is really, really beautiful, and I'm sure you're impacting so many lives. How would you advise, or where would you advise that young people, there are a lot of young farmers in Nigeria, shockingly, you know, they don't get a lot of notice, but how would you advise they start? Where can they start in terms of bringing a change?
Well, I think when it comes to land diversification, it's important to educate ourselves on the different parts of land. So there's so many green job opportunities, whether that's environmental related, within the energy sector, within education, within healthcare. And so much of that comes back to how not only young people, but all generations have a relationship to land, sea, rivers, lakes. I think that fundamentally creating that connection at an early age is really important with young people, because if you're so focused on technology, not saying that technology isn't important, but having your roots coming back to the earth, I think is really, really critical. And I think after that, just being open to what the green economy of the future looks like, and then trying to educate and inspire young people to be curious on what's happening on a global perspective at events like COP28 where we're sitting, but really bringing it back down to what regionally is relevant. So depending on what ecosystem type you're dealing with and what the regional pressures are, whether that's drought or fire risk or flooding or soil degradation, I think it's important, especially within land use, to do almost a SWOT analysis of your region. What are the strengths? What are the weaknesses? What are the opportunities? And what are the threats? If you can ascertain that whole system, I think it allows that opportunity for young people to pick something and really be excited to be a part of designing what that future of that solution looks like. But to do that, we've got to look at the opportunity and got to look at the threats. So that's a broad answer to your question, but I think coming back to a very simple answer, it's really looking at different places around the world, especially throughout the African continent, and really being excited about all of the pathways that you can bring back to your local community.
Thank you so much for your time.
Let's continue the conversation, and I think fundamentally driving forward that currency of hope and trust. Even if you're a billionaire, you can't buy that stuff. We've got to earn it through having real conversations and trustworthy solutions that people can get their head around. So delighted to have this conversation. Everyone's involved. It takes all of us to design a future that we're proud of.
Welcome to the COP28 trending topics in German media. On Saturday, Germany's federal chancellor Olaf Scholz was at COP28, calling for a global phase-out of coal, oil and gas. The German chancellor is hopeful that it's still possible to reach the 1.5-degree target agreed in Paris. To reach this target, all countries will have to work together and make great efforts. In order to achieve this ambitious goal, Olaf Scholz is calling for more speed in the expansion of renewable energies. In a speech at COP28, he said, "Let's make the expansion of renewable energies the #1 energy policy priority worldwide." His call for the expansion of renewable energies includes two binding targets. Firstly, tripling the expansion of renewable energies. Secondly, a doubling of energy efficiency. So far, more than 110 countries around the world have committed to expanding green electricity production more quickly. As surprising news from a German perspective, Robert Habeck, the German Vice-Chancellor, will probably not be traveling to COP28. Robert Habeck is the Federal Minister for Economic Affairs and Climate Protection, and in this role is largely responsible for Germany's green transformation. As the government in Germany is busy solving a budget crisis, Habeck has had to cancel his trip. The budget crisis is also about financing our climate measures. Federal Chancellor Olaf Scholz has called on him to temporarily cancel his planned trip.
Thank you so much for your questions on solutions to plastic pollution. Let's hear from an expert.
Hello, I am Professor Muyiwa Inola. I am Professor of Innovation for Sustainable Development at the Montfort University in the UK. We do a lot of work in the area of circular economy, and which is just more or less mimicking nature. So if you think about natural systems, you see nothing goes to waste. Everything is like a cycle, obviously, so it's a closed loop cycle, and that's what we try to do with waste. Obviously, this is a circular economy model. The best option, firstly, is to avoid it, to refuse to use plastics. However, when we find ourselves using it, how do we ensure we turn it into resources that are useful? So one of the ways we've looked at it, especially in the developing world, where you have inefficient waste collection systems, is how do we turn them to value that the local population can use? So one of the things we've done is converting plastic waste to filaments for 3D printing, and then we were able to also develop a local 3D printer using upcycled materials. And so what that does is that we can get them to 3D print stuff that they need locally. So if you think about things they use for their agriculture, for their fishing, all those sort of things, there's no sense in making them in bulk. So you can make them individually. Another option, another thing we did a few years ago was to actually train people to build houses with plastic bottles. And so what we did was we had it in a village, in a small community, and then we told them this is a project, and all the plastics were mopped up and brought to the project because they got some money for it. So we built a house, it's still standing, it actually has more superior thermal performance to their conventional houses, which we did a scientific study on. So this is how we need to think about what do people need, what will be a resource that they will want to use, and then how do we transform the things that we term waste into those resources. We shouldn't look at the waste as waste. It's a there are billions of dollars worth industries.
Al Gore left an impact on our youth reporters, who is leading different climate solutions in his own country. Let's hear why.
It's exciting here at COP28, and a number of world leaders have spoken, a number of preliminary meetings have happened, and today under Youth for Planet we are reporting to see what Al Gore communicated during the plenary. And Al Gore mentioned about phasing out fossil fuels. He slammed UAE is hosting the World Climate Summit, which is COP28, and he said that UAE has polluted. It has released emissions at 7.5% compared to the world's release of emissions, which is at 1.5. And this is seen that it's one of the highest polluters, though a number of countries have pledged for loss and damage fund. You will see that UAE has pledged 100 million USD for loss and damage, which was a great commitment, and US committing at 17.5. But to see what Al Gore communicated is that it is high time we phase out fossil fuels. It's high time we stop this and also check onto renewable energy, go renewable, so that we stop this.
Thank you very much. So excited to make this presentation on Climate Trace this morning, and I want to ask my colleague and partner in the Climate Trace Coalition, Gavin McCormick, to come out and join me here. He's going to take a seat on the dais here, and we're going to go back and forth in presenting some images, and we're going to present a lot of data for you that is meant to assist anyone who is trying to find out the specific location of the greenhouse gas emission sources all around the Earth. I want to start with some images that some of you are probably familiar with. The overview effect that we've all experienced in looking at the image of Earth from space still has an emotional impact on me. And of course, the basic problem that's causing the climate crisis is that we are putting 162 million tons of man-made global warming pollution into the sky every single day. And we're treating the sky as if it is an open sewer. And this blue line that shows the troposphere. You already know why it's blue. That's largely the oxygen that refracts the blue light of the spectrum. But what's so striking about this thin blue shell that surrounds our planet is that it's so thin. If you could drive a car straight up in the air from the ground at highway speeds, you would get to the top of that blue line in about 5 to 7 minutes. You could walk it in an hour if you walked fast. And that's what we're using as an open sewer for all of the pollution that we're putting into it. And it lingers there. On average, each molecule stays about 100 years. And this is a new updated figure. The accumulated amount now traps as much extra heat in the Earth's system every single day that would be equivalent to the heat released by 750,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every day on the Earth. Hard to comprehend that much heat, but that's what we're doing, and that is the problem. That's what's causing the climate crisis. That's what's driving temperatures up year by year. And you know, there are still, 28 days left in the 12th month of this year, but already the scientists are saying it's certain that this year will be the hottest year ever measured with instruments. Not only the hottest, but the hottest by a record-breaking margin. And these kinds of measurements are startling scientists this year, particularly all around the world. The 10 hottest years ever measured with instruments have been the last 10 years, if you count this one as the hottest of all. And overnight, we got the new figures for the month of November globally. These are all the Novembers going back to 1955. And you can see that this November, just completed, is not only the hottest November in all of history, but again, the hottest by a record-breaking margin. And again, the scientists are saying, we're seeing something new. This climate crisis has been moving to a new level of seriousness, and we have to develop a new strength of resolve in fighting for solutions to this climate crisis. And the Secretary General said it as well as anyone possibly could 2 days ago in the opening ceremony here at COP28. And he said, we can solve this, but only if we stop burning all fossil fuels, not reduce them, not abate them, phase out fossil fuels. That is the solution to the climate crisis with a clear time frame. And you know, as with some of you, I've gone to these COPs for quite a while, and it's very common for people to ask a question. Do you think this is going to be a success, or could it be a failure? Well, what do you think is going to happen? Well, there's a clear test. If we develop a commitment globally to phase out fossil fuels, this will be a historic success. If we do not, it will not be a success. It's very clear. Don't be distracted by any bright, shiny object that's held up to distract attention from the main job. The climate crisis is mainly a fossil fuel crisis. So the reason why people around the world are hoping that it will be a success is what's been happening. Look, in China last July, 52.2 degrees, 126 Fahrenheit, the hottest temperature ever recorded with instruments in China. In Argentina, in the middle of their winter, 38 degrees Celsius, 101 in the middle of winter. In Brazil, just 3 weeks ago, 44.8 degrees in November. Here in Dubai, this is a particular concern for this region because during the summer of this year, the feels-like temperature, of course, as you know, the combination of heat and humidity, has ranged from 55 to 60 degrees centigrade, 131 to 140 degrees Fahrenheit in some areas. And what that means is that this region is in danger of developing such high temperatures and humidity that it will become, in some parts, physiologically unlivable. And scientists have been warning about this for a while. There are uninhabitable areas now, but they're relatively small. but the projections are that the climate crisis is going to be enlarging them. I'm going to go back on that slide so you see the expansion here. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Most of the heat is going into the ocean, down 2,000 meters, and half of this astonishing increase has come in the last 20 years. And many of you know what that causes. The ocean-based storms get much stronger. This is the first year in history that Category 5 cyclonic storms have appeared in every tropical ocean basin all over the world. And these storms, there was a story in one of the major newspapers in my country this morning, that these storms, the preponderance of them have been rapidly intensifying, as predicted last week. 1.5 million people, this is still going on today as we meet here, 1.5 million people in East Africa driven from their homes. This was in Hong Kong 2 months ago, the largest rainfall ever measured in Hong Kong. 154 millimeters of rain in 1 hour. And these rain bombs are becoming common all around the world.
Our main vision is the longevity of the human being. But there is a question behind. What's going to happen with the people if there is no planet? Hence, we are having a new initiative, which we call Longevity of the Planet. Nowadays, if you have been through our tunnel, we're bringing the experience, which is a kind of an awakening call to all the humanity. What's happening nowadays? There is a lot of flood due to the global warming processes, right? Melting of the ices. Thousands of the houses of the people are going underwater. There is a lot of plastic inside of the seas and the oceans itself. It's killing the fishes. As per the statistics, every 1 fish from 3 has the plastic inside. There is lack of drinkable water in many countries, and people drinking not clean water, which cause a lot of disease and a lot of deaths, which is killing human being itself. The level of the CO2 is drastically increasing recently. So the message from Pure Health is that if us as a people will continue in this way, the future for our generations, for our kids, is going to be terrible, because they will literally not have a planet where to live. They will not have a fresh air to breathe. Act as if your house is on the fire, because our planet is our house and it is on the fire. It requires immediate action. Pure Health declared that we can achieve net zero by 2040. How we can do that? Digitalization of the healthcare, bringing the hospital to the cloud. What's happening to you if, God forbid, you don't feel well? You go out from home, you switch on your engine, you're going to the hospital, right? Imagine the surface where you have accessibility to the most advanced technologies, doctors and specialists, just online, on a cloud, on a digital sphere. This, from our perspective, starts to decrease the level of the CO2 in the air, and us as a healthcare platform, we will be able to contribute and really achieve net zero by 2040.
Well, guys, that's it for day 5 here at COP28. Thank you so much for tuning in. Let me know, what are your thoughts on what Barney Swan had to say, and also, what do you think about the technology hub in the green zone? As always, send your questions in. It's going to help shape our show, and we love hearing from you. Tomorrow we speak to startups and hear more about innovative solutions to climate change.
It's gonna take all of us.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. We're about to kick off the finance year here at Swedish Pavilion at COP28 and a discussion on how export credits can be used to finance the climate transition and close the financing gap. There is a variety of financial solutions available, and export credits is one tool in the toolbox, a very important tool for going out globally. The Swedish export credit system consists of EKN and SEK, and without much further ado, I will have Karin Westman join me on stage. Karin is Head of Sustainability with EKN. Welcome, Karin.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Karin, how would you describe export credits to anyone who hasn't heard about that before?
Yes, so we hear a lot of talk about export credits, but very simply put, export credits are ways for companies to both reduce their risk and their bank's risk and be able to allow and find financing for their own operations and for their customers' operation. So in our case at SEK, you are able to fund companies and their customers. And at EKN, we can offer insurance against the risk. And we can do this together in many countries, so overall 140 countries. And we are also, as a system, able to work with all types of companies, from large companies, which I know we have a few in the audience, to small and tech companies as well.
And what would you say are some of the benefits of working with export credits when it comes to financing the climate transition?
So I think that there are many benefits to this, but obviously, as we've seen in the context here in the Swedish Pavilion today, as we've heard also from the minister, is that Swedish companies have a lot to offer. So for us, we are able to support the transition that is happening by being able to offer solutions for financing of companies' transition, but also of different companies and their customers' transition. So this could be, for example, in developing markets and being able to crowd in private finance.
And what would you say are some of the benefits in terms of credit ratings and tenors?
So some of the very leading questions here. Yeah. So some of the we are able to offer very long-term credit tenors, so up to 22 years actually. And I think we have an example coming up on stage and joining us soon. And we are also able to work with crowding in the private finance to some of the countries that we can see. So we can both access capital, but we can also then work with longer tenors and then being able to support customers.
And so we're talking about financing the transition. That's in the financial markets, we've gone from green finance to now more transition finance. And this is something where the Swedish export credit system has been quite early on. Can you elaborate a bit on what has been happening the past years?
Yes, I think very much is happening. So one thing that we did early on was actually to phase out the support to fossil projects. With that, we've also then developed our offerings to the customers. So we are able to provide green products, which we didn't a few years ago. And we are also doing this underpinned by science. So we have a scientific advisory council. We were the first financial institution to have this, and I actually think we still are. So we have been exploring now and working with our scientific advisory council to find ways for us to be able to, from a scientific basis, be able to understand what is really a transition project, what does a credible transition plan look like, and these types of things that we, as a sector, are already working on together in collaboration. But having that scientific backing is very important for us in our job to be able to, in a credible way, be able to support all of our customers.
And we've met during the days, we've met our Norwegian colleagues, we have our Danish colleagues and Finnish colleagues. They're all sort of looking into how can we collaborate. Could you explore a bit on that and how we're sort of trying to lead the way also there?
Yeah. So I'm just thinking back a couple of years ago when we started this journey, we were actually a bit on our own. And everybody said, oh, but how is this going to work? Are we going to have a level playing field on these topics? But in the last 2-3 years, I would have to say, we've seen a lot of action in this field. And as a teaser, we know later today we are about to enter into a new platform, for collaboration with other export credits who simultaneously, as we are doing, phasing out the fossil support increasing the green support, being transparent, and doing this in a way that's sort of underpinned by science, so that we don't have to spend our precious time, which we want to spend supporting our customers, in developing new methodologies. So we want to do that together, and we see that this is happening. And it's also, I have to say, moving beyond Europe, because normally this is a European conversation, but now we are seeing export credits from this region and from other regions in the world who are now taking the same steps. So this is very useful. But it also means, obviously, that we need to make sure that we stay ahead of the competition. The competition is fierce for climate solution.
And we're here to support the Swedish exporters, their buyers. And soon we're about to have some colleagues coming up, some exporters coming up. We have a variety of them, some of them which have been in for the long run and some of which are newer. How do you see this development of new companies coming in, and how can we support them?
Oh, I think that this is an absolutely crucial point for Swedish industry. So what we have done at EKN is that we have looked at our current product portfolio. Are we able to sort of draw out new guarantee products that are aimed at newly started tech companies? So we have offerings to that. But what I see and what I really want to take home from me from being here is how are we able to do this even better? What is needed? And what is our role in making sure that we can de-risking, for example, working capital and credit lines to all types of companies, from the smallest, the new ones, up to the ones that we've been working with for a long time. And I know that we will be hearing a lot about this in the panel today.
Yes, let's hear from the companies. So help me to welcome up. First, we have Johan Söderström, Executive Vice President, Head of Regions EMEA at Hitachi Energy. Welcome. We also have Mikael Zhou, he's Senior Vice President, Group Head of Stakeholder Relations at NKT. Welcome. And lastly, we have CEO and founder of Enride, Robert Falk. Welcome up. So, Johan, I was going to start with you. To fuel investments and projects, having the right type of finance is, of course, key for a company. What would you say are the benefits of using export credits in your experience?
No, it's super important. We work in the infrastructure side on electricity, providing electricity, working with the SDG number 7, affordable and clean electricity. We have worked with SEK and EKN over many, many decades, and we have seen that through your help, we have been able to provide electricity to people who really need it in many parts of the world. We have a fantastic project in Angola with solar parks, which was really instrumental for the whole population of Angola. I have other ones with the Northeast Agra in India, providing hydropower from the northeast of India into Agra, giving many multi-million people then electricity. So I'm a big fan, and I look forward to do it more in collaboration with other companies. Thank you.
And over to you, Mikael, the same question. How have you been working with export credits?
Well, we've been working with export credit for quite a while now, and for us, of course, it is, it's instrumental in the growth journey we are on right now. Without the export credit, it will simply not be possible. I mean, there is one side, of course, the political risk, but there's also other factors playing into it, that the financial markets is simply not perfect as it is. So export credits from EKN and SEK is, key for the growth we are experiencing. We are in power transmission. We are doing power cables for offshore wind, for solar, for underground, and so forth. We repair and do surveillance on cables and stuff like that. And it's simply not possible for a company our size to grow with the market without export credits.
Mm-hmm. And Karin would like to add something here, I see. Yes, you can appeal.
Yeah. I think it just goes to show some of the good examples. So I think with the NKT, we have been able to offer support for you in terms of having a good financial package to increase your expansions in plants in Sweden, for example, but also working with you in other countries. And I think the same with you. I think that the example you mentioned with Angola, we were able to support with an export credit for 560 million euros to a very, quite frankly, poor country, and crowding private financing for this. And this is just simply not possible without this type of support. But it also crowded in lots of other exports from small and medium-sized companies into the same project. And again, that helps to open up maybe a new market for some of the small and medium-sized companies who might not then have been able to access that type of market. And we look forward to doing it with Einride.
Yeah, but also maybe elaborate, because there's also not only Swedish export coming into these deals. So we're talking about this whole conference is about collaborating across borders and across nations. Robert, how would you say from Einride, how is the financial mix for a company from your size? I think you once said before you're a startup, but you're not really a startup anymore.
Not a startup.
No, exactly. Big company.
It's a matter how you define yourself, but I think that the genes from a global perspective, with the humbleness with all the great companies that we have in Sweden, we have a lot to learn. I mean, I think that the existing structures for how you expand abroad, how you finance your expansion, that's something that we have a lot to learn still. And that's also why these kind of collaboration and discussions are so important. We got to say that in that way, we're a startup. We don't have the 100 years of experience, but we are working on it.
And Johan, Mikael, would you like to add something here?
Well, just to add on, the market we experience. I mean, we are a company with footprint, physical factories in 6 countries, and of course representation in about 100 or so. But the expansion we see ahead of us is enormous. I mean, everyone have read the International Energy Agency's report that the grid will have to expand or double within 16 years. 40% of the existing has to be repaired. There are not many companies which can supply for the large power grids. We're one of them, but there are others. And they experience, it's a geopolitical game. Some of the other governments, without naming particular, they have said, okay, we want to dominate this technology. They had nothing 12 years ago. Now they want to be dominating. Of course, they don't experience the same competition on financial markets as we do. So we have to operate on the pure competitive markets. They don't. So it's also part of that game to have this as a backing. And then go for commercial banks as fronting on the financing.
Yeah, I think that's an important element, how we also collaborate with the commercial banks in this to source various types of capital. So Johan, you want to add something?
Yeah, I mean, we don't only have the help from EKN and SEK and Business Sweden on the developing countries. We also have great high voltage direct current projects in the UK, Dogge Bank, where were instrumental to get the financing in place and get these projects as well. So I can mention 22 projects. We are in the same situation, NKT, Mikael and me, that we need to act as a startup now, add 30% more people quickly and then double. So that's going to be a challenge. But I try to recruit all of you afterwards. Thank you.
So how do you see, but I want to stay with you, Johan, there, because Robert was saying we can learn from the more established companies. Yeah. What can you learn from having companies that are younger and growing faster?
A lot. And,
could you elaborate a bit on what you learned?
I think that's in the DNA, and I see my friend Niklas Gustafsson representing Volvo here as well. We are a little bit bigger than Volvo is huge, and Hitachi is also huge, but we are humble, and the speed of development now in all sectors is making it very necessary that we are very inclusive in listening into all generations, all nationalities, all types of characters in order to get the momentum also when it comes to organizations, and be very humble on that. And that's something we take to our heart when we build our Diversity 360 culture. And we have a lot of partnerships where we go in with small equity into startups, which we believe in, and we take a bet if they are successful or not. That's not so important. It's more important that we can learn from them. In the past, we had the R&D center, which was like Fort Knox. Then we opened up a startup hub, where we invited companies to come in, and that helped us also to develop quicker. So we are on that journey.
Thank you. And I want to turn back to some of the audience might be listening. What type of projects or markets, if we can go a bit more specific on where is it specifically good to have export credits?
I think we need to live up to the environmental, social and economic value. We're here at COP. We have a problem to fight climate change. We also have a problem with peace right now. That's the 2 most important SDGs, but we have all the 17 SDGs to fulfill. We need to be humble and we need to be good together. I believe we have a lot to do in the developing countries, and we need to do more there. I look forward to more collaboration from a Swedish perspective between IKEA and SEK, also SIDA now, when it comes to helping and supporting countries. And then Business Sweden will also play an important role, as Maha there. And then we as companies, we also need to commit then to what we do in certain countries. So we don't only do it once a year, we need to do it for real. Who will be supporting Angola in the future from Sweden and from other countries? And then you need to have the patience to develop something as well.
And we can have patience, but we don't have all the time in the world. So this has to go quite fast.
It's a combination. When I say patience, yes, I'm a little bit of a speedy personality. Yeah. then you get that for free. Patience, it is the continuity, so you don't give up after one meeting.
Karin, I would like to build on what Johan was just talking about, ESG, which is more than just climate. So how would you say, from your perspective, what is needed to ensure that we get a sustainable transition? And how can export credits and our processes help there?
So I think that's where export credits, at least in the OECD community, we have practiced this for 15 years. So with an export credit to a project, such as the ones that you mentioned, there's already built in a thorough due diligence and assessment of the risk and the opportunities coming with these investments around issues such as human rights, biodiversity, all of these kind of topics that are also discussed here at COP28 in different pavilions. And I think that's also sort of an added value with export credits that sometimes we don't really consider. But also as a company, so when you access the export credit system, you also access this type. And I know that companies are already also doing this due diligence work themselves. So this is something we are really, really good at. And we want to be able to scale up even more, because that brings added value to buyers and to countries where we can come in and support these type of projects. Win-win-win.
Win-win-win. Turning to you, Robert, what would you say, if you look into your future and the growth you will have, what markets or projects could be relevant for maybe looking into this kind of financing?
I think that given how we do business, I think there are a lot of opportunities. I think that there are endless need for financing going forward when it comes to connected with this transition. If you look at for the existing, so to say, carbon-based mobility system, it's a $4 trillion market just when it comes to transport service, when it comes to heavy-duty freight or freight transport. That means that we need to finance roughly $4 trillion in transition if we want to make that sustainable. So we're going to need a lot of credits. So this is going to be good business for you.
Yes, we hope so. Mikael, turning to you, when you look ahead, what will be the opportunities and risks that you see growing your business, and how could this kind of long-term?
I would say basically all the markets where all the countries which are actually going to deliver on their promises on renewable energy in the various aspects, that's our markets. And all in those markets, all those companies, all those governments who are actually not just going to say they want to do renewable or do the right thing, ESG, but also do it. We experience lots of governments who say the right things, but do the wrong things. And some of these governments, they say, okay, well, we want to do ESG, and then we have export credit institutions measuring us on. We're the first, or perhaps, as far as I know, we've just been approved with our medium-term goals on ESG, which we're proud of, and it's a lot of effort, and we want to be on that path. But imagine you have tenders for large sums. The last one we won was €3.5 billion, and that, that is a type of contract where ESG figures high. But we see a lot of contracts out there, tenders, which say, yeah, we want to do better. And then there's 1% valuation on environment or sustainability. That doesn't matter. I mean, it does. You have to go to what the European Parliament have just approved as a common position, namely at least 30% has to be ESG in all 10 public tenders of a large scale. Then we will be able to kick it off,
Johan, you wanted to add something there?
No, we are in the same business. So NKT bought the cable business from ABB at the time, so we are great colleagues. But we also are in the luxury now when the energy transitioning is happening that we go for partnerships. We don't go for transactional for the bigger projects. So it's going to be like it's two-folded the way forward. We cannot afford to just do transactional. We need to do more partnerships and fortunately, we got TenneT to step up and give a frame agreement for HVDC, which is helping us then to have the prerequisite and the continuation so we can then invest. And then the specification is also free from TenneT to competitors. So we're not competing to save the planet. Everyone got a part of this. All the competent, sustainable players got a part of that deal. And that's the way forward. I think it's really good. It's really good.
Robert, you want to?
I just want to bring us a little bit sidetrack maybe, but this is so important overall. The major holdback when we see for actually decarbonizing heavy-duty freight transport is actually financing of the hardware itself. And it's intriguing because it's actually the financial market that doesn't have any data points of how do electric trucks perform over time. So when we do financing of customer installations and big projects, the banks doesn't have any data points of the residual value of the trucks, and therefore they can't finance them. So it's not engineering, it's not technology, it's not even manufacturing that's holding back this transition. It's actually cost of capital, not necessarily even the cost of capital, but just the basic that we don't have the data of this transition. And given the amount of size of money or installation, how much actually needs to be financed, it actually breaks down the willingness of the credit givers to take not risk, because that you can price, to have faith in new technology. So in a way, we are dependent now of, I think a lot of engineers have done what they needed. We have companies coming in. So right now, the big need we have to make this transition happen is actually credit or capital that's committed to making this change happen.
Karin, perhaps you would like to elaborate on how do we work as an industry to learn these new technologies and assess residual values and take technology risks?
I think you're spot on in articulating one of the challenges. And I think that we all grapple with the issue around data, being able to make quite fast decisions as well, because we know that time is of essence. And there are things happening in this space. So we've heard already commitments from Swedish companies. We have some very interesting Swedish companies in the Swedish delegation looking at providing data, and data that is accurate enough and at the right time and at the right level to be able to ensure us as financiers that, yes, this investment, it does fit in my portfolio plans of transitioning towards the 1.5 degree target. And yes, I can actually now make these kind of assessments of understanding the residual value and being able to communicate this. So it's absolutely a challenge. There are many things happening in this sphere. Is it happening quick enough? I actually do think that when we are back here in another year, we will have seen a lot of this. But I think, again, not letting perfect stand in the way of having accurate and good enough data to be able to make these kind of decisions.
And perhaps here, I know you all are in sort of advanced tech, but perhaps here some of the newer companies can learn where we have older technologies, because there we're going to have even a larger challenge to go into the value chain and attract data we need to provide finance. What is your view, Johan? How do you work with data?
No, I think digital is super important. If you look at the grids, I mean, no energy transition without transmission, and it's a huge value in the installed base. And we cannot scrap the old grid and replace it with new. We need to extend the lifetime. We need to work with circularity. So the digital piece is enormous and is super important. That's why we need more young people as well who have sustainability digital in the DNA. I said that in every panel, but I mean it.
Yes.
I recruited a few in the panels too.
I know. I also wanted to stay with you for just a second, because we spoke earlier about the initiatives from the Swedish government around aid and trade and combining that a bit more. You see a lot of potential there. Could you just go one step further on how do we need to make that accelerate even further?
I think there are other countries than Sweden from an export perspective that are more precise on where they want to collaborate and do something together for long term. And I think we need to make the learning. And I'm very positive now when I hear that the whole team, Sweden, EKN, SEK, SIDA, on the funding, and then Business Sweden as well, are coming together with the companies who would like to do something in specific countries and make it a little bit more longer term plan, but with speed, as you said before. And I'm looking forward to that, and my team is looking forward to participate in this and take part of it.
That's great.
And this is going to be a great new chapter.
Mikael.
Yeah, I echo that a lot, and we've seen it in other countries, this collaboration between aid and then finance or trade. And give an example, if you want to help Ukraine grow as an exporter of energy, they need to build, transmission grids to the EU. And those transmission lines are very costly. And you can build them, of course, in many ways. But if you build them, they will become, they can earn a lot of money themselves and finance some of what they have been going. And just an example. And that, those projects have been evaluated to around, 1 billion or so for 2 lines connecting. That's kind of the kind of projects where the government could step in, and also will be able to supply some of the solutions when hopefully then you will also not only deliver on renewables, but you also deliver on energy efficiency, doing the right thing. Take away, the ugly overhead lines, put them in the ground instead with the high voltage. That's Swedish European solutions, and it's losing only half of the energy lost on overhead lines. Plus, the repair cost will be much less in the long run, and these will normally stay for at least 40 years, 50 years, 60 years. We have cables in the various European countries which are more than 70 years old. So, we have to look at a life cycle cost analysis on these things. Thanks.
Thanks. I would like to stay a bit with the collaborations and partnerships, because I think that's key. We've been speaking almost about a governmental corporate partnerships here. And partnerships you see most needed. How do you work? How do you find your partners? How do they find you? Do you all know where to find each other? Or these ecosystems, do they need some catering? Robert.
You can tell how we met first.
Yes, tell us how you met.
I think it included a high five at least 3 or 4 times. But I think this is one of my favorite topics, because this is something that Sweden say that we are excel at. We love to say that we collaborate. But the fact is, we love to collaborate with who we know. We tend to be inclusive as long as we know a person. If there's something coming from the outside we are not familiar with, it takes quite a lot of time for us to build that trust and relationship, to actually trust and to involve. And for me, something that's been most instrumental for us as a company and me as a person is the role of the university and academia. That's something that we tend to forget, because that's the platform of this great technology advancements that we are doing. And if there is something that I think that we as a nation should do better, and from a Swedish perspective, is to bring our great universities to an international scale, international presence, be even more open. Even if you're looking at like some growing and expanding markets, if you're going to make a really lasting impact, we should be more open and involving on what I think academia and university level. So when we go abroad with our great electric systems and innovation and so on, we should also bring with us the academia, the open platforms that are allowing people to meet without the burden of what is.
turning over to you then, Johan. Do you see other platforms, or do you agree?
We have strategic partnerships with universities, but we work too much company to university instead of ecosystem to university. So that's part of our ecosystem, but I agree with Robert that we need to take it one step further.
And how are you acting? How can you guys be part of that?
We did something in ABB that I was proud of, that we opened up this startup hub where we invited the startups like Einride early, and then they were big enough so they could go alone. But that helped us to do that, and we have a lot of partnerships now with startups across Hitachi, and we are one-to-one with the startups, and that's helping us a lot. And we are open to take stakes, and they are open to go in to work with us as well. But I would like to start even earlier. In our sector, we need to increase the interest in our sector, and we have engagements on the senior high schools, but we like to have engagement even on the kid level. My benchmark is a mining company called LKAB. They start with mining camp when they are 3 years old. That's the benchmark.
You're really going down the curve now.
Early now.
Mikael, you also have experience from other markets, like in Denmark. Do you work differently in Sweden, or how would you compare?
No, I would say we work more or less the same in the different countries, and I mean, we have a certain open view on some of the technology areas with the cooperation with various universities, also through, the EU Horizon programs and stuff like that. So, of course, there are certain technologies we want to keep to ourselves. We have experienced, no secret, we have experienced industrial espionage, which have now created a world competitor in the Far East. So we'll have to hedge ourselves towards that as well in the future. We are still at the forefront of the technological innovation, but some you do open, some you have to do close. That's the name of the game. Now, when it comes to the ecosystem, for us it has been, crucial in also deciding where do we, expand this year with a new factory, creating the world's largest subsea cable factory in Sweden. And so the ecosystem in Blekinge was, instrumental in also part of the decision, why didn't we go for, just a low cost or something else? So the ecosystem matters with opening somewhat up to partners which we not necessarily have worked with before. Thanks.
And this ecosystem, we're now in the sort of Team Sweden ecosystem. Karin, would you say, how has export credits opened up and started collaborating? You spoke a bit earlier before in the sort of ecosystem, level playing field. Are we doing anything in Team Sweden that you would like to raise, or should we be doing?
I think we should be doing a lot more. I think we're doing many things very well, and I think we've increased our ability to be able to support you as one-stop shop from a company perspective and from anybody's perspective. It doesn't really matter who you talk to. We are all there as part of the supporting and the backstopping to you guys. What I think we could do more, and I really like two words here. I think partnerships, but also being humble. Mm-hmm. And I think that sort of goes with it. How can we be better? Because we need to change. If the world is changing in a speed that we have never seen before and the scale that we have never seen before, you and I, Maria, our organizations need to change in the same way. Mm-hmm. If we are going to be able to work with you and be with you. So what I think, like one example of what we could do is that, okay, so EKN guarantees we're able to do this 140 countries. We have Swedish embassies. You guys have suppliers. You have your sales offices. We had Volvo in the room. We have a huge global network as Swedish or Swedish-related companies, and I think we could work a lot more with that in a strategic approach. So a lot more we can do, and I think Michael wants to add something. Maybe give a good example.
Just a point. I mean, I think what has been great working with you is that you're tough on us. You require a lot from us on ESG. You're pushing us. It's good. I mean, keep doing that. But money talks also for other governmental agencies. Partnering up with those parts of governments who actually give the orders, give the tenders. Tell them, listen, we are tough on the companies. They have to be first in class on ESG. Now, that also means that your purchasing policy has to be first in class. Otherwise, we're not going to do business with you. I mean, we are in a hugely expanding market. In 2 years, we have had a 4-5-fold, expansion of our orders. So, in order for us to get, credit financing from you, we look at the markets where we can actually deliver on ESG as well. So that's a factor. So it would be great to partner up with you, and you asking, demanding from the energy authorities in the market. Listen, do the right thing. Put ESG in your tenders. Otherwise, our companies is not going to look your way.
Yeah, it's interesting also, Karin was touching about a few examples where actually afterwards they come back and say, we're actually learned a lot. We've built capacity here and capabilities, and I think the SIDA arrangement will also help with that. So we have a few more minutes. I want to ask you, is there anything in terms of roadblocks or opportunities that we haven't discussed now that you see are near term that we need to solve?
No, I think you're already on the good track record for us, IKEA and SEK, Business Sweden. I think the combination now with SIDA and be more specific on which countries we really want to make a super difference on environmental, social, and economic impact. I look forward to with our team then to participate in these workshops and the work going forward.
So a joint targeted approach.
Joint targeted. Yeah. I had the pleasure to be responsible for Denmark since 2011, and it's a little bit more targeted. But we are good as well in Sweden. Yeah.
Well, I mean, our competitors, they don't experience the same rules as we. So one of the, give you examples. State aid rules. You can only go to max 80%. Then we have to go to commercial markets for the rest. Commercial markets cannot follow the expansion of the demand we face. We have to do away with that. The competitors don't experience that sort of threshold in their credit. So if you want to have us grow, you have to also change some of the rules of the game. Thanks.
The most obvious one is, of course, we have two well-established, great companies that work with you guys, and one new up-and-comer that doesn't. So I think there is a lot of potential in, like I said when we started, to take the learnings and experience of well-established companies and to combine them with companies coming with new solutions and new potential, and could be a great upside for both parties, for everyone involved.
Yeah. Karin?
Yeah, I think we have a lot to learn and to take back, just to be able to deliver on the wish that we hear from you, Robert. And I also think in terms of partnership, yes, there are some rules that definitely need to be changed in order for us to be more effective. But working within those rules as well, and again with the Angola example, we were able to attract financing from the South African DFI to be able to cover those percentages. And I think that, again, those are things that we can do here and now, irrespective of what the rules look like. So I think that, again, those are things we can do.
It's super important. They have been done. So it's nothing we're looking into. So we want to scale that and do more. One last thing. We're standing here in a year, let's say that. What do we want to see have been accomplished or changed? Super quick.
Results from this collaboration, SIDA, IKEA and SEK, and the companies with the younger companies, the older companies, and so we make results and we contribute to a better planet.
The list
we're a little bit better than Denmark as well, but there's no competition.
No competition there.
Mikael, I love you.
We do, and we forgot 15, 20 already. So now that will be new markets, emerging markets, so that we actually deliver on some of the promises we are also part of giving. So it's not just becoming, for the sacred ones that it's possible to grow.
I'm going to have a very concrete one. I hope that the market has matured enough that we can have a very well-established credit structure for financing big fleets of electric vehicles and trucks. if we can solve that, we have a very scalable solution technology-wise for decarbonizing mobility.
Karin, would you like to add something at the end? I think that if we can stand here in a year's time, Maria, and say that we've delivered on all of this, that would be what I would want to accomplish. So, targeted list on markets, new markets.
With results.
With results, fleet financing for the future, and then the deals, I guess. Yep. Thank you so much, everyone. Super inspiring.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, everybody, and thanks for joining us. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce you, first of all, to our moderator, Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, who is an internationally recognized public policy expert, author, columnist, and institution builder. He's also the founding CEO of the Council on Energy, Environment, and Water, CEEW, and has led the organization since its inception. He will also then have a very elite panel, Pak Jisman Hutajulu, who is Director General of Electricity in Indonesia, Hilde Tone, who is the CEO of Statnet, one of our leading utilities in Europe, and Claudio Fachin, CEO of Hitachi Energy, key technology provider. So over to you, Arunabha. Take us to the interconnections, please.
Good morning. We are, into 4 days of COP28, and I think we definitely need more and more interconnections, not just of the grid kind. But thank you for inviting me to this session organized by Hitachi. I was here at this pavilion just 2 days ago, and great to be back here. Let's get straight to the point. When we are thinking about a massive roll-up of clean energy infrastructure, this whole conversation around 3x increase in renewables, as the G20 leaders declared in September. Obviously, the naysayers will keep coming back and say, well, but. And this well, but emerges from the very fact that, the sun does not always shine, the wind does not always blow, and more importantly, they don't always shine or blow where we need the energy. This is where we have to then think about the paradigm that we need, not just about the technology, but the political relationships, the business relationships, the investor confidence in order to have connections and interconnections to deliver energy security. I've often argued that increasingly energy security is not about the fuels of the past, of oil or gas or coal. It's really about the fuels of the future, which is not just solar and wind, but the stability of the grid, as well as that of the batteries, as well as upstream, the minerals that go into that infrastructure. So it's a completely new set of issues that we have to secure in order to get to the same definition of energy security that we've been pursuing for the last 50 years, since the first oil crisis. Now, where does interconnection fit in then? Of course, one part of this is the intermittency of renewables. But even beyond energy security, there is also the opportunity of diversifying beyond energy resources that are available within your territory, in addition to the balancing of the load, in addition to optimizing the amount of battery storage that might be needed. So if you take away the grid, now imagine how much battery will be needed. But if you bring it in and bring in a more optimally designed one, how much would you need? But then you go beyond the power system, and then there are broader economic benefits that could come from the sharing of the infrastructure costs across geographies. There's, of course, the benefits that can come from drawing on renewable energy sources elsewhere in order to draw down our own emissions at home where sometimes we can't. Gives us more flexibility and adaptability, and of course helps to also operationalize an element of the Paris Agreement under Article 6.2 perhaps. And finally, in a world of rapidly changing climate and non-linear climate risks which are rising, the resilience of the grid is both a physical infrastructure challenge, but also a challenge that an optimally designed grid can manage in terms of the flow of the electrons. I represent the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, as was just mentioned, which is an independent think tank. But when we look at what's happening in India alone, there are already cross-border interconnections between India, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh. Myanmar is on the anvil, but also discussions happening on the other side of the pond, so to speak, with Saudi Arabia, with the UAE, with Singapore in Southeast Asia, with Sri Lanka. So clearly, India is seeing its 300 days of sunshine as a renewable resource for the world. And how can we design an infrastructure that works accordingly? But equally, we are represented here by companies and countries that also could have similar visions, and that's what we are here to discuss. So without any further ado, let me invite on stage Mr. Jisman Hutajulu, Director General of Electricity, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, Hilde Tonne, the CEO of Statnet, and then, of course, our very own Claudia Fakin, CEO of Hitachi Energy. Mr. Hutajulu, let me start with you. I was just listening to your Honorable President just 2 days ago on a different context with regards to forestry, and of course this is a massive natural resource that Indonesia has. I have done some work for your ministry, and one of the things that kept coming up in our discussions was that with your 19,000 islands, or how do we have a grid that is then interconnecting through everything? So when you think of renewable energy and increasing targets within Indonesia, what does a grid look like for an archipelago of your size?
Thank you, moderator. When we are talking about the net zero emission, we have two big challenges. One, how to reduce the emission from the existing power plant, from the coal and the gas. Currently, Indonesia have 85 gigawatt, 2/3 from the energy from the coal. Mm-hmm. So we have to manage it. And the second challenge is about how to bring the renewable energy from the location to the epicentrum of the demand. In the picture, Java Island is still the epicenter of demand. So we have to connect. The Sumatra Island to the Java. Correct. We have abundant renewable energy in there. Yes. 18 gigawatt. From hydro and geothermal. So currently we have 275 kV transmission on the west, but we have planning to develop 500 kV on the right side. We have 5 section 500 kV from the north to south in Sumatra. 2 section already finished in this year. 2 still in planning in the north. 1 retendering next year. So after that we connect Yeah, we plan connect the Sumatra to Java, yeah, by sea cable, of course, yeah. And in Java system, yeah, still need to improve our system, yeah, you know, by smart grid maybe to make flexible our grid, and then we overcome the VRE. Intermittent operation. In the Kalimantan, we have also abundance of the hydro power in there, yeah, 13 gigawatt. But the demand is still low in there. So we plan connect the Kalimantan to Java. The distance more than 500 kilometers. In the Sulawesi also, we have to support the smelter industry in there. So
in Kalimantan,
in Sulawesi, we connect the Kalimantan to Sulawesi, yeah, to support the smelter industry in Kalimantan, and the other small island, we have more than 13,000. The
smaller ones.
The smaller one, yeah. We have to use the energy in there, like small hydro. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm kind of imagining the Indonesia map with some, you know, those pins that we put, and then someone taking a little ball of string and taking it all along. I think that's how this is being planned, but it sounds quite fascinating. Hilda, if I may turn to you. Of course, Norway is very well endowed with hydro, and you attach a lot of importance to power trading with other countries, but do you see a step change in the role that interconnectors will play in driving energy security, or will it be just business as usual with usual growth rates?
I absolutely see a step change. Okay. And I think that's a good starting point, because when we all agree and have decided on net zero in 2050, right? Right. And the energy mix is changing as we sit here, becoming more and more renewable, becoming more and more unregulated, and more weather-based compared to where we're coming from. This is going to take much more integration and interconnection cross-border, cross sectors, because we need flexibility in order to make this happen. And this is going to take digital development, automation, and innovation and technology. So these are this is a triangle I have in my head. Net zero is going to take interconnection and flexibility. It's going to take digital and technology. Norway is probably one of the most electrified countries in the world by 50%. The rest of the world is now currently around 20%. And I wanted to say that we are one of the most connected countries in the world. But after Indonesia have done their stuff, I'm pretty sure we will lose that with the 19,000 islands. But we are currently connected by 15 points to other countries. And we have a 40-year experience of running a renewable system within Norway, but also together cross-border with our Nordic partners, with Finland, with Denmark, and with Sweden. And of course, then we have the world record, or it was broken in August, but we have the world record together with Hitachi on the North Sea link to UK, 723 kilometers long, 1,400 gigawatt. Yes, we know our stuff, and I still think we are in the middle of a step change. The world is, Europe is, and there's a lot to learn from everything that we have been through till now. We have never done anything, not everything just correct, but we have learned that you need a market design that you stick to, even in difficult times that we've been through. We have learned that technology is continuously developing. We have learned that we need partnerships with the tech industry, technology industry, much closer than we knew. We have learned that cross-border will take investments nationally, but also with a planning perspective, countries together. And we need to be transparent and have operations that takes us forward in a joint way, cross nations. It's complex. And the step change is going to take us much more into complex waters.
So let's take that as a cue for Claudio. When you think of this experience that Hitachi has already had, the North Sea Link, and you now look at the future, this complexity of market design, technology, political variability, geopolitical, significant variability. What are the core lessons that you take forward? But what are some of the new learnings that you will need to also unpack, as you build this out? I mean, is it really that because we've had 40 years of experience, the same applies, or is something different needs to happen in future?
Thank you, and a lot has already been said, and from two different perspectives. But if you look at a kind of underlying common themes, whether it's Indonesia, that it's a kind of building the infrastructure and taking the next stage, but also we heard Ilde on already very high, probably the highest, I would say, electrified energy system globally. There is still a lot that needs to be done. So 3 areas for us as technology provider. There is no doubt, number one is the technology piece. And good news, Ilde mentioned it, the system will be more complex. There is no doubt about that. More distributed, more intermittent. There is complexity, but there is technology available today to deal with that complexity, both on the hardware, on the software. So digitalization is essential for that, and there is a lot of development in that area that really is going at a very fast pace. There are still some building blocks that we need to work. For instance, when we think about the next stage in the North Sea, to interconnect with DC grids and so on. We have technology for multi-purpose connectors. We have technology for multi-terminal. We need to work on the multi-vendor, so interoperability. But that's what we are focusing on. So number one, technology. But let's make sure that we all understand technology in order to do a lot that needs to be done between now and 2030 and beyond. It's already there. The second one is the challenge, and I think we're getting all more a better understanding and awareness that this infrastructure needs a longer lead time. A longer lead time for planning, a longer lead time for execution, and also, of course, a longer lead time to ensure that it operates reliably throughout the life cycle. And for that, then we need to reflect that, starting from how do we plan? How do we have a holistic planning? How do we make sure that we have a market design that supports that longer lead time for execution, but also for operation? And the third one is, in order for us to make this happen, it's really about also innovating in what I would call collaborative business models. So the partnership that Ilde mentioned, very much needed. We have to, every one of us throughout the value chain, we have to focus on what we do best. And then we need to challenge ourselves to find the partners that do the complement of that part, together with, of course, our customers, together with the policymakers, together with the supply chain.
So I have other questions, but let's just take this point that Claudio mentioned, and if I can get 2 quick responses from both of you. This longer lead time, is this something that is just a time for learning, and then you see that by learning, by doing, it can speed up? Or is this just an order of magnitude more complex, where you, beyond the point, you cannot speed up? The reason I ask this is that countries and companies have gone ahead and made big commitments. I sat on the Secretary General's high-level expert group on net zero for corporations. And he's made it very clear, you need to have a 2025 target and a 2030 target and a 2035 target, not just a 2050 target. It's same applies for cities and regions. So is there, are we just cooking up stuff in the air, or is it possible to deliver the infrastructure in line and in time with these targets? I think Yesterday, there was a conversation where the SG says this has to be a turning point. COP28 has to be a turning point. So, and I think it has to be a turning point about having real conversations, not just, throwing numbers out in the air. So reflections from both of you. Please, Hilda.
I really appreciate that point, because I always say in our world, in the TSO world, the transmission system operator world, 2030 is today and 2050 is tomorrow. And then your point on having targets that is more continuous is extremely relevant, because what we need to do, which is a step change, is that we need to be much more forward-leaning in the planning. We need to, instead of leaning back and being reactive and wait for everything else being there, the grid and the whole power system planning needs to take into account that this will actually happen. So we need anticipatory investments. We need to have a change of mindset in how we as society and as industry are taking on the investments. And I think it's possible. We plan to do it ourselves. Then we need permitting and thinking from the policymakers that are totally different from yesterday. And we need ourselves to have a culture and partnerships that can take this into account. Only then we can be predictable enough for the technology companies to be partners in this development.
Mr. Zhou, your view, is it similar long-term thinking happening in an emerging market like Indonesia, or there are more pressing problems that you're dealing with?
Already we have set the NDC, right? To reach the net zero emission in 2060. And we plan the national planning in electricity. Yeah. And then, PLN as a state-owned
giant.
Yeah, utility, giant. Government push PLN to speed up, to develop the transmission line in Sumatra, in Kalimantan. So if they don't speed up, so we have 5% demand growth per year. So we need more 4-5 gigawatt in a year. So in order to fulfill the demand growth, and in order to fulfill the set of the NDC, so PLN has to be speed up their planning to develop the transmission line.
Let me take the question back to you, Claudio, as well, because Hilda talked about one word she threw in was permitting, and there's this new phrase. It used to be NIMBY, not in my backyard. Now there's an even better phrase, banana. Have you heard of banana? Build absolutely nothing, anywhere next to anything. Are you, and this is not just a single wind turbine. This is a massive infrastructure build out. So are you eating your bananas?
There is no doubt that we will not make this work if we don't take everyone with us in this energy transition. So particularly the community, finally the society needs to be on board with this. But again, we have also a role to play as technology providers to, for instance, create that awareness on why that technology, first of all, why the future energy system, why is it good to have it electrical rather than molecules? And it's not going to be only electrons. We'll have to complement. But we need to clean that energy system. We need to make it more efficient. And of course, electrons, particularly if they are generated with renewables and they're transmitted, distributed, and consumed all the way to the end user, that energy system by itself will be highly more efficient. We all know how inefficient are, for instance, internal combustion engines that still most of us drive with when we go around. The permitting topic, of course, it's a challenge, and I like your point on how do we take the learnings to make a step change. Today, we're not quite there yet on this life cycle, on this long lead time that is required for infrastructure. Some of it has very good reasons. It's mission-critical infrastructure. It has to be done right from the start. So there is a lot of planning that is required. What I think we need to change, and we started to do already this with many of our customers, including also stakeholders on the government side, for instance, is to establish different ways to tackle this, instead moving from a project to programs. And planning for those programs. Planning between now and 2030. As Ilde said, 2030 for our industry is today.
Yes.
The decisions we are making together with customers like Statnett are already in 2030 and beyond. So that whole cycle needs to be there and needs to be involving everyone from the very start of the supply chain all the way to the consumers. And there is no doubt that permitting is a challenge. Many projects that we've been involved, for instance, in HVDC, it took us 10 years to do to go from inception to start the execution, and now technology will be delivered in 3 years. So I think we can work on both on the 3 years, but very much on the 10 years to get there.
So now let me shift the conversation a little bit away from the technology and the planning and maybe even the market design, a little bit more towards the politics. Mr. Hudajulu, the ASEAN countries put out this idea of regional interconnectivity through the ASEAN power grid. Where do you see, you already described that our PLN is being told to build things out faster. You've got this grand plan of connecting the major islands, driving your industrialization. Do you see an ASEAN power grid as supportive in this objective, and will that come soon, or what's the horizon within which, because 5 years today, so is it tomorrow for Hitachi, or is it day after tomorrow?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. This year, Indonesia has a chairman for the ASEAN ministry meeting. So we emphasize that this year the importance of the interconnectivity in the ASEAN region. We have MOU with Singapore. We have a MOU in Malaysia, yeah, to connect. Yeah. We have abundant renewable energy. So we see, yeah, Singapore have less. So we make cooperation with Indonesia and Singapore, and maybe 2 years later, yeah, we can develop, build the interconnection from Batam, yeah, Indonesia island to Singapore. And in terms of the APG, we have the LTMS cooperation, yeah, from Laos to Singapore, yeah, already send the hydro from Laos, 100 megawatt to Singapore by the power wheeling, yeah, and then 8 countries in ASEAN member state already connect between it's country, yeah, 8 countries. So we hope when develop the interconnectivity in ASEAN is the backbone in South Asia.
Right.
Backbone.
Very interesting. So if 8 countries are already connected in some way or the other, Hilda, just for the audience here who might not know all the details, and including those who might be watching online, give us a sense of what is the extent of Norway's interconnections with other countries in Europe? Like, how many countries are linked up? What is the plan in future?
The current interconnection is all the Nordic countries on different spots, several spots: Denmark, Sweden, Finland. We're building on Finland, but indirectly Finland. And then, of course, the UK, Germany, Netherlands. To Denmark, we have 4 interconnectors. What we're discussing now is the offshore wind in the North Sea. We have 5 MOUs with different TSOs around the North Sea, which will be multi-purpose interconnectors, hybrids as we call them. Even more, again, increasing the complexity from making deals between 2 countries to making deals between 3 or 4 countries. Yeah.
Yes.
So this is at at the center of our discussions right now and our development right now. And what I wanted to say on the political awareness of all of this is that it's been obvious for a while that electrification and renewable power generation is the key, one of the keys, but probably the key towards net zero. What we have seen the last few years is there's a lot of talk about power generation, there's a lot of talk about green industrialization, and the grid and running and operation of the power system has been slightly under-communicated. And it's amazing to see that people actually believe this can happen without a grid and can happen without the power system operation. So what we say is that there will be no transition without transmission. And if that awareness could be built up even more, I'm pretty sure we will be more concrete in seeing the real complexity. And we're seeing an increasing awareness also among politicians, and then coming back to the need for being more forward-leaning in these investments. If the states, which are usually the owners of the TSOs, would take that investments, and in Europe that would be approximately 600 billion euros within 2030. It's a lot of money going into these investments. If those investments were taken, everything else would be much more easier and bankable. And that's a discussion to be had, and I think we're in the middle of awareness around that now, also politically.
So let's flip that question over to you, Claudio, in a different way. We often think about this kind of political, you're talking about political ignorance, there might even be political instability or fluctuation in the demand. But let's flip it over. When you look across the world, which region are you seeing the maximum political demand for deeper regional integration of power grids? Where's the good news emerging from?
Well, let's start with the Nordics. That has somehow paved the way then for Europe. And just recently, there was a grid action plan that was just released based on all the feedback, all the learnings that TSOs, together with technology providers, but also the policymaker, have been building in kind of a different areas within Europe. And that plan lays out very clearly that, number one, there is a need to increase, actually to double, the interconnected capacity within the European electricity system. Roughly today, Europe has 90 plus gigawatt worth of interconnection, and it's already probably one of the highest interconnected grids when you look at across countries. There is another 20 plus 25 in the pipeline, but there is another 60 to 70 gigawatt needed in order to make sure that that entire system is capable of taking in all the renewables. Now, there is also, going back to the planning and the long-term planning, it's very important to understand that once we interconnect, we will also allow that system to, for instance, optimize the generation part. So building, for instance, solar where it makes more sense, building wind where it makes more sense, and leveraging the interconnected capacity to save money on the generation investments as well. Exactly. So that's why the grid starts to become also a way to actively optimize the energy system. Once again, we heard here 3 times more renewables, but also 2 times more efforts on energy efficiency. And one way to do that is to accelerate the electrification part.
We have just 5 minutes to go. So if there's any burning question from the floor or an idea how to shorten the time span from planning to execution. Otherwise, I have one final question for the panelists. Anyone? Anyone else? Like an auction, going once, going twice? All right. Back to you. Last thoughts. What do you expect out of COP28, this something, this pivot that we're all looking for, what would be a good signal for your industry, but also, say, for your region? What would be the pivot that gives us a clearer, just like net zero was a clear line of sight, NDCs are a clear line of sight for power interconnections? What would be a nice signal that would suggest that something's changed? So let's go in reverse.
Start from my side to create this ecosystem of partnerships that are much needed to deliver all that. There is a lot of understanding on what needs to be done on the generation side with renewables. There is more understanding of what needs to be done to electrify.
Use case
I think now it's really time for us to do a step change, as you mentioned, on how do we make sure that the whole energy system works with the interconnected system.
Yeah, for me, I would fully support what Claudio is saying, but I would also think that if we can have a takeaway from this COP that the future energy system is actually the power system.
Yes.
That electrification is the route. And that there will be no electrification, there will be no transition without transmission. If that would be one of the outcomes that were actionable from COP28, I feel it's worth the travel, it's worth being here, it's worth the discussion. It would be really good.
Okay, let me tweak the question to you. Can there be, since Indonesia signed on to the JETP, can there be a just transition with just transmission?
Yeah. Well, in order to reach the net zero emission in 2060, yeah, I think we work together, right, with the institutional organization, yeah, and also to another countries. And when we decide to develop the internal transmission, we have to consider to share the electricity, the energy to the another countries when we have a huge potential. Yeah, so we believe no transition without transmission, no transition without interconnectivity.
Okay, thank you. The question I posed right at the outset was, what has changed? And for me, some of the lessons I'm taking away is, one, it's going to be more complex. Two, it's going to take longer. Three, that there are already, apart from even the regions where the interconnections exist, there is still a huge ramp up expected of more. Number four, there are emerging political alignments. And number five, that we've got to still eat our bananas. All right, thank you. Mr. Hotajulu, Hilda Turner, and Claudia Fakin, thank you very much.
Hello, and welcome to this panel around how to finance the scale-up of carbon removals. Welcome to the audience here in the room, in the Swedish pavilion, and to everybody on the broadcast. In the fight against climate impact, we need to reduce our emissions, our footprint, but at the same time, we also need to think about how to remove CO2 from the atmosphere. And we need to start to think about it now, because if we don't act now, it's going to take a long time until we have any type of scale of removal available when needed. So to sort that out and to solve that problem, I have an amazing panel with me today. Here is Hans Beyer, Chief Sustainability Officer at SEB. I have Caroline Weinberg, Chief Product Innovation Officer and Co-Head of Global Products at BlackRock. I have Diana Maranga, Business Development at Octavia Carbon, which we will learn a little bit more about soon. And I also have Patabi Seshardi, partner at Boston Consulting Group. Warm welcome to all of you. And let me start by asking Diana a little bit what Octavia Carbon is, what your ambitions are, and also a little bit what do you need to be able to scale up to your full potential?
Okay, thank you. I hope you can hear me. Diana, Business Development Lead at Octavia Carbon. And Octavia Carbon is the Global South's first direct air capture company, and we are based in Nairobi, Kenya. And one of the projects that we're working on is called Project Hummingbird, and it is bound to be Africa's first dark ant storage project with the capture capacity of 1,000 tons a year and 10,000 tons across its 10-year lifespan. And we began Octavia with a strong conviction that Kenya is the best place for direct air capture by virtue of having the right geological formations. Kenya's grid is 93% renewable and the right talent. So what do we need to be able to scale? So first thing is finance. I can tell you firsthand, it is incredibly difficult to mobilize finance for deep climate tech in Africa because it is manufacturing and it is hardware, right? So most of the financing coming into Africa is going into adaptation. And don't get me wrong, adaptation is incredibly important towards our global goals, towards net zero, but so is removal technology, right? And without the mobilization of finance towards engineered carbon removal, we feel left out. With a strong conviction that Kenya is the best place for DAC, without the financing, Octavia has a great opportunity to show the world what engineered carbon removal can do and what Kenya can do. But without the right financing and without the right capital, we feel locked in. Climate finance, we found towards engineered carbon removal has been sort of locked in and gate kept to the north. And African investors are not very privy to engineered carbon removal and, to be honest, don't know what direct air capture is. So we have to start from the grassroots and ground zero and education, and time is running out, right? So finance, that is my answer.
And luckily we have at least two participants on this panel who are financing a lot of activity around energy and around carbon. So start with you, Caroline. What do you see the role of a financial player and a super large asset manager like BlackRock in supporting not only Octavia, but really removal project around the world?
So I couldn't have asked for a better introduction to the role of finance. So first and foremost, we are an asset manager and we invest on behalf of our clients as fiduciary. So our interest and role in the transition as a mega trend impacting markets and impacting the world is critical, again, as fiduciaries for our clients. And as we think about the role of finance and the role that we play, again, as fiduciaries, investing in projects and investing in this space is very much, again, towards the drive towards the 4 trillion investments required to actually decarbonize. So when we look at these massive trends and the role for finance to be investing in these projects, and then the role to scale with regards to connecting off-takers with projects with standards, policymakers, and again, bringing new technologies around the world through our investments and connecting with the network of investments that we have, we think that finance plays an important role. Sometimes it is hard, though, to connect with the projects. So the more that events like this bring together awareness, understanding of the different projects out there, the different demands from the corporates from an offtake perspective, and the role that institutions are going to play more and more in de-risking some of your projects, from a financial perspective, that's going to be a critical role.
Thank you. And Hans, Caroline mentioned that there is sometimes a problem in sort of the connection and acting as a financial intermediary as a bank in many other markets. Do you see the opportunity also for financial intermediaries to help with that connection in the carbon market, especially if we talk about creating offtake agreement in large scale to support financing for these projects?
Yeah, it works, right? So the short answer is yes, I see a position for banks. At the same time, we're not there yet. And I can say this by own experience because when I started as Chief Sustainability Officer back in 2020, I decided that there's no reason for us not to compensate for the very few emissions that the bank in its operative manner actually emits. So I went to my CFO and asked him, can we, if we agree upon this, can we just buy, some kind of offsets that actually shows that we're taking out what we're putting into the atmosphere in general? And he says, that's fine, but how do you know that what you buy is true? How do you as an economist actually, how can you prove that you're not just wasting your shareholders' money? Back to the fiduciary responsibility that you were talking about. And we're talking about the financial framework around offtakes that is exceptionally important. Proper registries, third-party verification, because at the end of the day, banks are only allowed to deal in financial instruments or if you want to, commodities. While this is probably not fulfilling the requirement of commodities, it's definitely not fulfilling the requirement of financial instruments, and hence we need to define it. And that is quite important. I mean, there are forward-leaning companies like you, and Microsoft is known to buy offtakes, but there's quite few out there that are comfortable to put institutional money into this today if we don't have those other building blocks that should be available. But I'm a true optimist, and I think that both the work that you do and the work that I'm trying to do and a few others in the market will actually propel us there. And I also think that the commitments that you've shown into DAC on a large scale is actually building an awareness of the function of these investments that is propelling us forward. But it's still work to be done.
I agree. But from Boston Consulting Group perspective, you have a dialogue with a lot of companies, a lot of projects. And what do you see as sort of the key here in building these offtakes and in supporting more financing? What do you hear from your customers in this sort of problem statement?
Yeah, maybe just stepping back a second. Part of our interest as Boston Consulting Group in this is there's two elements. One is when you draw any abatement curve, negative emission technologies end up being like the highest cost at the back end of this. So with the possibility that we may not be able to get to 1.5 degree still on the cards, we want to focus on technologies that can take out emissions and bring the cost of that. So it's almost like putting a ceiling on the total abatement cost. So that's a overall perspective we have as BCG. And then the other piece is, as a firm, we have our own net zero commitment by 2030. This is part of the process of trying to actually secure our own portfolio in both in helping get those costs down, but also participate in these markets. So we come at it three different angles. One, as a customer or an off-taker, as a client service organization, helping clients actually think about how to reduce their own overall abatement costs. And then third, as an investor in some of these technologies, we have actually invested behind it, right? But I think the main thing we're looking for, given that it's a financing panel, I should say it is about finance. But then finance starts with offtake, because this is basically, you're essentially underwriting the project on the backs of a creditworthy customer that's willing to take 10, 15-year or 20-year contracts, right? And this is part of what we are trying to foster. So from a market standpoint, what we're seeing is there is underlying demand for negative emission technologies, but the price obviously needs to come down over time. So what people are doing is essentially taking small slivers of projects so that they can use it as a part of a broader carbon portfolio, so you're averaging your overall cost down, right? So I think that's really the piece we're focused on, which is how do we actually generate opportunities from a customer segmentation standpoint. Who are the people that are out there, like us, like Microsoft, like BlackRock and others, that are willing to actually take small slivers of this and then bring the cost down over time?
I mean, I think you can almost argue that it's not the price formation that is happening around net negative emissions today. It's the cost of production that you pay. And if we can't get cost of production down, the market price for carbon removals is going to stay high. So, Diana, back to you. Sort of, is these technologies like direct air carbon capture, which is a little bit unproven, quite expensive, are they ready for sort of scale up in large production?
Yes. And I'm obviously quite biased as a project developer, but engineered technology has been done before. Look at solar, look at batteries. This is technology that was very expensive 20, 30 years ago, right? But they've been able to scale down rapidly down the cost curve, and just they're readily available like everywhere, right? So it is very, very possible, but we also need the right tools to be able to do that. Everything from finance, as I've said, finance. Everything from the right policy framework and regulatory frameworks, and towards narrative of direct air capture in Africa and just globally. So short answer, yes, a lot of work needs to be done, but for some motivation, we can look at solar and what we've been able to do with solar, and especially in the global south. Yes. Yeah.
Caroline, what do you think is needed to create more offtake agreements between these projects and the corporates or the financial intermediaries? Or what is lacking for this really to happening today?
So just as a start, these projects are highly capital intensive. So that as a starting point is one of the hurdles that we see. But to the point of how do you reduce the risk is actually around these offtakes. And when we talk about offtake, it's very much around how do we create contracts between the buyers of these the carbon removal contracts, and then with regards to the capital intensity of the project itself. So the project's going to get constructed. While it's being constructed, there's a risk, depending on region and technology and so forth. And then once the project is up and running, removals are generated, offtakes there, someone's buying the offtake. So the earlier in the process one can be to actually know who's buying the offtake. So setting apart the technology and the construction risk, that's critical. So the earlier in the process one can be, from an offtake perspective, the earlier you can de-risk. Secondly, we need to move from a spot market, so buying today for something happening today, to a forward market, which is different from bringing it forward. And by that I mean oftentimes the purchasers of carbon removals are buying it for today. They're not buying, I will buy that carbon removal next year or the following year. So those who are happy to actually buy long-term contracts like one does in energy, someone may buy electricity contracts for 10 years, 15 years. That doesn't exist too much today. There are a few players who are willing to buy carbon removal out forward, But that's going to take time. So what we're going to need to do is have standardization of offtakes, bring those offtakes forward so that one could start to de-risk in the construction phase, as well as, again, have these contracts longer dated and then tradable in a market such that, again, there's price discovery along a whole curve like one does in other markets, like other commodity markets or electricity markets and so forth.
Hans, I actually happen to... A quick point on that one, right? I think this is so important what she's describing, because everybody wants the price of the 10th unit, not the first unit, right? The first unit's north of $500 a ton, whatever the numbers may be, right? And everybody wants I want it to be at 250, 200, and north, south of that, right? And if we have a forward market that's reliable, let's say you have price quotes that are going out into 2030 that says the 10th or 15th unit from Kenya is going to be at $150, $200 a ton. I think that'll actually generate more demand. Our view is by 2030, if you're at around $200 a ton, this market could be $30 billion, right? So that's kind of so I think what you described, Carolyn, is very important in that sense, to encourage that forward market to develop so that I can start pricing in the 10th and the 20th unit.
And Hans, you said in the beginning that it was difficult for banks to engage in this market today, but if we would have a forward market, I assume you would engage.
Yes.
And as an old trader, which I know you are, can we build a forward market, a forward curve on how it works today, or do we need to change anything?
No, I think that we're close. To be able to build a forward market. I think that a certain amount of standardization, I think that a lowest threshold of what we can accept as a proper contract is really necessary. I think that the ICVCM was a good start. I think that they should raise the permanency requirement a little bit. So we're talking about beyond any interest in time, right? So we're talking 300 years and not 40 years. But in general, the answer is yes. And I just want to say that you're touching on probably the most important part. If we are to move from not subsidies, but bets into a proper market, we need the demand function to develop, right? And SBTI actually did a proper try by saying that you can use it and so forth, right? But that kind of structural demand is really, really important to build that market, so you get a diversification in the demand function. And as long as we are comfortable and someone is, from a third-party perspective, prepared to verify it, and people like you are holding the registry, so we know where these rights are, right? Where can I go if I can't find them? That is the infrastructure required for this to go from early adopters, which I regard you as to be, to more mainstay, which is, I think, is a necessity if we are to build this market to what I think it should be, and it's going to be a huge contribution to investments in climate change if we can make this happen.
But Abid, to do that, to create a forward curve and to create what we seem to be agreed that we need to also spur more demand, how do you manage that today all these different projects are so bespoke? A ton is not a ton, maybe, or is it? I mean, how do you build an instrument that represent multiple different type of projects that are reducing CO2 from the atmosphere?
Yeah, I think a bit of the demand function already exists. There's many companies out there that are looking for removal technologies 3, 5, 10 years out. Part of the problem is as they go through that process of diligencing it, they find out that, there's still a lot of variations around it and lots of uncertainty around it. As soon as you start putting those things in, and will it be SBTI certified or not? Will it be accepted from then you start walking away from it, right? So I think this is where some of the base infrastructure needs to be put in place. I think the demand function will actually show itself if we have the base infrastructure on, what is needed from a permanency standpoint, what is needed from a SBTI certification standpoint. All of those things, once those are in place, we are pretty confident from all of our client conversations that everybody's looking at. Many companies have made commitments through 2030 and beyond without a full line of sight to exactly where that is going to come from, right? And there will be there is a concern around availability and volume, but also price. So I think some of those things coming together with this infrastructure that's being described here the demand function. I actually worry less about the demand function as much as if we have the base infrastructure, it'll start showing up.
To just add a few, what I think is an extremely important part is that the auditability of the investments is exceptionally important, right? So we need to get the EYs and the PwCs and these guys on the board as well, because if they can't verify the value, it's quite hard for a CFO to actually put down the foot and says that I'm comfortable that this is a proper usage of my shareholders' money.
Yeah, I guess today the problem for many is, especially within the banks, that the carbon credits are not defined as a commodity or a financial asset. It's more an expense. And how do you build a book of expenses? That doesn't sound so appealing for a bank today. So I think we need to sort that out with, if it's ISTA or IOSCO or even regulators coming in and say, this is what it is. Caroline.
Yeah, just to add to that point, today most of the buyers from a voluntary perspective are companies, they're corporates. And often, just to add to that, they're coming from expense lines, even potentially the marketing budgets of these companies. And as one rolls forward and thinks about beyond commitments, actually, how is this a financial asset? How does one manage it and value it as a financial asset? How does one trade it as a financial asset? How is it accounted for and so forth? Institutions may start to include it in a portfolio, or what we have found more and more is that individuals even may want to include it in a portfolio. So as one starts to think about the continuation of development of the carbon removal product business, how does it become a product, a tradable product, increasing the number of users, the way they're using it, and the confidence that these are actually assets that are accounted for, verified, and managed in the right way is critical. And we've seen this in many commodity markets as they've evolved over time. And again, as you have more confidence in the market, the value of it, you can again go from spot today to forward in the future. And again, it becomes more of a market that is able to hedge, able to manage, and therefore able to de-risk the capital intensity of the projects that we're seeing come to market.
And Diana, do you see sort of the demand from your production today, or do you have to go out and look for the demand? How do you find sort of buyers to your production? What is your sort of way of doing this?
The demand is there, and it far outstrips the supply, just in the general market. But in the Octavian perspective, we haven't had to break our backs, if I can use that term. By virtue of being the very first DAC company in Africa and the Global South, and our narrative and well, Africa has emitted the least, right? There's a counter narrative that we are cleaning up the mess of the North, right? That's the narrative that's out there, but we're refusing to be victims of it. We're taking charge, all hands on deck, from adaptation to engineered carbon removal towards a blue economy. So the narrative and the climate justice and what we're doing, we have found ourselves not having to break our backs and stretch too hard. The demand is there and far outstrips the supply, and we're ready to scale up as fast as possible. But yeah, I hope I've answered your question.
Thanks. Patabi, on your side, you pointed to that the price today is very high, and I think what we have seen so far is that there is pioneers, buyers active in the sort of engineered carbon removals. How do you get to the next layer of customers? So transportation, consumer type of companies, how do you get more buyers to engage in removals as sort of part of their emission strategy?
Yeah, I think key to this is going to be the two pieces we've discussed already, right? One is the prices coming down. So the cost of engineered removals, I mean, I just conveniently said north of $500 a ton, but like, you know, none of these contracts are disclosed. Nobody talks about them, but like, you know, they're comfortably north of $500 a ton, and it gets pretty expensive, right? And so you do need to actually think about how to, bring these prices down in the range up. And then at the same time, you've got nature-based solutions which have their own set of issues from a traceability and all the issues that we've seen over the last couple of years that are coming down to, in the $20 to $50 a ton range. So there's a big spread between those two things, and people are in the market for everything in that spread, right? So as prices come down and the infrastructure sets in place, and from a customer standpoint, each customer has a different frame of reference on this, right? From our perspective as BCG, the way we frame it, we look at it as it's the same as a 15, 20-year lease we sign on one of our offices. Okay, so that I can get my head around as a management team and try to figure out, okay, how does that compare to this type of thing? So each of these companies will have a frame of reference, and the key is going to be to bring the prices down. And the parts we've talked about, sounds like you have a...
I think we have a question from the audience here. Let me throw him a mic.
Thanks. Robert Höglund from Milky Wire, which is a, let's say, charitable buyer of carbon removal, first buyer from Octavia, and also runs CDR FYI, which tracks all the market transactions in durable carbon removal. So it's glad to hear that people are optimistic about demand. So, I mean, demand for tons that are already removed is much higher than supply, but demand for signing 15-year offtake agreements is not very high, right? And it's only 0.5% of SBTI companies that ever purchased durable carbon removal. And it's like 6 companies that made contracts for over 100,000 tons. So it's still very early. And the thing, the price needs to go down, I agree very much, but you could also look at the voluntary carbon market, the sort of legacy market of emission reductions. And even though it just cost like $3-4 per ton, and a few years ago people actually believed it worked, and it still didn't become anything. It was just a $2 billion market, which is like the chewing gum market is 10 times higher than that. So, I mean, the price was not enough. So I think that maybe at net zero, companies will realize they have to buy the last tons, but how do we make sure that companies start buying carbon removal, durable carbon removal now to scale up so that the sector grows so that they're available at net zero? Like how we can create that, that incentive to sign these big offtake agreements. Like that's the difficulty, and price I don't think is enough.
Anyone want to jump in?
I'd just say the key to that is trying to actually get people a bit more surety about the emergence of these markets. There is one thing around the demand function which is actually helpful to have, which is either incentives like the IRA in the US, or more from a mandates, requirements, et cetera, right? And also having certification standards. I think there's going to be a real question around people that have made voluntary commitments on net zero for 2030, 2035, et cetera. They have 2 choices at the point in time when these things come up. Either they bite the bullet and pay whatever the cost of those credits are at that point in time. Actually 3 choices, or reduce their footprint naturally, which may be hard, and for companies like us that is hard, or actually push their commitments out. So that's a bit of an open question, right? And I think the companies that push the commitments out either will not see the prices low enough, or they don't buy the infrastructure that it is actually a gold standard infrastructure. Those are the 2. I keep coming back to those 2 things, and as long as those are there, we do think that there'll be sufficient demand.
Caroline?
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I think there's when we talk about carbon markets or even carbon removal markets, people hear different things, and as a result, price discovery is complex. So the more that one can actually articulate with clarity what we're talking about, what each price discovery mechanism is, and how 1 ton equals maybe 1 ton or maybe something different across the different elements of removal and reduction in fairness, those markets are different and distinctly different, and therefore trade differently. But for those who are coming in to buy, let's say it's a company, and they're not well equipped possibly to have a financial team to analyze the projects and differences, that's a very high burden. So there might be interest from these companies, given that they've made commitments, but in fairness, there's a lot of work and research to be done that's complicated. So the more that we as a financial industry can actually think through how does one create market structure, clarity of what we're talking about, clarity of the price, why is it this price, and what box does it fit into, is really critical. Secondly, I would say that from a removals perspective, the closer the removals carbon market can be to compliance markets, which is a very large and understood and well-traded market, the easier that would be. So as convergence happens, there will be, again, improvements. And then lastly, I've touched on this earlier, but I'll just say it in slightly differently, that the diversification of buyer base is important. So relying on companies to do the diligence, and it's very much detailed diligence, understanding the DAC that was built, and is that going to happen? And what is that offtake going to look like? And the quality of it is a very hard thing to do. So having additional investors, institutional players buying it who are actually much more equipped or able to then advise, that's the role of banks and maybe others, that's critical. So again, for us, our interest as BlackRock is as fiduciaries to our clients, and as we invest in the space, we want to make sure that the ecosystem evolves alongside it to support the investments we make and to enable, again, better investments for our clients, better ecosystem, and diversification of client base.
I think that you're pointed to a very valid question. I think that what you said about compliance markets is extremely important. We need regulatory support for these markets. Otherwise, it won't happen. And coming back to the auditability and things like that. And I think that, I wouldn't mind going into the world and stating that our lending book is fossil-free because I bought compensation that is far out enough to compensate for the emissions that we actually finance, right? But that would require, first of all, a third-party verification making me sure that this actually works and that it holds over time, right? And then that I can also use it from a financial perspective going forward. And I think that I share that with anyone else. I got insurance companies that own property that says, can I buy that and then say that my property portfolio is fossil-free? And I say, probably not yet. You could convince me as a person, but that doesn't take you very far.
So we have come to an end. I think, first of all, I want to thank the panelists for very, very much of wisdom in how to move this forward. I'd like to conclude with, I think that your question, Robert, is super valid, but it also points to that you say that the traditional offset market hasn't created that demand, but I think it's because of the same problem we see in the removal market now. There is no market, there is no technology, there is no clear guidelines, regulation, there is no proper instrument to create demand. So the way traditional market works is still not working. So we should not copy, we should try to build what we know function for other markets to create more financing and more demand. It's not going to happen next year, but if we don't do it, this will be a nascent market also in the next 10 years. So it has to happen. And that's the positive with being the moderator, you always have the last word. So I would like to thank the panel with an applause. Thank you very much.
Hello, and thank you for joining today's session on value chain emissions in the finance industry, recommendations and pathways. I'm Cassandra Julin. I'm heading PR and communication at Normative, and I'm delighted to open this session at the Swedish Pavilion, where we are pioneering the possible. Thank you for joining us online, and thank you for joining us in person, everyone. Your Excellency and Honourable Member of the Parliament, Business leaders and fellow climate champions, we are delighted to have you all here. So with that, the session is open, and let me welcome our first speaker on stage from Sweden, Your Excellency Johan Forssell, Minister for International Development, Cooperation and Foreign Trade.
Well, good day, everyone. I hope you're well. You seem to be doing very well, and that makes me very happy. And it's a pleasure to be here in the Swedish pavilion. And thank you for this opportunity to address all of you. And I'm glad to see so many prominent people here from different parts of society. We have business, we have agencies, and we have some organizations too, I believe, and politics also. And I'm very glad for that, because climate change is truly something that affects all of us, all around the world in different parts of our societies. And that also underlines the importance of all sectors of our societies working together to address these challenges. And we are a government that truly believes in the power of entrepreneurship and more of innovation in doing business. And enabling businesses to minimize their emissions is really key for a more effective climate policy. But, and this is important, it's also a great opportunity to strengthen our competitiveness, to build a more future-oriented economy, to create jobs, to create economic growth, etc. So we need more policies that accelerate the green transition for the people and the planet while spurring innovation, growth, and new jobs. And financial markets, they play a very critical role to this end. First, access to capital, of course. Innovators, entrepreneurs need access to more capital to develop all these new and modern and sustainable solutions and products, and also to fund the necessary research of tomorrow. Second, allocation of capital. We need to work with different tools to ensure that the fair share of market capital goes to green investments. So with support from authorities and research, we must step by step create better incentives for capital to go to green investments. And that is also something that we are addressing here at COP28, and that fills me with joy. And I have been asked to share a kind of a Swedish perspective in this field. So let me just briefly touch on some of the lessons from policies that we have implemented in Sweden. I believe today there is a large consensus around the need for improved data and increased transparency regarding climate risks. And these two fields are really guiding our action, which take place at several different levels. National financial incentives are targeted to accelerate the green transition in industry. For example, a specific credit guarantee for green investments in Sweden, something we believe a lot in. Sweden is truly a front runner in sustainable finance in many ways. Its financial institutions have been some of the first active in the green bond market. Its research programs are widely covering the topic, and our development cooperation with both SIDA and also Swedfund are active in public-private partnerships for sustainable investments. And the Swedish government, we are increasingly striving to leverage our development and climate funding to mobilize other financial flows, because this is crucial, because it is a fact that there are so many needs out there. We have the green transition, but we do also have the current situation in the Sahel region with great humanitarian needs. We do have the terrible war going on in Ukraine, etc. So it is a fact that ODA will simply not be enough. So we need to mobilize more of private capital, and I believe this was also the one of the most important takeaways from this year's UNGA meeting in New York. We need to do much more mobilizing private capital. And I also want in this field to mention the EU strategy Global Gateway, of course, in which Swedish companies can play a crucial role. And on the international level, Sweden is proud to be one of the countries pushing the topic of sustainable finance and the need to agree on common rules in this field. And as such, we are supporters of the EU strategy for financing the transition to a sustainable economy from 2021. At the same time, I also want to say that defining what is sustainable can also be a tricky task. And this might be controversial, but I think it's important because just a few years ago in Sweden, there was a big public discussion about several major banks and also some investment funds which decided to label defense industry as not sustainable. And I understand from their perspective what they did, but on the other hand side, of course, democracies like Sweden or United States or Finland must be able to defend themselves. I mean, just ask Ukraine if they think their weapons from Western producers are not sustainable. Well, of course they are, because they're using those weapons, those systems to defend their own freedom and democracy, and also the democracy and the freedom for Europe. So, yes, financial institutions can create good rules for the market to make investments more sustainable. But it's also important, I believe, not to create too narrow lines defining what is sustainable. So good market rules should focus on the aim to lower emissions, not exactly what type of companies or products are sustainable or not. And at the same time, broadening the scope outside the European Union, much more can and must be done for a better alignment of the different systems and jurisdictions. And we are committed to work to contribute to this work through continued dialogue between nations. So, my friends, to conclude, we all know that we must make a systemic shift of financial flows of all kinds. Public flows, private funds, national funds, global funds, in the direction of achieving the climate objectives and sustainable development goals. And we all know that capital mobilization is urgently needed to meet these objectives. And we all know that actors of the financial markets are well positioned to lead the effort to ensure access to and allocation of capital to enable a successful transition to a global net zero economy. So driven by both urgency, but also a lot of opportunities, Sweden stands very ready to continue to be your partner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Forsell. Music to my ears to hear that we're steering capital towards more sustainable solutions. It is my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Honourable Member of the Parliament, Chris Skidmore.
Well, thank you very much for the kind invitation to speak at the Swedish Pavilion this afternoon as the sort of UK's energy minister that signed our own commitment to net zero by 2050 into law back in 2019. I very much remember that Sweden's own net zero commitment was very much at the forefront of our minds. We were beginning to enter that sort of global net zero race. And I'm delighted that the UK and Sweden have continued to be climate leaders, not just in making overall commitments towards specific outcomes, but then to focus on the delivery and the implementation of those goals for the future. And it's when it's focusing on that question of delivery and implementation that I know many of us at COP28 will be focusing on what happens next. We've already seen key announcements around standardization, around ratcheting up ambition on integrity. Catherine McKenna has come out with her net zero standards, integrity matters, next stage projects to focus on business. We've seen Rachel Kite publish the Voluntary Carbon Markets Initiative's standards, and we can see the direction that we're beginning to head in. And this is the direction I tried to focus on myself when I was asked by the UK government to lead a review of net zero. And I published this review, Mission Zero, that I brought out as a book for COP28, to look at how we can ensure not just that we meet our climate commitments, not just that we decarbonise further faster, but how we can also take business and industry with us. Because if we aren't able to all sail in the same direction, ultimately we will fail. we will not meet our targets. We have to ensure that we establish those new net zero markets that incentivize the flow of finance, as Minister Forsell outlined. And how we achieve this is by creating the right apparatus that works for business and industry. I often think we've done a fantastic job so far in financing, greening finance, setting out what's needed for the future, identifying how larger companies, the City of London, can become sustainable. What we need to now focus in on is how we finance green. How do we ensure that we unlock the blended finance for those projects that need help, need additional support, because we don't have the pricing mechanisms in place to unlock hydrogen, carbon capture, or simply just reducing emissions full stop. And to do that, we need to have the data to be able to benchmark, to be able to create the measures to hold companies to account. I'm delighted that Bankers for Net Zero is here, Heather Buchanan. They're working on a key project, Project Perseus, to understand how to produce this framework for the future. But at the same time, there's a wider message I think that we also need to embrace, which is the yes. We know what we need to achieve. We know what the overall outcome looks like. But for many small and medium-sized businesses who don't have the data to hand, they don't know necessarily what their Scope 3 emissions will look like, let alone their Scope 1 emissions. Providing that support is absolutely critical. So the review that I took forward for the UK government sort of set out a number of support mechanisms, not just through sort of tax credits, but through a Help to Grow Green initiative that would give SMEs that ability to be able to map out a future. And then secondly, also to recognize progress. Often we just focus solely on what excellent looks like, but we can't make the perfect the enemy of the good. We've got to be able to reward those industries, those SMEs that through no fault of their own, work in high carbon industries, in energy intensive industries, in concrete, in steel. And I know that sort of Sweden is a world leader now on focusing on green steel, both for the application of nuclear and hydrogen. It's important that when it comes to the regulatory apparatus, we don't complexify that ability to be able to use the technologies of tomorrow, but then using the technologies of today for those SMEs, creating a benchmarking and a standard that is flexible, recognizes and rewards those companies that have done the right thing. They may not have gone to absolute net zero straight away. Maybe they don't even know how to achieve that yet. We've got to be able to create a sense of a charter mark that rewards progress, whether that's bronze, silver, gold, and we set that out in the Mission Zero review. I know that when it comes to focusing on supply chains, as I said, somebody else's Scope 1 emissions is somebody else's Scope 3 emissions. We're all in this together. And above all, we need to recognize that we can't do this individually as nations. The UK has gone through a difficult path leaving the European Union. As a result, its emissions trading scheme is divergent from that of the EU. We now need to focus, taking the politics out of the transition, because ultimately carbon dioxide knows no borders, to return to a pathway where we have the ability to cooperate, because we have the ability to work together on common frameworks, common means of accounting, common data standards as well. I hope that the discussion we're about to have will map out a pathway for how we can achieve this in the future. But to end, the UK is a good friend of Sweden's. We've looked to Sweden as an exemplar in the past on how to achieve a net zero pathway, and I'm sure we will continue to work and collaborate together on how we can provide the benchmarks for both Swedish and British businesses for many years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member of the Parliament, Chris Skidmore, for your contributions. I agree. I love to see the collaboration between Sweden and UK going forward, and I hope Mr. Forsell and Mr. Skidmore, you have a lot to talk about. But with that, let's move to our next agenda point. It's the businesses doing the work that will get up on stage next. So with that, I'd like to introduce our moderator for this session, Dr. Alexander Schmidt, who's heading Science, Sustainability and Climate Research at Normative. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Cassandra, and thank you to the first two keynotes, which Honestly, I think we couldn't have asked for more in terms of setting the scene. I was almost afraid to take away too many of our panelists' talking points already, but I think it was a very nice warm-up for what is to come. And what is to come are 4 panelists that I would like to invite now on stage. Let's start with you, Christian. Christian runs, CEO and co-founder of Normative. Heather, if you will come up next. Heather Buchanan, Chief Executive and co-founder, Bankers for Net Zero. We also have with us Francis Malish from EBRD, Managing Director of 4 Financial Institutions. And virtually with us, very glad that she could make it, is Anja Hannes from Nordea, Group Head of Sustainability, and she's dialing in remotely from the office in Stockholm. So welcome also, Anja, to you. We're gonna experiment a bit with how we best integrate, of course, the studio guest, but I'm sure we can make it work and have her on screen as well. That would be brilliant. Let us start pretty much where the keynotes have left off. And just there's Anja. Thank you so much. Good morning, Anja, for you in Stockholm. Great. So let's kick it off. Christian, if you wouldn't mind opening up a bit the scene. So we heard a lot about the role of, especially of course on Finance Day, financial institutions. We recently brought out a white paper together with, among others, Bankers for Net Zero, and we sketched a bit the idea of proactivity. Can you just kind of reiterate this for us? Why is being proactive, why does it pay off?
I mean, I think we have to remember that net zero, it's not a short sprint, it's a marathon. And embedded into every single global value chain is a significant risk that is not properly internalized into the profit and loss statement of businesses. So if you take any business, 90% on average will be located in their Scope 3 value chain. And right now we're actually in a situation, and I mean, you did most of that study, but we looked at enterprises and the net zero commitments of enterprises and what it amounts to. Turns out that approximately 970, I think, enterprises with net zero commitments, listed companies, they add up to almost 80% or 78% of global emissions. And I just want that to sink in. Like, if enterprises succeed with their net zero commitments, we all succeed collectively. But almost all of that emissions is located in Scope 3. And you don't reorient your value chains on a dime. You know, some of these value chains can take like years or even decades. So carbon taxes will be screwed on. That creates a big risk. I mean, market mechanisms are being implemented, as we just heard the 2 previous speakers talk about. So I think proactivity is of the absolute essence in order to have a good business going forward. And I will just end with one quick analogy. I think the question all businesses need to ask themselves is, do we want to be like Blockbuster or do we want to be like Netflix? I mean, the green transition is happening. We can't negotiate with nature. And if you don't adapt quick enough, and that's exactly what happened with Blockbuster, with digital technology, you will go bust. There will be winners and losers in this race, and you're way more likely to win if you're proactive.
Thank you so much, Christian. And you already touched a bit upon the market and also the role of governance. Heather, I would love you to come in here a bit more. So assuming, we have the baseline set, but what about governments? Like, what's the role there? What about effective compliance? What can you say about that role?
Certainly, and I think, if you don't mind, I'll kind of back up a bit and stuff, and I'll give everybody my fun fact. So 1494 was our first book on modern accounting. And so to Christian's point about kind of internalizing things, so we've had just over 500 years to get to a point where we have risk and value determined, and it's been the bottom line, hasn't it? And at no point along that way has nature or carbon or anything else actually been on that balance sheet or whatnot. And so our entire perception of what risk and value is changing in a matter of years rather than centuries. And that's a big ask of everybody. And so whilst we see kind of businesses, and I would say, COP26, the commitments that a lot of the largest businesses in the world and the financial institutions in the world made at COP26 were absolutely a game changer in terms of kind of starting to move that ship, as it were. But everything, our processes, our laws, everything is set up for a different value system right now. And so that kind of interaction and that level of kind of collaboration that's required to kind of turn the ship at the pace that we need it to turn, and take less than 500 years to get to the next stage, because we don't have that, is absolutely critical. And I think that's one of the kind of key takeaways that certainly at Bankers Net Zero, that's kind of our value statement, is kind of that kind of deep collaboration where you have to kind of, you need to get finance, you need to get business, you need to get government, and you need to get regulators in a room and say, right, we're fundamentally changing everything, rather than business and finance being the receivers of regulation and whatnot. It's much more of a cooperative shift to make, because we haven't tried this before, as it were, and so you don't really want to kind of just go off experimenting too much, so yes.
Couldn't agree more. And you mentioned collaboration. I mean, that's part of why we're all here, and also why we're all here on stage, and also why we work together with Nordea, for example. So I would love to bring in Anja here. Can you shed some more light on how applied, like collaboration applied, looks like in the context of Nordea sustainability work?
Sound working.
Oh, I think we lost Anja here. Let us quickly then just continue in this studio here, while we see how we can get Stockholm online again. So maybe actually, Francis, you wouldn't mind stepping in, and sorry for having you separated here a bit on stage, but to continue pretty much with Anja's talking point, because obviously EBRD, you also work very much applied on the topic. So how does it look like when you work together with the banks? How does also the topic of financed emissions come in, which we haven't explicitly mentioned yet?
Well, it is a tricky point, I must say. EBRD works with corporates, with infrastructure, and with the financial sector. The financial sector work is around 40-45% of our investments every year, and we work with around 350 partner banks in our 36 countries of operations. So this is primarily an SME operation, because when you look at the economy of most of our countries of operations, there's very few large corporates, the kind that produce like the cement and steel and so on, that we focus on when we look at the net zero commitments. But still, our partner banks finance 1 million SMEs a year, right? And for them, the data is a big challenge. And Scope 3 is very important for us, because it's too easy to reduce your carbon footprint by selling it, right? Removing it from your balance sheet, but not from the atmosphere. Right? And that applies to banks as it applies to corporates. And when I see, for example, let me give you just a small anecdote. I was recently, a few months ago, in southern Kazakhstan, all right, in the countryside, working with a microfinance institution, and we went visit a farmer. So growing tomatoes and cucumbers under greenhouses. No mystery that the winters can be harsh in Kazakhstan. So you need to heat up the greenhouses. What do you do it with? Turns out it was coal. And turns out this farmer had actually decided to move to natural gas. Why? Just en passant, because Europe had actually purchased all of the coal, and it had become too expensive because we wanted to wean ourselves off Russian gas, so we took the coal from the Kazakhs. Now, that's a way to foster global warming in emerging markets, is to make the coal too expensive because we use it for ourselves. I'm not sure the credibility that it gives us to preach to them afterwards. But the point is, though, with that bank, what do you do? Do you finance the move to natural gas, knowing that for the next 4 or 5 years, probably this farmer is going to continue polluting with gas instead of polluting with coal? My answer is yes, we should, because coal is much worse, and because when you drive around that area of southern Kazakhstan, you see a pile of the black stuff at the back of literally every single greenhouse. Now, for SMEs, the issue we have is that there's no reliable data. There's already lack of reliable data in many Western European countries, but then talk about, subsistence farming, talk about the economy in those countries that have not had the chance to pollute their way into prosperity like we have had. there is a much bigger challenge there in terms of getting to data and reliability. And so we need to work with these 350 partner financial institutions to get there. And we also need to work with their regulators. Because otherwise what's going to happen is the bank that pioneers this and says to its clients, if you don't have your CO2 footprint, I'm not going to finance you, it's just going to lose market share. That's a losing proposition. The moment the regulator says, any financing in my country, you need the CO2 certificate, and there are providers in the country, then you build the virtuous ecosystem where companies get their certificate, banks can ask the companies to use it, and then you can start differentiating the pricing. Just like when you measure the biodiversity, there's technology now that allows you to measure biodiversity. Then if you measure it, then you can price it. So that's the challenge.
Yeah. So currently there are, especially you mentioned SMEs, the SMEs really are at the heart of the challenge. Heather, I mean, that's of course a topic that you can speak to very, very well due to your work. Maybe you want to quickly enlighten us a bit how you perceive the SME challenge or the SME kind of realm, and also the importance in the whole decarbonization transition.
Well, absolutely. And I think, so first and foremost, when you look at the large corporates and financial institutions, there's a wee line of commitments we're going to, certainly for banks, decarbonize our financed emissions by 2050. And it's a small line there, but actually, most people don't really kind of realize it means that banks and financial institutions need to understand and get to decarbonization point of every mortgage, every single overdraft, every small business loan, no matter what the size, and every corporate and the corporate's entire supply chain. And that is a kind of an exercise that's never, on a scale that's never been taken before. And people always ask me, can't banks kind of get there faster? And I always say, well, absolutely. We could have all of our banks be net zero by next year as long as they, got rid of all of their customers. And then, but then, as we know, then you just end up shifting the problem, because you can, as you say, you can take carbon off the balance sheet of a financial balance sheet, but you can't take it off Earth's balance sheet. And so it goes elsewhere. So that kind of level of interaction and support for SMEs is absolutely critical. And it's a really tough, difficult journey, because everybody says they've got nothing in common, they're time poor, there's very mixed messaging out there. There's not even a global standard in terms of a nice, simple way of reporting. So we really are kind of I would say, flying the plane as we build it. And all of the kind of standards that we've had up to now have been very, very top down. And so you end up with these gold-plated reporting standards, and we're trying to kind of chip away the gold, as it were. So what we're certainly doing with Project Perseus, and the work that we're doing with as the SME advisory group for the Transition Plan Task Force, is to step back and say, well, actually, let's just work from the bottom up. So, what are the absolute basic material data points we need? How can we automate those as much as possible? And that's where, obviously, the work that we're doing with Project Perseus and Normative comes in. And just provide that kind of simple support, so that rather this kind of top-down pressure onto shifting sands, we get a bit more stability. Otherwise, we won't get there.
True, that's true. And Anja, you have luckily not decided to get rid of all of your customers, but you have taken the problem in a different way. Second try, can you share a bit insights into how Nordea works with their business banking customers?
Yes, thank you, Alex. I hear a lot of important things in this panel when we talk about collaboration, and also maintaining the competitiveness of also small and medium-sized companies in this transition. I think it's super important. And we in Nordea, we have different approaches for how we address our large corporates and institutions, and the small and mid-sized companies, and also our private individuals. But first of all, we need to consider that our customers are in different stages of the the transition, so they need different kinds of support. The relative progress in the transition is as important, I think, as reaching the final steps towards the finish line. So that's where we think that we as a bank can have a really important role. Secondly, then, of course, the size of the company is key, since in general the larger corporates have better access to good quality data. They have more experience from reporting than the smaller size companies. So there we can support with tools and also guidance and training to our customers to help them in their transition. Then thirdly, I think we need also to consider the complexity of the different ESG factors and how they interrelate to each other. So when we work with climate transition, we need to also consider, it was mentioned before, biodiversity and also social aspects of the transition. And this is a way we can really create a win-win, because we can help the customers reduce their own risk, their transition risks that they are exposed to. We can reduce our own risk in Nordea at the same time, so we are better for our investors to get the capital we need to be an important player in the transition. And this way we also have a positive impact on society. So when it comes to our customers, employees and the local societies where they act, we can also have a positive impact there. So there are a lot of different ways we can work with our customers here. But I would also just like to say that for us as a bank, it's of course also important to consider the total impact of our portfolio. So we need to make sure we have a diversified portfolio, that we work with different geographies and different sectors. We need to have the relevant competence to be able to guide our customers and really be a trusted partner to them in this transition. We need to work together, and I think we can achieve a lot of good things. And we see that now that we're getting the data from also smaller customers and working with models to scale up, to cover portfolios, that the monitoring of relative progress is also so important. So I think we have come a long way, but there's of course still so much more that we can do in this space.
Thank you, Anja. I mean, this sounds very encouraging on one hand. On the other hand, it also sounds like a huge challenge. There's a lot to tackle. Christian, can you help us to tie these different both challenges, but also, as we heard already, some openings for solutions there. Can you help us to tie them a bit together and give us a bit of a picture of what are the biggest bottlenecks on the pathway to being a proactive player in the financial industry?
So I think I want to step back to something that Heather said. Standardized accounting was invented 600 years ago. It was sort of standardized globally somewhere between 150 years ago. It was digitized maybe 30 years ago. We need to do all of that for carbon accounting in just a couple of years. And what worries me is the integrity of the entire system, right? If you take an average bank, 99.9% of emissions are in the financed emissions category. You can't just remove all of the customers from the balance sheet. The only way of getting the job done is to actually get real activity-based data from the client. That is literally the only way of doing it. So that's why we at Normative, for the past few years, and we just launched what we call Carbon Network, because we need this exchange, seamless exchange of carbon data between the SMEs and the banks. So you can, in fact, track what are the emissions of the overall portfolio. And you also need to work together with the advisors. Can we finance part of that transition together with our clients? And I think Chris was very kind enough to point out that Sweden is leading in net zero. But I think I want to commend you, Heather, and the wonderful work you're doing with Bankers for Net Zero and the Perseus project. I think the standardization of getting activity level data from SMEs has to happen. And hopefully you are creating a model that can be copy-pasted in the rest of the world and Sweden alike, because there's no other way of doing this than to have that seamless data exchange, but actually incentivize actions based on the data. I mean, that is what the regulation is for, to really create the framework that incentivizes action.
Francis, I see you nodding along when it comes to data and SME, of course, SME's exchange of SME data.
And I fully agree. I just don't think that we are going to bring all of our countries to that level in the next 2 years, because there's a lot of way to go. However, I think when we survey our clients, and we do it from time to time, they do tell us that they need technical assistance. It's not a lack of will. They want to go down that path, but they need the support. And so if there's a solution that exists for Sweden, and we can roll it out in poorer countries so that the cost of implementing the solution is ideally higher than the revenue of that client, which is a problem in some countries, then we can make them leap forward. And we are going to have clients, just like banks in Tajikistan use AI for credit decisions. Why can they have more advanced tools to measure their emissions? So of course we pioneer those tools with our own financing lines. I think the big challenge is not so much the funding that we, BRD, give to these clients, is the moving that at the scale of their own balance sheet, right? Again, a statistic, the EBRD finance in any banking sector in any of our countries of operations is somewhere between 0.5% of that banking sector and 3% of that banking sector. So if you manage to make that switch from the financing that we give to the financing that the banks give, you have a 30 to 300 or 200 times impact in terms of the emissions. So it's crucial, and it's crucial that the people with the most advanced solutions are willing to share them for the greater good of all of us. We work in a bottom pile of countries, and that is where a lot of effort is needed. We won't achieve the green transition if those countries don't do it.
How would you just stick with you for Anja? Anja, do you want to comment on this one quickly? Please go ahead.
No, I really appreciate that comment, and I think that the standardization and the collaboration here is so important, also to create more transparent disclosures and mitigate greenwashing. So the more of us using the same standards for reporting, calculating finance emissions, the better quality and the better understanding we can provide for customers and investors around the state of things. So I really welcome more cross-country, cross-industry collaboration in this work.
That does already sound like part of the topic of our panel, the pathway forward, right? That sounds like, Anja, this would be your recommendation for a pathway forward. Is anything else comes to mind from your Nordea's point of view, how the pathway forward looks like, or is this kind of your conclusion?
No, I think that's what we need to do now to really scale up, and we have a lot of regulations coming, and that of course affects us as a bank, and we don't want to be stuck in the reporting. We really want to be there for our customers, support them in the transition, and the data work is of course key here, and it's of course about collecting data, calculating finance emissions, but also about modeling for the portfolios where we don't have access to customer data, and then bringing the sort of reputation of data to a more positive light. Like, what can we use good data for, also for customers? What kind of insights does that bring to their operation? How can they develop their strategy, stay competitive, also compared to bigger players who are then in scope of more firm regulations? So I think the work with data and the power, access to good data really means that's, I think, something we need to just increase even more going forward.
Yeah, and I think that was very well, Francis, what you said as kind of the recommendation forward. Maybe as closing, Heather and Christian, the pathway forward, Heather, from your point of view, what does this entail?
Collaboration, and collaboration. So just for kind of, I guess, a bit of perspective on the Perseus project, we've got a huge group of all the trade bodies in the UK. We've got international observers. We've had over 150 people working on it for 4 months just to get to the point of a demonstrator. And all that effort is for one data point. To actually get one data point assurable, and that's electricity. And so once we get that, then we'll go into the next data point and the next data point. But it is, the level of collaboration it's taken just to get to that point for one has been extraordinary, and it could not have happened any other way.
Last comment, Christian, your pathway forward?
I would agree with Heather. We need collaboration, but that collaboration can happen throughout networks. I mean, we need first and foremost reliable exchange of data, so we get activities-based data between SMEs and the large banks. But the flow of data is not the only thing. I think the flow of specific asks and actions, like we would want you to, for instance, switch to renewable electricity, install solar power, electrify your vehicle fleets. And as a matter of fact, we are going to be a part of financing that transition under more favorable conditions.
And in the spirit of collaboration, I would love to now thank you all panelists and also the previous speakers for this enlightening conversation. It was at least a 4-country collaboration, I believe. I look at nationalities. So if I may ask all the speakers and panelists up on stage for a final picture, and thank you the audience for dialing in as well for a very engaging conversation on the topic.
Hello and welcome to this panel around navigating the path to net zero, capital markets and corporate sustainability. I want to say extra welcome to you on the broadcast, the live stream, who cannot be here in the room. With me to sort this out and to understand a little bit more where companies are on their sustainability journey, I have a very, very good panel to answer that question. Here I have Henrik Tegnér, Head of Strategy and Sustainability at AFRY. I have Emilia Hagberg, Vice President Sustainable Development at Skanska. Then Jonas Otterheim, Head of Climate Action, Volvo Cars. And finally, Luca De Lorenzo, Head of Sustainability and Mandate at Nordic Investment Bank. So to kick this off and to sort of give you all sort of a starting point where, even if we view this as sort of an average of where the corporates are, where are you in your sustainability journey and how close are you to net zero? Henrik.
Yeah, thank you. Big question. Where are you? Yeah, but I think that when it comes to the net zero, we have set science-based targets. So we're on track to reach net zero by 2040, half our emissions by 2030. We're also members of ERI, Exponential Roadmap Initiative, so we're also following their 1.5-degree playbook, and we're working with the 4 pillars of implementation that they have. But I think for us, it's also, this is our own mission, but as AFRY, we're engineers, and professional services, we don't have so much own emissions. On the other hand, we work with a lot of clients who have potentially lots of emissions or potentially lots of avoided emissions. So for us, it's actually much more important what projects we work on and that we work with them in the right way. Even though we can, of course, not ignore our own emissions, but the bigger impact we will have in doing the right things for our client. And maybe we can come back to that, but I think that is one part which is much more complicated to measure and have a good target on. So for our own emissions, no problem. We have everything in place, I would say, science-based and everything. But for our clients, a little bit more complicated.
Emilia?
Thank you. I agree. It's a huge question. And I think that the for us and for a lot of other companies, the there has been a shift in focus. Some years ago, the focus was really on setting the target, also the long-term target. Now, we all are expected to focus more on action, to have clear transition plans, to show, are we actually taking those steps that are shown to meet the targets. We also have a science-based target to 2030 and a long-term target for 2045 to be net zero. But we have, as you say, 90% of our emissions are in scope 3. We, of course, need to focus on or start with our own emissions. That is something that we should do really, really quickly. And then it's about the emissions in the use of our products, the energy used in the buildings, and also the materials that is produced while before construction. And energy, I think that is I wouldn't say it's easy, but it's understandable. The material part, that is more complex. It needs more innovation and a broader value chain cooperation.
Thank you. Jonas?
Yeah, I'll continue. It feels like we're rather similar here in terms of our priorities. Well, as a car maker, well, of course, our scope 1 and 2 emissions are a very small part of the total. So we are, of course, also acting to reduce them. We are aiming to be climate neutral in our own operations, so manufacturing and offices by 2025, but that is 1% of our total scope 1 to 3 emissions. So our biggest focus is, of course, to, well, reduce the scope 3. So far we have said fully electric by 2030. That is a very big chunk of the scope 3 to electrify, very much pointed out by the UN Stocktake report as the biggest impact to reduce emissions from transport. That can impact perhaps 45% of the remaining emissions that I talked about. And then, similar to what you said, we are forced to reduce emissions in materials, so the upstream emissions of scope 3. That is a much bigger challenge for us. So how to ensure that our supply chain is changing, so steel, aluminum, batteries, electronics, plastics, and have every supplier understand the challenge and reduce that. We have so far said climate neutrality across scope 1 to 3 by 2040. Last week, we communicated our new target by 2030 to reduce scope 1 to 3 emissions by 75% per average car versus 2018. And that forces us to work very differently, and that's our biggest priority right now.
Luca, how about you, who are more of a sort of a supplier of financing for this journey?
Correct. So I can change a little bit because we don't produce or do things. We actually just lend money as a bank. But of course, it's very important for us as well, the whole climate journey. And in fact, Nordic Investment Bank, one of our core drivers has always been climate and sustainability. So if we take where we are at the moment, if we look at the last decade, we have been tapping the capital markets with green bond program. We have been financing green assets. So that's and we'll continue to do that, but that's well established. I think where we are now, we are a lot smarter in terms of data and carbon data, thanks to the work from our clients. And we are able to put that in our portfolio. So we have now much better view of the financed emissions that we hold on our balance sheet. And that's quite important because that impacts the way we allocate capital, okay, and the way we finance. That's one element. The second element is we are having a more sophisticated, I would say, dialogue with our clients, not only about what are we financing now, what are you doing now, but also where are you headed. So a lot more around transition plans, targets, so future-looking, future-leaning. That's something that we have increased quite a bit, which for our region is a lot around scope 3, supply chains, and a lot about hard to abate, and sectors that typically have not moved as fast in the past decade. And finally, the last element I would say where we are is we have set our own climate strategy, setting our own targets by sector in our balance sheet, right? And effectively, we use this in the dialogue with our clients to see, are your targets, do they compare well to ours and what we want to do as a bank? And then we can join the journey.
I would claim that one change that we have seen is that doing the transformation as a company was before more, you were doing a good thing. And now I would claim we talk more about the business opportunity of the transformation. It's become something else than what it was maybe 2 to 4 years ago. So Emilia, I mean, do you see an advantage for businesses that actually invest in this transformation?
I can have a really short answer to that, yes. But I want to say a little bit more about that. I mean, Skanska, we have been working with sustainability for a long time. We have, in some of our markets, seen it as an advantage for a long time. But exactly as you say, the last years, it has been growing in all our markets, and we have also been doing a clear shift as we have introduced the climate and sustainability as part of the business strategy, as an enabler. It's what we say to our employees is, this is the way we do business, this is the way we earn money, this is the way we are profitable. So it's not about choosing or an add-on. So that is a shift.
And Jonas, then, is this shift in focus also translated into customer demand? Do you see demand for this business transformation?
Yes, I think it's of course very sort of market dependent. If we just start with talking electric cars, of course some markets are very far ahead than others. We have, well, quite many talk about the Norwegian EV uptake. Of course that market is further ahead than, for example, the United Arab Emirates market. But we see an increase in most markets already. Our challenge is, of course, that customers don't necessarily understand the upstream emissions. So even though I talk steel, aluminum, they don't really understand the importance of that and what that does mean. So for having them pay a cost premium for such materials is perhaps not there yet. Let's see how that goes. But in the end of the day, we also see the alternative cost to it, because there is both the cost of action but a cost of inaction to it. And in the end of the day, we argue this is business critical for us because, well, the banks are requiring it us, so it will be more expensive for us if we don't act. We see legislation is coming, so we will more or less be out of business if we don't do this. And as a car maker, cars are quite often in the spotlight when you talk sustainability and CO2 emissions. So I argue that this is not a choice we can really, it's not a choice. We must do this change because we will not survive as a company otherwise.
Henrik, you must have interaction with many different type of companies. Do you share this? I mean, are all sectors sort of thinking the same as Jonas and Emilia here, or is there a difference between sectors?
Yeah, for sure there is a difference, and I think that we can a little bit define it in maybe some different categories, because I think it's one category is a really new sort of startup company who has a completely new business model, like we have H2 Green Steel, we have Northvolt, etc. They're on the one end. There is no question because it's the whole reason for existence. Then I think that there are other companies like Volvo Cars, for example, where this has become so fundamental. So now it is the strategy, and it's just something that also will happen. Even that you come from a long tradition of combustion engines, you have completely abandoned that now, and the future is super clear. There it's also your strategy very core. But I think that there is also a third category of companies where it's maybe not, at least not yet, that important for their survival, and where it's still a little bit of an add-on. And as long as it remains an add-on and something that's nice to talk about, I think that your willingness to invest will never be as high either. But I think if we just look at our business, it is clearly so that what we think is the business in the green transition, which is both on the energy side and the industrial side, that part of our business is both growing the fastest, and it's also the most profitable part of our business. So for sure we see now, and we believe it will continue, a strong demand for this type of services.
Luca, you support companies on this journey. You provide funding. Can everyone that comes to you get funding, or do you have to choose? And if you have to choose, how do you do it? How do you decide which project you lend to?
We do have to choose. We do have to choose. We're not that big as a bank, no, but apart from that, I think we have to choose, and I think choice is good. No? And I think capital markets have to choose as well, when they have much deeper pockets than a single bank, right? But they have to choose. And so the question is, how do you choose, right? And I think the elements that were mentioned here are the way you choose. I would add another category in the type of players, and those are the ones that maybe understand that they have to transition, that they have to change, but where the solution is not readily available. You know, with all due respect, it's very difficult for us, but at least you know what you have to do, electrify, right? And that's the direction. There are other sectors and other clients where they know they have to change, but they don't have the solution yet. So there is even technological development first, right? Now, what we do is we look definitely at what we finance, so what you're going to use the money for. It's a use of proceeds type of concept. And again, there you start having very kind of out there clear references. I mean, to name one, EU taxonomy, you can take that and try to apply it. But I think what we are doing more and more, what I mentioned before, is we are not only looking at what you're doing today, but more importantly, we are looking at how you are changing and where you are getting to, including the profitability of it, right? Because it has to be part of your sustainability. And there, we are also applying new products as a bank. So while if you have a very clear green asset, we can do a green loan and a green bond on the back of it, and that's a nice flow of money. But if you have a more corporate transition in your setting targets, then maybe a sustainability-linked type of product is the better option, right? And again, maybe you can bring that back to the capital markets with a sustainability-linked type of product from the investors. So I think it's all about what we do is we try to understand the client, the transition, what the money is used for, and then fit the best financing for it.
I think what you're saying is very interesting. Well, because us as a company trying to sort of be on this journey, you talked about, well, electrifying is easy. I agree, sort of the first step is easy in relative terms, but that's okay. But what we also see, because of course our climate neutrality strategy is not only us electrifying, we need to go beyond that. And due to that, when we set these targets, we are putting requirements on the different categories we talked about. And we realize and see that quite many of them, well, or I should say, some of them don't understand what this means in practice. They might sort of hear the topics of sustainability, but the value chain is very deep. And in some cases, the emissions we want to reduce is not even our supplier. It's the supplier where we have the hotspot. And I think transparently talking about the actions we want our supply chain to take and try to help them or guide them to do it. I think that's key here, because in the end of the day, we are steering our money towards these directions. And of course, we want them to stay in business, so we need to somewhat guide them in what to do. And the second point, because you talked about sort of this is important for business, what I think too few companies do right now is to make this a capability like you always do business. Usually you talk, sort of you have your financial decision making, you take decisions, but then someone in the end asks, okay, what about sustainability? Sort of what is the result of CO2 of this product? Companies like us need to ensure that CO2 and sustainability is included in every decision all the way from the start. And that is very much easier said than done. But to ensure that we sort of at least have a gut feeling, because only then can we allow the suppliers in the end to shift and know that we are actually having a product that is capable of meeting the targets. And to me, this is a key thing, connecting the money to the supply chain and then the decision making.
Emilia, as a construction company, I assume you have quite many customers in the public sector, building hospitals and stuff. Are they willing to pay that extra cost today for more sustainable material?
Correctly, we have about 50% of the revenue from public customers. That is, a lot of that is infrastructure, but also other construction like hospitals, schools, etc. But I want to talk about value, customer value. It's not only about the cost in money, because we often talk about commit to the customer, and that means understand your customer. If you are a public customer and on top there are politicians, I have been a politician myself, you set up a lot of targets, ambitions, if we as a company can understand those, it could be climate targets, it could be a society that is social sustainable, it could be that the surrounding people during a construction are not disturbed from emissions or noise. So if we understand those stakeholders and ambitions, we can, if we come in an early stage, we can provide solutions. We know that you have those priorities. We can solve your problem. That's the value for us, for you, that we can provide. So we want to come in earlier when we talk to our customers. We can do that for some customers, not for all, but that's what we are thriving for.
So again, sustainability is really about the business opportunity. Luca.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow on this because I think you raised a very good point and about value chains being deep, and maybe the roles of financiers can also, of course you know your value chains very well, probably better than I do, you should, but for sure we finance across all of them, right? So if I take your example of Skanska, you asked, right? As I said, we have a real estate sector target as a bank. That will apply if we were to do a loan to Skanska, we will discuss that, right? And see your targets. But we also have as clients actually the ones that commission buildings to Skanska. So even the hospitals. And we will have the same discussion with them. So we are able to bring that bridge across the value chain, also to, to the users of your fleet. So we finance fleets, for example, right? And we can ask, well, what about that, right? So I think we have as a financiers also a role to bring that common kind of trajectory across the value chain.
Okay, so I think we have concluded that the net zero journey, we are in pretty good state of that, on track. There is opportunities in sustainability investment, in the transformation. But we also have regulation coming in quite heavily, which is good. You need to trust this transformation. You need data transparency, but it also adds a burden. Henrik, when you speak to your customers, especially here in Europe, is quite heavy regulation coming soon on reporting and transparency for corporates. Will that make them prioritize down other efforts in sustainability to focus on the compliance part, or is it sort of something they continue in parallel?
Well, I hope they will continue in parallel, because I think this is a really significant risk with all the new regulations that come, that we will drown in regulation. We don't want to hire hundreds of people in the sustainability department, so how are we going to manage this and still be able to think about where we want to take our business? And I mean, I think that there are lots of good intentions with standardizing reporting also on the climate and sustainability side. I think that it is very, very important, and I think that we know that emissions are underreported as it is today. We know that it is very, very difficult to compare across supply chains, as you were saying. But we also know, and we feel, and our customers feel, that it is very complicated to report, for example, on the EU taxonomy. Right? We have tens of thousands of projects every year, and then technically we need to go into every one of those projects and we need to evaluate if they are aligned, if they're eligible, and we need to evaluate all the minimum safeguards so that we do no significant harm, etc. And it's very complicated to document, and the EU expects us that we do that project by project, right? So that there's a huge risk that we will drown. So let's make sure that we don't, and that we can stay focused on the actual progress. So I think to regulators, please help us with this to make it as simple as possible. I think that the same can come in the financial sector, because now I hear a lot of desires to be able to have the stamp to say this is a green company, this is a green project, this is a green product. And I think this is, of course, very desirable, but also very dangerous to lock it into, black and green or dark brown and green or whatever. I think that will drive us in the wrong direction. So let's make sure we find a better way to do this. I totally agree about that. It
has to be a pragmatic way when we now introduce those regulations on transparency. But I also think it's good to understand the aim for the politicians. They want to have a change. They don't care about the reporting as such. They want to drive the change. So if you understand that, you can also look at those regulation as, okay, what is most material for us? Where should we actually put our effort when we set up targets? It is where it actually is the most important. And I'm trust that we will get some support and a grace period. And we really feel pressure from investors to have those figures. Maybe it's a little bit because you also feel a little bit pressure from the regulators. So there is, but I think that's also about risk. So we see that. So it doesn't only come from the regulators, but from on our business, we also see other regulations which is really pushing our business. It's very much about energy efficiency. It's about refurbishment and renovation. And that is in EU, but it's also in the US. It's really, really changing in the US now in a very quick pace. And that is positive because it's both drives for us, that is, we see us quite in the forefront. It's a good opportunity for us, but of course it drives the whole business and the standard.
Yes, building on what you said, because I fully agree with you. We see a massive sort of flood of reporting requirements coming that is going to be very tricky for us to deliver on. And that is, of course, reporting when it comes to what we have done and prove that we have substantiations underneath any claim. Then we have everything when it comes to marketing, that we sort of cannot do anything without really proving that we have the details in place. Very important, but also requiring this proof points in place. And now we also talk about the transition plans to have very much details in the strategies of what we are to do. So we cannot sort of talk that much about the plan to go to net zero without the details in the plan. And I'm worried that we are spending too much time on planning in detail without acting, because in many cases we see that you get very far with the 80-20 rule here as well. Sort of, it's better that we act right now than to plan and have the perfect as the enemy of good. So very supportive of the increased regulation, because as you say, this is very much pushing us in the right direction, but there is a big sort of trade-off here that it might actually hinder change.
Luca, will this impact your lending?
Yeah, I mean, if I step back, the regulation, I'll come to your question. I think we cannot have nothing, right? And we cannot have everything. So as usual in life, it's probably the balance that is going to work, and we're going to have to be pragmatic. I hope that a little bit through markets as well and joint conversations and dialogue, we will be able to strike that balance. What is important is that reporting is a means to action, is not the goal. So if you act, you should not worry too much about reporting. If you don't act, probably you should worry about reporting. I would put it that way. I wouldn't say it change. It will change our allocation of capital and lending in the sense that it will make us smarter. That's why we ask these questions and put the pressure, and we get that pressure as well. But I actually think it is a pressure also for action, so that we better understand, we are smarter, and therefore we can make better informed decisions as investors. And I think that's what we want to do, all of us. Better informed decisions so that we get actions.
Thanks. Now changing a little bit to these emissions and SBTi commitments that I think all of you have signed. So that means that you are going to reduce your emissions with around 90%, and then the residual emission is you're going to manage in some way. Can you share something about your plan around sort of the reducing part and what you're going to plan to do with the residual emissions? I know, Jonas.
I'll start. And we have actually not 2040 SBTI approved emission target, but that is not because we don't want to or don't sort of dare to. It's because SBTI don't allow us to send in our target for approval, because they cannot yet agree on how to calculate emissions from electricity in charging a car. So that is actually hindering us, because we know that the investors, they are having a box to tick. Do you have an SBTI approved net zero target? And unfortunately we don't, which is actually hitting us. So we are getting sort of worse interest rates, etc. CDP ranking is lower, but it's not our fault, which I'm very frustrated with. But our plan, if we go back to the real question, well, of course, we need to go fully electric, but in the end of the day, we need to go much further. So if we talk 2030 target again, I talked about the 75% target. That is tricky as hell, if I swear here, in terms of how to live on that. But as you say, sort of, this is just the mid-step. 2040, we need to rethink a lot when it comes to circularity, size, well, how is the car even used, and also the car as a part of a bigger ecosystem, can it create bigger value? In the newly launched EX90, we are trying out the bi-directional charging to make the car a part of the bigger energy system. I think such solutions are super important, because in the end of the day, the car will become irrelevant if it will stay a big steel box just standing still all day and perhaps driven by one individual back and forth to work. Of course, that cannot be the solution long term, so we need to explore these solutions, car sharing and everything else, to make it stay relevant. And I think that is the next horizon after 2030.
Emilia?
We don't have a 2045 verified target either, and that is because it didn't exist when we set the science-based. It came shortly after. So the next time when we are renewing it, we'll head for that. But to your question, I mean, when we now are looking into 2030 target, our focus is not on offsetting or abating. It's about reduction. So how will we solve the 10%? For us, it's very, very important that we do that in an ecosystem, as you say. That is not what we see as to solve for a single company, because we don't even have standards for what is a net zero building. We are here and having a lot of conversation with our value chain to try to find what is that. So if we don't even have that standard, how can we agree on what to do with the last 10%? So I think that we have to do one step at a time, and for us to solve that, I don't think that even would be right, but we want to be part of that discussion.
Henrik?
Yeah, I really like what you're saying here. And I mean, as I said, our own emissions are maybe not that great, but I think one thing that we're struggling a bit with is air travel, for example. Okay, road travel, we hope that you will solve for us so that it will be easy. But the air travel is complicated, and of course we do a lot of initiatives to reduce the amount of air travel, and we try to plan better, hire people in the right locations, have more video conferences, all of this. But I fundamentally believe that also in the long run we will need to travel by air. Okay, then that relies on then that the air industry can come up with some sustainable solution for that. So that also then drives us to what projects we work on. So therefore we work on a number of sustainable aviation fuel projects together with our clients, right? So it becomes a little bit circular thinking also in how you get the solutions on the table here. And I guess that is true for also many of you, that you cannot solve the whole value chain, but maybe you can support also other parts of the value chain in reaching the solution, even if it's not really your problem to solve. You can still support the solution.
I think we've heard a lot of positive things around activity, your faith in the future of the transformation, and that we actually are moving in the right direction. Maybe with some concern about regulation, but otherwise it's extremely positive panel, which feels really good. But now maybe, yeah, a little bit. Sort of what do you see as your main roadblocks or challenges for actually achieving this transformation? What are you concerned about? Luca, can you start?
Actually, can I ask the clients first?
Of course.
I think I would like to hear you first.
Happy to answer. I think, well, if we start with our sort of core business of what we do right now, there are plenty of challenges. Well, we need global supply of the near zero emission materials that we need. So you talked about aviation and having that industry change. Of course, we need that. So I think companies like us must start putting our purchasing power behind what we say to have the incentives for the suppliers to realize there's a business there. So it's time to start acting. So supply chain needs to change. Secondly, well, of course, we need to continue to push for the whole, well, clean electricity part, because in the end of the day, battery electric vehicle is not very good if it's charged with coal electricity. Of course not, even though we do what we can when it comes to the materials. So we need to ensure that we make that shift happen and ensure that we phase out the fossil fuels. But in the end of the day, of course, we need to question the size of the car, as we talked about before. We need to start introducing smaller cars, like we launched the EX30 recently, which is the smallest car we ever had so far. So I think such sort of topics is very important. And then there are topics, for example, electronics is a huge headache for us. In the end of the day, there is not even research in place right now talking about the emissions of electronics and how we can solve that. And I currently see a hard time foreseeing that a car in 2030, 2040 will be without electronics. So of course, it will be rather digital. So this probably will be more and more important, but this is more or less the biggest black gap we have right now. So that is a very big challenge that we are currently facing.
Sounds like an opportunity for someone to look at that.
I agree.
Emilia?
Yeah, if I go to actual parts in our challenges. I mean, as I said before, it's the materials. It's for us, it's a concrete, it's steel, and it's asphalt. So it's both how we can lower the emissions, but also how we can design in a way that we use less, and also how can we change to other materials. But if I kind of lift this to another level, I would say that it's of course about scaling and speed of scaling. I mean, how can we do that, and how can we really get the market to work? It's still not there. And then I'm a little bit concerned about that we always talk about the value chain, even though I do that all the time. Because, I mean, we all say, I can't solve it, or we can't solve it by ourselves. We are dependent on other decisions. So, but if everyone is just saying that they have to have others to make those decisions, we will never change. So I don't have the solution on that, but that is a concern for me. How can we do that?
A lot of good things said already. I think we think we are on track, right? But the world is not on track. So we need to be clear on that. It's we need to get more spread our example. And I think that one thing that we want to push here is to have harder commitments from our politicians. Because I think that the political side and the business side need to go hand in hand here. And I think that we do that. That's maybe the whole purpose of the Business Sweden Pavilion here also, to show that we are going hand in hand, right? But we as a company, we signed together with a number of other companies now a letter to our Minister of Environment here, right? Pushing for harder targets in the European Union. And I think the European Union is the right way to go there. So I think we need still to push harder. We need to get politics and business to go hand in hand. And we are only the EU, but of course this needs to then in settings like this in the COP also to be spread to other parts of the world. Then I think that there are lots of issues in actually making this happen, right? Because just because a project is green doesn't mean that it is a good project. Okay, so you cannot have that as an excuse for poor performance. We also need to get more green projects on the market. We here maybe represent good investment opportunities, but we need many more of them as well in order to reach where the world needs to go. So I think that is important. And then you need to combine that with all the short-term and long-term balancing, cost of capital, wars, supply chain constraints, access to the right type of materials, all these things. And manage the short-term versus long-term, be able to make the bold decisions. You also need to have the right people with you in your team. And even though you didn't like the supply chains, or the value chains, I still think that we need to think about it as a system. We need to work together. But okay, not to fix our problems, but to work together as well.
I just want to quickly fill up before I leave it to the banker, because we have talked very much on climate and CO2, but of course the next horizon is to go beyond CO2, sort of biodiversity and all other planetary boundaries. It doesn't even matter if we only solve CO2 if the rest is screwed up. So that is of course an enormous challenge, because we might think that we have a rather good control of CO2 emissions, but very few of us, I think, have a good control of our biodiversity impact or the rest.
Yeah, maybe a couple of reflections. Thanks for going before. No, I mean, two things keep me a little bit awake at night. One, I still go back to the value chain, but I take a little different angle, and it's around timing. So, you know, there is something around the value chain, and the various actors need also to move at the same, or somewhat at the same time. Right? You can't have a full electric fleet if we don't have the electricity for it, or if we don't have the battery production for it. Right? So the things, and from a bank perspective, that's important, because every time you're first mover, you move to, if there is this misalignment in time, that hits on the risk of the actual player. And so then the cost of capital changes and so on. So I think there is something about moving together, and that's why collaboration, coordination is very important. But I think actually Sweden is pretty good at that historically, so we should learn from the past. But the second biggest, I think, headache, it's really higher level for me, and that is more the, how can I say this in a, social backlash, call it. I think, here we are all very energized. I think here at COP28, we're all fully energized, but we don't represent the entire population. And so we need to, and I really urge, as bankers, we have already a difficult relationship in general with society, but I think, your ability to know your customers and bring them along as well. Some customers demand, but others don't, and we need to bring them along in the transition as well. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult.
Thank you, Luca. I know you should always end the panel on a positive note, but reading between the line, I actually felt it was positive, because you did have some element of solutions to your headache also. So thank you for that. And with that, the time is out, and I think we should give this very, very good panel an applause for their wise words.
That's us. Hi everyone, welcome to 3.5 hours conversation. I got the question from Ebba from Spotify, sitting in the first row. 3.5 hours, what were you thinking? And instead of going into defense mode, you do what you do and you blame someone else. So the idea for this came obviously from Matthias. So 3.5 hours. What were you thinking? That's number one. And two, what is it?
So thank you, and hi everybody out there as well. I was thinking many things. I wanted to try to contribute to everyone as an individual, getting to tap into what the economy has found when traveling the world, working with a lot of great people. I wanted to do this with Climate View. Very much impressed by the work you do, and also seeing that you are at a phase in your journey that maybe we were like a year or two ago, and I would much have appreciated someone doing this with us at that stage. But I would say in general, it comes down to egoism, because I think it's very tough to get out of bed every day and try to have positive impact, to drive change, to get tangible progress made. What makes me do that is the people I meet. And I sometimes I say my favorite snack is brains, and then people go like, ooh. And I get that, but I must say that I'm so blessed with meeting so many smart people that I still think we can get this done. And it's also when I come back from a week away, tell my kids, they're like, what happened and what's going on. And it's also what I always tell them, saying, the most brilliant people I meet in the world is working to resolve this. And what more can we do?
And then, very concretely, I'm going to ask you about what the economy does. But first, tell me, what's actually going to happen? Is it going to be 3 hours of Matthias' stream of consciousness, or will there be brains?
I don't think many people would stay for that, for that long, for that matter. No, but there is a variety of topics that we have been wanting to address, bringing in front of a audience in a great setting here at the Swedish Pavilion. Best-in-class competence on these different topics, and the very fruitful conversations that I've seen in audiences around the world that I would love to see and enable everyone here to benefit from. So we have finance, we have engagement, we have cities. I mean, there is plenty to come, and I think that it is a long period of time, but after running around this big COP28 area, I think it's pretty good to sit still for a little while as well.
So give me a couple of highlights of what's to come.
Highlights, we will see some of the leading experts on finance from some of the most progressive banks in the world. We will see input from what I consider best-in-class consultancy, working with finance in getting frameworks in place and making this transition both profitable and purposeful. We will see people from cities, from academia, from science, illustrating what is being done already and what needs to be done in order to not stay on the wrong side of 1.5 for too long, which is also a challenge. And the challenge I referenced to then is the narrative. What story are we telling? We see the greatest opportunity of mankind accelerated by the greatest risk that we have ever faced, but we completely lack the narrative. And I think we have the data, and I think you guys are a great proof point or testament to that. We have the tech as well, but we're to a large extent missing out on the leadership, I think. And if leadership won't move, citizens need to move the leadership.
Well put. So then I come to the question that usually comes first. What is it that the economy does and that essentially enables us to put this fantastic group of people on stage? Because when you call, people come, it seems.
Well, if they are around. But I'm very grateful for everyone joining today and for doing this together with you guys. And I think that a lot of the people joining here has one common characteristic, and that is that they understand that collaboration is the new leadership, that sharing their expertise increases the value of it exponentially. And that goes from I would say, every person that I have met that is going to participate today in this session. One of the things that I think is going to be interesting, and to me, coming from a narrative background, is also listening in to Simon and what Simon and the team are doing at Time CO2. In just that perspective, looking at what is the new narrative, what is it that we can rally again around and get done. But it feels like I'm a little bit cross-examination here, so I'd like to retaliate, if I may. The economy, as you may or may not know, we calculate the carbon impact on primarily transactions, making every transaction count so that you can see your impact measured in CO2 equivalents or freshwater intensity. Every time you buy something, you get the monetary damage done as well as the planetary impact. So that's what the economy do, and we're working around the world with over 100 banks, and we are aiming to accelerate climate action by also enabling financial inclusion, connecting it to the banking's core services like savings and investments, putting people in a safe space so that they can take repeated climate action, knowing that they will be there tomorrow as well. So it's a little bit of a put your mask on first. But on that note, Climate View, I mean, you guys are, I can say for a fact that you are the global market leaders in what you do, because I think you're the only one doing what you do.
No, there are others.
I've never heard of them.
Oh, but yes, there are. No, but we're paving the road for the market together, and I want to stress the word collaboration, because I think we are, in essence, a child. I was about to say love child, but a child of collaboration. Coming here, displayed in this hall is the Swedish panorama that is owned by the Swedish Climate Policy Council and the Energy Agency and the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency. And that was put to birth 2019, really as a collaboration fundament, one could say, like creating the prerequisites to actually collaborate, to create a joint language, a joint framework, and standardized KPIs, and that is still the ever-updated road or the pathway of Sweden's plan towards net zero 2045. And what we did was we looked at that, and then we saw that cities is the thing.
But aren't you in the wrong place then? This is the conference of the parties being nations, and you're addressing cities.
Yeah, I missed, I didn't get that memo. No, but I think that's what's super interesting, because no, there are a few cities here, but there are nations. And our first client was, or not our first client, but the first collaboration project was a nation. And then we've gone towards cities. So as we speak here, we are onboarding all cities in the Ruhr region. So 53 cities jointly went together and said, we're going to adopt this new language, standardized KPIs, to eventually, end goal here is to take that words green finance and say, this is physics-based, evidence-based. Let's, put the capital where it matters most.
So basically you're saying if you keep track on the cents, the euros will work itself out.
Exactly. Now, what we do here then is to really come back to the place that fostered us and say, because the Swedish panorama is really world leading with the actors driving that. It is a spearheading example, and I think when we present this to different governments together with all our collaborating partners in this pavilion, it's striking to see that it's such a powerful methodology, really, like a way to go about it in order to foster that collaboration that we must get to.
Where do I go if I want to understand what it is that you're actually doing? The tangible outcome, what it looks like, and how it works. Is it like ClimateView?
Well, I would say you search for Panorama, Sweden, and that will take you. That will be a very, I think, from my perspective, a good explanation of what it is.
Can I also ask you the most frequently asked question at COP28 this year, and it's not how long is it going to take. It's what do you expect? What kind of outcome are you hoping for?
So, from a pure egoistic perspective, I think what was launched yesterday with CDP and a few others was this pledge to break down the national goals into sub-national goals. So I think 63 countries sign. Because nations, yes, they can make pledges, but implementation, 70% of emissions comes from cities. Implementation is cities. So from a pure, it's not egoistic then, because I truly believe that that's super powerful. So that gets even more momentum, I would say. What about you?
I always leave conferences like this high on hope. And I always have a hope hangover. I come home and I feel like, yes, this can be done. So many brilliant people that I've met, so many great conversations had, so much input, so much inspiration, so many wow moments. And then I come home on a Monday, and on the Wednesday, nothing has happened. I'm like, come on, what's going on? And it's like, it becomes like a hangover, hope hangover. So I had to revisit that. And this year, what I'm expecting, and this year sounds like I've been at every COP, it's actually only my fourth. This year, I'm hoping to have brought energy to as many people as possible to do what they do best. I think that's a way for me to accelerate climate action. At Economy, partnership and innovation has always been at core. And if we can elevate others, if we can energize others, if we can bring climate literacy to the many, if we can bring digital tools that challenges the status quo and dare to be taking a leap. I was at the panel earlier today, listening in at BCG, and it was a great conversation around, if we're going to expect perfect, we're not going to make progress at all. And I think that's absolutely right. We need to dare to try new things. We need to dare to go where no one has gone before. And it's not necessarily always going to be comfortable. It's naive to think that change is a comfort zone. It's just the opposite. But in order to make change more comfortable or less scary, we can do it together. And if we do it hand in hand, I think, and if we can contribute to that, being the handrail for the financial services industry, being the handrail for their clients in retail, being the trusted partner for measuring cause and effect, not pointing fingers, but really providing digital tools that work in everyday life and is not messing with your situation, but actually making it easier, then I think we're in a good place. And if I can have that influence on people at COP28, I'm very happy. On the political landscape, it was a long time ago I gave up on thinking that someone else would do this for us. I think the only way to get this done is try yourself, to contribute as an individual as much as you can in your professional capacity, in your capacity as a citizen, not to be thinking about the intention-action gap, but rather to be thinking about how do we overcome the intention barriers and support each other in doing that.
Cool. And I think we leave it at that.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
So we have a short break, a 4.5-minute break, and then I will continue, but you will listen to Simon and not me as much. So 1 second. All right, friends, welcome back to the Swedish Pavilion, COP28 in Dubai, to everyone out there watching and everyone in the audience here. With me now, I'm very nervous, equally as nervous as happy to introduce Simon, but I think it's better, would you please just give you a bit of your background and where you're coming from, and I was thinking when we managed to get this together, I was like, I want to be Simon when I grow up. So I'm very excited about listening into this.
So I'm an older Matthias. That's it. No. So I'm Simon Mulcahy. I live in. I'm British accented. I was born in England. Grew up actually in the Middle East. 11 years in Sharjah, actually. 4 years in Iran. British Army officer. Joined the World Economic Forum. I worked for Salesforce for 15 years. I was Chief Marketing Officer, Chief Innovation Officer there, built products, built their industry strategy. And then the CEO of Salesforce is also the owner of Time. And he said, why don't you leave Salesforce? Come and join me. Let's build a sustainability business. So we built a sustainability business, CO2.com. And then we've integrated it into Time. And my mission now, if I have a mission, it really is a mission, is to reinvent the climate narrative at a time when it's fundamentally needed.
I love it. And I think the secret to this conversation is really not the sustainability part, but the business part.
100%. One of the challenges with the kind of the climate world right now, and I'll dumb this down because this is kind of my level of intelligence. You've got the right.
I thank you for that.
You have the right screaming, anti-ESG, anti-woke. Actually, a fantastically clear campaign from the right wing saying, don't worry about it, it wasn't a human's fault. Just keep on doing what you're doing. From the left, you have the world of science, the world of climate expertise, people who are gluing themselves to the roads and chaining themselves to trees, who are screaming at each other. And actually, the climate community has almost formed itself into a circular firing squad and is shouting a lot of very complex climate language that only climate negotiators in the UN actually understand. 1.5 degrees, climate mitigation, pathways, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. None of that language in any way resonates with the average person who's probably realized by now that there actually is a climate crisis. In fact, we've definitely won the war on awareness, but everybody is faced only with what they should do, not with what they can do or with any understanding of what's actually possible.
Yes, and what they want to do. So the emotional connect, coming back to if information was enough, we would have acted on it already. I think the pandemic showed us that we understand impact. As humans, we understand impacts, like, oh, hot stove, let's not do that. But time to impact is much more difficult, especially if it's, a few generations or at least a generation away. We are not equally as inclined to act on it. How do you regard the emotional connect, and how do you guys work with providing opportunities for businesses in regard to contributing to an overall narrative?
So let me kind of break that down, because that's actually a really well articulated question. What we did was we said, right, what's the problem that needs solving first? And the problem isn't that people don't have access to the facts. The facts are widely distributed, particularly very available. And if you love PDFs, there are millions of them. But here's the fact: we will not PDF ourselves out of this climate crisis. The facts are important. And actually, if you were to take the kind of the population of the world into a distribution curve, a small number of people, the early adopters, looked at those facts and went, oh my God, there's a climate crisis. Those facts are clear, I'm acting. Those people have acted. But that was not enough for the rest of the population. Everybody else is sat there not acting. Well, why not? It's not because they didn't quite understand the facts. It's because the facts aren't enough. We've been on, Homo sapiens has not been on the planet, we haven't formed a long time, but we are a massively emotional animal. And for most people, the fear is just too strong. Like, they kind of understand what needs to be done, but they have no proof. They haven't seen somebody go ahead of them and you know, set off the bear traps, disarm the landmines, and it's just scary. So what's missing is real stories of individuals who've acted, who've made sense of the data, who've walked out, translated that into action, managed to convince people around them, in many cases, very hard to convince senior leaders in their company and boards. They've won budget, they've made mistakes, they've gone down dark alleys, got mugged, figured out what to do, what not to do, learnt through the school of hard knocks, and have come out and are now beginning to be successful with that. Those stories, not just what they did right, but what also they did wrong, are incredibly valuable, because then the next group of people will look at that and go, oh, I can do that, and copy.
So what you're saying is we basically need a kitchen confidential for the climate movement.
Yeah, we do. And actually, if you take that population, think of it as slices of population, and they all require different types of information. So we don't just beat people up with more and more climate facts and data. We've got to bring to life, not climate action, but just really good business sense. We need to get climate action and connect it to business value, to human value. And the more that we can do that, the more people will be convinced. And this is where it kind of gets interesting, because as we started to look at that problem, and I integrated the CO2 team into Time. We've got an amazing Chief Climate Officer at Time now, Shaila Raghav. And we have worked to basically make sense of all the change going on in each industry. We have what's going on in the power and mobility sector. Well, we're writing about that, and it's all under a big umbrella called The Future is Powerful. We have the evolution of the healthcare industry, the future is healthy. The evolution of the food and agriculture sector, the future is delicious. The future is, in every industry, not warm beer and cold showers. We can do amazing things and create and innovate and create whole new industry systems that are incredibly attractive, and in which there will be growth, in which there will be equity, in which there will be people living better lives. But it does require people to change. It does require people to move away from simple-minded, incremental tweaks to their old model. And that change is hard for people.
Yeah, no, I fully agree, and it's you know, the 20% that out of the 100% actually committing to doing something, 20% is likely to do it. And for the food industry, I think if they are looking to what value they can create in the future compared to the current, which would be similar to my notion on this place we're in, is fed up, right? So what is it that we can expect from your team? I mean, you're breaking new ground. It is also taking risk, right? And language is utterly important. I'm so happy that you say that, because I think we need language for everyone. We need an inclusive language for everyone to understand, instead of the abbreviations and the funky wording that no one understands. It's complex as it is. Let's not try to make this something that blocks people out. The lighthouses, we need the first movers. Without first movers, no one would move at all. And I think you guys are a great example, coming from an industry, being a first mover in that sense. How do you, and that creates leverage. That creates opportunity, and the winners of tomorrow, they are basically shaped today. Coming back to your background as a CMO and as an innovation aficionado, how do you translate that into your own development of value creation?
So we've got to think of this almost like a marketing problem, actually. Unfortunately, the way it's been kind of, I think, teed up in the world is it's a science problem. It's just they're the facts, understand them. You're an idiot, you're wrong if you don't. That's not a great way of doing it. What we need to do is we need to connect with people. And yes, we do need to connect with them in the head. We do need to make the facts even more easily understandable and connect with people in the head, but we must connect with people in the heart. And that means we need to understand the stories of those leaders who are out there, who are building the future of these different industries and are doing incredible, amazing things. And we need to make those insights clear and understandable. And let me give you an example of what I mean. I mean, in general, every industry, if you were to speak to a regulator, and that regulator would be over a beer, would be to say, let me just tell you what's going on. Let me just give you the arc of regulation. Here's what the regulators have been doing. Here's what they're trying to do. Here's what they're likely to achieve in the next 2-5 years. And kind of dumb down, you're like, wow, this is going to be incredible. Now I understand the regulatory environment. And they would say, now let me explain to you what's becoming possible, what the universities are pumping out, what's technically just come out of laboratories and is now being taken to scale in big companies. The science of what's possible is actually changing really quickly in your industry. And here are the big things that are going on, and here are the next couple of things that are going to happen. That plus the regulation, you're like, wow, there's some really interesting future dynamics of my industry here. But then add that to somebody explaining, let me tell you what's going on in the biggest kind of supply chain champions in this industry. Let me tell you what, behind the velvet curtain, what they're doing. The big power moves they're making, budget shifts, new leaders moved into that division, etc. Now with making sense of all of that, you can see that actually the puck, to use a Canadian term, in your industry used to be going over there and is now going over there. If you can explain that, bring that to life through stories, through people who are trustworthy, explaining, hey, listen, here's how I made sense of all of this crazy noise. Suddenly you're sat there going, oh my God, I thought the puck was going over there. It's actually going over there. I'm now feeling, well, first of all, I'm feeling uncomfortable. I'm pointing in the wrong direction. But then you're actually going, oh my God, I think everybody else is too. There's opportunity for me if I move quickly. And that FOMO, that fear of opportunity, is an emotion. And if we can create that, that is a very powerful agent for change.
So we basically need to be the climate change champions of School of Wayne Gretzky.
Exactly. I've never seen Wayne Gretzky play. I use that metaphor. I'm not a cocky player at all, but it seems to work.
It's a greenfield opportunity.
So that's basically it. So, and then the other thing is we can't just tell stories in PDFs. It's not working. Come on. Like, honestly, everybody here listening, you don't do PDFs. You do page 1, page 2. You read the executive summary and you're like, I wonder who's actually read this. The answer is that even the person who wrote it hasn't even read it more than once or twice. So why are we still relying on these things? Instead, we need to break information down into bite-sized chunks and serve it in ways that the average person today who's massively ADHD will consume it. That's number one. But number two, and this is definitely a marketing lesson, is that you cannot serve up the facts perfectly, even beautifully packaged on a nice bun or an ice hockey puck or whatever. You can't serve that at once and go, there you go, and expect the person to go, oh my God, I got it. It takes about 12 to 14 repetitions before the person goes, hold on a minute, I think I've got a new idea. 14 times is basically how a marketer will tell you how many times you have to hit people with the same message before they get it. But we need surround sound.
You know we're at COP28, right?
Okay, so 28, damn it. No, that's a really good point.
Okay, no, so it's just I used to consider myself an impatient optimist, so let that be a signal to that. I wonder, so thank you for that. I think there's two things that I'm very curious about. One thing is, what is the one thing that you would advise businesses to do today? Like, this anyone can do. So that's one thing. And the other one is more personal, is like, what are you afraid of? What is it that you sense or see and that you really, really think this is tough?
I would say to businesses, get excited. And I mean, at every level, no matter where you are in a business, you've got to get excited about this. The DNA of every single company in the future, starting now, is basically a double helix of digital and AI and sustainability. That is the future DNA of every single company. And if you're a marketer, you're going to be a climate marketer. If you're a CFO, you're going to be a climate CFO. If you're a CEO, you're going to be a climate CEO. If you want to be a CEO, you're going to be a climate CEO in the future. So figure that out, get excited about it and understand what that is and get engaged. So that's number one, and get on the journey. The worst thing we can do right now is expect perfection. Because if we expect perfection in companies, then they are just going to be so scared, because nobody's perfect. we have to step away from perfection and the expectation of it and just expect progress. Constant, continual progress. So that's kind of what I would say on the business side. What am I scared about? I'm scared about this continued rupture in the climate expert community, where everybody's shouting at each other and criticizing versus celebrating progress. And we do need people to be aware of the enormity of the task ahead of us. And we have to do a much, much clearer job of expressing that. But we have created such a tone of doomism and negativity and criticism and cynicism that most organizations will absolutely not talk about what they're doing. And because they're not talking about it, nobody else is hearing about what others are doing. And if you don't hear about what others are doing, you feel like nobody else is doing something. And if you feel that, you also don't act.
That's very true. And I think being pacified by that is extremely risky. So to me, you guys and what you are doing is one of the great examples that I bring to conversations many times, and that's why it's such an opportunity to sit here and ask all the questions. But what are the good examples, or if even the good example that inspires you, that you go like, okay, let's beat yesterday, and that was yesterday. What does good look like?
I mean, there's so many examples. It's honestly hard to say. My mind went blank as soon as you said that, which is kind of scary. Therefore, I immediately go for like conversations I had.
The economy.
Oh, okay. I was actually going to end there. I'll come back to the economy, which I actually think is fantastic. MasterCard is a great example. We're working really closely with MasterCard, and this is an organization that has 3 billion or more card holders, and they are also, as an organization, passionate on climate action, and they're very much behind the scenes, doing everything they can to have conversations with leaders in every industry to go, hold on a minute, everything about our card is used to create consumption. Well, how do we kind of foster sustainable consumption? How do we get people to be better at consuming in a way that's better for the planet? And that requires different conversations in each industry. I love that there are organizations like MasterCard who are doing that, who are going, no, this is really important. It's hard work, it's behind the scenes work, it's dirty, grunt work, it's hard at the beginning, but we're gonna stand up and champion that. I love that there are organizations out there that are doing that. And I love, honestly, what you're doing, because you're out there championing do.
My mother is watching and I'm blushing and she's going to tease me for this now.
It's amazing. There you are. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you very much. No, I couldn't agree more. We need more front runners. We need more people to do the unexpected. And you as an individual have organizational impact. So use your leverage in your organization and make it happen. I think sometimes working with driving positive change and providing positive impact at every big and bold decision made, I just want to travel there and hug the person making that call. Because you can't expect anyone else to do what needs to be done. And you can't expect, some people to do everything. We need everyone to do something, and we need them to be able to do so.
I love you said that. And I think one of the problems with this kind of, one of the problems in climate is it's very easy for anybody to go, well, it's the oil company's fault. It's government's fault. In fact, many surveys will tell you exactly that's how people think. As soon as you blame somebody else, here's what goes on in your head. You immediately absolve yourself of responsibility because it's somebody else's fault. There's no long internal pressure for you to act. We need everybody to see this as not just a personal duty, which is kind of where the world of communications has been today, but we want to see it as a massive opportunity for everyone. Just think in the tech sector. So when I first joined Salesforce, many companies did not have chief information officers, CIOs. There was this new wave of CIOs coming in. And do you know what happened? It was basically CEOs going, or CFO going, hold on a minute, we're spending a fortune on technology. We should get a better handle on this. So they would basically go, well, who knows about technology? And everybody's like, not me. So they'd find, and it was a guy always in the basement, dorky, database administrator with his phone on his belt. And he'd be like, you're CIO, get upstairs. And we had this wave of CIOs knocking around corporate land, knew nothing about technology. And then over time, now, every CIO is super business strategic, and every CMO, CFO, CEO deeply understands the power of digital. That shift is happening again, and it's called climate. That's why there's deep double helix of every business. So be there, be part of it. That's your career, your future. That it's happening in front of you. You can sit there and watch the world go past you, or you can step in now, get involved, get ahead of the game, and use this as an amazing opportunity for growth.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that. And I think that to wrap this up in 2 sentences, which is obviously very, very hard to do, but the takeaway from me is also sustainability shouldn't be on the agenda, it should be the agenda. Everything, it comes down to everything.
Absolutely. And honestly, when you speak to some of the senior-most climate scientists, and we have amazing advisory council. You can go to co2.com and see our advisory council, but it includes people like Johan Rockström, Christiana Figueres, Catherine Hayhoe, and these people, when you listen to them, they are incredible when they're talking about science. But the climate crisis is not a crisis on its own. The rising temperature on our planet actually accelerates every other crisis. The gap between rich and poor, add climate rise to it, gets increased. The climate is an accelerant of everything else, including change in business.
Well, thank you very much. And if we regard the responsibilities as opportunities, businesses will thrive, of course. So thank you very much, Simon. Thank you for taking the time. I still want to be you when I grow up, so I will check in a little bit later.
Making me feel old.
I know, that wasn't the intention. Thank you.
We are starting again in 2 minutes, so please feel free to say hi to someone, have a cookie, bring a cookie or a coffee, or just stretch a bit. If you need energy, I can do the training. Love it. Ska vi köra? Hello, everybody. Here in the Swedish pavilion, we have a lovely, some lovely musicians doing the trailer for us and playing the drums for the brilliant panel that we soon will have on stage, and that's marvelous. So my name is Katarina Wangle-Björk. I'm the Chief Climate Policy Officer with Economy and will moderate this session and a few others. So happy to be here with all of you out there globally and all of you that are here in person. That's perfect. So today is Gender and Finance Day, and that means a lot, both gender and finance. And we've tried so hard, and I think we've almost succeeded to have our 50-50 in our panel, so we are not having any males today. The first one we're going to focus on is green finance strategies, and it has been really inspiring to listen to Simon and Matthias and the others before. Something that I think about when talking about green transitions or the transformations that are to happen, I think about that we spend quite much time on focusing on how can we decarbonize the systems that we have, the business models that we have today. I think that equally much we need to focus on what are the future fit business models, and like Simon said, those are the business that starts today. That's the DNA of the business and the organization that starts today. And we need to keep both those thoughts in mind and support both streams at the same time. And we're going to start by discussing how can finance do that? How can financial institutions, the sector, the services, payments industry, and bilateral organization help support this transition in parallel? Looking so much forward to get help to decoding this enormous system of players that has such a pivotal role. And to help me do that, I have this brilliant panel of 4 people here that will share their insights, their visions, what they do, and they're representing the most progressive organization you can find in this space. So it's my honor and privilege to invite Dr. Maria Carvalho, Head of Climate Economics and Data from NatWest. Please come up and join me. Eric Usher, Head of UNEP Financial Initiative. Please join me here on stage. Bridget Fawcett, Global Head of Strategy at Citi. Please join me. And Jim Colvine, Senior Vice President, Global Consumer Solutions at MasterCard. Much welcome. So happy to have you here. Hi. You have microphones in that little black box, the secret box of Speak, and you have to share them among yourselves. I thought we would start with you introducing yourself, what you do, maybe a bit about what your organization do and what you bring to the table here today. So you don't need to be very short, but provide us with a framework. Who are you and what do you do?
Hi, everyone. I'll try to blend in with the music. Think of this as my remix. So I'm Maria Carvalho. I'm the head of climate economics and data at NatWest Group. I laugh at that because I'm actually a qualitative researcher, and yet I have a very quantitatively nerdy name, and it can only become more nerdy if I put AI at the end of it. But what my role is within the bank, I've the privilege of being a qualitative researcher, and it's actually interesting to see, to come after Simon, which is really what I do, or what I work within our team is, what is the issue we're trying to solve for, and then work with the quantitatives in thinking about that issue, what is the right way in which we actually collect the right pieces of data, or strategically collect the data that is enough for us to make decisions, or to at least strategically plan, to this point of perfect not being the enemy of the good. So I've worked on collecting climate data in its various forms and working in the various forms of databases. So I know my way around it, but in a way, I'll just quickly say, what is the issue I'm trying to solve for within the bank? we have a net zero target by 2050. We're trying to halve the climate impact of our financed emissions by 2030 through SBTi validated targets. The issue we're trying to solve for in each of those 14 sectors where we have targets is what should we exit? How do we identify that? What should we finance for? And how do we develop the right credit risk models to actually finance it? And what are the partnerships to enable that? And as a culmination of what they're playing, how do we support our customers in that transition? And how do you identify the right customers to make those decisions?
Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Maria. You make my job much easier. So I'm UNEP Finance Initiative. We're the part of the UN that is a long-term partnership with the financial sector, creating the frameworks, the norms for responsible conduct across finance, principles of responsible investment, which are almost 20 years old, principles of sustainable insurance, and most recently, principles for responsible banking. And two of our star members are sitting on each side of me. And essentially, it's about establishing the frameworks for what it means to align the banking business with the needs of society. And the net zero transition being the, I don't want to say the most important, what a very central one being discussed here today. We have on Net Zero Banking Alliance, which is the subgroup working on that. We have about 40% of the banking system who are signed up, who have set targets. 2050, that's the easy one. 2030, science-based, sectoral-based. We need to set targets across all the industries that have climate relevant, across very large institutions. It's a lot of work. And with that, our job is to help inspire, to help create the accountability, but the real work is what goes on in these organizations. Last note, I was very pleased. This is not an agenda that only involves the biggest. We signed up 6 new banks from the region yesterday, and it shows, including a number from the UAE, and it shows that this is a global agenda. The fastest growth we actually have in principles in responsible banking is in China. So it's really a global agenda, but the real work is what we're going to hear from Maria and Bridget, and I think Jim in terms of the wider financial system, all the pieces that need to fit together. Thank you. Bridget?
I think you deserve an applause for getting through that.
Yeah, I think it's just, a continued drumbeat. Yeah. And I'm happy to hear that. It's a marketing challenge, as Simon said, when we think about climate, but it's a finance challenge as well. And I'm obviously at Citi, and really what I'm trying to do is help us fund the rebuilding of the world. So we are rebuilding the world in many different ways, which is very exciting, challenging, and really needs a different way of thinking about funding solutions. So Citi is right in the middle of all of that, and we are also a net zero committed bank, and so we are repositioning how we think about capital, how we allocate capital to rebuild this new world.
Thank you, Bridget. I'm Jim Colvine. I'm with MasterCard. I'm a product person. And some of our products, we are working with our customers, and we got 2 of our largest customers already here on this panel here in the shape of NatWest and Citi, and it's great to be on the stage here with Eric as well from the UN. So yeah, my life is around trees and carbon calculators, and bringing those to bear so that our customers can develop payment card solutions and propositions that are more in sync now with the increasing demands from consumers to take action against climate change. And also, that carbon calculator work that we're doing is very much in partnership with our strategic partner in the shape of Economy. Great to be here.
Thank you so much. So good to have you here, and so good to be able to hear you as well. Jokes aside for you in the audience. I was thinking today is Finance Day, and I would think that in many other panels you end with the question on what is happening at COP, but I thought we would start with that since it's Finance Day. So looking at the climate finance agenda and COP and climate and finance in general, if there is any general about finance, but what expectations and hope do you have on the climate finance agenda and what the outcomes will be on COP28, and how will that, if for the best, how will that shape your strategies going forward, if we hope for the best? Please start.
I mean, I hope everyone had seen the announcement by the Dubai International Financial Center and also with the UAE on how much money they're going towards loss and damage and to the different parts. And we know that one of the big things that they really want to finance in terms of COP is 3 times the amount of renewable energy, twice the amount, doubling in energy efficiency, and that requires money. What I actually will honestly say is like, we can put all these pledges out. What I found so far in COP that was really heartening was seeing CEOs of banks and also the multilateral development banks kind of coming together and being a lot more practical on pilot finance. It's really like in order to make it happen, you really need to start piloting and seeing what is the way you structure finance that works for your customers, that works for the bank, and actually see how are you going to make it happen, and being able to bring together those stakeholders across the financial, not only across the financial system, but the real economy system and policymakers to really think in very structured ways. How do I pilot finance real things and get that right to then enable scale? That I find a lot more heartening. And that's the kinds of things I want to see with regards to renewable energy, with regards to renewable energy. I think actually there's enough case studies around the world of how you can, from the UK with the Contract for Differences approach, for what the US is doing with in terms of tax credits, that's there. Energy efficiency is the thing that I really want to see. What is the financial model that makes that investable? No one's cracked that in a real way, making it happen. I mean, actually, there are different places in the world that are trying to, in terms of home retrofits. But that's critically the place where I'd love to see a lot more work going to, because if we can actually achieve the target of basically eliminating the 33% of energy that is generated that then gets wasted, and you actually bring that down, all the other things about how much energy you need to, and also the other solutions that are basically backstops, we can get rid of. But you have to take energy efficiency seriously, and you have to get that community together to see how to basically shift it.
Thank you.
Maybe if, I'm often asked, like many of you are asked, what's happening at COP? Is it going in the right direction? I think one position I would take is, I think many of you know, we had a historic development on the first day. The COP has never taken a decision on the first day. And the fact that the decision was the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund is incredibly important. Now, we have to acknowledge that the pledges, the 700 million, maybe it's a little bit more now, it's nothing compared with the need. But let's step back and think of the global macroeconomic context today. The world has a lot of problems. We have wars. We have a very difficult economic situation. We have soaring cost of capital, particularly in developing countries. And yet, countries have been able to put aside these challenges and these differences and come to Dubai and say, we need to work together. And the fact that Biden and President Xi met a month ago, once again, they have a lot of differences, but they were able to come together. And I think that shows that many in the economy, public and private, are willing to put aside certain challenges, concerns, political and otherwise, and to say, climate is a global emergency that we can work together to get done. And so I think that's a positive take. Just to give a more challenging side to it, and to quote Paul Pullman, who is a former CEO of Unilever, yesterday at a meeting, he said, we have kind of a bifurcation going on today between economic actors who are committed to it and who are trying their best, and those who are obfuscating and sticking their head in the sand. And we know that we can't solve the problem. We need leadership, we need new ideas, we need innovation, but we can't solve that if a big part of the economy is going in the other direction. And so the question is how to solve that. And I mean, his final point is the private sector, besides innovation, besides everything that you are doing and leading, he said, and this is an interesting new term, he said, you play an important role in de-risking the policy process for governments. That your leadership helps governments feel that it is possible to take the difficult steps that we need. So we need to ratchet together. And I think that's the challenge has been set out in terms of the role you can play, besides building up your business, it's also building up this changing economy that we all know we need, and we need all actors to be working on together.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would just echo what Maria and Eric just said. Really, what's exciting is it's really less about the agenda. I mean, if you were to walk into cities' offices and say, what's exciting you about the climate finance agenda? I think they would say, we are just getting on with getting on. Like, we are doing what we need to be doing. This is really hard work. It's not about the agenda over the next 2 weeks. We need all of the things that are on the agenda to happen. And I think what's incredible is we really set, to Eric's point, that first day high bar of loss and damage. So that was a nice, okay, let's not worry about the commitments there. Let's move on. But it's really, I think, to Maria's point, the radical collaboration that we're starting to see. And it is from all different actors in the financial spectrum. Of course, it's banks, it's the UN, it's philanthropy money at a different scale, it's private equity money in the funds that are contributing, it's sovereign wealth funds and money that they're contributing. It's deploying capital to the global south. It's capital for certain cohorts. It's almost like we've brought in all of the folks that are needed in different areas of the capital stack, of those in need of the funding, and ready to really move forward and continue to get on with business. And so I think that's super exciting. It's a little bit like, in some ways, the fact that, and forgive me, COP presidency, because it is incredible what they're doing, but there's in some ways a good thing that the agenda is a little bit boring on the climate finance side. Now, I say this to my partners, and Eric hasn't slept for weeks preparing and trying to make change, and all of that is incredible. But it is not as if we're not waiting. In other words, all of these actors are just moving forward and really trying to continue to scale the work that's underway. And there's something kind of comforting about that. We know what the gap is. We know how much money is needed, and we know that we need to think innovatively around how we deploy that, and we need to be inclusive in that, and we just have to do it.
Yeah, there's a lot to be excited about. I think I've been to a few COPs now, and each time I feel like I'm getting another couple of jigsaw pieces. Now, we haven't got the full picture, but we get more every time. And I do feel that here as well. And, what I want to bring to bear with other people is examples that will also, just as they inspire me, will inspire others as well. So searching for those examples, the partnerships that can be made, and the outputs as well. We see it being in the private sector very much around, Stripe, for example, putting money and seed money into some really exciting projects, direct carbon capture, nature-based as well as technology-based solutions, which are super inspiring, and that's done through partnerships. We're a patron partner with Earthshot. And again, just finalists announced on that quite recently, and the winners and so forth. Again, funding, inspirational things that will seed and generate more ideas that will solve the big fix that we're in.
Thank you so much. I will also say hi to the audience out there, and we're going to the next subject that you've touched upon, all of you. It's about, what I hear is about piloting, it's about learning, it's about calling a spade and try to work from there. So it's about creating innovative approaches when it comes to investments, but ethical investments, bonds, coalition, partnerships to drive change. Can you tell me something about what you do today and what you explore? What are the opportunities you see going forward? You've mentioned a few, and I think we go. Anyone could start. Yes, Bridget, please.
I mean, I can start with some exciting partnerships, which we have with all of these folks on stage, as well as with Duconomy and all the work that's happening there, which is terrific. But I'm going to talk maybe a little bit about an important practical partnership that is necessary to advance funding at scale. And that is with the commitments that we've made in the same way that Maria has made net zero commitments and is trying to really approach this very granularly from a sectoral lens, we've decided that we can't do that just by saying, okay, we need to reduce the GHG emissions of our financed emissions of our energy sector or of our steel sector or of our auto sector. And so what we've actually said is we need to do this with our clients. And so we've really been very focused on convening our clients within these sectors and working with them to create models that they also feel that they're part of in terms of how they fund their businesses. So we've did this very early on with the Poseidon principles, creating a financing mechanism with the shipping industry to think about how do the actors in shipping across the spectrum think about the growth and development that they need to do, and how do they think about the financing landscape from a climate lens. We're doing the same thing with the steel industry. How do we bring in the global steel players to think through their business models, how they'll change, how do they fund against an SBTI pathway. We're doing the same thing with the aviation sector. We're doing the same thing. So these, I could go on. The point is that I think what's really important about these collaborations is that we're bringing in our customers and our clients to be part of the solution. It's not just cities saying, this is how we have to do it. We want to really be inclusive to help support companies on their journey, because this is really complicated stuff, and it's very easy for the financial service sector just to take out a piece of white paper and add numbers and columns and put multiples on it and create values, et cetera. It's super hard to actually execute the change and to operationalize this from businesses that really need to abate their emissions. So that is a big collaboration that we have, which is across sector.
Maybe if I could give an example from the other side of the counter, not from the UN. There's a wonderful podcast from Bloomberg Green. Akshay Ratti does a nice podcast, and he interviews Jim Snabe, who is the CEO of Maersk, Siemens, and now Northvolt. And he gives, it's wonderful because this is big industry, and he describes essentially the strategy he led and the results. And I think the most inspiring thing he said is that when Maersk decided to set a net zero target, which goes back, 7 years ago, he said, we didn't know how we were going to do it, but we knew we need to set a target. And then that's what gets the wheels in motion within the organization. And I think all of us, this is what we need to do. These are the stretch targets that gets you focused and gets your teams working. I believe very recently the first zero carbon ship, Maersk ship, is now afloat, right? It's launched. And so it's fascinating. And, as Mark Carney has said, we need to work both on, working with the really green, working with the really non-green, but it's everything else in between, the 50 shades of green, the entire economy. That's how we elicit change. And then I think want to come to the role of MasterCard and innovators like Economy. Behavioral change is critical to all of this. And I think we all have to admit is one of the harder pieces, and where innovations are so important, because I think once you have a society who is ready for change, then you get the big economic actors who realize they don't have a choice, or they need to be part of it. And that's kind of the critical piece that I think we, in working with the big industries, sometimes we forget in terms of the role of the consumer and the role of creating the conditions for change. So I really think it's impressive, the types of things that are being worked on in the innovations. And I think we need more and more and more of that.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. I think that's a good jumping off point, the involvement in the consumer in this whole change that we need to make. As we work with Citi and NatWest and many of our other thousands of customers out there, is really to empower them to be able to bring out the propositions that are going to make a big difference. And from a financing investment point of view, we along with a number of other significant investors have partnered with Economy. But it's not just about being there for 3 years and kind of cashing out and running and so forth. It's about being there for the long haul, being there for commercial reasons as well, because it has to be sustainable from that perspective, and partnering together, because we have a big network. There's the Economy with great ideas, scale them on our network.
And we touch tens of thousands of customers, but eventually we touch through our customers, nearly 3 billion cardholder consumers out there. And that's really now, have we got the secret sauce yet? Absolutely not. But we're moving forward, we're experimenting rather than inaction, because a risk model tells us that we shouldn't be doing this and we shouldn't be partnering. So it's taking those experimental steps that are really going to direct us when we can really scale up and really create impact and change.
Maybe just to echo what you've said, I think the important piece is that this is really the need of companies, right? They need to not only transform their business models, but they need to be able to help their employees transform their lives. And I think this is the power of what you all are doing in the partnership with Duconomy, is being able to unlock that insight around where those behavioral shifts can happen. And it's a super powerful model that can be replicated across.
Mariah?
I'll try to keep this short and punchy, but just, in terms of the importance of radical collaboration, and sometimes it doesn't have to be radical, but I'm always surprised sometimes some of the thinking. So I'll give you 2 examples of very practical ways in which we're trying to unlock finance. The first, because what we've learned is we have a 100 billion target for climate sustainable funding and financing that needs to be deployed between 2021 and 2025. We've actually crossed the halfway mark, which is great. But what we've realized is creating a green finance product when there's no demand from it doesn't work. But it's great to have that green finance product. How do you create the demand for it? And so I'll give you a farming example, which is currently in the current conditions, at least in the UK, we're the largest lender to UK farmers. Right now, policies are shifting in such a way in terms of the subsidy reform that farmers aren't clear that they're going to be paid enough for that transition from policy. On the other side, the market's not paying them enough because the market itself needs to actually reduce food inflation. But what we started looking at was look at those food companies who are willing to pay green premiums, who have set SBTi flag targets and are actually willing to decarbonize. And we started looking around. I actually, just in terms of organizational change management, I got my sector head for FMCG with my agriculture guy, and we started actually looking at that hit list and leveraging those relationships to actually create a partnership. And so McCain came along, and that made sense. We deploy our CSFF finding to their farmers because McCain has very good structured products for that. On the other side is another problem, which is we're also the largest lender to small and medium enterprises. They're under a massive hit from their large corporates asking them to actually decarbonize. What we've decided is, we launched a great tool, Carbon Planner. The problem is it still requires people to input data. We decided to work with the government, also with Project Perseus. Project Perseus is basically the same people who figured out the protocols for open banking and created collaboration across lawyers, bankers, the government and regulators to actually figure out how to make open banking work and the protocols to enable that trust to share data. These are the same guys who are going to do for open energy. And what they're focused on is how do you get electricity data in such a way that can have accurate measurements to the carbon footprint, and it's automated into carbon tools. So that makes it so that you're not asking people to input data, they already have it, and then you can start making investable decisions on how to support them.
Thank you so much. We will conclude now, so I would like to ask you something that I haven't prepared you for, but just if you could give me each one word that gives you hope right now. So one word each. What gives you hope?
Tough one, really. Innovation. I mean, the clue is on the board over there, right? But, signs of innovation that are coming up is definitely giving me hope.
Thank you.
Trade. And the reason I mention it, just before coming here, we've launched the Net Zero GFANZ Alliance for export credit agencies. And the only country that didn't have one but had 2 export credit agencies committed is Sweden.
Pilot. Actually piloting action. I'm tired of people talking about it and everyone's a little too scared and waiting for perfect. Pilot it. Try it, learn it, share the lessons.
Pioneers and people. But I think look, it really does come to each one of us individually and collectively. And so I think where there's a will, there's a way. So I have incredible hope for what we're all going to contribute to this, probably the biggest challenge of our lives and also the biggest opportunity.
Thank you so much. That gives me hope. And I think we are, if not we, then who? And if not now, then when? So let's go on and give a warm hand for this brilliant panel. And thank you so much. And please all join us for a 15 minutes break now to collaborate, to create new ideas, to innovate, pioneer, pilot, and be a bit human about it.
flyttar bra. Right. Hi everyone. Time for the next panel. So, we're here to talk about my favorite subject since 6 years back, cities. Data-driven climate solutions, building net zero cities. Now, we talked earlier to Simon from Time CO2. I think you're standing in front of the camera, yes. Who talked about the need for a new narrative. And I couldn't agree more. And that need for a new narrative also comes to cities. Because we need to take cities places where they haven't been. And therefore, we'll have this fantastic array of guests. So Lars from Vice Mayor of Stockholm, Alexandra from the European Environment Agency, Cassandra from Normative, and Fabio from MIT. And we're gonna go with Lars and then Fabio, who will join us on link. And I then want to loop in Lars first. Lars Strömgren, Vice Mayor for Transport and Urban Environment for the City of Stockholm. Hello, Lars.
Yes, I'm here from Stockholm.
Good to see you. So, you've been in the press lately. I guess in a good way, one could say.
Mostly in a good way, yes.
Yes. Because you decided to, from 31st of December 2024, to take 20 blocks of Stockholm's inner city, make them restricted to low emissions vehicles only, in order to reduce pollution and noise. So, looking at that, I think my first question is, in what way will you use data-driven approaches to capture the effects? And maybe, even more importantly, what do you want to achieve?
Well, you mentioned before the word narrative, and I think it's very important to look, first of all, to everybody who chooses to move to a city. They often have some kind of ambition or goals, seeking a place where they can find a place that fits them. Then we have to understand that what makes a city is that we are many in the city. And then we need to realize, not the least when it comes to the quality of life, the quality of air, but also the challenges with the environment, that we need to act and collectively act. And what we want to achieve with the zero emission zone is to make a city where the air is good for people, where people can thrive, where kids don't get asthma because of the air quality. And we use data, first of all, to understand, then to try to get a better analysis of how the things are. But then we also seek to use data in a communicative way. A lot of the challenges within urban economics is similar to the tragedy of the common. We have to all understand that we all need to work together for everybody to benefit. And there we already do, but will continue and intensify our work with data of different sorts.
And overall, what measurable impacts do you seek? I'd say maybe for Stockholm as a large. You know, when you're up for re-election in 3 years, good luck on that. What would be good data to present?
Well, the city life is all about two things. So there are surfaces, the public realm, the urban the life between, or the space between the buildings. And there we want to try to optimize how we use our public space for it to be accessible for everyone who wants to spend time there, for everyone to be able to feel safe and feel welcome. And then we also need to optimize the different logistic challenges. We need to be able to deliver goods and different kinds of things, people or goods around in the city. And now we have a lot of new ways to optimize those processes or those logistic flows with the data. So we want to sort of optimize the surface and the flows to maximize the value we can create for people who want to spend time in Stockholm.
Optimize surface and flows. I'm going to steal that with pride. Now, what I then want to, because I have had like two different streams. Obviously, I've been admirably following the announcement of the environmental zones. And then I had two different feeds. I have like the international, the Guardian, Times Magazine, New York Times feed that goes like, oh, progressive traffic mayor going, progressive in a good way. And then I have Facebook feed going, he hates cars. So what do you do with that?
Well, me personally, I like the car and the symbolism of what the car meant when we created the post-World War II cities in Europe. It was a very clear narrative that now we want to do something better, we want to say yes to technology and innovation, and we want to create a city that is better than we thought the cities were until that point. But I think we also need to be frank and realize that in order to use the areas we have in the city, we need to optimize. And in Sweden, there is around 1.1 person in each vehicle. And that's not very good, that's not a very efficient way to use our public space. The criticism at this point is oftentimes that people say this will create problems and this will be difficult. But the people who are mostly positive and one of the strongest allies in this intervention are the real estate developers in this area, because they realize that for them location means everything, and you cannot move the houses, but you can bring them and create accessibility to these buildings and so on. So I think we need to, if the development would go fast enough, this intervention wouldn't be necessary. We want to push this a little, but we also believe that this will create a more efficient and a more maybe data-based way to solve the transportation needs that we have in this area and eventually also in the whole city, because we think that this first zone will also be a catalyst for the change of the fleet in the whole city.
Interesting. So last question then, before we bring MIT in, who I know that you guys are collaborating with. But in general, how does a data-driven strategy facilitate collaboration within the city's ecosystem, would you say?
I didn't hear exactly how you began that question. If you could repeat that, please.
I was saying that Fabio comes after you, obviously from MIT, who you are collaborating with Sensible City Lab. But in terms of so the question is about collaboration, how data-driven strategies can facilitate collaboration within a city's ecosystem.
Well, I think it's important to be curious when it comes to data. We need to ask ourselves, what do we want to achieve? And then try to experiment with the kind of data we have. There are possibilities that we might not exactly understand at this point. So I think that we need to be curious. We need also to have a sort of agile and iterative approach towards the data. And I think that it will make us be able to see things and test things that we don't really know that we had the need for. So I think data forces us to collaborate, because there are so many different kinds of data and there are so many different kinds of stakeholders. So I think it's important for us in our approach to be curious and accept that we need to test and we need to act a little bit like a chef trying to create a good dish.
I applaud that, and I wish you good luck in preparing that dish. So we move over to
MIT and Fabio. Thank you, Lars, for being here. We see if we have
Dr. Fabio Duarte with us. Hello, Fabio.
Hello, how are you?
Do you hear us?
Yes.
Cool. So Fabio Duarte, Dr. Fabio Duarte, Principal Research Scientist at MIT Sensible City Lab. In your work at the MIT Sensible City Lab, what novel data-driven methods and analytics would you say have demonstrated the greatest potential in urban development and really the green cities of tomorrow?
Here at MIT Sensible City Lab, we work with two types of data. One of them we call the active acquired data, when we develop sensors and deploy in cities. And this has been very useful for us. For instance, we have a project in Stockholm, actually, where we had a very low-cost sensor that can monitor air quality, but also thermal comfort in buildings, and it can be deployed in any vehicle. And in the case of Stockholm, we deployed on the tuk-tuks, the small vehicles that drive around the city. And this is also interesting because it brings people together to build their own sensors. Instead of purchasing high-quality sensors, we calibrate all of them, and then all the community can use and deploy the sensors and collect their own data. This is one approach. The other one, which I think is equally important, is what we call the passive data. Passive data is, for instance, all the data that we are generating now with our cell phones. Because we're generating this data, we know where people are, how they are moving in the city. We did one work in New York, collecting cell phones for millions of people. And based on that, we were able to understand their mobility pattern, match this mobility pattern with existing transportation networks, and see that small shifts, for instance, sharing cars or using trains in different times of the day, we could reduce dramatically the use of vehicles in New York. So sometimes, if we're doing some studies in terms of transportation, any topic, we do have data available. It's only a matter to find the actual data set. And sometimes it's not in the most obvious places.
Cool. And then taking that data to implementation, what's the secret ingredient in that sauce?
So I think that the secret ingredients, to be honest, is how to leverage the uniqueness of a solution and convince more people, more stakeholders to bring the 1 to 1 billion. I'll give an example. So when we were doing a work in Amsterdam about mobility in the city, so all of us, we know Amsterdam is a very beautiful city with 100 kilometers of canals. However, the city paved more than half of these canals to give space for cars. When we came up with an idea of using autonomous boats for Amsterdam, what made our case was the uniqueness of the solution. And then we brought so many stakeholders together. Then very quickly, I would say, we started changing some local policies and engaging other technologies to develop autonomous boat that now is operating in a pilot in Amsterdam.
Cool. Super interesting. And then my last question here before we bring Alexandra and Cassandra up on stage is, how do you see that collaborative efforts between academia, technology, and cities can amplify the impact of data-driven solutions? And do you have examples to share?
So you're talking to me or with Cassandra?
Sorry?
You were speaking with me or with the next speaker? Sorry.
No, sorry. I'm talking to you. In terms of basically trimming it down to collaborative efforts between academia and technology and cities, what potential do you see in that?
So I think lots of potential. For instance, I'll give the example of Stockholm again. I think when we started collaboration, it was a very creative process between KTH in Stockholm, the city of Stockholm, and soon we start engaging local stakeholders. So if we can find the sweet spots in which every stakeholder see benefit is great. So for us, we know that, okay, which are the new scientific discoveries that we can have by, for instance, analyzing thermal images from the city with only one data point. But for the city, this was great because the city could use this information to design new policies. So I think when we find the right connection that each stakeholder values more, this is where things work between academia, city, and community stakeholders.
Right. Thank you, Fabio. And with that, we say thank you to Fabio, and we bring Cassandra and Alexandra up on the stage. Welcome. I think we give them a bit of applause.
Thank you.
Good to have you here. Alexandra, or should I say Dr. Alexandra?
We can drop the doctor, it's fine.
I like saying Dr. Alexandra. Expert on climate change and human health for the European Environment Agency.
Indeed.
So, talking to you just before, I think, and I asked you what's on your mind right now, your response was human health and climate, which is kind of in your title, so that's maybe says self. But maybe that's where I'd like to start. What's on top of your mind? You're at COP28, and we're here. What thoughts do you have in your head?
Yeah, thank you. So I came here mainly because of the climate change impacts on health. And yesterday we had the first ever health day at COP, which brought together so many ministers of health talking about bringing together then climate and health agendas. But we are today here to talk about cities. And what we see in Europe is that health is recognized at the national level as the most impacted sector by climate change. However, when you sort of zoom into city level, we see that health is usually at the 5th or 6th place in terms of importance. And the local level is the most important for implementation of adaptation solutions because of the local impacts, the local vulnerabilities, and also most of the national adaptation strategies are saying, hey, it's the subnational level that should be implementing. Right. So we can see this sort of big gap between the recognition of the risk at the national level and what is actually happening at the local level. And I think that's where data can actually provide some very much needed awareness raising of the risks and yes, hopefully lead us towards solutions that will protect human health.
Can you give any such examples where you see data really bridging that gap that you're talking about?
Yeah, I am working on an initiative called the European Climate and Health Observatory. It's an initiative of the European Commission, but also involving the European Environment Agency and a number of other partners. And we are working specifically on bringing together the information on climate and health. And it can come from a variety of sources. So, for example, we are working with the Copernicus Earth observation data, and as well as data, for example, from Eurostat. And when you put them together, that's when the magic happens. Because, for example, when you put together the data about the urban heat island effect with the data about the location of hospitals, you learn that nearly half of the hospitals in European cities are located in strong urban heat island effect, which means that when a heat wave comes, the patients, the doctors, the buildings are under a much bigger heat pressure. Similarly, when you put together the data about population and flood risk areas, you learn that 11% of the urban population in Europe is at risk of flooding, and actually that we've been continuously developing on floodplains for the past 10, 20 years, which is going in a completely opposite direction than we should be heading. So I think this type of bringing data together can really sort of spark the aha moment in people and make them realize, well, maybe we should be doing things slightly differently than we have been so far in terms of city development and urban design.
And if I then was to give you a magic wand, because we have to identify this gap, and obviously the things you mentioned are things that you want to fix, right? Or fix and just having people generally aware about, especially as they plan cities and new hospitals, for example. But I'm giving like how do you can tell all stakeholders what to do? What do you tell them? In what rooms do you put them?
I think the first step is to bring people together. And when I was sitting here in the audience earlier, I was thinking about when I was still working in research many years ago. I was working on a project for Scotland, mapping flood disadvantage to Scotland, flood disadvantages in Scotland, which was about how vulnerable communities are exposed to flood risk. And I was visiting various local authorities, and when I went to one of them, we brought together people from civil protection, flood risk, urban design, social care, healthcare, to discuss what they think about the data that we were providing them with. And they said, well, it's actually the first time we sit in this configuration together around the table and have the chance to discuss what climate change actually means for people, means for different elements of the city that we are normally working in separation. So I think this bringing people together is one of the key elements to really start the action.
That's super interesting, but then it's like, here you propose physically pulling Scottish people together and go like, here's the data, right?
Yes, and I think that it's the trust in the expertise of the local governments, of the people working in the urban city offices. They know the area the best. They know whether their city is more vulnerable to heat waves or to flooding. They know whether the problem is the aging population or sprawling development in flood risk areas. And I think just bringing them together and giving them the data to work with and a sort of a palette of solutions that could be implemented and chosen from is a very good start.
Brilliant, thank you. Cassandra, hello.
Hi.
So we heard from policy, we heard from science, and from doctors. Now you represent Normative, a technology platform working with carbon accounting, helping companies to go towards net zero. And reflecting on what we just heard, what transformative changes have you observed through your methodology at Normative?
Thank you. And I'm actually going to start with taking a step back, and then I'm going to address your question. I came across this gentleman from the mangroves earlier this week who came with the story with 2 sacks and said, where is this carbon? Let's pick it up and let's clean up the community that I'm in. And if it was that easy, if we could see carbon, we could easily do something about it. But it's more complex than so, as we know. And my key reflection coming back to that, it's all about the data. And the data is there. We have it today. We have those insights. And it's about translating them into actions for cities, for businesses, for consumers, so that we can start on the reduction.
So we heard it very tangible. There was gathering Scottish people in a room. Do you suggest that too, or?
Well, I think we need to gather stakeholders. Yeah. And in your case, the stakeholders are the Scottish people. For your city, your stakeholders are most likely politicians, businesses, companies like yourself, right, that can do the kind of digestion of the data, and the action implementers. And that's what we need. We need to get them into one room and agree on the way forward. And the only way to do that is to make carbon visible to them, to understand the data so they can start take the action.
Great. And in your experience, what are the key challenges in driving the adoption of actually working with data, data-driven practices, and how to turn that into opportunity?
The key challenge, I would say it's layered. There's definitely an element of education. Many don't understand what needs to be done and what can be done. But in order to educate them, again, we need to start with the right foundation of data to bring that accurate data across to them. But it's really about the action. I think that's how we're going to turn everything around and pivot it. And what do you need in order to get that action? That's $1 million question, right? And if we had that answer, well, we wouldn't be here at COP, but we are. So I would say to bridge that gap, we definitely need to get the stakeholders into one room. We need one steer of direction, and we need incentives in place.
So I'm curious, since you've been around in the corporate space, and obviously like carbon, like 4 years ago versus now, it's quite a difference, right? It's moving into the boardroom.
It's a completely different game.
Invisible. But yeah, can you just elaborate, like, thinking of the delta between those, during those 4 years, like, just put a bit of color of what change you've seen happen in corporations?
I think the biggest change has come in terms of awareness and education. Even last year and 2 years ago at COP, we were ahead in the kind of north, so Europe, UK, we had legislation in place and we knew kind of where we were going, even though the legislation wasn't completely crystallized. But we had a kind of sense of direction. What we're hearing right now is, you know, legislation is passing in Africa, in the US. We hear from China that that's where the suppliers are sitting. That's where they need to make the change. They are dying for a solution to get on top of their carbon data. And this comes back not only to the regulation, the incentive, like we were talking about, the kind of stick, if you will, but also the carrot. Those that don't follow through, they're not going to capture this business opportunity and, you know, being able to stay ahead of the curve. But that said, moving it back to cities, I think we also need to reflect how this translates back to them. And I think the trend for cities are probably more to stay competitive as a place for people to stay, to live, and to do that you need to have those good environments for people to thrive that aren't toxic. And I actually want to link this back to a panel we had earlier that was climate versus health, but everyone was in such an alignment that it's not versus. We care about the climate because it impacts our health, and the only way to improve our health is also to get on top of the climate challenges. So in a way, it all comes together.
Yeah, and I think you have a supporter on that note, right? But then considering the interdisciplinary nature of this panel, so we say, how can we help each other to really go for more holistic solutions? And I think I'm coming back yet again to the example with the Scottish cities, because I think that's a very tangible example, right? How can we 10x that?
I think when it comes to adaptation to climate change, it's a very different kettle of fish than mitigation.
Agree.
In mitigation, you can easily measure the success in terms of the reductions of carbon or CO2 equivalents. In adaptation, what is actually successful? When do we know that we are adapted to the risks that the climate change is facing? And I think that's one of the gaps that we have is the effectiveness of the various solutions. And we know that, you know, what might be effective in Dubai will not be necessarily effective in Stockholm because of a different climate, because of a different societal makeup and so on. But how we can help each other is actually to invest in monitoring of the effectiveness of the solutions, to check whether if we put a green roof on top of a building, does it actually reduce the temperature inside the buildings? To check that, you know, if we build a flood defense, does it actually withstand the frequency of flooding and so on? And to sort of collect the information about the effectiveness of solutions, learn from each other, collect best practices, good case studies, and have this collective body of knowledge that we can draw on in the face of the really unknown.
Brilliant. Cassandra?
Yeah, I mean, adding to that, being a little bit provocative, we have the data, now it's just getting it into action, right?
Implementation.
Yeah. The implementation side of things.
I stopped using action because I think it's overused. And I like the word implementation, but this might change next week. I don't know.
I go with you. But if you've been around in the area of COP, you can see that there are this, I can't remember what they're called, but they're basically little hubs where you can go and feel the emission levels of different cities, which I find very interesting that, you know, they're very empty. No one wants to go in there and breathe the airs of the more polluted city. But it really shows that, you know, if we had the choice, we would make a better world, right? And the best way to incentivize that is put the money where we want to see the change. So that, I would say, is one of the keys that we haven't spoken so much here today, to make sure we put those incentives in place. And that's both from procurement, from a city perspective, from a business perspective, and from a consumer perspective, of course.
I'm going to let you finish with those words because I like them. So, guys, thank you for joining the panel. Thank you, audience.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yes. Hello, everybody. All of you who are here at COP in person in the Swedish pavilion, and all of you who have a little Swedish pavilion at home or at work. We're really happy to visit you at home, even though we don't see you, but I see you here. So happy to continue this day with another important theme, and I think listening to and being part of all these panels that we've had today and many others, of course, as well, the red thread is very much about learning from others and collaborating from what you hear and what you see that you could do together. And now we're going to look at what can Global North learn from the Global South. As you know, climate change is already here. It impacts all of us. But it impacts someone more than others, and it's often those who have contributed the least to what we have now in global warming. So what we see is that Global South is driving dynamic and pragmatic climate initiatives, and there's a lot to learn for Global North. There are essential rich insights and initiatives that we could learn and apply both in Global North, but also create collaborative initiatives. And to help discuss this, I have a few guests here, which I'm very happy about. So I would like to start with inviting Kai Axelsson, Head of Policy and Partnership at Oxford Net Zero. Please come up on stage. And Roy Chowdhury, Managing Director and Senior Partner at BCG, Boston Consulting Group. Please come up on stage. So happy to have you here. We might be joined a bit later with a third panelist and speaker, but we'll start with you. I'm so happy to have you here. And I thought we would start with you having the opportunity to introduce yourself and how you work with this specific topic today, what your perspectives are, what you bring here to the small round table, but also to the Global North and Global South in general.
Sure. Hi, it's nice to be here back in the Sweden pavilion. This is my third speaking appointment today, and I think I would not have said yes if it weren't for the topic. I just think thank you so much for raising this in a Global North setting, a Global North pavilion. This is kind of the question that's guiding a lot of my work and my research at the moment. I am head of policy and partnerships for a research program called Oxford Net Zero, and in particular, the frame of net zero has, been critiqued widely and is not relevant or something that people think about as their access point to climate action in much of the Global South, according to our research, especially in Latin America. And so, even in just when I introduce myself, I have to think about this question, and I have to think about, we've even considered a rebrand, because are we really being inclusive in the way that we put ourselves forward? But in some ways, actually having to have that conversation has been fruitful. And so I'm very happy to have that conversation with you all today, and would love to continue it outside of this session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. So as you mentioned, my name is Roy Chowdhury. I'm a New York-based senior partner with BCG. I lead BCG's climate and sustainability work within the financial institution sector. So I would have said I'm probably better fit for the finance panel, but I'll try my best to be fruitful here. I think I have, as you can tell, I have a unique background. I grew up in the Global South, but I've spent most of my adult life in the Global North, mostly in the UK and the US. And I support clients that have large businesses in Global South. Many banks have large exposures, but I also support many institutions in the Global South. And I think there are some startling differences, I think, in the North and the South, and the problems are quite different. So very happy to share perspectives on what I've observed.
Thank you so much. So if you start with you, Kaya, when you look at your scientific research, both from Global North and Global South, how can you see there is perspectives that we don't have in Global North that could affect and influence policies, etc.? And what kind of examples do you have, or do you see, and where do you see the trends going?
Yeah, a great question. So, I mean, we track policy trends. That's part of our job. And one of the policy trends we're most excited about is the explosion of mandatory disclosure. Over 50% of the world by GDP, covered by approximately 8 jurisdictions, but far more than that, will be covered by some form of mandatory climate and accountability disclosure framework. And usually that will be using the ISSB, which came out of the TCFD. So that's an international standard. And I was in a roundtable with a group of African entrepreneurs who come through our business school. And we were talking about this because this is affecting their businesses. They have to, develop expertise very quickly to understand the S2 and S3 frameworks. This is just something that they're grappling with. And they were talking about how this is seen as these international standardization can be a tool for inclusivity, but it also can be seen as like standards in general can be seen, and this is widely cited across the research, as a colonial tool of top-down, kind of one-size-fits-all. It doesn't fit with our political economy, oppression, ultimately. And so we had a really great discussion, and one of the things that has come out of that discussion is, well, okay, we may need the standards because ultimately standards and regulation together can help us streamline. Otherwise, you get pressures on these companies across 45 different voluntary frameworks, and that's actually more burden. So we probably need the standards, and we probably need regulation. But how can we make sure that the standards and the regulation are informed by the perspectives of the Global South? And so I'm speaking to these entrepreneurs, and these are some of the brightest people across the continent. They're building just the types of solutions that are going to help Africa leapfrog. And I'm asking them, how could the standards help you? And they're like, well, where are the climate solutions in the standards? And it kind of struck me that we talk about inventories, we talk about accounting, we talk about emissions, we talk about risk and opportunity, but the opportunity piece barely even defines what a climate solution is or points investors towards where they should be directing their money. And so we've been trying to think about how we reframe the standards landscape with the definition of climate solutions that can get companies in parts of the Global South excited about being a part of something rather than getting slapped on the wrist for emissions, which, in terms of global, they're responsible for less than 4% of global historical emissions. It's not, the net zero frame or the reduce your emissions frame is not the way in to motivate CEOs or entrepreneurs from the communities that I was speaking to, but talking about climate solutions and how you can be part of the innovation revolution is something they felt was exciting. And so we're trying to develop new standards around climate solutions in response to that feedback.
Thank you so much. I'm curious also to dig deeper in those solutions and what those are. Roy, your role at a global consulting firm, how do you identify these different practices you can see, and how do you bridge?
So I think first step is, I think, to acknowledge that the countries in the Global South have a very different starting point. And a set of answers that may be right for Europe or US are not going to be right for the Global South. So I think it's important to acknowledge that there isn't one starting point and there isn't one pathway to get to net zero. And we've seen that in a different level of NDCs coming out of the Global South compared to the Global North. So that's important to acknowledge that there isn't one starting point and one answer. And that has to feed through into the expectation globally that when we look at a trajectory of a company that's operating in the Global South, their trajectory is going to be very different because they're operating in a different market. So that's, I think, point number one. I think second is a acknowledgement that there is, if you look at the overall capital need, and in the work that we have done, we think there is a $3 to $5 trillion capital need to finance the energy transition. A significant portion of that is needed in the Global South. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge that these economies are structurally very different. It is not possible for a Global South, any country in a Global South, to pass a Inflation Reduction Act kind of a fiscal incentive in the Global South, because they just don't have the fiscal capacity to do that. So you have a higher capital need, and at the same time, you have a gap in the ability of the government in the Global South to sort of fund that, which means that the Global North and global capital markets will have to play a much bigger role in really financing the flow into Global South. That's not happening today. right? I think if you look at majority of the investment from global north is staying in global north rather than going towards global south. So I think there needs to be a way to break that logjam where the source of capital could be global north, but the use of that is in global south. Carbon markets are a way to get there. Voluntary carbon markets specifically are a way to get there, but these markets today are very subscale. The total volume of voluntary carbon markets are around 2 billion. What we need is many, many multiples of that. So what are the right channels for us to really move this capital? I would say the other group that has to play a really critical role are multilateral development banks, where World Bank and other many sort of variations of that will have to play a critical role in really ensuring that this capital flows into the global south. Again, there is a lot more that needs to be done. Final point I would make is there's been a lot of focus on energy transition and investing in renewables and other technologies. I don't think enough has been discussed around adaptation and resilience. And that's going to be significantly more important in the global south because the communities that are going to be vulnerable to physical risk events just don't have the financial means to deal with it. Also, there aren't government-level agencies like FEMA in the US that steps in whenever there is a major physical risk event. You don't have that. And I think adaptation and resilience, it's a very positive moment in this COP where you have the loss and damage, but it is a very small number compared to what will be needed. And I think there is just not enough discussion around adaptation and resiliency, and more needs to happen. And coming back to what Economy and other sort of innovative companies do, everyone in the global south has a mobile phone and a cellular connection. I think that has to be the device to really engage, educate, and drive action in the global south. And I think companies that are able to do that very effectively will really win the day.
Thank you. Digging in a little bit into the solutions, if you have any examples, but also I'm curious to dig in more in solutions in the adaptation and resilience agenda, because also our solutions in the global north tend to focus on the environmental agenda and not so much include the social perspectives and the community perspectives, and building what we've talked about in previous panels about how does that new world look like? How do we rebuild the world? And how do we do that without taking people into account and providing and enabling people to participate in this rebuild? That was a broad and fluffy question, but I leave it to you.
No, I love the question. I love the way you ended it. How do we think about how people participate in this rebuild? I think that we have the most to learn from those who have most been impacted already, because they have no choice but to participate. We can be comfortable and sit on the sidelines of the climate crisis, but my favorite example of a climate solution is one that is socio-technical. It's not something that is either just social or just technical. And if you think about it, everything is. We are an extension of technology, and it is an extension of us, but how we orient ourselves around technology and how the nature of technology organizes us is something that I think we have a lot to think about. And we have examples from the global south, from people who are weathering climate crises. When you have communities that have dealt with storm after storm after storm, and they realize that their grid system is no longer something they can rely on, it doesn't get built fast enough again, they start developing energy cooperatives. And those energy cooperatives can't work on the type of large-scale fossil infrastructure that we see in the global north mostly, and that we're used to with our energy infrastructure. They actually are best suited to work with small-scale solar or small-scale wind, but mostly small-scale solar. And one of my favorite examples of this are communities that have built these kind of oases, and they start to socially organize in cooperatives in their lifestyles as well as in their energy, because they have to agree how to share the energy. Oh, who gets to use the fridge for the medicine to make sure that the people in the community, the elders, are taken care of first. Suddenly, we're starting to orient each other in a way that is much more sustainable and much more, I think, much less lonely. And these are the kinds of climate solutions that we can learn from and be really inspired by in the global north, because that's a much more fulfilling life. There's an entire book about kind of, and I'm a little skeptical of it because I think it cherry picks a little bit, but it's called Disaster Utopia. It's by Rebecca Solnit. And she talks about how there are these very remarkable and well documented periods of euphoria that people talk about after disasters, whether that be kind of civil disasters or whether that be kind of climate problems, where people suddenly start working together and we feel less alone. And I think that is the main thing that we need to learn in the global north. We get so caught up in our screens and our tiny lifestyles and we lose each other. And I think remembering that one another is the solution that we're looking for